The dreams.
I remember my dreams.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got another day of action here. We're going to be kicking off with day 2 for the qualifiers with Western Europe going on. We've got the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota Denok. How we doing, my friend?
I'm doing good. You know, it's a lot warmer here down in Australia. I know you've jetted off to Europe and you're having a good time up there, but here it's summer and well, it's hotting up a lot of the action because we're already a few series through in this tournament, which is really exciting to see.
Yeah, we are indeed. How were the games yesterday as well? I mean, you covered a couple. So how were the games that you were covering and all the action that we saw?
It was good across the board. It was a lot closer than I thought it would actually be, especially that Mouse versus Winterbear series. I thought Winterbear would get absolutely crushed in like 25 minutes, but they ended up being able to drag it out up until 35 minutes just because it's, just a good, solid team performance. But at the end of the day, the strength of Mouse just shone through. Zero Tenacity as well, they shocked by being able to take that game 1 off of Nigma. But games 2 and 3, they had the same issue over and over again, which was just a lack of control, a lack of stuns, and a position 1 Phoenix certainly didn't help them either. And so Nigma being able to get through and be able to, not just win that upper bracket quarterfinals, but the upper bracket semifinals as well. They're already sitting in top 3 still with that double chance, which is really exciting for all their fans.
Yeah, without a doubt. Hopefully we're going to see them be able to continue with their run as we take a look at the bracket. Of course, we are going to be starting down at the bottom, Zero Tenacity versus Winterbear, and then we'll jump up to the upper bracket and cover Team Secret versus Team Greece. So it's going to be very exciting. Again, another 4 best of, so it should be a of more Dota action. Is there any series that you're excited for?
I mean, it's got to be the Team Secret series, right? Not to discount Team Greece. They are the reigning IESF world champions, that country-based competition. But you got to say Team Secret now with Parker joining them as a stand-in is going to be very interesting to see if Puppy is able to wrangle the, what are we calling him, like the bad boy of Dota in these recent times, because he's got the skill, but the teamwork might not be there, and Puppy just needs to bring that machete out.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see if he brings the machete out and if he's going to be able to put him in line. Because when we saw, oh man, what was the event? What was the event where Heroic won? Was it PGL?
Wallachia, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, we saw like a lot of praise for Parker from that event. Like everyone was saying, like, is this guy the miracle in his prime? Like we haven't really seen a carry come through and dominate like he did in that event. So this is going to be a good opportunity for him.
I still remember we were both at Bali, the Bali major, and when he was going by Jim Park, was absolutely dominating as well when he stood in. So he was a big part of why his team had a solid performance at that point in time. You can see that top series of the day is what we're talking about. That is the highlight of the day, in my opinion. So yeah, we're going to have to see who's going to advance, move forward to that second round of the upper bracket. Although, first and foremost, like we said, the 2 teams that unfortunately lost their series yesterday were already in an elimination series with Zero Tenacity taking on Winterbear.
Which is going to be scary against all the high quality teams that we are seeing in these qualifiers. So we will have to see how they're going to be able to compete. You brought up what you said yesterday, right? Zero Tenacity try to position 1 Phoenix. Did I hear that correctly?
Oh, you heard it correctly. I was as surprised as you. I think it's just one of these things where position 2 Phoenix, in my opinion, can work, but 1, you need to be farming. You need to be sitting back. You need to be getting into your Spirit Vessel and going and getting kills. And that is not something that a position 1 is capable of really doing all that much. So I wasn't a big fan of it, and they got absolutely stomped in that series. So we'll see if they're able to back it up with a few more stuns this time. I have faith, though, because LeBron is such a solid drafter, and he's going to be able to make it work.
Yes, without a doubt. So definitely an exciting person to be able to follow. We'll see if Wish is also playing for them today too, because I know we saw Stoikov yesterday was filling in the mid lane. I don't know if that is permanent or what's going to be the case, but it's an exciting team. Like it's 5 plays from all across the world. You got Dard being from Peru, Wish from Georgia, then Nefert from Ukraine, Pablo from Sweden. and LeBron from Serbia. So this is a team from all over the place compared to Winter Bear. Like you have 5 people from Iran.
Yeah, and one Uzbekistan player, I believe, is where James is from, replacing Inu, who we've seen in recent times play for the MENA qualifiers for like ESL One Bangkok, for example. Also, just on that point that you were talking about with Zero Tenacity, one thing is these players have literally never played on a team together at all. None of the 5 players. So it's just a completely new roster that's been able to come together, and they put a few surprising results in. I really just do think their drafts in games 2 and 3 let them down.
Okay, well, if we look towards the draft, then how do we try and fix that? Like, how do we try and fix their draft and the issue they had?
More stuns. Like it's literally as simple as that. And reliable stuns, I think, is the big thing, because they tried to make it work with like a Muerta, and Pablo was really on point with his dead shots. Don't get me wrong, but that is not necessarily the most reliable stun. It's not the longest duration stun, and it also doesn't have the duration, the AoE effect, I guess, is what I'm looking to say. LeBron tried to play the clockwork as well. He probably had like a 5% hookshot hit chance, and it really wasn't all that effective. So just something reliable, a Mars, a Centaur, a Pangolier, just something along these lines that you're able to control the team fight and get that catch a little bit more effectively.
I see. Okay. Well, we'll see what they're going to be able to do differently heading into this series. Again, it is make or break here for them, and unfortunately for everyone, there's only one team that's going to make it through the qualifiers, and it's a pretty difficult run through these qualifiers as well. I mean, we saw Avulus have really good success recently. I know Maus, of course, new roster. They just got 2-0'd by Enigma, but I feel like this is like when you look at Maus as well. How do you feel about this team? Like, this is a completely new 5-man. I know, like, Supreme and Toby kind of just played together a little bit, with Toby standing in, I think, as the 5. But, like, surely this is another team that you're expecting to potentially have a run through the lower bracket. So it's going to be so difficult for either Zero Tenacity or Winter Bear to make this run through, where you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 series to make it into that grand final match.
Yeah, and I probably have a little bit more faith in Zero Tenacity, just because of what we saw in when the game goes right, what they're able to do. The reason they were able to get away with that win in game 1, they honestly didn't have the most stuns in that one either. It was really just Pablo looking to play around that dead shot again. They ran Bristleback 3 times in a row, and the difference was that Enigma Galaxy just didn't have stuns either. So they were able to get away with Dard playing his Weaver, and he absolutely dominated. So I'm expecting to see a little bit of shifting in draft strategy coming from them this time around.
Okay. Do you have a preference at the moment with first pick or second pick? Is there something that you've been seeing from the games and recently through some of the tournaments as well, where you are favoring one or the other?
You know me, I like second pick in general overall, but I feel like just in recent times, first pick has really started to come to the front a little bit more, just because there is that mega busted pick that can come out in that first pick off after the initial bans. Speaking of, they're almost completely done already. But more importantly, it's that last pick of the second phase that really just rounds out the draft, right? You basically can set yourself up to, let's say, win 2 lanes just because you've got ways to be able to, like, let's say, pick your mid and then ban 2 of the biggest counters out, and you're going to have a fine time. We saw that actually yesterday where I think it was Supreme playing his Ember Spirit. They banned out the Huskar, the DK was already banned out, and they banned the Monkey King, and then I think Sniper was already banned too. And they had to pick like an Earthshaker as something that can contest into it. It did fine, but it just isn't anywhere near on the level, and Supreme just got completely out of control and dominated. So I'm expecting to see a lot more of that come through.
Okay. And as we see the opener, it's going to be an Ogre. So this is quite often your strongest pick, right? Like, you feel like the first pick overall in the draft, you try and go for the most broken hero possible, and they go the Ogre. Like, well, what's going on here? Of course, we saw a lot in the recent tournaments with, like, Bloodlust, for example, and some other ways to be able to buff up, like, some of your carries. But are you really hoping for an Ogre as your first pick in the draft?
It went 3 for 3 in the Enigma Galaxy Zero Tenacity series yesterday. So, that's, and it was first picked twice, I think, in that sort of scenario. I think it's just a really solid all-round hero, right? Like, if you're able to get into the Midas, you can get a little bit greedy just with your good strength gain, go into something like your offlaner doesn't necessarily have to. You've also got the potential, of course, to play alongside these heroes that really thrive on that early attack speed, whether it be, Dragon Knight, Slark, Monkey King, Sniper, Tiny. These are the sorts of heroes that you really want to be just hitting like an absolute truck in the early game. So I don't mind it as the first pick overall. You are kind of locked into that position 5 role, but I don't really mind that much. I think you've got enough flexibility to be able to make it work.
Sure. Okay, then we see the Bristleback response from Zero Tenacity as well. So I know we saw that a couple of times yesterday, and we're going to see it once again. I guess another question, are they going to protect the Bristleback? And it looks like they will with the Viper ban. So, of course, one of the better ways to address him. You've got the break coming through from the ultimate, and we'll see what route they go down. More than likely, we're expecting some support to be picked up from them now.
I like it. They've already made an improvement on their drafts from yesterday just with this Hoodwink, right? They had an issue of, they tried to initiate on the Bristleback and then the enemy team just ran away. I'm honestly expecting something like even a Centaur to come out. I wouldn't be surprised if Winterbear just go like Muerta Centaur, just because the Deadshot is a good way to be able to destroy that tree instantly, get out of the bushwhack nice and early, and then just run away from the Bristleback, reset, and then just play around his cooldowns a little bit more effectively. Also, can look to build into like a Silver Edge on a Muerta if it does get to that late enough stage of the game.
Mm-hmm. How are you feeling about that hero overall, though? Because I know there was a lot of talk. One of the recent events where everyone was saying, like, this hero looks great, but it's not getting the results. Like, if you take a look at the win percentage, it wasn't getting the wins, but still people were feeling the impact from the Muerta. Do you still feel like that is probably one of the stronger position 4s at the moment?
I think so, just because you are really strong in lane, you've got that initiation, you're hard to kill. It kind of has a lot of what Hoodwink does, but maybe scales a little bit better into the late game, just off the back of the Pierce the Veil. Your Aghanim Shard is amazing too, just to be able to help that out. And we talk about scaling position 4s. Dark Willow certainly is another one of those. I mean, we've seen people absolutely pop off. The person that comes to mind instantly for me is Xingqiu, just able to, if it does get to that late stage, get an Ags, get a Hyperstone, and look to ball out of control.
Yeah, so a lot of control at the moment between these two supports. Pretty decent laners as well, which is another thing that Winterbear have in their arsenal. But of course now we're going to have to see a core from them. And really, I'm intrigued on how you try and address the Bristleback. So they're going to go the Doom route. Do you, you've got the percent damage with the Infernal Blade. I mean, the Doom as well to stop kind of some of the sustain coming through from the Bristle. Do we like this?
It's okay. I think they just wanted something that was going to be really solid in lane. Like Willow Doom is a pretty solid one, right? You land the brambles down. You've got a lot of this damage that you can just continuously run at people. You don't even necessarily need to aggro the tower. Lane's always naturally going to be pushing out just off the back of the Scorched Earth as well. So I like this as long as Willow is going up against a support that you can just consistently hit. That's really the main criteria that you have when you're playing the Willow. Just be as aggressive as possible in lane. And again, it kind of fulfills that hard to kill criteria too, right? How are they going to be able to catch, especially if this Hoodwink gets taken out of the equation? So I like these two. Bristol doesn't necessarily rush the Bloodstone anymore, so it's not something that Doom is necessarily going to be like this giga counter to, but it's just such a solid hero overall.
Gives you some scaling potential into the late game as well, right? Like if you do go the Midas on the Ogre, like you're saying, Dark Wheel is someone who can be very strong as we get to the later stages, and Doom is always late game, refresher, double ultimate, chuck it on any core. You are going to feel very confident to be able to take team fights in the late game. So it's a pretty strong lane matchup with the Dark Willow too. We'll see what the response is going to be though from Zero Tenacity and how you look to try and protect your heroes against the Doom now. Is there anything that really comes to mind in regards to how you try and play against this hero?
Either a stun, so that you're going to punish them if they try and, dive you under tower at, let's say, level 3, or just something that's able to actually shove the lane out and look to try and be effective, going back the other way. Whether that be from your core or your position 5, still yet to be seen. There aren't really too many heroes that can trade amazingly with a Dark Willow. You might think, oh, okay, you can just go an Enchantress, but that's what the Doom kind of stops you from doing, right? That Devourer is just going to stop any kind of creep that you get that's trying to stop the bully from going back your way. So it's not really an enviable position to be in, to be perfectly honest, for Zero Tenacity. Clockwork, sure, right? You just lay down the cogs, you lay down the battery assault, and then they can't really run at you quite as easily. Gust as well is just a nice tool to be able to keep them away from you when they're just going for that full-on run at you style, because Doom and Willow, not the most stuns in lane, right? Good amount of damage, decent amount of like area control, let's say, but stuns, not necessarily.
Yep. So now you're definitely looking at some mid laners though for Winterbear to be able to jump the Drow Ranger. Like that has to be something that is coming to mind. You probably looking for like some mobile heroes to get active early, because we do know the Drow can struggle to catch up if she has had a bit of a difficult time in the lane.
Could even just go your position 1, right? Like, you know that you've got the like something that can have the answer to this Drow Ranger, whether it be something like a Slark that can gap close and buy into that Shadowblade, Silver Edge that we were talking about to do with a Bristle, or maybe a Spectre, you know, something that's able to just instantly get on top of that Drow Ranger, have something like an Orchid to prevent a Gust from coming through. You just need a way to be able to get behind where this Clockwork and Bristleback are playing, essentially.
Okay, Slark, are there any other carries? I mean, of course, another really good user of the Bloodlust too. So, are there any others that can kind of also fulfill a similar role?
Razor. Wasn't necessarily expecting that one. I mean, it's okay against the Bristle, right? But Bristle's damage isn't necessarily fully reliant on his right clicks. You know, you just get so much out of the Quill Spray, especially once you get into the Aghanim Scepter. So a static link on him isn't really going to do that much. I think it's just solid overall, right? And I guess another benefit is you don't have the overall last pick of the draft. So this still does give a little bit of flex for that mid lane / position 1, right? Razor could go into that mid lane, and it kind of prevents you from going a melee pos 2 on Zero Tenacity's side. So it's not a bad pick by any means.
And I guess that's where we see the Queen of Pain ban as well, right? Potentially, like this could protect the Razor going into the mid lane, which is something we saw a while ago when Razor was getting picked. Like you just quap, blink away from the static link, then much easier to play. Even the Sonic Wave as well is another thing, which can be really frustrating. That is a hero I'm actually surprised we have not seen it's addressed much later in the draft than what usually some teams are. First phase ban, first phase pick, or maybe even the second phase we're seeing. But the Invoker all the way to the last phase, and Zero Tenacity will remove it.
Yeah, the thing that I'm most surprised about is, I guess they've gotten rid of 2 of his heroes, but the fact that you've been able to have Kachal get one of his better heroes in the Doom as his like pick, because that's what Winterbear are going to be playing around, right? That's the main priority for him. You could see we're talking about those gap closes, right? The people able to get on top of the Drow. Storm Spirit was probably one of the better ones still left in the pool. Puck, of course, is still there, and to be honest, right? They don't necessarily have the greatest amount of like instant lockdown. So maybe that's what they're going to be trying to get rid of, and a TA ban suggests that that is indeed the way they're going to go. So how can you crush this now? Can you Ember? Probably not. Maybe. You can like do a decent job against the Puck, then you would have 3 heroes that are kind of going in onto the front lines. You're not laning into a Razor, so I don't think you mind the static link that much. I could see Ember working.
Ember, I think Void Spirit's lower on the list because of the other heroes. Tiny is maybe another potential. Is Monkey banned?
No.
So that is something that we've seen a lot of people try and pick against the Puck, right? With the lane matchup can be very difficult. They go the Ember route. So what do you think this hero provides you that maybe some of the other ones weren't able to with the Ember? I believe it is also something Stoikov is incredibly comfortable in, if I remember correctly too.
Yeah, that's the main thing that I'm really looking at, is just comfort for him. You've got this last pick of the entire draft. He didn't necessarily have the greatest day yesterday, Stoikov. I think he played the TA in the winning game, which does feel like much more of a Stoikov hero than what they picked for him in games 2 and 3. But Ember is just his bread and butter, essentially. It's a good matchup against Pastille in that mid lane. You've got, again, like I was saying, another hero to distract away from Dart on his Drow Ranger. It really feels like he's set up for a huge amount of success with this Drow.
Well, let's see what he's going to be able to do with the success, though. You know, that's the main thing. If you're set up for it, can you deliver in this opportunity? Because you are now in the lower bracket. There is only one chance. You've got a best of 3, but what are you going to be able to do with that chance? You feel like the Drow Ranger is something that could get them over the finish line. We're going to have to see, though, if that will be the case or not. We had 4 best of 3s yesterday. We're going to have another 4 best of 3s and we'll continue with the action. Hopefully we get a game 3, which we did see Zero Tenacity have versus Nigma. This is the position where they need to start. You were speaking a lot about their draft being something that maybe was their downfall yesterday. Now when you look at this draft compared to that one, how are we feeling overall? Do we feel like they have made the correct adjustments from the previous day?
It's a night and day difference to me. Like, it just makes a whole lot more sense. I'm just looking back literally right now at a lot of the drafts that they had. You know, Bristleback, Quap, Lich, Rubik, Terrorblade. I'm just thinking, like, do they expect the enemy team to just walk up into a Chain Frost in that scenario? You know, that's kind of the mentality here. But this time around, you've got a Clockwork, you've got an Ember Spirit, you've got a Hoodwink. There's plenty of stunts for them to be able to play around with, not just to enable them in the team fight, but your game-winning hero in the Drow Ranger, and you've given him a pretty solid lane too. So this is a much better draft. I think Zero Tenacity probably has this one.
Okay. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not, and what they're going to be able to do with the Drow Range. Now, of course, for their opposition, Winterbear, if they're looking at the draft and seeing that this Drow Ranger is going to be the primary issue, how do you look to address the Drow? What is the game plan for them when you head into this game? How do you look to slow down the Drow Ranger?
Well, I'm not necessarily expecting them to get too many kills in their safe lane, right? The Ogre and the Razor, it's solid, but Bristleback's pretty damn tanky, so he should be able to get away. A First Blood might help them, but the other way that it's going.
It's a great way to start. Razor will be brought down, and the man you said yesterday who had a bit of a difficult showing, Stoikov, he's the one to find it. So with the Ember Spirit now getting a big advantage in this matchup versus the Puck.
And they seem to think that they've got that ward on the little cliff down there to the south side of the high ground inside the Radiant Jungle, but they do not. So they might even end up wasting a sentry ward to be able to get rid of that one. It was just a little bit of good fortune that they ran into them. Just to address your topic from before, honestly, my main priority would be enabling Pastille as much as possible, because I think he plays so much better when he actively looks to try and rotate and get kills. Especially, you've got this Puck plus Dark Willow combination. You pop the Terrorize with the Dream Coil, instant way to snap it, instant way to deal a lot of extra damage. And of course, if you're just keeping people confined into a small-ish area, then something like the Doom with the Scorched Earth is going to give you lots of value. Something like the Ignite is going to give you a lot of value. Like, there's a lot of team play that happens, but it all really, to me, centers around the Puck. So making sure that you're playing around his runes, especially the power runes, is going to be very important. But the main issue for mine is that you've already given First Blood over to the Ember Spirit, which is not the best way to go about things.
Hang on. Ben, Razor TP'd into the lane.
Yeah, sure did.
Hang on. What just happened? This Razor TP'd into the lane. They're going to be able to get another kill on Zero Tenacity. This Razor's game, I mean, this is a walk of shame, and we're 50 seconds in.
He TP'd from underneath his tier 2 tower to the tier 1 tower rather than running, and then they just saw that he wasn't in lane. I mean, they've got that high ground observer ward, I guess, but I'm kind of expecting it. They even dropped the smoke for him to be able to get back to that lane a little bit quicker. You know what? I'm going to look at the silver linings. At least you're going to have for Poison the Ogre that's going to be level 2. So you've got that 2 points in the Ignite that are going to be coming, and it makes it a lot more dangerous for you to go for those consistent dives, but couldn't ask for a better start for Zero Tenacity.
No, you really couldn't. I love the silver linings, sir. I appreciate that. So we'll see what the Ogre... Yeah, what he's going to be able to do.
Very positive.
Yes, this is a hero who can be pretty frustrating to play inside the lane. We'll take a look how top is going at the moment. Thard with the draft, of course, LeBron on the Clockwork. And it's a pretty formidable lane from Winterbear as well, to be honest. Hopefully we could see some rotations maybe from the Ogre Magi through the portal maybe. Is that something you could see being a possibility for Winterbear?
If he hadn't died 2 times in a row on the Razor, yes, but I think he really just needs to try and babysit him and make sure he gets off to a decent enough start. Any time that they notice Ogre hasn't been in that lane for quite so long, they're just going to go on to Malfurion Storm Rage again and again. It's 2-0 right now with his last hits versus the 12-6 that Nefrit has on the Bristleback.
Yeah, boy. That's not good at all.
No.
And this is a Bristle who is going to be enabled more than likely through the stacks as well, which is another thing. We could see them put a lot of priority on giving him a good game, putting him in front of the Drow Range. And like you're saying, we're not really getting the Bloodstone Bristle at the moment, which could be maybe not the item you're looking for when you're against the Doom.
No, definitely not. I mean, this is the sort of game where he kind of needs to be the frontliner to enable the Razor to run forward a little bit more fearlessly, because he is going to be a long road towards that BKB for himself. So maybe something like an early-ish pipe means that you're not as worried about the Bedlam, not as worried about the puck. Or who knows, maybe Kachal just feels like he needs an early blink so that you are able to get onto Dard and take away one of the big damage sources that they've got on Zero Tenacity.
But all in all, man, the graph is looking very good for Zero Tenacity. Ember 20-9 compared to the 13-1 on the puck. We've spoken about bottom and how well it's going for Nefrit too. And so how do you stabilize the early game for Winterbear? Because his bottom lane is continuing to not go well for them. Like, you just see what you're able to do. When the Razor static links, the Bushwhack is always there from Pablo to be able to help separate. Nefrit, with the early gold, he can go for an early boots and maybe Windlace if required to also reposition. So it feels like what could have been a lane where they could get kills as mid Pastil or stuck under the tower. I guess the change from Stoikov was able to catch him off guard when he went up to play with the phase shift.
Yeah, like he's just trying to play around the puckish as much as possible to get a little bit of free HP and mana back. But yeah, Stoikov punishing him. He's already got 2 points in the Searing Chain, so that is a really ballsy play, and yeah, it doesn't pay off for him. He's got the double impact as well, right? So anytime you're playing as this puck who's pretty squishy, as a hero that doesn't have the most armor to be able to play around with in the early game prior to that Witchblade, Stoikov's going to punish, and I mean, he already had the first blood to be able to play around with.
First blood, and now extra solo kill. Really, the only lane that is looking good for them currently on Winterbear is the Doom. We'll see what he's going to be able to do with that start, but this is a hero that's pretty slow. And Daniel, what do you itemize? How do you play if it's only the Doom that has had a good start?
I don't really think you can, to be honest, right? It's going to be around Pastille and some of his early rotations, but you have a look at the levels in that mid lane. Pastille is not level 5 yet, and Stoikov just hit level 6. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was going to go for like some kind of tower dive in the not too distant future before that Dream Coil's available. It's rough for sure. I mean, you mentioned Kachal's having a decent lane. He's only not level 4 yet as well, so it's not like he's having an amazing time either.
Did go the Arcane Boots route, so this is something that we saw, of course, from 33 a lot when he's playing them Doom and is able to pick up the creep with the Lightning. We are seeing that rotation mid, though. Stoikov lands the chains, Pablo over the right side, Pastille looks like it probably will go down at the end with a slight. Stoikov still has that one available. This is another kill for the
up top,
Ember,
though.
more than likely a power room top lane. What's going on here? Look like a attempt onto Dard.
Yeah, Poison's coming through as that Ogre Magi. You called that potential play before, but just gets spotted out by that Watcher. A lot of people, placed an Observer Ward up on this high ground just to be able to scout out this sort of play, but he's just ended up walking up here for not too much gain. Not sure if I'm the biggest fan of Malfurion Stormranger's skill build as well. Like I was mentioning before, the static link isn't necessarily amazing this game, right? You're probably not going to be able to... Hold on. Might be getting dived a little bit here. He might be dying a little bit here.
Razor's life. Looks like top lane as well. There's going to be a threat onto Dard's life too. Poison's still stuck around, and they're going to be able to find their first kill, but Stoikov will try and make amends.
It's doing a lot of damage.
Able to isolate Poison, and Stoikov with a slide up in a couple of seconds. They will be able to chase down the Ogre. So you get the Drow Ranger, which, yes, it's your first kill for Winterbear, but look at the consequences that happen across the map. Your Razor gets dived. That's another kill for Zero Tenacity, and they pick up 2 in the top lane.
And there was a huge creep wave that went underneath the tower as well. You can see the siege creep has gotten a decent amount in onto this, and it's just making his life so much more challenging. That's another reason why that static link level 2, I don't really think it's necessary, right? Is he going to get onto the Drow? Probably not. Is it going to be impactful against the Bristleback? Probably not. Same sort of thing with the Ember Spirit, right? When are you actually going to be able to lock onto a target? Whereas if you're just looking to try and focus on your farm and play a little bit more passively farm-centric, you could see that's what the Doom's got in mind with the Midas queued up. Maybe the Plasma Field is what needed to be maxed out first.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the Midas on the Doom, but I don't know what... are you really going to be able to get time out of the Midas? Like, it's going to take a while for the value to kick in. Again, they're going to try and chase down Dard with the Bramble connecting. Dart trying to get back to the safety of the tier 1 tower. James going to be able to secure the kill. So Winterbear recognizing Doom probably their strongest hero to play around the early game. They're bringing supports through his lane, and they are able to get a second big one on the carry. We do see the response. So Stoikov once again being over towards the top side of the map is going to be able to refine the rebuttal onto James. So this Ember Spirit is continuing to get out of control. 5,000. That is a crazy position in the net worth.
He's doing a fantastic job as Stoikov, and just enabled to play around power ends a lot of the time. This is the big game changer for mine. Here we go. Amp damage onto the Ember Spirit. Surely they get this kill.
Alright. I understand now. I get it. You give Stoikov all the gold, everything. Get the streak, Pastil 547. The Ogre gets involved as well. That's a lot of experience for him. And Pastil's going to be able to get the next creep wave too, and a lot of damage into the tower with the amp damage rune. So, yeah, this is alright. What was looking a little bit scary might still continue to be scary, but at least we're seeing some pretty good movements out of Winterbear.
Sorry, are you seeing all these hats as well on all these players? Like Pastil just has about 50 hats on top of him right now. I saw that in the change logs, and I'm like, is this going to be in the competitive side of things? It's like the answer is yes.
Some pretty good changes today overall from the competitive state of rank. So hopefully we'll see that. Yeah, it's a nice little
Smurfs?
Christmas gift for everyone. A lot of Smurfs.
People will still win trade. They're doing it in my pubs. Like it's a scourge happening right now. And you can see Malfurion Stormrage. He's forced to just pop the ult just to try and survive and farm a little bit, but he's not going to be able to get lucky.
No way, the bushwhack makes it a little bit more awkward. LeBron survives 50 health, selves up. Thought for a second maybe he was going to be able to get a return kill or even disengage from that somehow, but a kill will be had nonetheless, and the tower goes down as well from Zero Tenacity. So I kind of like that movement. Like, we've seen Winterbear have really been putting the emphasis on coming to Dard's lane, so instead they try and get Dard out of their safe lane, knowing that that is probably the danger zone for the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, for sure. And now you've opened up this bottom side of the map for him to be able to farm around. Not necessarily the greatest vision. You know, it's the Observer Ward that's slightly above where Dart has been farming isn't really going to pick up on too much gank attempts. So looks like they really want to defend this tier 1 tower top. But with the run not quite level 6, are they going to be able to do it? Looks like they should.
It looks like they will. Yeah, with ease. Kachal, now you've got the level 6 as well with the experience bounty from the kill. LeBron and the snipe from Pablo. This is the big thing. 11 kills for the boys on Zero Tenacity. So you have the level 6s at a great timing. James still only level 5 for the Dark Willow. So we're not seeing that early damage from the Bedlam come into play. They're going to try. Okay, now we get to 6. So speaking about the ultimates, nice side step. Stoikov just gets out of range of the AoE. He will still eat the orb damage. Remnant over. No! It's on the Bramble location. Stoikov's going to go down. Now the rotation as well. Kachil, he'll come through with the Doom. Importantly, Pastil, he's been able to freely spellcast. We're seeing some of the damage from the Puck and even the Razor. Why not bring everyone to the mid lane? You've got to respect the Drow Ranger though. Dard trying to output some damage from the multi-shot, but yeah, like you said, no Gust and no assistance to be had there, and all of a sudden, we've got a relatively even game. Puck is almost neck and neck with the Ember in the net worth.
It was a 4k net worth lead prior to that fight, and they just felt like they were slowly coming in. It wasn't even the perfect engagement either, coming through from Winterbear, right? The Terrorize not on the mark, but like you said, just walked back into the orb and took a lot of unnecessary damage there on Stoikov. I'm just trying to keep track of this hat situation that Pastil's got. How many will he get by the end of the game?
What's going on? Kachal has only got a couple. You got to stack them up, my friend.
Doom's got a pretty big head already, so it's like the height on that is just crazy.
And James has got one in real life. I mean, when we go back to his camera, you see he's got the
is he wearing a Santa hat?
Caddies. No. Well, okay. Look, no, it's not a Santa hat, but I feel like it's close enough to something on his head to be, some caddies representation of a Santa thing. I don't know. Look, I'm reaching here, but it's okay.
Like the old Somnus Caddies headset.
Yes. Yeah, that one.
Very good.
I don't know how people play with a hoodie on, a hoodie and the headphones over the hoodie. I feel like that is so incredibly comfortable. I don't get how Dard's doing it.
I would just feel so cramped in that sort of situation. Maybe
Yeah.
it's cold where they are. He's at
Yeah.
LeBron's place, by the way, in Serbia, so not sure what the weather's like.
Bottom lane. Attempt with the smoke, poison, and James in combination together, so the two supports will lead the charge. They do have the backup of the Razor. Where are they looking to invade, though? Maybe trying to make it into the triangle, potentially dropping some vision down as well is going to be the call. But the backline stab is there. Razor maybe stepping a little bit too far forward, and now all of a sudden, a welcoming gift. Pablo pops out of the tree line. It's a little bit messy of initiation, but Radiant, their support strayed too far away from their carry. So Razor will still go down nonetheless. Pastel is looking to respond. Is he going to be able to find the angle? It's a nice silence coil combination onto two. If they got the terrorize, Break will come out early. Here's the ultimate from the north. It's going to be able to send the Ember away, which will give James time to address Nefrit. So it's Stoikov still, with the help of Dodge, should be able to get a 1-for-1. Poison stuck inside the cogs as well. Zero Tenacity will strike back.
A little messy from both teams, though, right? Like, not the perfect initiation, not the perfect combination of spell usage, and I mean, even just Razor farming in that area is a little questionable as well. Like, how are your team going to be able to help you? You don't have any stuns for yourself, so kind of feels like he's just putting himself out there on a silver platter for them to just farm net worth off of. That is 0-5 now on this Razor from Malfurion Stormrage. I would much rather see Puck, when that Dream Calls off cooldown, be the one playing down there. Maybe he's going to, and just waiting for that Blink Dagger to enable himself to get out that little bit more easily.
Honestly, I cannot believe we're actually in this position, though, where this game is looking relatively even. I was so surprised from what we had to start this game. And they're, again, the ones being proactive, like Winterbear, James, Poison, making sure they play together, looking for the wraparound. Kachal ready to go with the Doom as well. A little bit of awkward positioning. Unfortunately, they'll have to jump Pablo. The response is there for LeBron, but they're both get stuck inside the cogs, and I don't think you want to be there for LeBron. And Pastel, he sees an opening to maybe jump the Drow. Has it got a bit too far, though? All back up. He's out. Now you've also got Razor looking to charge forward. They're going to be lacking some of the control, so Nefrit will limp away, but Winterbear, I believe for the first time this game, actually have the net worth lead.
Ends up with Dard dying there. It honestly wasn't a... I mean, I don't think he was necessarily intending that sort of thing, but Pablo was the one to break the smoke. It must have been LeBron calling to take the full-on team fight, maybe overestimating their position in this game right now, but Stoikov is still playing a very significant role. Speaking of Stoikov...
Looks like it should be okay. Runs into another Bramble. James be playing a little bit overzealous and potentially Zero Tenacity. It looks like they've recognized that this is an opportunity to get the Dark Willow. And they'll get him at the buzzer.
But yeah, even just having
that
that Mage Slayer on Stoikov just to reduce a ton of the damage coming out from the Winterbear side is going to be a really useful tool for them to be able to play around with. So I don't think, if no Stoikov, don't take the fight, essentially, is the recipe right now.
Again, I gotta say, I'm so incredibly impressed from Winterbear, the fact that they've been able to put themselves in a 2,000 net worth lead with the start that we saw. Razor, first blood, then ran back to lane, had to TP to the T1 tower, then they dive him. So 50 seconds in, he makes the Walk of Shame bottom. Stoikov solo kills the Puck, then they kill the Puck again with Pablo's rotation. At some stage, I think it was 11 and 2 the kill count.
Yep.
And now it's 14 to 15.
Yeah. It's it's kind of crazy how much this game has swung around. The big thing for me, though, is that Pastil can still die pretty easily in a lot of these engagements. It's just that they haven't necessarily put the most focus in onto him, you know, until he goes into something like, I don't know if he'll go a Yules this game or not. Wouldn't be the worst going up against the silences that they have, but you got to just find a way to be able to focus him down with your stuns as... okay, that's why. I was like, how did they not kill him? But... Oh!
They get it? No? They're still? He's out. Alright. A little bit of crazy stuff going on. Nothing too bad though. Tip for Bastille. And how does this next couple of minutes actually look though for either side? Because we've seen a lot of action 17 minutes in. Do we think it's going to slow down or will the action continue?
I mean, if I'm Winterbear, I'm pretty happy with just keeping it kind of chill, right? Just play around the Doom for now. That's the main priority for me. Get value out of the Midas, use Doom when it's off cooldown, and enable this Razor to finally get back into the game. He's at least got one item at this point of the game in that Blade Mail, so if he gets committed onto, the boys can look to help him.
Should be an easy freebie onto Pablo.
Yep, they'll take him when they can get him.
They will indeed. Pastel posturing pretty aggressively around the mid lane. Top network could be the Ul Scepter there for him. They are looking to try and move over to mid though.
TP coming in, just wanting to quickly respond, be around that power rune.
Oh, nice once again. Just gets out of range here, but it's not going to matter. Kitchell jumps in with a Doom control. Ember is a freebie. LeBron somehow gets Pastil. So, I mean, a silver lining. Well done from LeBron, making that an okay exchange. It's still not the greatest, but you'll take it. You will take it indeed. Ogre chased down, however, Zero Tenacity. It's going to be a 2-for-2 in the end. So both mid laners and a support will take the spill around this little skirmish by the bottom outpost.
Speaking of Dart that we just saw on the screen just then, we've been informed that it is about 0 degrees in Serbia at the moment, so I can understand the hoodie play.
That's fair enough, man. That's goddamn chilly out there.
It's about 30 degrees here in Melbourne.
Oh, I miss that weather. Kachil? Look at the Doom. It's just a Drow and Hoodwink at the moment, and are they aware of something going on? Pastel, along with an extra TP down from the Ogre, maybe they look to bait someone inside the lane.
That Watcher.
Run underneath the Watcher, so they can be forced to go over the Hoodwink. Unfortunately, Drow not going to be connected with the Brambles. Some TPs coming to the T1 tower. Do they actually want to take the fight on Zero Tenacity? They don't have all their numbers just yet, and I think you're probably pretty happy with that. The fact that Drow Ranger was just able to slip out of danger, and Winter Bear brought multiple members down to bottom.
For sure. I mean, it does mean that you've been able to give a little bit more time to farm, though, on the Razor. He really wasn't the main focus of a lot of that, so he's got the BKB now. You can look to try and play around that a little bit more. Not worried about the Drow, not worried about the Cogs, not worried about the Ember Spirit. It's really just the Bristleback, honestly, that he's going to be concerned about with that Aghanim Scepter.
That's a
missed spell.
Very close.
There, though, by James. You
Do
got
you
the
like
Yules
this from
on.
Stoikov? I believe it was the Sanjin Yasha that he had queued up.
Still got it, yeah. It's okay for mine. I think... What would I rather see coming through from him? I mean, even just a BKB doesn't feel the worst, right? Like, this is the time where it feels like they're in a position, even with this net worth deficit, Razor is the one that you're worried about leading into the later stages of this game. So look to just try and play aggressively now when the vast majority of their damage is going to be based off of magic. And Razor is not the main area of concern right now. Just enable yourself to keep on pushing forward.
I guess the Sanjin Yasha is like you're looking at the Doom is probably the big one. Like Bramble, often we see change into Terrorize or Coil. Maybe you could break the Coil and then be able to just get out of range with the lower stun duration before extra control comes out. So it's interesting from the Ember. I'm very intrigued to see if it's going to actually work out though.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot more of it in recent times for sure. People just really appreciating the fact that it's the only thing that gives status resist in the game anymore. But I don't know. Like maybe it's even just from the pure damage perspective as well. For Ember Spirit, of course, being an Agi hero, the Yasha component can be kind of nice.
Game's kind of slowed down though. Haven't seen a lot of action. Efrit looks like LeBron's also going to be able to get the Aghanim Shard. Nice little cool visual animation, I suppose, with the shard now given over to the person who gets it. So
there's
see
that
the
Bloodstone
new updates
though
coming into play.
for Nefrit. Seems like they might be just about to make another play with that fresh pickup.
And the Witchblade for Pastil as well. So both sides getting some pretty big items. Oh, he jumps straight into them. Pastil pops the smoke, but of course not the position he wants to be in. Great Cogs. LeBron, as soon as he comes out of the phase shift, they'll get the control into the silence. Down goes Pastil. Zero Tenacity. 45 seconds in the map where they have a 4v5. Winterbear playing up top as 4, but they might need to leave the area.
Still got the jetpack to be able to give that extra little bit of vision around.
LeBron's just jumped him. James was... Oh, the miss!
Oh, he dodged!
Oh my god. The miss on the high ground. No way.
That's next level. That was intentional for sure, right? He was going for that mischance. He veered towards that cliff. Are they looking
Some
to
big brain
take
stuff to do
Roshan?
that.
Down bottom, Kachal is the main priority. At least getting that second BKB out of him would be the priority. Bash? Oh. That is a long TP.
Oh, bash the bristle. Alright. Thanks.
Yeah, there's right? Oh well. At the end of the day, they're still going to get Roshan. Would have been nice to be able to get the double, but you'll take what you can get in a game as even as this.
Yes, without a doubt. So, Age is now given over to Nefert, who is top net worth. Like, this guy is massive. We saw the start that he had down bottom, and that is continued. Scepter, Shard, Bristle's ready to go. What are we expecting out of the Ages, though?
I mean, just frontline, basically. Enabling himself to continuously run in. He's himself is also going for the Sanjin Yasha, so clearly valuing that status resistance, especially now that he's got the Bloodstone, of course, right? So doesn't want that that heal component to be wasted. I just want to see them take away a little bit more of this map that Winter Bear have to play around, right? Now's the time, once you've got a few of your items, once you've got the Aegis, to enable you to make a bit quicker moves.
Maybe another jump into the smoke that he has. Hookshot from LeBron, looking for the cogs pushback. It needs to be perfect. And unfortunately, maybe it is all before the Yules, but Stoikov, he was ready. They've done a really good job to be able to address the puck so far. I mean, just the control and how they're playing it across the map. They are continuing to slope us still down. Still third in net worth, but finally this kill is going to lead into another objective, and maybe they'll swing to bottom as well.
Maybe. We have a bit of a glimpse on Malfurion Stormrange, who again has his own BKB. Could look to pop it and try and run away.
No TP.
Yeah, reinforcements. Okay. Are they going to be able to come in time? No.
He'll make it up.
Just gets away. Yeah, I'm a little... Like, I don't mind him going for that cut play on the puck, but I think he needed someone kind of playing around him, right? They hadn't been showing on the map for quite some time, ever since the Tormentor kill. There's another hook shot actually coming in here. The battle of the supports right now.
Is it this desperate? Like, are we at this stage where you need your support to be cutting in front of a T2 tower?
Probably not, but I think they just want to take a lot more of attention away to enable Malfurion Stormrage to get back out on the map, start pushing these lanes out so that you're not having them consistently run at your towers with this Aegis. Like, that's the main priority for Pastille in the mid lane. He's got Poison standing behind him. Malfurion Stormrage not wanting to go in too deep because they're going to be aware, of course, that the TP was recently used by him. So he's going to back off and just play off the map for as long as possible. Basically just going in the lane to be able to use the plasma field and not stay for too much longer.
To side note, that's a pretty big Corey snipe. They get rid of the plasma for the puck, so minimizing some of his damage output inside some of these team fights.
Pablo's got an Orchid as well. So another way to be able to control this puck.
Okay, interesting read. We'll see if the Orchid, how much value we're going to get out of it for Pablo. Top lane, Zero Tenacity. Tier 1 towers is going to go down. And they are starting to take much more off the map. We still have a little bit of time until the Wisdom Rooms is going to be available for them. But they will start to bring everyone over Tier 2 tower and looking to try and control the area. They don't want to give this away though on Winter Bear.
Well, they might not have a choice.
It's a hard fight. Control. He gets a pretty good initiation with the Doom onto the Drow Ranger, who doesn't have the Aegis. The Razor's going to try and chase him down as well. Draw's able to step over the high ground. Still the pursuit. They're trying to catch up to him. James with the damage. Is it enough? Doom will expire, but Dodd tries to turn it back around, doing as much as he possibly can. But the last little bit of damage will secure the kill. It took them so long, though, to chase down the Drow Ranger. But and is it going to matter in the end? Stoikov, they're on to Razor. Razor trying to do as best as he can. Might be able to walk through the defender's gate, but Nefru tries to block the escape, hunting him down inside the tree line. Nefru against the world, though. Stoikov,
out of mana.
remnants the low ground. He's getting chased down as well, but still, they're going to be able to catch up to him. Bristle, the sole survivor, they left him to last. They knew he had the Aegis. They wanted to kite him, and they did just that. And now that he's by himself, they can surround Nefert and make sure that this will be a slow and painful death for him. He'll kill Poison, of course, but, I mean, they're going to get him, right? I think they're going to get him, but still might die. Maybe you're going to be able to get the Razor kill as well. Is this guy actually killable? It's looking like that'll be the case at the end. Finally, Nefrit does go down.
That was close. He just had about 4 seconds left until that Bloodstone plus Bristleback combination there, getting up onto level 20 as well. So that Quill Spray is doing a fair amount, and you just have to have a look at the 68 damage by Dard on his Drow Ranger. That was the game changer in that fight, being able to get the initiation. We said from the very beginning, Kachal is the one that is going to be the star player for them, as Pavlo just off the mark there with his Bushwhack, not able to land the kill onto the Razor. Kind of surprised with how underleveled Dart is. I mean, he's the one that had to pick up that Wisdom Rune, level 17 versus the level 19 and 3/4 Razor that we've got right now, and about to hit another big power spike with that Eye of the Storm strike interval.
How is your opinion changing on the Drow Ranger game as we're getting further into this? At the start, you were saying, like, Dard, you were expecting it to be pretty solid for him. Are there some concerns that we're seeing that maybe Winterbear have the answers to deal with the Drow Ranger?
I mean, I think Kachal just played really well in that previous team fight, right? Like, he's even got the Octarine core now as well. So you've got that Doom up again. It's really just about playing around him as much as possible. And if he can get those sorts of initiations consistently, that's going to be the real difference maker. So maybe start to build, a few more Force Staffs or a few more items that are just going to protect Dart a little bit. Try and kite out these BKBs and the Doom as much as possible, because I don't really think a BKB is going to be able to do all that much for Dart. Really is.
No, it doesn't look like it.
Mm-hmm. That's the main.
They're ready to go. Kachal.
Hmm?
It does show, and now they're actually maybe going to try and turn it back onto Kachal with a BKB.
Saving the hook shot.
Look to try and run away, but you know, like you said, with the hook shot, it's already he's going to not be able to escape with the BKB. So
Line.
Radiant did come over, though. Somehow everyone else was able to get here to potentially take the team fight. Dard, nice heads-up play. Quick TP out with Razor not having a way to cancel that, so he needs to turn to the other heroes now as well. He's got a lot of damage stolen, but Bristle tries to turn his back. He's making it difficult for the Razor. Nefrit's by himself, though. We're seeing once again the role from them to leave the Bristle to last, but with the Sword got back involved inside the team fight. Dard as well. They took a fight so close to their own base that Dard was able to come back, heal up, and rejoin. It wasn't a big factor in the end, as Pastil's going to be able to get the jump away, but man, what a back and forth game we're getting.
Yes, we are, and I mean, the big thing is we're getting a lot of these kill streaks stolen away as well. That time around, it was Nefrit claiming the spoils, putting himself firmly up on the top of the net worth charts. I think the biggest issue for mine is that, you know, against an early game that they were absolutely dominating on Zero Tenacity, they didn't make the most out of it, right? Like, that tier 1 mid tower only went down about 4 or 5 minutes ago. In my eyes, they should have taken away all tier 1s much, much sooner when, you know, Doom went this greedy Midas build, when Razor was sitting dead last by a fair margin of all of the cores. And they just kind of let Winterbear back into this game a little bit, especially Pastil, who is closing in on an Octarine core. The reason he was able to live in that last fight is he had an Arcane Rune the entire time, and, well, he's about to have a permanent Arcane Rune fairly shortly.
It's going to be a big issue once you have these items continuing to be accumulated.
Oh, actually,
I guess we're going to be looking towards next Roshan 2, right? Which is up in 45 seconds. So will be a spawn down bottom, which is going to favor Winterbear.
I want to see how much Pastil's able to do with this Aghanim Scepter, actually. Yeah, he changed up away, and did you just give up Poison's life? I feel like you kind of do.
Still trying to maybe chuck some spells out, but see how scared he really has to be. Like, Zero Tenacity, a little bit of decent amount of control, and also itemizing for Pastil as well. So yeah, they're going to give up Poison, which is pretty big though.
It is, but okay, they've got an Ember Spirit to be able to deal with it. Sorry, I'm just looking at the top lane, right? James used the Bedlam to be able to quickly shove in that top lane to force some kind of a TP response while they're going down to contest Roshan. And looks like with, of course, the Ember Spirit instantly able to join the rest of the team, they at least get the double wave, including the Siege Creep. So if they want to contest, it's a possibility, but they're going to need to be pretty quick because they're standing right next to the Roche Pit right now.
I was really expecting maybe Zero Tenacity with the 4v5 could be able to control bottom.
Yep.
But Ogre's back up, and they haven't got this area.
Nope. They're able to find Valkyrian Storm range, that would be the dream.
Separated. James, Smoke's going to pop inside the tree line. Should be able to get a kill onto the Dark Willow. Survives on a slither of health. Is making him work for it. Finally, Nefra gets him. And it's a difficult choice. Do you buy back on the Dark Willow? Because they've also caught poison as well. Ogre isolated from them. Nefra is going to be able to catch poison. There's a Doom going off for the other side, but Doom gets caught. Kachil in some trouble. BKB tries to escape. Meanwhile, you've got the puck on top of Dart as well. Now with the Razor trying to chase him down, the TP out will not work this time. It's not going to be back-to-back fights where he will escape. LeBron connected with the Terrorize. Meanwhile, we've got so many fights breaking up. Bottom, top, Razor trying to chase down Nefra. That's not going to happen. You're not getting it. This Bristol back team's untouchable. You can try and look at him, but it's not going to happen. Nefra will run away. It means that also the Clockwork was able to escape too.
On about 50 health as well on the Bronze Clockwork. Just able to slightly outplay James, who did expend his buyback for that team fight, but very happy to do so if it's going to result in that. And to me, it really does still feel like the Pastille show. We saw Hoodwink go from basically 100% to 0. Look at that damage, 4.7k. Able to be taken out by them. Are they leaving the area? Are they not finishing Roshan? What's going on?
It's a good question.
Drow is dead for 25 seconds.
There was something going on top. There's something is continuing to happen top. Dark really trying to bring down Stoikov. Meanwhile, another fight. Right here in a coil down bottom. Who's connecting onto 2 poison. Should be able to get the pretty easy kill. LeBron, man, really being annoying. This Clockwork, never an easy kill.
He just wants to make sure that he's making Bastille's life as difficult as he can. And he's doing a pretty good job, right? Taking him down to a 3rd HP. Forcing him to TP all the way back to base. Is Nefra going to be okay, though?
I don't know. We're about to find out. Nefrit, there's a lot of damage from the Razor. Nefrit. That's a 1,300 gold that the Razor gets.
Not sure what he's popping the BKB for as well. I know it seems the Storm is physical. So that is doing basically 0 damage from the magic component.
Whoa.
It's
going to go top.
It's a heavy commitment. Sure, why not? LeBron doesn't have a way to get up there easily, though. He's got the boys joining him in, though.
Dude, what's going on? Everyone's across the map. Like, no, then everyone's here. Pastille's mid. The Doom's top. They stuck around for a little bit too long, and now Roche has gone through the portal, and Zero Tenacity off the back of the double buyback should be able to get the second Roche, I believe, for free.
They should, yeah. I mean, the Dark Willow being dead from that dieback means that you just do have a lot more of that area control available, and you can just see how quickly they take it as well when you've got that minus armor coming from Nefrit, who's approaching his level 25. So, you know, you've got even more of a right-click damage threat now coming from this Bristleback, but I just want to see, is there a way for him to get any faster? Probably not. I mean, just the drums, do they already have on LeBron? Maybe the boots of bearing, he needs to put that as his next priority, just to, you know, not worry about the roots so much, not worried about the slows coming through from the Ignite, just enable the rest of his team to be able to get the hell away from this freaking Razor.
Mid lane, is there some kind of setup going from Winterbear? It's the Bristle showing who they did give the Doom over to. Maybe looking for a different target. Unfortunately, one is not going to reveal themselves, so no fight will be had. I want to ask you, what do you think about the Aegis actually going to the Bristle, though? Do you like this decision?
I do, because I think you need to kind of force a lot of spells onto you, because like we've been saying, it's very hard to take him down. Maybe now, not so much, now that the Razor's level 25, and he's got that static link stealing attack speed talent, but you can't, like, you can't wait for the enemy team to go onto you, you know? Like, Drow will die pretty quickly if they're able to dive onto her. Even, you know, your Glimmer Capes and everything else isn't going to save him anymore. You've got a gem on Pastille, level 25 too. So BKBs aren't going to save you.
Pull the smoke up, LeBron. They're going to get the initiation onto the Dark Willow. Meanwhile, Nefrit's going to push away the rest of the other heroes from Winterbear, making sure that it's difficult for them to protect James. Doom jumped in, though.
Missed the stomp.
But a very awkward stomp, and what?
Side
Where'd he go, man? The damage from Nefrit along with the Drow as well, and Kachao just gets blown up.
That's a really value reveal coming through from that Scythe of Vice from the Ember Spirit. Just able to get him before the BKBs already popped.
First up the tip. Yeah, hook shot. Was there
Not the Harpy
oh,
Scout.
That was unexpected.
I'm so glad Harpy Scout isn't meta anymore. Like, you know, remember that time? Just fly around, give vision of the entire team fight of the full high ground. How stupid was that?
Yeah, that was frustrating to watch as well. I'm sure that was even worse to play against. Like, we've had some silly metas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just pick it for hit. It's easy.
Alright, up we go. 20 seconds without the Doom. You got Nefrit sieging, protected with the Aegis.
And the Roche banner as well isn't going to be able to do all that much, although James putting his life on the line. Ooh, it's still alive. Finally able to get it.
So do you dump everything on the Bristle? What's the call? Do you need to go for the backline here for Winterbear?
I think they should probably just give this one up unless they seriously overextend, right? You've still got a tier 2 tower mid. You've still got top lane pushed in very heavily, so it's going to be a while. You can wait out that
That's
Aegis.
the wraparound call. Nice position from Public. Pops the smoke. They've got the ward, so they're well aware of Winterbear's location. And the Razor, oh, it's not a good static link. LeBron is going to be able to push him away. Nefrit will still go down, so Razor gets the solo kill, which doesn't commit much. And now with the backline, Hex reveal, they're going to be able to find Pastil. Dart, that's a big one for them. This is a puck who's got a buyback, but do you really want to use it? The rest of the team caught outside the base. He's going to try and rejoin on the puck, but it's probably going to take a little bit too long. Razor trying to chase down Dart, but the Hurricane Pike gets some separation. Dart is okay, and now Kachil, he's stuck in what could be no man's land. They're trying to dump everything for the Drow, but Drow is continuing to kite them. They need James to get in, but without the reveal from the Dark Willow, Dart, he's out. Terrorize, nice sidestep. Dart now sees an opening to turn it back around. 2 down, multiple buybacks used from Winterbear, and they get no real value out of that fight.
No, they only claim the Aegis, really. I mean, Hoodwink kill is kind of nice, but, you know, that's not what you were wanting out of that, out of a heavy investment with the buyback. And, yeah, he kind of played into it a little bit, right? You'd revealed the Scythe of Ice in that previous engagement, and without knowing exactly the positioning of the Ember Spirit, he just dived in blindly, gave up the gem, which meant that the Drow was able to walk away despite a nice use of the Dream Coil with the Aghanim Scepter. Might have been able to take him out.
I see the hero damage. Bristleback on top, but still second place as well, but Nefrit he's doing so much this game.
Damage? I knew you were part Kiwi, but that's kind of nuts.
Sorry for nodding. Did I actually?
Yeah.
Damage.
Just a bit of damage. Picked up
Just a bit of damage, bro. No, he's put in the work this game here. Is the Bristleback. And of course, we saw that, though. I mean, he had such a good start. He had such an incredible start in this bottom lane. It's really, really... You were saying, like, Dart is the one, like, in the draft, Dart was enabled. That fight, I think I was really impressed with what Dart was able to do, but Bristol was enabled from the lane, and so far this game, every Aegis they've given to him, and he has not disappointed with his impact inside the team fights.
Definitely not, and I think you're going to see even more value coming out of Stoikov now. Like, he's the one holding the gem, so he's the one that's going to be looking to, you know, chase these supports a little bit more frequently. He's only died 4 times, despite being, you know, towards the bottom of the core net worth, and he's got the Trickster Cloak as well. So as long as he doesn't die, which it's going to be pretty difficult for him to go down, right, with all of the supports assisting him with that Trickster Cloak, with the Mage Slayer, with the Sanjin Yasha, you need to commit quite a lot onto him to be able to take him out.
It's going to make it very difficult then. You have to commit all these things. What do you have left for everyone else then?
Oh,
big concern for them.
And he's even going into the Lincoln Sphere as well, so his main concern is that Doom. So I think Kachal, maybe the next thing for him is that he needs to just buy the Aghanim Scepter coming next, but he's not going to have it for a little bit.
And they're trying to force a fight without it. Both sides, actually. Looks like both also have a different read of what's going on. Zero Tenacity will sweep through the bottom jungle. Winterbear thinking about going top. Now back to the mid lane they go. They've got the puck lane and the charge. They might actually connect with the power runes, and it's a big one. Arcane. Pastil's going to be able to find it, but with the Ember Spirit controlled inside the river with the coil, they're going to try and be able to bring him down. They'll secure the kill. Meanwhile, Nefrit as well, a lot of damage stolen. This Razor's been able to lock onto the Bristleback. Is this going to result in the kill? We've seen how difficult it's been so far. Nefrit, he's okay. Steps out of danger. Now the turnaround. Nefrit seeing an opportunity to go back in. even with the buyback from Stoikov. Stoikov double chains inside the middle. Meanwhile, Dart going unaddressed. This Drow Ranger right-clicking from afar. The volleys of arrows. That'll be what is required from Zero Tenacity to get the triple kill. A big buyback from Stoikov, but it's a well-worth buyback from them to get that team fight victory.
I think it could have very easily gone back the other way, but they just left the gem on the deck. They were able to get away once again with that Silver Edge on the Drow Ranger. Even just the Bristleback was protected a little bit by the supports coming through with that Glimmercape.
Oh, hang on. There's a lot of damage. There's a lot of damage.
You are way too
Man, James. This Dark Willow, okay, the Razor is showcased. He hasn't been able to get the kills on the Bristle, but it's the Dark Willow who can do it. Unfortunately, you are now down another member. It is one person against 3 currently. Your high ground under siege.
Upload being able to yoink away the Wisdom Runes, so denying a little bit further stuff away from this Winter Bear lineup. Will they get greedy enough to yoink away the Tormentor as well? They've still got a decent amount of value coming through from, you would assume, the Hunter's Boomerang is, well, actually the only shard that they don't have just yet. And if you're talking about that quick burst damage inside of the Scythe of Vice, that is exactly what you want.
Do you stick around? Do you go back in from Zero Tenacity? Would you like to see them get more out of this, or play cautious?
I want to see them at least wait for the Clockwork to be up, because you don't know what the buyback status is going to be, right? Just force these lanes to push in, make a few more of these rotations a bit more obvious. Like in the lead up to that previous team fight that we saw in the river, there was a huge creep wave hitting into this top area of the map. So if they were aware of that on Zero Tenacity, that's kind of what enabled them to set themselves up with that slight high ground positioning over the power rune. Stoikov has just picked his gem right back up again, so he's doing A-okay as Roshan is back up and Kachal was the first to spot it. Would they kind of like this to go top to get the free Aghanim Scepter is my question. Like, I would be looking to give that one over to Kachal for free if you can wait for it, but they might not get the chance. Looking to try and take it before Bristle's back alive.
One member's going to be forced to come through the portal as well. That's going to be the Hoodwink. Hookshot in from LeBron. It's a bit too early, though. It's far too early. LeBron, you're going to be another member now down inside the team fight. I mean, I suppose he's got to buy back. Roche is now going to move top, but...
They're just waiting. They tried to get the delay so it would go top and they would get high ground.
Oh. Data's stuck down bottom, though. I don't know if they saw him with the Observer Sentry combo, so maybe they're going to try and force the fight, and they will do just that. Kachal,
Clockwork.
Is that the Doom target you want, though? Like, this is a support. It's not really going to provide you much value inside the team fight. So now Stoikov, he feels free. He can do anything, but they're terrorized.
Pressure, though.
That'll slow him down. Kachal, and now the jump in. Second Doom. Now this one's better. Ember, controlled, brought down. You've lost your mid laner, and now you could potentially lose more as well. Dard, he's finally been able to get here with the Drow Ranger, and potentially in big fashion as well. Beating into the Razor, who's just stuck in the tree line. You can't get any value. This Razor unable to maneuver around. It looks like Park will escape, but Kachil finds LeBron as well. Or who? Found who? It looks like they're going to be able to turn it back around. LeBron actually had the reinforcements ready to go, ready to get the Doom, and in the end, Zero Tenacity. They're going to be able to get Roche now off the back of that fight.
How is he so survivable on LeBron? I thought he was dead meat. You know, that first use of the Doom obviously coming through onto a dieback target when, you know, you had the refresher. It's not a bad choice, but I think it was the Ascetics cap that actually saved him that time around, really reducing the duration of that Doom to enable him to still be part of the latter start of that team fight. There's the refresher shard given over to Dard. So multiple BKBs able to be used, multiple Lincolns as well.
That's not a bad rune. Amp damage here for the Puck. Importantly, buyback up for him in 15 seconds. That they are, but top lane's pushed in, so you can cut lanes all you want. You're going to be able to drop Banner shortly as well and continue with the siege.
As long as there's some kind of creeps inside the base, which, you know, at the moment they're in top, bottom lane, they've got a double creep wave with those 45-minute creeps. Double siege creep there, super creeps.
Gonna get the buybacks out? Looks like they will not, so Razor and Doom along with Winterbear will live to see another day. Maybe this is something that could catch them off guard too. Unfortunately, Pastel had to pop the amp damage. But Refresher is now completed for the puck. Another big one is going to be the Scepter for him as well. So the Blessing to help free up one of the slots, so maybe he can get an extra damage item.
Scythe of Ice even, just giving that little bit of extra control. Another way to be able to, like, you go in, use the Yule Scepter onto the Ember Spirit, pop the Lincolns, then Scythe of Ice immediately after, and maybe try and blow him up.
Speaking of the Scythe, even Dart has one queued up too, so all in, not just looking to control the puck, and probably not even just the puck, right? There's a lot of other heroes that you'd be happy.
Anyone pre-BKB is who you want, essentially, at this stage of the game, and even LeBron, off the back of that past team fight, he's been able to pick up another big item for himself as well, that Boots of Bearings, so even more of this control. He has to still be careful with the buyback.
Nice vision. The high ground ward, they're going to be able to get the call into the Terrorize, but the Yule Scepter stops it from connecting onto the Bristle, so Nephrit, got to remember, this is your Aegis carrier. You don't want to dump everything onto the Bristle, because he's happy to soak up the spells.
And they got away with everything, and I mean, Dream Call's, it's only 30 seconds away, but 30 seconds is a long, long time when you consider, like you said, you've still got that Aegis to be able to play around with.
Triple Refresher lineup here from Winter Bear. All the cores have one for this upcoming team fight.
Nice Lotus.
The buildings, they're falling. Control feels forced to go. They're going to use the Doom on the first hype. They're going to get him, though. And it looks like they're going to be able to stop him from retreating out of the base.
Will they?
Should die. And that's going to be the case. Will it? Damage over time, it's going to get him. He has to tick out right, and he does.
Just, like, literally one tick. And he had the cheese in the backpack as well, so he could have eaten that potentially after the Doom had worn off. Still got that Roshan's banner as well for this mid lane. If they were wanting to go up onto the high ground, it's just a question of, do you commit with us without the Aegis? Maybe they just prefer to control this high ground. Nephrit, again, is going to be the one moving first.
See? No Aegis, of course. Do they want to refresh the Doom to use it again onto Nephrit? This could be a possibility.
Nice August.
Somebody get down to the low ground. They've isolated Dodd. This draw range is away from everyone. Dodd didn't have the reinforcements. The blockade wasn't there playing in front of him. And now Nephrit could be vulnerable as well. But the Razors try to chase him down. He's able to get in front of the Bristleback. And once you're able to do so, look at the damage. Razor, he's finally got the items and should finally be able to deal with the Bristleback by himself. There's a buyback out of Dodd, but you even see rated triple buyback for them. No hesitation. They need to catch up to them, though. Poison trying to get in range for Dodd. The Lincolns able to stop the Fire Blast. Can they get Dodd out? Or is there a turnaround potential? Dodd gets the amp damage room. They're going to be cautious now. If they overstep the mark, maybe there's a word where Dodd could turn it back around, but they will not go. You've got to be probably Dire, the ones that are happy with that. Triple buyback was forced. The Dark Willow Doom along with the puck.
Yeah, for sure. And Dodd with that ninja gear as well was able to get away just under the cover of that smoke, gets the movement speed, keeping him away from the Razor, who he's just going into an Aghanim Shard for himself. Don't hate it, but I really wouldn't mind a Blink Dagger as well, just to enable himself to truly get on the correct target that he's hoping for. Right now, you would have to say that is the Drow Ranger. You take him out, and you take out so much of the damage output that you have. So 2 items that I'd be looking for is a gem for this puck. Yes, it does mean that you're probably going to need to use a non-optimal item, but you just need a way to be able to get him 100 to 0.
Yep. Aggressive smoke up though, Winter Bear. And they're the ones maybe playing it with a disadvantage with the buybacks used previously, but they want to see if they can catch someone off guard from Zero Tenacity.
James has the gem.
Work. Tries to sidestep the Bramble. Bron's actually going to be able to slip out of danger as well, so maybe an opportunity. Yes, it's a support, but still, if you get a 4v5 across the map, you should be happy with that, but unfortunately...
Hold on, Pastille?
It will. 2 ships in the night. Looks like they're going to be able to catch him. Tier 2 tower, instant TP from Nephrit. They're going to be able to defend their Wisdom Rune.
Bringing himself up to level 30 almost. And LeBron's clockwork with that.
I don't know if you can be here.
He's fine.
Okay, never mind.
With his level 25, the debuff immunity inside the cogs, he just shrugged off the Cursed Crown as well. So, nice little way to be able to combat this Willow a little bit.
Stoikov? Okay. This is the TP in control. Reming's out.
That's 2.
And Rich.
He is. And I just had a quick look at Clockwork's talents as well. He chose the Rocket Flare True Sight as well. So nice way to, even without the gem, they do still have the gem, I believe. Maybe not. Maybe... Oh, yeah, okay. He's holding on to one, but you can also just scout from afar. See if it is actually safe to move up onto, you know, a high ground push.
Razor's got Rapier queued up as well. So feeling a little bit desperate with this item choice.
Is that the choice, though? Can you afford to drop any of your other items is my real question.
Ooh.
I would be going, like, Swift Blink instead if I was him.
So you feel like the Drow is... that's what you're looking at for the Razor to get on top of the Drow?
Easily #1 priority when you're in this dieback state. And
Sure.
Speaking of the Drow, she's kind of going off on her own towards the jungle, maybe trying to defend this top lane, but that's where 5 people from Winterbear are right now. It'd be a big blunder if he ends up just giving up his life standing on the high ground. He's going all in on the
No.
Wind Waker. He's close to it.
Do they all TP out? They do.
They have to. Just waves pushing in too heavily. So he just needs a way to save himself now, right? With that Wind Waker. He doesn't want to be reliant on the rest of the team.
Do you want even someone else to even go Wind Waker as well? Like, is it something that Pablo could consider? I mean, he's got a lot of gold.
He does. It's just a question of how greedy is he feeling right now. I mean, the Scythe of Vice, not a bad choice either. Speaking of, James has been caught.
Nice bushwhack. Pablo just on the edge. Able to get the initiation onto James in an instant 4v5, and that is a dieback for him. They're going to try and dump everything onto the Razor. Razor pops a refresher, turns around. They've scouted up the Drow. Uses the Wind Waker. Are they going to be able to close the distance, though? Dart, Force-Staff tries to slow him down, but the Doom's going to TP in as well. They are dumping every single thing they can to deal with Dart. But is it too much? Because the Doom's about to expire into Nefrit. Now with the Bristleback can charge in the middle. Nefrit should be free to do the damage required to turn the team fight. You wasted so much time to get the Drow, and in the end, it meant the Dooms expired. It meant that everyone else from Zero Tenacity were able to play that vital role they needed, the final role in securing that fight and securing the game as well.
Oh, even gets the hook shot
They
at
got
the
it,
very end.
LeBron.
That's the buyback.
Out front
He doesn't have
base,
BKB.
and he's
That's
gone.
game.
Dieback, GG, Zero Tenacity. What a crazy game. 55 minutes back and forth. That looked like Zero Tenacity from the start should be able to take it. Somehow Winterbear clawed their way back and made this even for a long way, but in the end, Zero Tenacity, they're going to be able to take it. It's a long game for them, but they'll do it in the end.
They'll be breathing a sigh of relief, especially after that, you know, a couple of Roche fights didn't necessarily go amazingly for them. It literally came down to something as little as just a gem not being picked up, for example. Like, that could have honestly ended the game for Winterbear if they were able to get it and pick off the Drow Ranger in that mid-fight. Would have set them up for the next Roshan, would have enabled them to, at the very least, get a lane of super creeps and stop this constant pressure that Zero Tenacity just had off the back of creeps running at them over and over and over again.
Yeah, so where do we look towards next game now? Like, what do we actually look at with everything we saw this game? Like, what are some of the key takeaways from you?
It's so hard to say, at least from the very beginning, right? Because Reality, Malfurion Stormrage, whatever you want to call him, he had a horrible start to the game, right? It took so long before he had any kind of impact, and still he's number, 2 on the damage in the entire game, only behind a Bristleback. So it just goes to show that maybe they can go down this well. I thought the puck pick was very good, but the itemization from Zero Tenacity was even better. Just going into Orchid, Scythe of Vice. There's only so many defensive tools that you can have while still just being able to be that offensive threat. So I think it could be something as simple as, look, Reality's probably going to have a better game in Game 2. He's not going to die twice before the 40-second mark. Like, it's kind of crazy how bad of a start he had.
Let's see. Let's see what they're going to be able to do differently heading to the next game, right? That's definitely the big question. And Zero Tenacity did a lot in this game. We saw yesterday they were able to take it versus Nigma in 3 games. They weren't able to, of course, get over the finish line, but we've seen from them that, you know, they are still a team that is able to have some pretty good showings. We saw that in this game in particular. We're going to have to see if they can continue heading into this upcoming game. Any closing thoughts?
Not really. I'm looking forward to seeing another exciting game. I'm looking forward to seeing these drafts that were pretty solid, going back and forth. Just a couple of small decisions that was the difference in a 55-minute banger. So let's have a look at a few of those highlights from that previous game, and we'll be back after a short break for game number 2. So stick right here.
And we are back, Zero Tenacity with a game advantage heading into game 2. Of course, it is a elimination series as well, so a lot on the line to make it over to Belgrade. Of course, only one team is able to make it out of the 8 that we have. And Denog, what do we need to see differently heading to this upcoming game? A crazy game. Again, we got to keep in mind, a crazy game, right? Zero Tenacity, where you have this early lead, then Winter Bear makes some very incredible moves to be able to find a way back in, playing around that mid lane, playing around the Doom and the Park. We saw Pastel have a great showing, but in the end, what was their undoing, you feel like, for Winter Bear in that game 1?
I think it was just like maybe not necessarily understanding not the game state, but even just the time, right? I feel like that play around the last Roshan where Zero Tenacity just manipulated it, made LeBron go in to be able to, like, I thought he was just signing his death warrant for absolutely no reason, just feeding like an absolute noob, but it was actually Giga Brain, right? Because it just delayed the Roshan long enough that he patrolled up towards the top side, buys back, instantly joins in, they've got the high ground advantage, and they win the ensuing team fight after that. So it was just little things like that, small decisions, nothing big really that I would change. Like, sure, you could probably say, yeah, Doom could use a few more levels to get the mute on the Doom as well, but easier said than done.
Yeah, so we'll see. Where do we want the sides going as well? Again, we saw previously, it looks like we've got Zero Tenacity. They're going to be on Radiant this side, and we got Winter Bear on second pick as well. So some differences. Of course, we saw Zero Tenacity on the Dire side previously.
Mm-hmm. And I forget if they had first or second pick. Honestly, it's already out of my mind, that first game, because it was a 55-minute banger. I'm keen to see if they're able to set themselves up a slightly better for the early game on Winter Bear's side, because that would be my main priority if I was in their shoes.
Yeah, I think it was the Ogre first pick, right? So it was
Yes.
the Winter Bear that had it. So at the Bristol,
Everything's
again,
flipped.
that's another hero now.
Mm.
So yeah, everything flipped. And do we then see the Bristol back now picked up for Winter Bear? Because Nefrit, incredible. I mean, the damage chart from him on top, the performance we saw from him as well, the value from him inside the team fights. Do we feel like Winter Bear may be like, all right, let's go for the Bristol back ourselves then?
You can go for the Bristle yourselves, or you can just ban it, if it's something that you're really worried about. Clearly, it's like plan A for Zero Tenacity, right? In the last 4 games, they've picked it 4 times for 2 wins out and 2 losses, right? So they're just going to go back to the well time and time again. You had the Doom to be able to try and deal with it. You had... Did they have a break, even? I wasn't sure if they finished the game with a break to be able to actually deal with that. I mean, I don't think so, actually. So that's kind of a big deal that they weren't able to just instantly blow him up. So something else that's able to directly address it, or pick it yourself, or ban it. I would very happily, even though I think Beastmaster is a solid hero in any kind of game, so is Bristleback. So I think you've just got to pick your poison.
Okay, well, that's one thing that a lot of teams have to do, right? You got to pick your poison, see what you feel most comfortable going up against, and what the strategies are for you as well. So we'll see Winter Bear, unfortunately, with their performance versus Mouse, put them in this position, and we'll see they're 1 game now away, unfortunately, of being eliminated. We have seen this team, like, I know this is a little bit different of the qualifiers, but we've seen previously with the MENA qualifiers like Winter Bear, they've been taking games off Nigma and really making them work for those qualifications, and now we'll have to see if they're going to be able to bring it in the potential final series for them. I know you were saying maybe Zero Tenacity, like these players haven't played together at all, but they are still some really good plays that we have seen in and around the tier 2 scene for quite a while.
And I mean, Zero Tenacity just as an organization is, in a bunch of different esports. So I'm happy to see them now in Dota. I'm happy to see that LeBron, again, just using those social skills, man. He's a very nice guy, very friendly, and, he's able to get the connections to be able to make it work. And I hope it works out for them, because you could see the skill in the team, right? But it's just, even for them, when they took out the win, there were a few times where it felt kind of messy. Team fights were here, there, and everywhere. We weren't able to cover everything because it felt like 3 players were off doing one thing, and then there were 2 different 1v1 battles, right? Like, it's not necessarily the most cohesive lineup that we've seen just yet, but that's kind of what happens when you get these completely new teams.
Yes. And with 2... I feel like often when you have a dry RNG game, it's very chaotic, because and unless you're like leading and you have a very early net worth lead, and then you can just walk high ground, like put your bodyguards in front of you and set up a formation. But often the team fights we're seeing at the moment, with because the map changed. I know we've had them for a while, but there's so many more open fights across the map, not in these choke points. And everyone knows, like a Drow Ranger, that is the primary target. You're going to try and get on top of her, then Drow's going to try and retreat and disengage, and then all of a sudden you're away from your team. So then there's multiple fights breaking out, can get incredibly chaotic. So no real surprise when you see a game like that when there's a Drow Ranger in there too.
Yeah, for sure. And even like at the very end of the game, I was highlighting maybe the second last team fight where it was in like the Radiant Ancient Camp area. You had a Ogre Seal totem that actually ended up saving the Bristleback from a static link, killing him again, right? It just extended out the fight, meant that Drow was able to survive just that little bit longer, turn things around, and you end up winning the game as a result of it, right? So I think they just had a little bit too much mobility to be able to have a Razor picked into it, right? Razor still did a lot, don't get me wrong. It is a nice counter to the Bristleback when it gets to the later stages of the game, but they were able to get 4-staffs. They had Clockwork with Jetpack. You had 4-staffs. You had everything that you could possibly hope for to be able to get away from this Razor. And yeah, maybe if you are going to Razor, pick it a little bit later.
I think with that being said as well, honestly, was quite impressed with the value that we saw the Razor, and at least like he was actually able to have a decent amount of impact in that game, considering what we saw from him from the laning stage and what ensued afterwards. And as well, like he was not set up for a good game, but he was actually able to make it work and almost be a big factor for them to be able to get the victory in the end. So like you said, though, we'll see. We got to start with the lanes. That was definitely the big weakness for Winterbear. So how do you change that, though? Because you should say they have some pretty decent lanes, right? Like you see a Dark Will and a Doom. That's pretty solid. Like I feel like we got to say they maybe misplayed the lanes, right? Because you look at their side lanes and they're pretty decent.
Clockwork Drow is a pretty decent lane too, though, right?
Yep.
List of lanes altogether, and that was the advantage of having the picks pan out in the way that they did for Zero Tenacity in game number 1. I'm assuming we're still going to see a lot of Kachal focus with the bans coming through, and Magnus has been removed every single time. We're really seeing the age of Magnus come through. Well, actually, we're not seeing it because it's getting banned out first every single time, but we're seeing a lot of like position 2, position 3, even the occasional position 1 Magnus coming in. There's that Invoker ban that you were talking about.
Yeah, Riv was honestly quite surprised with how it made it through to the last phase of the previous game. So Invoker removed, continuing to get rid of some of the offlaners as well. We'll see where, honestly, if you want to give the puck back over as well to Winterbear, considering the mid laner looked incredibly comfortable on that hero, and I think was able to have a lot of impact as well. But the big ones is like, where are we seeing the changes in priority? Previous game, again, Ogre, Bristleback with first phase.
I think you could very well just go down the same sort of pathway again, but it's Zero Tenacity that have that first pick overall. So if Winterbear don't want to deal with the Bristleback, ban it now. It basically is my strategy. I mean, they could just pick the Ogre themselves. LeBron really likes the Ogre Magi, so I think he would be comfortable picking it. I mean, there are even some heroes that, it probably wasn't a good Morphling game, as there we go, they just get rid of it. You could have potentially Morphling, right? That's a great combination together with the Ogre Magi that is able to find that gap close and just so much damage that you're able to output too. So there's plenty of viable range carries right now.
Yeah, I feel like we're not really getting a lot of the melee carries at the moment, are we?
Definitely not. I mean, that's one hero that's actually slipped through a fair amount. I guess the positive side is you can just run it mid. You can run it position 1. You have flex with your first hero of the entire draft, which always feels good, right? So now the real pick that we're going to be looking for is Zero Tenacity's last pick of the second phase. That's really, in my eyes, going to be the one that decides, who's going to be your position 1 and who's going to be your position 2. So if you're Winterbear, it's just about keeping as much flex available so they're not able to just make that very easy decision to throw Lena mid if it's like against a, I don't know, Void Spirit or something like that you're just able to bully in the lane. That's why they get rid of the sniper.
Yep. So, what is your current opinion on the Lena here, though? Like, I know we are seeing it mid with a little bit of the magic build, but are you seeing a position 1? I knew you were just mentioning about the flex before, but I haven't seen many Lena carries.
You can, but I think it needs to be the right sort of game. You're still like a machine gun, right? So something like a Marcy or a Tusk or hell, even an Ogre Magi is able to just buff you up so much that you do become super viable as a position 1. I think Miracle might have played it yesterday when Samel was playing mid Shaker, so it's clearly viable. Some of the top teams in the world think that it's a suitable option for themselves, and who am I to question them?
See what the second phase opener is going to be. Again, looking for some potential melee heroes, maybe then to enable the lean up to be played as a position 1 if that is the route you want to go down later on. Are there any other, like Ogre Clock? I know we're not getting Undying at all. Tusk, but that's maybe more. Okay.
I'm on board with the Tusk. I mean, getting rid of the Rubik is nice, right? Because you are able to steal so many good spells, of course. I think that's the main priority for themselves. It is a little bit of a James specialty as well, this Rubik. Nice little... Well, you know, I'm a fan of the support duos that are able to get kills on their own, right? Like, that's my favorite thing to have in Dota, and Rubik Clockwork probably isn't that. So clearly they have something in mind that this Rubik is just going to completely disrupt, whether it be... And there's no Magnus, there's no Enigma, there's no Beastmaster. They're probably like the big 3 that I look at with regards to like Rubik combinations. So wonder what it is.
Okay. So really one of the other strong supports that we're getting at the moment is Pugna Hero. Very, very difficult to play into. Clock Pugna though is a bit of an interesting support duo, like probably has a lot of weaknesses, you would say, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the thing is, you're very much like Pugna is a backline support. You're never wanting to be the one on the front lines. So is this going to be something where you're using him as the mana battery? There's the Ogre. Are you going to be using him as a bit of a tower sieger? Are you going to try and pick up the pace a little bit more on Winterbear? Because Clockwork, level 7, you have most of your kit that's going to, like, that is your real power spike, right? You've got your ult, you've got maxed out battery assault, and you can still keep people inside the cogs. So maybe that's going to be the mentality for them, just looking to try and play around this early-ish timings where you're able to nuke down a bunch of towers before Lena gets out of control, because on her own, she is kind of squishy. So I kind of want to see, like, heroes that are able to quickly close the gap onto her. I'm a Night Stalker fan. Could it be the game for it?
Don't mind the Murta pick. Of course, we see a lot of value just in regards to the matchup versus the Pugna, right? So some scale I know you were mentioning last game, but the Pistol Veil versus the Decrep, and yeah, always good for the Murta pick. We'll see what then our response is going to be from Winterbear. You need to go back-to-back core picks, which does make it a bit difficult in regards to their draft.
Again, this is what I was talking about, right? Like, you need to pick something that can be either position 1 or position 2 that's both viable against the Lena, right? Like, what are the possible options for yourself? Are you going to Monkey King potentially at this stage? You know, not completely reveal yourselves, have the potential to, you know, lane MK with a Clockwork. Not the worst. It's an amazing lane either, but certainly it's not necessarily something that you want to run into the Lena either. So it's not the easiest decision, and again, just the advantage of having that first pick means that Zero Tenacity are always going to be the ones that have that flexibility to be able to set themselves up in a better spot. I feel like Winterbear can just, like, what other pushing heroes are available? That's really what I'm looking at. You've already gotten rid of the Enigma, you've gotten rid of the Beastmaster. Lycan, probably not. Is Dragon Knight still in the pool? I'd very happily Dragon Knight this game.
What happened to that hero? Where did
It's been banned a lot. It's been banned a lot, first phase. Like, that's, in my opinion, I think it's just a really solid hero, right? You can run it solidly enough in mid. Okay, Tiny's fine. You can get onto the backlines with the Lena. You can maybe make her life challenging in lane, but I would still give the edge to Lena, of course. There's nothing really that a Clockwork and Pugna can do until they're level 6, and by that stage, Lena's probably comfortably won the lane anyway.
10 seconds remaining.
So what do you now do into this? Like, are you happy to... Okay, Visage. Are you happy to put Lena mid against the Tiny, or do you want to put her as a position 1 with that Ogre Magi and then pick something like... Oh, is Puck a little too too squish across the team is all I'm really concerned about. Puck into tiny isn't actually that bad anymore because of the puckish, right? You can dodge out the tree throw and give yourself a good back. So it is challenging to play, but I have faith in Stoikov that he'd be able to pull it off.
Do you like the Lino safe lane though against the Visage, which is more than likely going to put a lot of pressure on and shove you out of the lane early?
Really early, yes, but again, you're probably playing with the Ogre Magi, right? So level 3, you're going to get a lot of damage being pumped into the Visage as well, going back the other way. So I think it'd be okay to run this. I mean, it's not even guaranteed going to be a, well, that hero slipped through, tiny position 2 either, right? It could be a tiny 1. We're seeing a whole lot more of that in recent times as well. And certainly is a bunch of tower sieges here, right? I like this from Winterbear, that they're just trying to pick up the tempo before you're really getting online with a lot of these heroes. Even this Alchemist isn't necessarily locked in to that position 1 role, right? We could see it position 3. Works fairly well alongside the Muerta, level 2 Concoction, plus Acid Spray, plus Calling, plus Deadshot. Deadly combination, especially against what is potentially a double melee lane.
Interesting Doomban. Maybe there is some carry Visage potential or mid lane. We've seen the Tiny be played a little bit as a carry at the moment, especially in Bangkok. So Doom, I guess, just covering your tracks to protect the Alchemist and his, of course, can play around chemical regen. So we very interesting there overall with how maybe they're thinking Winterbear could flex up their draft.
Yeah, there's no Dahak in this game, unfortunately, and Supreme, he's playing for Mouse right now, the only 2 people that really play that regular unconventional position for the Visage. So we'll have to see. Clearly they've got something in mind on Zero Tenacity. So what's left for them? Like, they don't have the last overall pick. I think they need a little bit more control. Like, yes, Alchemist can eventually get it with the Blink, Concoction, jump in, and you've got a lot of stuns across the board, but they're kind of delayed stuns, if that makes sense. Like, there's nothing really instantly reliable for the catch until that Blink Dagger's up on the Alchemist, and that's kind of what I'm prioritizing at this point. Just enable yourselves to get on top of the Pugna and Visage and blow them up before they're able to have that sustained teamfight impact.
Mars could be a potential.
Yep.
I think can help protect the Lina and also the melee pairing with the Muerta. I don't feel like that's too scary of like what you see from Winterbear at the moment. I don't think you're too worried about putting a Mars into one of those lanes.
I'm totally on board with that as well. Lots of damage over time as well that they've got on Zero Tenacity's side, right? So that Gravekeeper's Cloak is not going to be a huge amount of value for the Visage. You know, you've got Ignite, Acid Spray, Lina just shotgunning you, plus the burn coming through from the Dragon Slave as well.
There's that DK ban, so I know you were mentioning about it earlier in the draft, makes it all the way through. Into the Sand King. So control is something you were asking for.
Not revealing
I
anything either,
have
right?
not. I guess what you Sand King mid, Lina 1, Elk 3, sure, but I feel like more than likely it's offlane Sand King.
More than likely, yes, but I don't know. They might still be going down the route of just having a Lina plus Ogre Magi. It's a solid enough lane. I am kind of in your same boat, though, that you are just going to get peppered with soul assumptions from the Visage. Not too much you can do about that. Kind of still on board this Monkey King train. I feel like you can put it mid, you can put it position 1. It can work in either situation. You've got a bit of a gap close for the backline once you get the Aghanim Shard. Doesn't need that much to truly get online. Don't hate it. Anti-Mage. Okay, that's the classic Sand King counter, right?
That is the classic Sand King counter. Now, do you put the Sand King in that lane? Stoikov has already picked up the Lina. And it does look like it's going to be... Yeah, so it's going to be offlane Sand King. So, like you said, this is a classic one. But it's going to have a lot of value versus the Lina as well. And maybe this makes Stoikov go for a different build. We've seen a lot of the mid laners go for the magic build. I don't know if you can change away from that now, but it's a very interesting anti-mage pick. Do we like this kind of curveball that we get at the 24th from Winterbear?
I have to have a look at these drafts again. I mean, they do have a lot of stuff that the counterspell isn't necessarily going to work that effectively on. You know, you've got the Light Strike Array, you've got a bunch of AoE stuns coming through from the Sand King. As long as it's not targeted on the anti-mage, you still can just, you know, get through him a lot of the time. That lane, though, is going to be rough, and so I'm really keen to see how they're going to be able to get around it. Is there going to be a bunch of creep pulling shenanigans? Is there going to be a way to just set yourself up for success? Bunch of stacks, I think, is going to be the name of the game, because you've got 3 different good stack takers as well on the Zero Tenacity side. So I'm keen to see how this one's going to pan out. It's another relatively even draft. It's going to come down to the lanes, though, and for Reality, Malfurion Storm Rage's sake, hopefully he gets off to a better start than he did in game number 1.
Yes, hopefully it is a much different lane for him. Because, again, we were able to see actually how much impact he was able to have in that game, even with a bad lane. So hopefully this time it's going to be a little bit different as we head our way into our second game. Of course, one game away, unfortunately, for Winterbear. Potential elimination here, Zero Tenacity. They would like to make quick work of this series and move over to the second round of the lower bracket. You favored them last game with their draft. Are you going to put your name on one of these teams in this upcoming game, or do we feel like it is a bit too close to call?
I'll leave you guessing this time around. Like, I honestly I thought it was going to be a lot more convincing in game number 1 for Zero Tenacity. So the fact that it went to 55 minutes after the Razor had such a horrible start to the game is kind of making me lean a little bit more towards Winterbear, especially with this anti-mage pick to be able to respond to the Sand King. But it really could just be, do you give up a couple of stupid kills, and that might be what decides the game, just being able to get off to a start in that sort of fashion.
Circa 57% with the anti-mage 14 picks. I don't know where the 14 picks are from, but what do we guess, actually?
Probably C.
Recent? Yeah. Well, C. all of, I guess, today and yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It's Master Tier Anti-Mage, Malfurion Storm. So, again, it's unfortunate because you've got a Mueta as well, which is probably not a hero you're looking to drag the wave. Maybe they can play aggressive with the Anti-Mage. I mean, level 1, level 2. Let's see. I'm honest. I'm very intrigued to see how they play the Sand King lane. If they feel like they need to drag wave or cut, I guess that is one thing you kind of can do with the Sand King early on, maybe with the help of the Mueta, if they just try and go head to head.
He's already leveled up the Burrow Strike as well, so not going to be just sitting inside the Sandstorm. I'm keeping a track of Poison's Sentry Ward situation, and he has 0 right now, so there's nothing stopping him from just sitting inside of that Sandstorm with the Invis facet and just controlling the lane. They also don't have any kind of stuns for this lane either, so it's going to be kind of hard to actually lock in onto Nephrid.
I think one thing I've seen previously with the Sand King matchups versus the Anti-Mage is that they like the Burrowstorm because you want to try and spam out level 1 before you lose all your mana and like try and get a decent health trade. So that'll depend on your support, and I mean Deadshot would be great with like the Burrowstrike Deadshot combination. It's probably going to be a lot of harassment for the Anti-Mage. We'll see how that lane goes. Bottom lane though, Kachal had a good performance with the Doom previously. Unfortunately wasn't able to get a victory off the back of that. Is this a lane where we see the Visage like can have a lot of kill threat? Are we expecting the Visage to get kills down bottom?
I am, just because they've been able to make this little bit of a change, right? Most of the time you see the Clockwork in the position 5 these days, just because of, the style of POS 1 carries that exist. But they've run it as a position 4 this game, and against a couple of melee heroes, you got to say, is going to give them a lot of value out of this Soul Assumption. People are going to be taking Battery Assault damage very consistently. Now that they're level 2, though, on LeBron, Ignite's starting to get pumped out.
We're seeing top lane the action continue as well. So finally, some spells are going to be traded back and forth. Everyone pretty low, to be honest. A lot of resources expended. They're going to do their best to heal back up and get ready to go again.
Poison's done a pretty good job of just harassing from long range as well, not really putting himself in too much of a dangerous position. I say that as he walks very deep next to Pablo, and we're to not exactly the style of POS 4 that you want to be trading against. Nice little teamwork there.
Well, looks pretty even in the mid lane currently. 14-5 for the Lina, 13-1 for still probably not imagining to be too different. Top lane, Nephrid actually going for the turnaround with a Burrow Strike. They see an opportunity to go for Malfurion Storm. They're going to be able to secure the kill there in the end, so Pablo strikes first.
He does indeed, and he's even going to be able to get this pull off, maybe put themselves in a position to yoink away that Lotus as well. You can see Poison trying to move his way over towards it, but is way too risky solo, let alone when the anti-mage is here too. Even just getting a couple of...
Looks like the...
Using him as a courier right now.
Just going to say, so bottom, the Lotus went the way of Zero Tenacity too, so double Lotus in the side lanes.
Doing a good job with the denies in this bottom lane. They got 6 so far against the Alchemist, so really stopping that scaling, but he's still very healthy in terms of last hits. He doesn't mind going up against the Clockwork Cogs. It's just a little bit of that extra Greevil's Greed coming through.
And we'll have to see if the Ogre is going to be able to make the stacks as well behind the tier 1 tower. A little bit more difficult for a melee hero, but we have seen that this has been probably another big reason why the Alchemist has been picked so consistently as of late, where the small camp and the medium, it's just so easy for you to be able to farm together. So close to the lane as well, where the supports can stack. High ground? Oh, so close.
That would have been hype. I mean, you just have a look at the heroes that have been popular ever since, honestly, TI, and it's all these position 1s that have their own inbuilt farming mechanism, whether it be the Greevil's Greed, whether it be, you know, Dragon Knight with that cleave, even, you know, the Tiny these days. You just have something inbuilt where you don't need to wait for a Battle Fury to be able to truly get online.
Yeah, going to the Battle Fury days, getting no carries of them at the moment. Well,
this game.
yeah, we have one anti-mage. Very few Maelstrom Mjolnir builders as well at the moment.
Stoikov's just not letting Bastille get to this lane, although he might end up getting tossed underneath the tower. Never mind. He's a positive guy. No tip. No high five gets thrown in there.
Because he knows what can happen.
Yes.
Like you can tip, and then all of a sudden, like,
clever.
You get a rotation. Speaking of the rotation, it's actually going to be Pablo that comes on over. So Pastille, maybe with the lane getting shoved, they feel like there's an opportunity to dive the Tiny under the tower. He does read this pretty well, though.
Nicely done. As Huerta's Courier is showing up in the mid lane, so it kind of reveals things a little bit. Misses with the Blood Grenade. Very nicely done by Bastille.
And now James actually look at the counter rotation. TP come through as well. LeBron's here.
Oh, he did
all
get
the
full
supports
toss back.
recognizing the importance. They should be able to chase down Bastille. LeBron's even going to commit the Blood Grenade. Bastille pops it very far to try and get the deny, and he got it. Well done, Bastille. This LeBron is like a cool Blood Grenade, bro. But, I mean, he dies, and Stoikov still gets a kill onto James nonetheless.
They'll take the 2k net worth lead and having Nefrit farming uncontested against an anti-mage. Like, again, they've still got the Sentry Ward in the lane, so Nefrit needs to be a little concerned. He's actually out of mana now, but he's got that Lotus to be able to play around with. This is not the sort of lane where you're wanting to be 300 net worth behind a Sand King as the anti-mage. This is the reason you picked it.
Yep. Must say also quickly, a little awkward. I think the Lina, I mean, I saw the DD get denied. I was a bit surprised he wasn't standing on top of the rune, so could have been a great first power rune, but they used the Laguna Blade to secure kills, so nicely done for Poison to make sure he doesn't have that active rune.
Stoikov has just been getting so many value denies in this lane, not expected when going up against a Tiny, right? He's got 15 versus the 4 on Pastille. Look at the net worth difference. It's like 1,200.
Yeah, wow. Oh, AM? No way. Push back into the signs. Pablo almost getting enough control required to be able to bring down this anti-mage, but it is continuing to be, even if it's even for Nefrit, this is not good enough when you pick this hero.
Nope. And he's going to have that walk of shame all the way back to base. Just blinking to try and speed up the process a little bit as they get another kill onto the Visage with all of this attention being brought to other sides of the map. They were at least able to secure the Wisdom Rune for themselves, for James, but that is not what you want right now. The Visage was the only one having actually a decent time in that lane, right? He's already got the drums picked up on Kachal, and close to that Familiars as well. Out of mana. But he's got plenty of duration left on the Chemical Rage.
Top lane, Pablo.
Is this the play?
It's 10. Nefrit, not really going to be able to do too much, but still no Mana Void. Unfortunately, Pablo showed himself.
He walked into the Nether Blast from the Pugna, so just ended up making himself a nice, juicy little morsel for him to pick up.
Now, importantly, gives the anti-mage experience close to 6 off the back of that creep wave as well. Pastil, I don't think it's going to be enough here. Stoikov
Is under attack.
threatening maybe with the Laguna Blade, but lacking a little bit of mana. It does get the bottle refill, so it could continue to spam.
Still doesn't get the rune on the top side. It's poison and ends up yoinking it away, and they get a D ward off. Play around these supports has been very good. Poison would have been.
I thought I tossed him in.
He would have been clenching at that point. Tiny Airlines. He had a first-class ticket.
So I think it's one thing to say is the fact this is back-to-back games. Firstly, did you cover Winter Bear yesterday?
Yes.
Did you cast that series? You did. Okay. Was this similar with game 1 and game 2 in this series? We see their lanes are really not going well. Were their lanes weak yesterday too?
It was honestly the opposite. Like, they kind of felt like they were in the game the entire time until Mouse just hit like this critical mass and just ran over them in 5 minutes between 30 and 35.
Dire's structures
Okay.
are fortified.
Really wasn't that bad at all.
Series.
But at least they're playing around Kachal, right? He's got his level 6, nearly level 7. Opted to go for the Grave.
Pastil? Oh, it's a little bit more difficult than I think they imagine it would be. Pastil will still go down, but maybe there was going to be a return kill onto Stoikov if we got some more rotations out from Winter Bear, but with Visage, not the best offlaner to make these movements, so it's just the supports. And well, speaking of the offlaners, even Nefra's going to try and run into the middle lane. Gets a connection. Epicenter not required. Oh, it's a big mana void. Okay. Malfurion Storm. That's a massive way for him to get back into the game. Nefrit still secures the double kill. And maybe even looking for more here if the anti-mage gets a glimpse of the Mueta. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. A nice juke up to the north. Pablo is out along with Nefrit.
Okay, so nice little turnaround. Certainly recovering the very start of the game that Malfurion Storm Rage was having, and that gives him enough gold to at least get into that cornucopia, so doesn't need to stick in the lane all this time. He can look to play a little bit more invisible across the map. Ooh, doesn't get the counterspell off. Does, though, to be able to avoid LeBron's follow-up.
LeBron's level 5. Decent amount of damage here. Pablo's going to be in range as well. Is there any extra little bit of control?
Roshan ain't there.
Oh, blink a couple more seconds. Can he get out? No way, dude. LeBron. I mean, you said he's comfortable in the Ogre, but he just showcased, like, he knew his strength. He could just chase down the anti-mage. I felt like it was even okay if they didn't even get the kill, but in the end, they were actually able to bring him down.
Yeah, I guess they bought the cornucopia at least, but it hadn't arrived on the AM, so that little bit of healing over time wasn't quite as present. And yeah, I mean, when it's this early on, you can go for those sorts of dives because Counterspell, yeah, it gives 15% mana magic resistance, but 15-second cooldown at that stage. So LeBron just playing to his strengths, even bloodlusting the cart to get a little bit more damage quickly onto this tower and opening up the map for them. Don't know about this rotation from Pastil, though. Seems like they just want to protect this tower for as long as possible, but if he's thinking gank, he is thinking wrong because he is a long way away from that Blink Dagger. He just needs to prioritize himself a little bit.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up. Like, I feel like we sometimes see the Blink Dagger completed off the treads in a couple of minutes, but this game, not the case. It is back-to-back games where he has struggled, but we saw previously the Puck was able to actually find some decent kills as a result of the rotations from Winter Bear supports. But that
The
would
difference-
not be the case this game. It's actually going to be the Visage and the Clockwork by the looks of it that are trying to
this.
play together because James, he's got the hook shot ready to go. An attempt over towards Alina, and now they're all going to collapse. A freebie for them and a must-needed kill. I mean, you had to get that from Winter Bear, and they're going to be able to succeed in that and maybe even look for more as well with the birds flying over the top. Kachil, can he catch up to LeBron? He might be able to, but this is a little bit deeper into Zero Tenacity's territory.
Yoink away some of
And
these
he's
stacks.
trying to maybe steal some of the stacks. He doesn't get too many. Even Anti-Mage is going to run on over. Got to be cautious about some of the control. Even Alchemist, unfortunately, not going to be able to find the stun. So they go back in now. But the Alchemist controlling himself could be able to get the familiar stuns. Not the
Yeah.
case. It's just so messy. They're so close to getting one stun, but just not in range. Multiple times this has happened. And then once again, Nefrit, I mean, they're thanking The fact that he's in this position with the net worth, effort, he's just continuing to run them down. Tries to set up for kill.
They got Mana Void.
They got anything though? Another big mana void. I mean, maybe there is an opportunity now for them to lead to the middle.
Stoikov's
Look
on
at
the
the position
backline.
for Lina. Stoikov away from the team. He doesn't have the bodyguards to protect him. It's not going to matter though. Super messy. James finds the opening for the hook shot, but what's dying? What is happening, dude? Like you said, everyone doing their own thing. Finally, Zero Tenacity. They're going to use their members in conjunction together. They'll get the double kill and look to chain it into a triple as well. Poison, you are not running out of this one, my friend. Dodd, that's a much needed kill for the Alchemist as well, considering he'd been involved in that team fight for quite a while instead of farming, so his net worth is continue to rise here in the graph.
Value from the Radiance, though. Just living that long in the team fight, I would wager to say at least half of his damage was just coming purely off of that Radiance. And I mean, the thing for mine is, with how poor of an early game this Tiny has had, and the fact that you're playing with an anti-mage that needs the Battle Fury, and the fact that they've got two supports that are kind of lacking in damage, who are you actually making plays with? I mean, it was the right play to go for that smoke onto the mid tower, but it was just way too deep of a dive when you really don't have any tools to be able to take these consistent team fights. Just compare that to what they've got on the Zero Tenacity side, right? Ogre Magi, pretty decent damage for a support. You know, it is kind of similar to the Clockwork. This is his timing, but he doesn't need to commit his body into the middle of these team fights. Those ignites are just going to go absolutely bonkers. They want to try and get someone of better value than James, but they might just need to cope with the fact that it's going to be a support. Good positioning by him, protecting the Visage.
Yep. But what... Honestly, can you come up with anything for a way back in this game? Like, this is a large net worth lead with an Alchemist who is on top importantly, and the Anti-Mage, like, you are not going to be able to compete with Zero Tenacity for another 10 plus minutes for this hero.
Yes, but I also thought the same in game one, and they were able to come back off the back of a couple of big plays, and it didn't really feel like Zero Tenacity pushed their advantage hard enough. So I think that's going to be the big selling point. Have they learned from game one? Have they learned that they probably could have finished that game in 35 minutes as opposed to 55? Because if they just sit back and, you know, let the Tiny get into this Blink Dagger, let the Anti-Mage finish up his Battle Fury and just continue to farm, cut the waves, they might find that net worth lead shrinking very quickly.
Stoikov, once again, they're doing a really good job, Zero Tenacity, to continue to control the triangle. They've got vision set down, de-warding as well, the high ground. Just feels impossible for Winterbed to be able to control the map, and they need the map to be able to catch up. If you're in Storm Rage, just gets out.
Yeah, how did he know? Because they just got rid of the Observer Ward, right? So it must have just been Spidey Sense for him to be able to get back, but he was farming in the exact place that he should be farming right now. You know, as far away from any sort of objectives as possible, and force TPs back so that they can't continue to play aggressively. I think that's what is being drawn on the map right now, saying, hey, guys, we just need to play on their side of the map. We need to force them to take a lot of these team fights and just, yeah, fight into us before they're truly ready. Plus side is Pastille. He's level 10. He's got his Blink Dagger. They might be able to... Not too distant future. Yeah, there we go.
Radiant are scanning.
So is that burst damage there is the real question for mine. Stoikov would be the dream for them to be able to pick off because he doesn't have that much in the form of defensive tools, and he walks under an Observer Ward.
Yeah, they might get him, Stoikov.
They need Tiny to initiate, though.
Looks like they have the read.
Oh, they're just
They got a glimpse of him.
so slow. They're so disconnected.
Now maybe they're gonna jump in. Effort, epicenter, everything dumped over towards the Visage, but Visage, he'll soak up the damage happily. This gives a freebie to Stoikov, and now Winterbear. Not bad. Bait the Visage. Feel like you kind of give Zero Tenacity a false sense of security where they could go in and you know, use this network lead to their advantage, but that was not the case at all. So now you continue to have the Anti-Mage getting a little bit of time. It's going to be the Vanguard build. Maybe it did go with the Band of the Elven skin, so we'll see if it's going to be the Yasha into the Vanguard. But I know we saw very recently from Mickey, I believe, in the Grand Finals, where he went the Vanguard to get online early on.
I think you just need to try and keep making plays like that as much as possible. You know, control the Lina if you can.
What the heck?
I don't know what's
I
going
don't
on.
know what happened with the toss into the... It didn't go to the clockwork though, unfortunately, and now as a result, it's a pretty decent life drain here, Poison. Doing his best to keep the Tiny alive. Concoction flies over the top and won't hold Pastil into place.
One.
Who's trying to get down towards the river. If they've done enough to keep him alive though, but the pipe finally back up. Pastil, he's gonna... Oh, nice blink away as well, just before Nefrit holds him.
Did he blink while he was midair on the Alchemist? Because he got tossed
I
in the
didn't see
creep
that,
wave, I
actually.
think. And I think he just blinked while he was midair.
I don't know, I didn't see that.
Anyway, more delay. But Anti-Mage was kind of hanging around. He eventually TP's back with his completed Yasha coming out to him on the courier right now. But I mean, the net worth lead is stagnant as... is that a quick kill that they're going to be able to get onto James? Might be able to just scuttle away as shots at creep wave.
Those great shows a lot of them. You weren't slipping that hook shot fast.
Mm-hmm. He showed that creep wave. Never mess with him again.
I was farming, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
He's got rocket flare, bro.
I knew
He
he's
could
wrong.
use that.
Nah, come on, man. Hook shot, rocket flare. You need both of them.
Hold on, I'm just having to look up on this top side with Alchemist revealing on the top side of the map. Maybe they feel like they can get that quick burst onto him before he pops the chemical rage, but they're going to need Tiny to be able to do it. And right now, he's just parked inside the bottom side of the map. They see both cores underneath this observer ward that still is yet to be dewarded.
Well, if they think it's just Dart, there's going to be two supports that are there as well.
Dire's middle tower
To protect the Alchemist. And even an Nefrit Sanking who's close by as well. There's not worth they continuing to grow, but the BKB completed from Dart. They want to try and force the issue. Ready to go, ready to chase him down. Triangle maybe is the call from them with the place they want to force a fight, or maybe could be in the mid lane with the Tiny.
Still.
He's continuing to reveal himself, going really far forward. No respect for Zero Tenacity, and well, that is going to be a quick and easy kill, and now they will look to continue to once again sweep across the map and slow down the Anti-Mage's farm.
Dire's middle
This is the time of the game where... Oh, hold on. Bottom side of the map. TP coming in, looking to try and contest Roshan as it comes down bottom and maybe pick up a quick kill using Alka's bait. Not sure if that TP is going to work all that well.
And now Malfurion Storm jumped in, but everyone else is running down, and with the chain control, Pablo should be able to provide it with the Atos. That was just... That wasn't it.
Not
Wasn't
necessary.
it? I don't know what else.
Yeah, an anti-mage that has basically half of the Alchemist's net worth, thinking that he can go in and solo him with Chemical Rage popped is just... it's a little crazy.
Desperate. Yeah, crazy desperate. A lot of potential other things as well. That's not what you need, because you are about to give the Aegis advantage. I'm quite surprised it's only 67% probability at the moment for Zero Tenacity. I would expect it to be much more in their favor.
I would too. I'm kind of surprised that, yeah, similar to you, that this is the sort of situation that we're in. I'm assuming they're going to give this over to Lena. Yeah, he's still needs to build into a little bit more of this glass cannon style. Looks like he's going for a an Aghanim Scepter, just to get that quick burst off onto whichever target it is that they're trying to rip through.
We'll see if they're going to go back and defend their tier 1 tower, if they're just happy with occupying Dire's side of the map, because they're currently set up down bottom, but which means there will be no defense for this top tower. Potentially Wisdom Rune as well, that is getting pinked out by Lena. We'll see if they want to maybe bring some extra heroes to defend.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Doesn't seem like it. I mean, they've given up something for free, but it's going to be as a result of a tier 2 going up against them. And you got to say, they're not ready to fight yet. You know, Malfurion Stone Rage, he still needs his level 15. He still needs his Manta style to truly be part of a lot of these engagements. James just hanging around, maybe looking to try and use that hook shot to interrupt any kind of...
Oh, Pastel mid lane. Shoot for the Tiny once again.
So deep.
This time he's going onto Zero Tenacity's side of the map. Another desperate play where they feel like they need to cut the wave, but Zero Tenacity, they were already starting to move top to recontrol their own triangle and maybe catch the anti-mage farming at the far western side of the map with those ancients. So kill into the mid laner.
Dire's middle
And now this second tier 2 tower. So they didn't end up killing the bottom one, but it looks like this mid one should go down.
Yeah. I mean, if they weren't able to take it previously with no Tiny for another 20 seconds, it should be completely free for them to be able to secure this one for themselves. Still got how long left on the Aegis? 3 minutes. Oh, that's plenty. They can look to clear out pretty much every single tier 2 tower across the map and limit the space that they've been able to farm even further. As, hold on, Stoikov might be able to pick up Valkyrian's Storm Rage here. He just blinked in. The Flying Light Strike Array not
Guess
quite
it's
enough.
wrong.
And doing the right thing, trying to cut the wave, trying to slow them down a little bit, but if the Tiny's having this poor of a game, barely staying ahead in net worth versus the enemy Muerta, that is a area of concern.
Yeah. That it is indeed. And now, with the fact that Zero Tenacity being able to control the map, we see the vision that they've dropped down as well. One at the remnant of the tier 2 tower mid lane.
James is trying to cut as well on the top side. He's just glimmer caping and cutting and getting away from the Lina, so he's doing a good job. Just trying to stay away from the map as much as they can. Are we going to just walk into the lane and nuke it again? Not.
Still, stop the Tiny's blink. Now the pins up. It'll come through. Effort's even going to get a glimpse of the Pug now, so... this, my friend, feels like classic anti-mage games. You fall behind, the rest of the team starts doing some crazy stuff to try and stall the game out. And speaking of the anti-mage, he's not farming, so he's trying to hit back onto Nefrit, who is, once again, I mean, everyone from Radiant doing a really good job just pushing into Dire's jungle and making sure there's really no safe farm.
This is pretty much Exhibit A as to why we don't see Battle Fury carries anymore. Like, it could be an amazing game for it in isolation, like the anti-mage Sand King lane. It didn't go well, let's be honest, but you just can't do anything until you've got your Battle Fury plus 1, maybe 2 other items. And in that meantime, your high ground is being sieged. Your Alchemist is level 17 and diving tier 4 towers and picking off people.
Yeah, wow. Wow. This is not the Winter Bear that we saw in the previous game. Like, yeah, you struggled in both the lanes, but Pastel with a jump in, I don't know if he can play that aggressive. Luckily, the Avalanche clipped onto multiple heroes. You get the buyback of the Clockwork with the backline, though. Visage, he's gone. And now with the Concoction gets onto 2 as well. Is there any more chain control? Antimate's able to get out of range at least, but this is still... That's a core. Like, Pastel is still a core at the end of the game, and like, you're happy with getting that kill. That's the way you maybe get a toss back inside the base. But now without that, how do you defend your high ground? As another hero is just going to be chased. I mean, this is just...
This is call it territory, honestly. Like, the fact that they've got tier 2 towers left remaining on bottom and top is all that's stopping them from getting another full lane of Rex. Wouldn't even be surprised if... you know,
oh, no.
Wanting...
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay. I thought...
It's still the right move. It's still the right move. It might look like he's feeding, but they would have taken the throne, probably, in that time if he hadn't tried to cut the wave while that was all happening. It's just put themselves between a rock and a hard place, unfortunately. And it's only going to get worse with some of this scaling coming through from the Lina, getting the Yasha Kaya now at this point, so plenty of movement speed, plenty of ways to be able to catch. Wouldn't even hate to see him go into like a Silver Edge just for even more of that ability to... Sorry, I'm looking at her Santa hats. So many on Stoikov right now.
Oh, Nefrit's got a crap load as well. They're
and died, holy.
Stacking up the Santa hats, yeah.
8-0 and 8. Pretty much all of Zero Tenacity is feeling festive. Except LeBron, just the double.
Under attack.
It's alright. He's, who knows what the Ogre can get. I mean, there's some... Wow, Moeta has Scepter? Did I just see that right? Scepter Moeta? Okay.
That would be hype.
Don't really see that item very often, if at all. But sometimes he's Scepter.
We'll take it. I guess.
Does it still do the same thing? Did it change?
Yep. Just physical damage reduction on whoever
Still
gets
jumped in. Yep, the Alchemist will be fine. Instant beacon with the turnaround. They're going to lose the Tiny, who doesn't have a buyback. Dart is godlike. So Santads continue to grow. So does this lead as well.
Sorry, I'm just getting hub PTSD watching this anti-mage on full health and mana sit on the backlines and watch his team die. He hasn't finished farming.
Oh, look at that.
And they're just gonna
Oh
go
my
in.
god.
There's so many, dude.
Dude, he's like whipping them with the tail. What's going on? Kachal out of the grave
This is game.
and into a deeper one. Buried 6 feet under. James is gone, and so is Winterbear with the anti-mage. He can't jump in. They're standing on top of the Phantoms.
Oh.
Jeez, it dropped, and yeah, unfortunate for them. This game too was not the Winterbear that we were hoping from them. Their road to make it into the Fissure Playground 1 Dota is going to be cut short in the lower bracket round 1.
And you and I always seem to get the first something of a new patch, right? Whether it be, the first Ember Spirit, the first Dawnbreaker, the first whatever it is coming through. It's the Santa hats this time around, and it's entertaining to watch. It was ugly coming through there from Winterbear. It really didn't give them too much of a chance to be able to come back into that one. But at least we have the festive season to keep a smile on our faces. And Zero Tenacity, they're going to be all smiles moving forward towards the next stage. Clearly, just abusing the fact that, the lane went far too poorly for themselves. This was a first pick Lina, by the way, that they still let themselves lose the lane for. And I think that's the biggest issue for mine.
Yes, without a doubt. I mean, there's got to be a lot of things to be said, right? The lane up, being able to have a really good lane, the fact that you pick, unfortunately, the anti-mage, it's supposed to do well versus the Sand King. I must say I have not seen, like, this matchup in particular, Sand King Moeta with the anti-mage and the Pugna. I don't know if the support difference is enough or if there were just some other things that happened inside that lane, but you pick it for this matchup in particular. Sure, it's going to be nice versus Alina as well, but it's just back-to-back games where the lanes don't go well for Winterbear, and if you're playing with this large of a deficit into the lineup that Zero Tenacity have, it's going to be hard to get your way back in.
We were called for the Monkey King, and I think that would have been a night and day difference, right? Something that is able to both do well in the lane against the Sand King, as well as actually get active with, somewhat impactful plays. Hell, even if you go for the Battle Fury, you still do have more of an impact than an anti-mage does. It really just felt like the only times that he was impactful was, again, waiting on the backlines, waiting for them to use all of their mana, and just forget that there was an anti-mage in the game, unfortunately. So it was pretty clinical by Zero Tenacity. It was pretty easy for them in the end. Certainly change in fortune from their game one, where they were able to, pull it out to a long slog. But unfortunately, that means we say goodbye to Winterbear, one of our two MENA qualified teams. And, Zero Tenacity, they move on forward. But the highlights might be a little bit shorter this time around, Aries, as we're going to go to a break. When we do get back, though, that's going to be what's the real hype series with Team Secret featuring Parker and another stand-in and, relatively new roster coming through, taking on the current world champions of Dota in Team Greece. So I'm keen to see how that one's going to pan out. It's going to be in about an hour 15, if I'm not wrong. So make sure you're sticking around for that, because it's going to be an absolute banger. Click follow on the channel, and we'll be back after a longer break this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the closed qualifiers broadcasted for the FISSURE Playground 1. We've got some incredible action going on here with the Western Europe. We have New Secret, my friend. New Secret, and then we've got Team Greece, the recent winners of IESF, where they went up against Sweden. So this is gonna be an exciting match, and you are in the festive season, ready to go with the new patch. You got the Santa hat on.
I just want to know how many hats we can get. How high will that tower get stacked? Because I think it was at least 8 on the Alchemist, and it was wobbling around everywhere. So I'm keen to see just how clowny this game can get. You know, first day of a new patch, it's always going to be the case that something kind of slips on through. Some cool new cosmetics as well that have new animations, so it's pretty cool. One small change for the Team Secret roster. Anchorite is not playing. It's going to be Chira Jr. instead. So I don't know if that's an upgrade or a side grade, but I really rate Chira Jr. as like one of those, you know, up-and-coming young talents that really fits the Puppy mold of just being able to be, you know, like Clay, you know, put into Puppy's image of exactly what he wants his mid laner to be.
I will say, firstly, I agree. I definitely agree. I was expecting Ironclad to have a little bit better performances when I saw him joining Secret. I was hopeful because I think we saw that he was on Namiga for a very long time and one move as well, and we saw him I think honestly look really good in a lot of the games that he actually played with those rosters. So I was expecting a little bit more from him. We didn't get that, unfortunately, but like you said, Chira Jr., this guy's really good. I mean, this guy is a really, really good player. Of course, we saw him play for one win for quite a while, where that was a very young team, and we saw them second place at Elite League, where they went, I believe, first land for a lot of those players, and they lost to Liquid. Then the tournament after that, 5 games in the tournament after that, Liquid then win TI, so that's saying something. And then one would actually have a pretty decent showing at TI as well. Like, it wasn't like it was bombed out last place. So Chira Jr. did, I believe, recently stand in for Virtus Pro as well. So I think he's, I would say, maybe officially off one win. So I'm excited to see. Hopefully this can connect, because I've also really like watching him play. And the other person as well, right? The one we've got to mention is Parker coming in to the carry role.
Yeah, of course. Like, yeah, how is Puppy going to be able to tame the beast? Let's call him. And I'm of course happy to see Parker have another opportunity. He's an absolute monster of a carry player. Amazing individual skill. It's just how well is he going to gel into the team? And of course, you and me, we both have a bit of a soft spot for the Mongolian boys that unfortunately have had to take a side seat as a result of it. 423 in particular, I really don't think there's any other carry in the world quite like him. So unfortunately for him, he has to, you know, take a seat while Parker gets his turn. It is just a stand-in situation though, so if it doesn't work, maybe 423 comes back. Who knows?
Would be tough to come back from though, right? Like, it's always, you know, mentally, like, how are you going to come back knowing you just kind of got benched for Parker, and then if it doesn't work out, then, you know, just got to put some egos aside. Hopefully whatever things will work out. But the other one is Mixer as well with the offlane, right? You were speaking about the Mongolian boys. Seimei was another Mongolian who is not playing anymore. We got to cover Mixer a little bit for one of the DPCs with Ancient Tribe, where we saw them have actually a pretty decent showing. I think they weren't able to they had a really good showing in that tour, but weren't able to capitalize into making into Division 1. But we have seen him play pretty solid offlane. I haven't seen him for a little bit of time, but going up against Team Greece, where do you put this team? Like, where do you actually put them? Because we see, again, they are completely Team Greece. This is 5 Greeks playing. You pretty much have 3 of the 5 that played with Ad Venom at the Boston Major, except that's just Skylark and M&T who aren't there. You've got Focus and Desire now. So where do we actually put this team if you rank them to the other teams that are currently in these qualifiers?
I mean, if you're talking about like team cohesion and chemistry, they would be 10 out of 10, right? Like, the vibes are always there. They always just seem to get along with each other. They have the same sort of energy coming through. I think the big thing for mine is Madara coming back as well. Like, yes, he was part of that big Ad Finum stack back in 2016, 2015 or so when they came second in the Boston Major. But he hasn't really played too much competitive Dota outside of that IESF and the occasional country-based lands. Outside of like 2020, I think, was the last time that he was really on a dedicated team with OG's second team, their academy team, OG Seed. So he really hasn't done that much in recent times. But of course, there was a period where he was one of the best carries in the world. So let's see if he's still got the chops.
Yeah, because again, you're going up against a very, very scary opponent, being Parker in the carry. So, still want to stick with Team Greece though. Desire is the one I want to bring up next. I think this person heading into kind of the free agency, if you want to call it, was a lot of people were speaking about him. I know people were mentioning it on streams as well. Like some of the coaches were even speaking about it. I think Blitz even mentioned that a lot of people are trying to get Desire, and he still is. You know, we saw him on some teams. I know it was Avulus for a little bit that we saw him from. There's been some other stacks that he's been playing through this year as well. We're still yet to really see him get this big opportunity, which I thought was going to be this year. But again, a lot of people really praise him highly. So excited to see how he's going to be able to perform with Team Greece.
Yeah, for sure. And do you know how seriously he's taking his soccer, football commitments anymore? Because I know that was the big thing that was kind of holding him back for quite some time. Maybe why he couldn't commit to join some of these absolute tier 1 teams. And maybe now that he's 27, you know, the legs are giving out a little bit more of an old man, but the brain's still there for Dota. So you never know. This could be like a great launching point as well. Even if he isn't able to qualify as part of Team Greece, if he puts in those individual showings, the teams are going to come calling once again.
Yes, that they will. So, you know, we'll see. We'll see if he's going to be able to put in those performances. Because just taking a look recently, like Avulus and Dandelions was another one. Which Dandelions, I don't know if they're still
became Alliance,
or
and then Alliance isn't really a thing anymore.
Yeah. So still though, we have seen this year or recently after TI, I should say that there has been on some of these high tier 2 teams really competing, but hasn't been able to kind of put his foot forward into getting into like tier 1 or anything like that. But everyone knows this guy is incredibly good at Dota, and I would say this is going to be a very exciting series. I mean, we don't exactly know what the other series are going to be later on because we're just waiting for the winners, but I think this one, I'm really expecting it to be close, honestly, between Team Secret and Team Greece.
I would say this is probably the most likely upset that could be happening. You know, a lot of people would be saying Team Secret, absolutely, you know, probably top 3 is what a lot of people's expectations are just in the qualifiers for Team Secret, but they just played a LAN recently, and I think out of 8 people, they got top 6, so it wasn't exactly the best showing. Yes, it is with Parker and now Mixer and now Chira Jr. as well, so you never know. I feel like there might be, you know, upgrades across the board there, but again, it's about how it all comes together. And as we saw in that previous series in the lower bracket, you had people kind of doing their own thing in team fights, not a lot of cohesion coming through here. So hopefully for both of these teams, you know, it's still the upper bracket, right? So you would expect that it's going to be a little bit more of that moving forward.
Yeah, that's the thing though. Like these teams, I mean, you mentioned before, probably the communication for Greece is probably a bit better considering a lot of these players have been with each other. But for Secret, this is maybe you're putting 5 plays together with not a lot of preparation, not a lot of time to make it work. I mean, how recent was that Mongolian tournament? I swear it was like within the last week, right? Maybe even sooner. So they probably haven't had a lot of time to be able to talk about strategy, talk about ideas, even just like the style of Dota they want to be playing. And maybe they didn't even know that Chira Jr. was going to be playing till today, which I will say, like, maybe swapping the mid laner might not be as important compared to some other roles in regards to the style.
Yeah, and the thing is, for the side lanes, both of them have been impacted, right? It's not like you're replacing an entire safe lane duo. You're replacing one person, one core from each of the other lanes, right? So it's completely new cores from their most recent tournament. Clearly, Daddy Puppy was not happy with how everything turned out, and he's looking for a solution because the man is still hungry for success.
Do we know what's happened with the coaches now as well? Like, I don't know where Heen is. I don't know.
I think Heen's still
where
there.
Arfu. Heen's still there? Okay. Yeah. I mean, what happened to Arfu as well? Like, that was a little stint where we saw Heen took a back seat. Well, Arfu played, and then Heen took a back seat, so Arfu started coaching. And then I don't know. I haven't really heard much from him right now, and haven't seen. Not sure if Heen is still coaching as well. I think you said he is, but when I've take a look, like sometimes on Liquipedia it says the coaches, and I haven't been able to see his name in some of the recent tournaments.
I'm pretty sure he is back doing it, and like even all the Korean boys from the MVP Phoenix roster, they're all kind of back coaching in some capacity. Obviously, you've got Sunby, who's still doing stuff with Aurora. I think March is actually with Talon now after he had his stint on Nigma Galaxy. So they've got the minds for Dota, these Korean players. Even if they're not there participating in it, they're all about it. Even KP, he was on MVP Phoenix, and he's part of Team Liquid in their TI winning roster.
Very true, very true. So we see the coin toss though. We got Team Greece, they're going to get first pick, and then Secret going to be on the Radiant side. So we should get ourselves much closer towards the start of the first draft. And we'll see what role the coaches are going to play as well. Speaking about the coaches, I'm not sure if Team Greece have one for them, or who's going to be leading the charge or not. But so far, we should be able to get ourselves underway very soon. Again, from what we've seen so far in the qualifiers, are there any heroes that you are expecting to be hotly contested in regards to the first phase?
I mean, the thing is with Spartan, he does tend to play a little bit off meta a lot of the times. I wouldn't be surprised to see, the silencer come out, or the disruptor, or these sorts of things. I know, but it's something that he just loves to play, even though it has like zero defensive capabilities. I mean, I'm expecting to see a Clockwork for sure come out from him, just because A, it's meta, B, at least you can survive more than 2 hits compared to what a silencer is able to do. But they've always been a team that kind of does their own thing. So I hope, for our enjoyment's sake, that remains to be the case, because Dota's bland when everyone's playing the exact same way. You want unique play styles.
Yes, it is. And at least now for today, we have the hats to make it a little bit more unique, and maybe some new sets as well to make it a little bit more unique as well.
Hit myself in the eye.
So you gotta stack the hats up after some of the games, after some of the series. You gotta keep you got more hats to add.
I've got one more hat. I've got one. That's it. So maybe it's a 2-0. Maybe it's a sign.
True. Maybe we'll see. Maybe the players are able to stack up some of the hats as well, and then we can get the. I wonder what the record will be. There needs to be a statistic at the end of the season on who had the most amount of hats inside the game.
I'm sure there's going to be some sort of someone's got to make a lobby where they're just playing against each other and just feeding kills into one person just to get the giant hat tower just flopping around the entire map. It has to be. Surely.
I mean, this is what we're here for, right? We're here for the hats and the statistics of who's going to get the most hats, and we're not here for anything crazy like that. It's just not like we're trying to see one team make it over to play at a beautiful LAN event where we're going to get a live audience as well. Yeah, $1 million. A lot of incredible teams will be fighting there as well. It's a beautiful location, so you want the opportunity to be able to represent your team, your region, and be able to play in front of a crowd as well. So we've got Southeast Asia going on as well. Maybe that is done now with those games, but that's just day 2 finished with the qualifiers, so we're getting closer towards one team decided over there, and then at the end of the day today, we're going to have a couple teams eliminated as well here for Western Europe and MENA quals.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I'm so jealous of all the people that live in Europe, right? It's so cheap to be able to fly or train anywhere, basically. So, with this LAN, of course, I think it's at the end of January, Jan 31st to Feb 2nd. You can just go down there to Belgrade, go to Serbia, and have a nice weekend away with your friends. So if you're there, I would be getting on it, basically, if I had the opportunity. But unfortunately, flights a little bit more from down here in Australia. But you know what, Aries? I'm done with you holding the game back from starting. I think we need to override your opinion and just press that game start button, because we got 2 teams that want to get into it. A lot of people want to see how Parker fits into this roster, and if Captain Puppy is going to be a little bit too greedy for his style, where he does like to really take over the game. So we will have to see as the draft finally on the board. I'm not expecting too many surprises, though, coming out of this first phase of bans. All the standard stuff.
Yep, nothing too crazy. We'll see. There you go. Invoker's already gone. So Chiro Jr., that was one of his heroes. Puck, Ember, some of the others that come to mind when you think of Chiro Jr. He's your probably very typical mid laner, though, right? You're not really going to see some other crazy ones. I do believe, though, with that being said, he doesn't mind some heroes like the Huskar, so he does have a little bit of cheese, but I think he does have your typical mid-hero pool.
He's a Tinker spammer as well, so thankfully that hero is not really in the meta anymore, so That's always a positive sign. But yeah, I'm just expecting to see stuff like the Clockwork Beastmaster. Well, there we go, Alchemist. Anything that has flex. Even Razor was honestly a consideration. Bristleback,
10 seconds
certainly
remaining.
another option. Shadow Demon.
When
5
with
seconds
PGL Wallachia where Heroic won, I'm not sure if you were able to watch a lot of the game, so I was just going to ask you specifically on how you felt like
remaining.
Heroic
Radiant back.
enabled Parker and what you want to see similar with Secret. That could be a difficult question because I know our time zone in Melbourne compared to that can be a bit difficult to watch some of those games, but if you have any insight on what you think Heroic did well to help with Parker and how you want to see Secret do similar things.
Radiant team
Kind of
back.
still in the meta where it was like full on buff up one person style, like full on steroids. So you would see a lot of the Tusk, you would see a lot of the Invokers coming out, you would see a lot of, Alacrity. At that time, Drinking Buddies was being used just to make sure that Parker could be as big as possibly as he possibly could. Even, the Omni Knight as like a pseudo BKB to be able to bring him in and make him be as effective as possible. So it's just one of those tournaments, kind of like what Yatoro did at TI-10, where he just played absolutely insane, just reading people across the map entirely, TPing away with like 1 second to spare in fog, just like he had map hacks, basically. But of course, Parker, good enough player as well as Yatoro, that is not the case. Have you seen, they're not playing right now, but have you seen the recent picture of Collapse? He's looking jacked ever since he took some time off.
I haven't
He's been
actually,
spending
no,
time in the
I
gym.
have not seen it.
He's looking
Okay,
good.
I got to take a look at the photo. I need to see what a Jack Collapse looks like.
Mhm.
It's probably a scary image.
Oh, for sure. I mean, his Dota's scary enough. As nearly into the first phase of picks, wonder what they're going to go for. First pick overall, I wouldn't hate something like the Shadow Demon. It does fit Spartan's style fairly well, and it's a high priority target. Of course, the break is always going to be good, especially if you are going to try and go into this, like, buff up Parker style. Being able to, okay, that was the other choice. Just dispel off, your Solar Crests or your Alacrities or all this sort of stuff. You just want to try and get rid of those as quickly as possible. And Shadow Demon's a pretty good hero to be able to do that. It's not really a desire hero in my eyes. It feels a little bit too defensive for mine. Whereas he is really a bit more about those playmaking styles, right? He can play the Rubik, he can play the Earth Spirit. Hell, he might be playing the Clockwork. So we'll have to wait and see.
Dire team back.
Wow. All right. Barely Terrorblade. So, of course, this is going to be your flex. What is your opinion about the Terrorblade? Because I've heard a lot of people recently say they really think this Terrorblade 3 is a bait. Some people were like massive fans of it, and then all of a sudden the hero was losing in a lot of official games, and then I feel like people flipped on it pretty fast. So where do you currently sit in regards to your opinion of this hero?
Dire team back.
I think it's good. I just don't think it's like first pick worthy good. It needs to be in response to something specific, whether it be like a Morphling where, you've just got that reflection just hitting out of control, a Luna that's going to give you a lot of auras, and just the glaives bouncing around, all that sort of stuff. And, the
Remaining.
build to go into the pipe early does give him a ton of survivability. You do have a lot of that ghost push, so you're kind of like a pseudo pusher as well. I don't hate it. I just am not a fan this early.
How do you look to punish it then? Like, what is the offlane style that the Terrorblade provides? I know you said, auras with the pipe and the ghost push. So there's some things that Team Greece need to be considering to minimize the effectiveness of what a offlane Terrorblade can bring a team.
I mean, you might even be able to just go into something as simple as an Enchantress, right? You're not really hitting yourself for too much. Even if you are, you can use Nature's Attendance to heal it all off. You can have the Impetus just to be able to have that pure damage that goes through a lot of you. You can take away one of the illusions as well and turn it back against him. I think it's just about dominating the lane, making sure he doesn't get off to a good start, and they're effectively down like one big
10
team fighter.
seconds remaining.
Potentially some of the team fight can
5 seconds
come
remaining.
through, do you feel like, with Reflection and the auras? But are you mentioning team
Little.
fight in regards to like some of the big stuns and some other things that this hero is lacking?
I mean, there's a reason that we even were able to cast Pos 4 Terrorblade, because Reflection is just that busted. So, it's the sort of thing where, yes, it can work still, but you're also, if you're getting dumpstered in the lane, it's going to be a while until you feel confident enough to, join in with that pipe and actually influence a lot of these early contests. So that's really what I'm more concerned about. And as well, just if you're playing it as a position 3, of course, it could just still be Pos 1. You're taking away a lot of the map as well that your position 1 or even position 2 might be trying to get. And I think that's the probably the biggest issue that Team Secret is going to have. Like, how do you balance out three people that are fairly greedy across the map in terms of what they are trying to get out of their heroes in Chura Jr., Mixer, as well as, of course, Parker?
So then I guess we need to look at some heroes for Team Secret to be able to make a little bit more space. That's potentially where Kizko's hero could come through, with the position 4 being pretty active, and potentially Chira's junior hero as well. We'll get the Gyrocopter though, so a lot of flex, which is a big thing for Team Secret. Like, you're both, of course, the Gyro can be support, can be carry. Terrorblade, we know we can go in multiple roles as well. So this is definitely some big advantage that Secret are currently playing with. But of course, sometimes when you go for a little bit too much flex, then you can lose yourself and the style of draft that you want to build, and all of a sudden you can kind of overcook.
I think it's still okay. You know, like, it can go into a multitude of different roles, and now Secret, they just want to make the most of their last overall pick. They're not going to go down that Shadow Demon route, but now you can kind of get away with going that Ogre Magi or that Tusk and just have that unbreakable ability to be able to just dish out a huge amount of damage in these team fights, either as the Terrorblade or the Gyrocopter. They might not even be position 1, either of them, right? It could be a Gyro 4, it could be a TB3. It really just does leave the enemy team guessing a fair amount. So I actually don't mind this opening. I do want to see a little bit more control as a Centaur. Okay.
Is this a hero at the moment? I swear I'm not really seeing much Centaur unless there's offlaners are banned out.
I mean, it's okay, right? Like, you want to have a lot of that burst potential against the TB, so that's nice. It might even force him into being a little bit more likely to be a position 3 just by this pick alone. Huerta plus Centaur can absolutely look to try and kill in lane. But also, a lot of this is about repositioning, because I said they were lacking a lot of control right now on Team Secret. They try and initiate onto you, just pop Stampede and run away. And what is Team Secret going to be able to do about that? They have no instant stuns at this point in time. And Puppy's going to provide a little bit with the Chen, but it's still not that big AoE control that I'm really looking for.
Yeah. I mean, at the moment, it looks like Secret probably looking for a lineup that is going to group up and run down objectives. And more than likely, if this is your Terrorblade 3, we've spoken about the pipe and the auras, and then you're going to have a bunch of illusions. You've got the Chen army, the damage for the Gyrocopter early. Are there then some concerns, though, where it feels like Secret at the moment could be on a bit of a timer? I mean, we still don't see their last 2 heroes, but it does seem like this support duo, more than likely. Chen Gyrocopter, if it is, definitely there's going to be some things you're heavily lacking.
Sure, but again, this could be a 1 TB, this could be a 1 Gyrocopter. We don't know yet, and Secret are going to be the ones to be able to, you know, be the one to flick that switch and say, well, this is what the strategy is going to be. If either of them are... I'd probably be more happy with like a Gyro 4 and a TB1, to be honest, and then just look to try and protect the TB as much as possible with something like, I guess Chen does a decent enough job, but a position 3 that's also able to frontline a little bit more. That's another option though too, right? Tusk paired together with a Gyrocopter pretty much reveals that it's going to be probably a 3 TB and a 1 Gyro, and there's plenty of that AoE potential coming through. I want to see if they still go the tag team, because I'm still a huge fan of the Drinking Buddies, even after the nerf, right? And as a Gyro, it feels kind of nuts. Plus 90 damage in, you know, the flak cannon, you can just dish out way too much.
Now, do you like the Tusk actually getting picked here, though? Because it reveals more than likely where some of the heroes were going. I thought maybe you picked your Junior's hero just because at the moment, none of these heroes, the TB, Gyro, or Chen, could have been flexed in the mid lane. So if you pick your mid hero, then it continues to flex into the last phase.
Maybe they were just assuming that it was going to be banned out in this next phase, and they would rather pick it up now and have that full information as to what they actually want to be playing into this quap, right? Because that's what Greece have gone ahead and revealed. They want to just pick it now, realizing that, you know what, we don't know what Team Secret are going to go with, so we may as well get those counter picks out of the pool. Of course, Puck really does provide a lot of that lockdown that I was talking about, that I thought their draft was seriously lacking, so you're not going to be able to just instantly get away from the Stampede anymore. I mean, not too many people do it other than like Dark Margot, but like a mid-Mars wouldn't be the worst, in my opinion. Like, yeah, still it's a little challenging where Quap can just like blink away and a lot of this other stuff, but they do need that control just to stop the press R and escape from Team Greece.
Yep. Think an Ember is something else we could be considering for Secret.
Like a chain gang.
That matchup. Yep, I think I've seen that matchup be much better for the Ember versus the Queen of Pain at the moment. But with that being said, there is still a lot of control for Greece, where you can be chain controlled and brought down. The only reason why I bring it up is because, again, it's one of Chira Jr.'s better heroes, and there's not really many others that like playing to the Queen of Pain. Like the Conqueror's not what it overall it's not what it used to be. So that used to be pretty nice versus the Queen of Pain, the Invoker, but that's already banned out. It's definitely
Lina?
feels like you're going lower down the list. Lina, sure, gives you burst.
It doesn't give you that control though, right? But maybe they're just going to bank on just crushing these lanes
10
all across the
seconds
board.
remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Who Greece have 23rd pick, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what carries are we looking at for them? The Drow Ranger and the Weaver have been banned out, so looking at some range carries. Are there any others that you are seeing as a possibility?
Morphling's gone as well. I'm just thinking of anything that's able to build into the MKB as the main thing. Like, do they bring back the Wind Ranger? Honestly,
you can't Moai to 1, right?
Ooh, that'd be kind of sick, actually. And then what? Could you go like an Elder Titan or something like that as another support to be able to, you know, get through the TB armor a little bit? I guess no one else is really going to be hitting outside of the Muerta and the Pierce the Veil if you do that. So, what else could you go for? Dusa, okay. That's a rage carry for sure that we've somehow forgotten about. So what do you do now for your mid lane? Pretty quick Pango. Sure. I mean, Diffusal Blade, a lot of control, prevents the press R and run away strategy. I like it. And Chira Jr. basically just needs to be mindful of the ultis coming out from Madara as well as Thug. You know, those are the only things that are going to be able to stop him from pretty much doing whatever the hell he wants once these team fights do start to break out. And when you're another one of these heroes, we talk about the fast tempo that Team Secret are looking to try and play around. Pango doesn't need much to really get online, right? As soon as you hit that Diffusal Blade, it's such a big power spike, and then you just look to get into, I'm assuming Blink Dagger will be his second item, just to really put the foot on the throat and try and close out this game. Secret are hoping for like a 25-minute game, in my opinion.
Yeah. Do you think they can get it, though? That is the big question. Do you think they're going to be able to get this victory in 25 minutes, or at least put themselves in a position where they have such an overwhelming amount of net worth lead that they will eventually close the game out?
I do. I think they're going to be able to do it. I mean, Puppy's playing his signature Chen. You've got the TB in the position 3 role. I don't think they've necessarily like hard countered it in terms of what the lane's able to do. Also, just reflection against the Dusa feels not too bad either once it gets to the later stages of the game. Yes, you can BKB or Manta or Satanic it off, but it's still something that is certainly an area of concern before the Dusa gets to that point.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know where I want to go with this game, actually. I agree. I think they can. I think I slightly prefer Greece's draft, though. I feel like this Queen of Pain has literally nothing she has to be worried about. You brought up briefly before about the Sonic Wave with the Rolling Thunder. I think that is a very, very frustrating matchup for Pango to play into in any team fights. And I've seen lately this hero really surprise me about how much damage she can actually do, and I don't think they have ways to address her. And another way to deal with the Rolling Thunder is something like Stampede, where you pick the Pango into the Centaur hero. We are not getting a lot at the moment, but it seems so easy for Greece to reset away from fights. The only thing that's stopping you is really shards inside a choke point. So I really feel like the Stampede is going to be a massive issue for Secret as the game goes on as well.
Yeah, I was wondering if you might consider going into the Thunderbolt
it's a good
facet
start.
instead.
They're going to get Desire, though. Puppy's going to be able to get in range for the slow, along with Mixer. And it looks like this is going to be our first blood. Who's going to be able to find it? It will be Parker, starting off strong here for the stand-in on Secret. With the Gyrocopter now having that early advantage in the goal.
Does he get an extra hat? Just one now, right? Well, they've all got one hat, though. Where's his extra hat? I signed up for hats.
So what it's when you get kills, right? And when you take a streak?
Sprees, I think. Like when you get streaks and when you take a streak, I think is when you actually get it.
I see. Okay.
But yeah, no Thunderbolt on Chira Jr., so that Stampede is going to be even more impactful, but maybe he just thought that he would get absolutely dumpstered in the lane if he didn't go down this double jump strat.
And I do wonder how this lane actually looks as well, because recently I've seen the Queen of Pain even just avoiding the dagger in matchups where you think the dagger would have a lot of value. So I think it's a little bit more play dependent. Do you have a preference in the games that you've seen lately if you like the Queen of Pain's like avoiding Q and always going screen?
I think the scream in this particular scenario is important. Like, yes, it's going to mean that the Pango gets off to a decent start, but you are pretty much the only one that's going to be able to deal with, like, the big armies of units that are going to be coming, right? Like, TB plus all of his illusions, Chen plus all of his creeps, they're going to be balling up and trying to run at you. So you just got to make sure that that AoE damage is at its absolute maximum if you're Team Grease.
I see. Okay. And then lastly, top lane. Mixer on the Terror Blade with Kizco on the Tusk. Both going to be playing... I mean, I would say Grease definitely. This is not a kill threat lane at all, but the Deucer and the Clockwork, importantly, do you feel like the Deucer is going to be safe in this lane, or will there be stages where she's under threat?
I think she's going to be pretty fine. Like, of course, it's just going to be... It's Spartan we're talking about, right? He might overextend a little bit and leave Madara kind of on his own, and it's going to be more of a death love by 1,000 cuts sort of situation where, yeah, he might not be dying, but it also means that it's going to be really... to pick up a lot of this farm in an easy way, and you're going to fall too far behind.
This is another one of those heroes, right? We were speaking about the Alchemist in the previous game. I guess you can mention the Gyrocopter too with the Hold That Thought Spartan. Level 2, and now they're going to be able to get the kill onto the Clockwork. Second one for Secret. Nice usage of that instant level advantage. As soon as the Shards and the tag team is ready with the Metamorphosis, they will catch the Clockwork a bit too far forward inside the lane.
That's exactly what I was talking about, right? And now Madara can't really get any sort of farm because the wave is pushed in. They actually had this medium camp on the top side available for them to be able to claim, but Spartan didn't choose to claim it. He might be trying to get the kill onto Kizco on the top side instead.
See the nice cogs pushed back. Spartan's going to be able to stick in range here for the battery assault, but the damage does seem like it's going to be lacking. In fact, it's bottom where we get the kill. Parker maybe playing is overextending the hand there, so Grease with the use of the Centaur and the Moeta are able to get there first.
I think a big part of that as well is they realize that Puppy is that greedy position 5, right? So they want to make sure that whenever he does duck out of lane, try and cheat his way to a little bit of extra farm, that they're looking to try and punish that accordingly. As Parker, he's going back for the Lotus, but I don't know if you can afford to make that happen. Looks like he will choose to back on out.
Top
Would have been
lane
an
as
absolute
well.
disaster.
Medusa's getting rent down inside the trees. Nice cogs, and Spartan holds both of them in. Yeah, she's baited. Madara knows her limits. Doesn't get the final kill onto the Tusk though, so survives on a slither of health. And now with the body blocks, Terrorblade doing a great job. Mixer continuing to put the pressure onto Medusa. Finally will be forced to eat the Lotus though, so it is damage dealt nonetheless. But like you said, yeah, there's a lot of creeps. Maybe they can look for the dive. There is a lack of mana potentially from Kizco.
And a lack of ice shards leveled up as well. He's got the 2 points into the tag team. That's why they were able to get so much of this bullying done onto the Deucer. Spartan doing his job, realizing that he just needs to play around that Metamorphosis. He's gone a little bit too deep again, though.
Did I? I'm not.
How many deaths for Spartan this game? It always seems to be the way.
Yeah, which is like... Surely there's going to be... It's just his style. I don't know, but like, is this...
Position 6.
Like, yeah, it's okay on sometimes, but like, there's a lot of games where it's really just not. So, hopefully it's not many this game.
Just think of the hats that you're going to be giving over as well. I see 2 on Mixer.
Dyer's courier has been killed.
So give the hats to get the hats back. I see. Okay. Mid lane.
He went and died to the tier 2.
Wow. Saw the health will drop very low here for Thug on the Queen of Pain, but who's struggling as well? 500 net worth difference compared to the Pangolier. Quite surprised. He's gone for the 0 building the dagger.
Yep, and this is what happens when you go down this sort of scenario. I mean, again, it was kind of what I expected, considering that's really not the way to take a lot of damage again. But even just the double jump as well, right? You've got so much more ability to play around that shield crash for the damage absorption. Means you can really get up in the Quap space, and she's actually forced to start blinking back to the fountain. Needs to be very quick with this movement, though. Don't think Shira Jr. spotted it out, otherwise he might shove the lane in just to get a little bit of that damage done with the siege creep into the tower.
I guess maybe importantly looking to go back at this stage so she can maybe be there to contest the power room, but we don't see any other supports starting to make their way to mid. In fact, Puppy's actually going to come top, so they say screw the power room. We want to dive the Medusa and look to put pressure onto Grease's safe lane, and they should be able to get the kill. The Cogs makes it a little bit awkward, especially with Desire's rotation, and they've kept the Medusa alive, and now should be able to get Kizco as well. Madara still going to be a little bit cautious, has some one charges to work with, but the right clicks are stacking up. Makes her almost able to secure the kill, with the Snake giving her more survivability. Desire's out of mana. This Mortar has nothing left in the arsenal, and they are going to continue to chase Madara down. Great rotation out of Puppy. Multiple kills for them down top.
Parker? What are you doing there, buddy? You are behind a tier 1 tower and still gonna potentially get away? Alright. He's doing the thing. Even just Puppy, like, up against the Medusa, going the Chen with the Satyr convert as well, using that mana burn consistently. He's just walking around with 2 Satyr Mind Stealers, and I feel like priority number 1 is just focus in onto Madara once again.
What happened to this tower down bottom? Parker, yeah. Run down there, boy. Focus? Focus? Is he dead to the... Okay, they'll get the missile. He's okay. Fuck. Just farm. Just farm. Get as many creeps as you can before you die. Kill the Cogs. Kill everything. No way.
Mission accomplished. Again, punishing the fact that Puppy's just straight up not in the lane, right? Like, he was solo. He's still top of the net worth, right? And, well, speaking of Puppy, it is an amp damage Quap running into him, and they definitely want to give this one over to Thug if they can. Just getting him back into the game. Level 7 now as well. So, he's to be able to join in. He'll even be able to yoink away that bounty rune. Nicely done there.
That's really big, right? Considering we were, I mean, still the net worth lead is favoring the Pangolin in regards to the battle between the mid laners, but in fact, he gets a double kill, doesn't have to use the ultimate as well.
You seeing what I'm seeing queued up for TB as well?
I am not. What has he got? Oh, Mata?
It's a Diffusal Blade.
Parker through the portal.
Really? Yeah. Madara is their only focus this game. They're like, look, these lanes have gone amazingly across the board. We're not really that worried about the Queen of Pain. Let's just make sure that Dusa can never get back.
Chiro? Oh, they're going to stampede for him as well. That is an ambitious ultimate. And that will not be finished at all. So you got to use the Centaur, but you are happy with that. The Queen of Pain's going to jump above the Pango, but this is what we were expecting from Secret. Another tower is going to go their way.
Mm-hmm. Right now, it's just Kizco trying to do his bit to protect this mid tower for as long as possible. Doesn't want to, of course, overextend, realizing the threat, because Thug didn't even need to use the Sonic Wave there to be able to pick up the kill onto the Pangolier.
I think we may have a moment to go back to the item builds. You said, yeah, Diffuser Blade, by the looks of it, like you're saying, for Mixos, or is committing. Do we like this? Because it is not your... Like, would you have preferred the pipe build this game? Because it's not a bad pipe gain.
No, definitely not. But I think the lane has just gone incredibly well.
Oh, that's Cox.
Right?
Oh, no. Oh, that's awkward.
It happens. But again, like, they're not really all that concerned about the Queen of Pain. Maybe they should be. And, you know, Thug has certainly recovered his game somewhat. He's actually ahead of the Pangolier now, despite everything that's happened so far across the map. Yeah, I think Dusa is just the only person they're concerned about. They're stealing away these stacks, by the way.
Yeah, Thug should be able to stop them. I mean, Quap's got the Sonic Wave ready to go. He's got to be a little bit cautious, though, and Focus is actually going to take the brunt of the force. With the Centaur, can't sustain through the damage, and Secret, they're pretty much still at full.
Mm-hmm. 7 seconds away from being able to use the Black Cannon again as well is Parker, and he doesn't even need to do it. They're just going to clean it up together as a team, so nicely done, even making sure to block the next camp spawn.
Oh, fun. Nice. Well done. So able to get it off, and maybe he might live as a result of this, and he will mix. That's so much time wasted.
Mm-hmm. Not enough mana to be able to use the Sonic Wave on Thug to be able to potentially secure that kill, and it's just going from bad to worse. Dropping the voice lines, making sure to let him know.
So what do you do? Like 3,000 deficit, and this is also a team that would use this early gold advantage incredibly well. Double defusal, you're going to run down these objectives. I mean, Puppy's going to go for some auras. So how did Greece actually stabilize this game?
I think the main priority, like, this part of the game is on Spartan and Desire, whoever's going to be doing a better job of dewarding, right? Because at the moment, they've only got the one Observer Ward behind the Tier 1 tower. I'm talking about Secret here. And their job is just to try and protect Madara as much as possible. There's actually one up top scouting him out as he's farming next to the Mighty Mines. So I wonder if that's going to be the next sort of movement that they make after taking this this Tier 1 tower in mid lane, which shouldn't be too long for this world, considering they've got a creep wave, they've got 3 Chen creeps to be able to play around with, and yeah, shouldn't be alive for too much longer.
Didn't even try for a deny. Oh, yeah,
Throws a
blood
blood
grenade. Oh, nicely done. Puppy with a micro Desire. Ready for the ultimate turnaround. Thug's going to jump in. It's a pretty heavy committal just for the Tusk, and yeah, like you said, it's really just one, but Thug is on a killing spree, so continuing to ramp up in regards to his golden experience.
How long's that ward got left? 50 seconds on this ward on the top side of the map that Secret have placed down. So they're going to have just this constant vision over for Madara. They didn't really use all that much in terms of their own abilities to be able to take that Tier 1 tower. It's Chira Jr., is he going to be okay? Really looking to try and contest against these
Marcus
power
here.
runes or regen.
It's a nice power rune. Should be able to get spotted by the looks of it. Caught inside the river. Parker, top net worth, farming incredibly well, but also getting kills as well, as we see that movement from him, recognizing the importance of trying to secure the power rune, or at least take it away from the Queen of Pain.
You just see the lines being drawn on the map. They're saying shove these lanes out as much as possible, but there's only so much that you can do with their heroes, right? Like a Clockwork really needs to get up there with his face. He's got 1 point in the Rocket Flare, so at least you can like mildly keep lanes pushed away, but it's certainly not the same as something like, you know, a Tusk that a single Snowball Ice Shards combo later into the game is going to be able to just nuke a creep wave down.
What's the play down bottom here?
I think they're trying to bait a movement out. Focus might reveal himself on the lane with that freshly picked up Blade Mail. Just hopefully you can get the turnaround with the Pierce the Veil and pump some damage into whoever decides to defend, because they need to open this map up as much as possible. They are getting just shrunk into these areas that they don't want to be in. They don't want their movement to be predictable.
This is not clean, though. Are there any TPs coming down? Looks like now there will be some. Hand of God doesn't have the mana, unfortunately, for Puppy. We'll get the mech up, but it's still not going to be enough in the end of the Hill Birth. They are still here, though, Secret. Rolling Thunder at the ready. Will be used from far away. Chira Jr. will do his best to be able to keep the captain alive. Stampede steps away to the left. Puppy, they're really making him work for the kill in the end. And now everyone from Radiant is going to be able to respond to this. Mixes in from the portal as well. Kizco in some danger momentarily. Protects himself with the snowball. Focus, and once again, this Centaur eating all the spells that he's not tanky enough to be able to survive through it. Desire will try and TP out, and there will not be a way to cancel that one by the looks of it. So a fight where you get the 1-for-1.
Not even able to kill Puppy, though. He was just hiding in the tree line the entire time, getting a little bit of that aura coming through from the mech. And now he has enough mana to be able to play around that Hand of God. Not even worrying about going an Arcane Boots. He's just straight off into the drums after this. They're wanting to keep that pressure going. Net worth lead isn't really growing, though. That's the one area of concern for Secret, right? They're getting a little bit more space for Madara to be able to farm. He's up to level 10 now, so matching the 3 Team Secret cores, and that ward that was just spotting his every move has expired.
No way. Oh, Spartan.
Number 5.
It was a nice attempt.
Second question.
Yeah.
Wait, did I ask how many deaths? I was about to ask, like,
Yes.
when is he going to get his boots, but that's already happened. I think it was pretty recent.
5 deaths, though, 14 minutes in. Half the deaths that his team has.
He's doing his job. Good old position 6.
Yes, yes.
Now you've got the Dagon as well, so a lot more survivability for Thug.
Like you said, though, the net worth lead isn't growing, but I'm still... Is that much to praise? Because
Are they roshing?
I'm a bit... Ooh, max out tag team? I suppose they can, yeah.
Would be a nice little yoink away if they're able to claim it. Of course, with all of those skelly boys, it does make it a whole lot easier. Parker's just going to reveal himself on the lane to shove it out. Could look to potentially join in with the rest of the lads. Don't think there's too much they can do about it unless old mate Spartan, who's making his way there, is going to go for a hero play hook shot. He's got the rocket flare, and he launches it into the pit. So they know this is happening, but I don't think they're going to be able to get there in time.
No, unfortunately, a little bit far away.
Ooh, not even wanting to reveal himself for the courier. He's just dragging the wave for now and not even doing that. Just wants to TP away. Says, I've died too many times.
So is this just... what do Greece do now on the map? Because it feels like Secret have the possibility of just walking down lanes with the Aegis.
Honestly, they just got to keep doing what they've been doing, right? Like, they're getting their farm on Medusa. She's starting to make her way towards that butterfly where you're not going to be as concerned about the double diffusal blades that you're going up against. Yes, you're still going to be susceptible to, you know, Puppy mana burning you with his Seder Mind Stealers, which I'm sure he's going to start picking those up soon again. But all Secret are really waiting for is the Blink Dagger on the Pangolier. I think once they get that, it's going to be all systems go. So it's just a matter of what can you get before they reach that point where they make the decision to move on forward.
Bottom tower, a little bit under siege here for Thug, which is going to be nice to be able to open up the map. I know that's something you were wanting to see them do a bit earlier from Greece, but there's been some difficulty in their ability to do that. But finally, tower will go down. It's just, are they going to be able to keep their triangle, though, which is really where you need the Medusa to be staying?
Mm-hmm. Or honestly, just on the bottom side of the map, right? Trying to... Yes, you don't really want to Medusa dying in this game, but if it forces many people back to the defensive side of the map, you do delay things out a little bit, and you know you start game coming through from the top. Spartan trying to get a D-ward off, and actually going to commit for this?
Maybe. Nice use of the dead drop, bounce back into the cogs, but you're taking a fight into the Ace advantage, and yeah, they're like, okay, never mind, that's not the fight we want to have. Stampede used to disengage, but now if there is a fight within the next 90 seconds, you will not have this to respond to the Rolling Thunder, which gives a big opening for Secret. Spartan? Okay.
Very easily just put Shira Jr. on the front lines. He's the one with the Aegis as well, so they want him leading the charge a lot of the time. They go for a smoke on the back lines. No Observer Ward behind the tower.
Hug's going to show himself for a second. Charged up the Rolling Thunder with Shira Jr., but T2 Tower's going to go down. And they might just walk back to top now. Like, really, what is actually stopping Secret?
Pretty much. I mean, that's the sort of gameplay that they're going for, right? Just lane to lane, stick together as 5, farming time is over. We've got our Aegis, we've got our team fight items. I would love to get a quick pick off onto Puppy. This Observer Ward is revealing him, but I think they must think it's bait, or they don't see the value in just taking out a Chen. He's providing a lot, though, with the mech, the Hand of God, and the drums. It's a big amount of effective health that you're providing for your entire team.
Yeah, that it is. That it is indeed. And importantly, Medusa is not here, and the towers doing their best to be able to cut, but finally we'll probably see... I'm kind of surprised they're not just putting all the summons on the tower and just bringing it down.
Look, Thug is in the lane. He's going to be cutting this one off. Means that they still do have to force that glyph, but probably going to have that backdoor protection kicking in as a result of this. So, done a pretty good job here on Team Greece to be able to stall this one out. And how long's left on that Aegis? Still a minute and a half. So, they want to try and catch out Thug, but doesn't seem like they're going to be able to do it. Ooh, just able to get away. Are they buying time?
They are buying time, but do we feel like it's going to be enough, though, considering how heavily Secret have itemized to deal with the Medusa with this double diffusal blade? You are really posing a very big issue for the Medusa inside the mid-game fights.
It's all about the butterfly again, right? Like, that's what you're basically going for, just to make sure that you're not worried about the diffusal blade at all. You can stand there and man fight. No, Desire had to pop the Pierce the Veil to be able to get away, and he's not dealing an insignificant amount of damage himself, right? Like, he's looking to try and hit into this drums at the same sort of time that Dusa hits into the butterfly. He's already got the Grove Bow, he's level 10, so they actually have a good amount of damage coming through from that Pierce the Veil, plus the drum's aura to be able to provide to your entire team.
Very mid lane. Tira Jr. Rolling Thunder looking to try and catch up focus, but there's the Stampede once again against the ultimate. They're going to be out.
No Thunderbolt, not able to catch. Not the worst. Again, like he probably wouldn't be in this situation where he's still a little bit behind the quap, but the laning stage, you would have to say, he's very happy with how that one turned out. But still, the fact of the matter is, out of an Aegis at 15.5 minutes that they were able to claim, they've only gotten one tier 2 tower and a Tormentor when their lineup is almost singularly based on pushing. And, you know, Spartan, he could start to build into some of his own items, you know, for the next little bit. He's got the Philosopher's Stone. He can look to maybe get a Solar Crest for this Dusa just to buffer up even further against a lot of this physical damage that's going to be coming out. It's not all doom and gloom for Team Greece. It is an uphill battle, for sure, but you can see that they're doing the right sort of things to be able to manage this situation.
And managing they are doing. So we'll see what the next couple of minutes look like afterwards. I know you've been mentioning a lot about the butterfly for the Medusa. When do we actually see Greece be the ones proactive and on the front foot looking to force these fights, or do we still feel like that is a while away?
I honestly think they're going to hit a lot of their timings at a similar point, right? You're probably going to get Veil plus Kai Assange on the Quap, plus Butterfly, plus Drums. Like, all of that together, combined together with the Aegis expiring, that's when I'd be looking to try and make some sort of counterplay and maybe just play into secret, thinking that, look, we've got this all-in, ball-in strat. Let's use it before we lose it and, you know, try and punish them in that way.
Oh, we've got our G's ready to go. So, just to recap, Aegis about to tick out. Spartan not about to die. Another quick escape. Doesn't go back to base. Oh, I guess the Wizard
will be fine.
True. Are they going to get there in time? Yeah, it looks like they should.
Yeah, they will. Poor Spartan. He doesn't even get a scrap at this stage.
They will steal the other one at least. His eyes already set up. They're doing some really good stuff across the map, man. This is impressive. Let's see if he sacrifices his life.
Spartan, let's go.
Oh my god. Is he gonna live as well? Probably. Not. Yes, yeah. He will. They got both wisdoms.
Yes. Oh, no, the creep got denied by Mixer. That's what.
Okay, Desire's gonna be caught. Kisco, nice shards on the bridge. He's not gonna be caught. No one's dude. Alright, no one's dying. What's going on?
They're doing well, I'm telling you. This is why they're the world champions of country-based Dota. Those damn Swedes didn't stand a chance.
Not against the Greeks.
Even Australia was out that one. We beat Team USA.
Really?
Yep.
I saw the USA team wasn't that bad.
And we lost to Turkey, I think.
Unlucky. There's always next year. Come on, boys. Australian pride. Let's go.
All right, finally, they're able to keep this push going. They haven't been able to cut every single lane in existence. Is it going to be enough to force them up onto the high ground, though? Butterfly is, what, 1,000 gold away for Madara, so he would love it just to be a tiny bit longer for him to have to play around with. He's going into the stats, just the 1 point in the Gorgon's grasp. And are they just looking to maybe bait a Roshan fight? You know, like, are they looking to try and play around the second
top lane? That's where the fight's breaking out. Focus actually for the turnaround. Kisco, but the TP's cancelled or too late. What happened? I mean, they didn't come through anyway. Tira Jr. should be able to get the bounce back with the Stampede. Won't be a possibility there. So finally, Secret able to bring those heroes to at least get the return kill onto Focus.
And they're playing in this top lane as well, which is where that tier 2 tower is. So I think they recognize the importance of being able to take this one out to prevent a few more of these rotations and potential buybacks around Roshan fights. You don't always want to be TPing right in onto an outpost if you're buying back. So we'll see how it eventuates, but it's the right sort of hero to be dying, if that makes sense. Like, you've kind of already got your base kit on this Centaur.
I think the big thing for me that I want to see is Greece go straight into the triangle and D ward, which they haven't got any of the wards just yet. You force Secret away from their own triangle and the far right ancient camp, which gives you an opportunity to get D ward the area and control it again, but you haven't been able to do that. And now Secret are back after taking the top 2 tower. Now they're back around the mid lane.
But
They will be able to fight around their
Greece are
vision.
ready. Like you can see, they instantly going in as soon as they
Here,
pop this
hook shot off the
fly
other
away.
side. Spartan. They're going to be able to run to the Pangolin. Nicely done with the snowball. Is he going to be able to get out, however? That's the question. Chira Jr. completely out of mana, but it looks like still Greece are hesitant. And now he's going to look to go back in. Chira Jr. holds the Centaur into place, Focus in some danger, and they're actually going to sack him. Focus, he'll have no boys to back him up. They're going to be able to get rid of the kill and now look for more as well. As Spartan caught over towards the triangle, an ambitious TP, 40 seconds, where it's going to be a 3v5, and by the looks of it, maybe even more as well. Desire slowed down, trying to make it up to the Blaze. We'll have to use the Pierce the Veil to escape. Should be fine. Thinking about turning it back around. Desire going to be a bit cautious though. This Pierce the Veil, it's going to expire shortly, and the Flak Cannon hits almost there.
Oof. Just able to live. As he gives a little bit of a laugh as well. I'm wondering what he spent all of his money on. He had an Atos and a Treads and like a full drums queued up, but his money has just gone nowhere. I'm not quite sure. Did they buy a gem and lose it, maybe? Just to try and get some of this map control back? Doesn't seem like it. Spartan, that's the one going into the drums, and he's finished it up, so clearly they feel confident enough to fight, but it was just a little bit disconnected, right? Spartan, it felt like, went in way too early, and the only reason that Spartan's going to be hook-shotting in onto you is if he's got backup. He knows, even Spartan knows, that he's not able to 1v5 this sort of situation.
Must say, I was really wanting a little bit more out of the Queen of Pain this game. I don't know if Thug still died, but we saw the early game he was able to get a couple of kills, some much needed ones with the Penguin having a little bit higher of a net worth, but I need more out of him inside these upcoming fights.
I kind of want to just see him buy an Aghanim shard, just to be able to, you know, blink in on top of the Pangolier or on top of the Tusk and prevent that, you know, instant swashbuckle away or that instant snowball save from coming through, because he's holding on to 3,000 gold right now. That's a lot of dead net worth, essentially, that he's got. Puppy, once he buys into this Pipe of Insight, is going to have effectively more farm than him if he doesn't look to try and spend it. And look at that, instantly, second Roshan coming through. They want to play around that Roshan's banner and end this game. We said 25 minutes, might be a little bit longer, but Secret are looking to try and put that final stamp on the game before the 30-minute mark. But saw that win probability, it's actually favoring Greece right now.
Interesting. Very interesting. I mean, the thing is it's not just like the Dusa matchup into the Gyrocopter, it's now the Terrorblade as well with his scaling, which I was going to raise a question of if you felt like if he went first item pipe, that maybe Secret could have gone high ground with that first Aegis, but you know, potentially feeling like this Terrorblade now gives you some extra potential to scale into the Medusa, which is almost like a 4 Protect 1 that they have for Greece, so...
I get what you're saying. Like, clearly, Secret's strategy was, look, let's try and punish this Medusa whenever she joins a team fight. The thing is, Madara never joined a team fight, right? Like, he was just able to dodge out really effectively. They played together as a team. This is the cohesion that we keep talking about when we say, you know, these teams that have played together for a long time. A lot of it, you don't even need to verbalize it. You just know what needs to be done in these sort of, you know, back against the wall situations.
This time they get the Aegis over to Parker, though, which definitely is... I mean, showcasing me that they're wanting to go high ground with this instead of previously giving it over to the Pangolier. But it looks like mid is maybe going to be the call for them. They'll send the Terrorblade illusions up. Maybe soon have Parker starting to slowly siege down the high ground. We'll see when they want to decide to drop the banner as well.
There we go.
There we go.
Surely
Now, how do you defend?
pretty soon after this as well.
Alright, they're in. Rolling Thunder from Kira Jr. with a hook shot over the right side, but they're losing the Queen of Pain. Thug's gone. And meanwhile, Deucer as well. Madara's out of mana. No one's protecting her.
That's game.
Secret, they just took everything inside the base. One fight has completely broken this game open. You lose the Aegis, but they're going to lose so much more on Team Greece. Terrorblade stays alive, doesn't even need the Sunder. And Parker's even trying to catch up. They've got the damage coming through from Chiro Jr. Almost even blows up Spartan as well. Crits are not there from Parker. He gets back inside the base, but there are no outer towers to defend your barracks. Secret will not stop.
No, they've got a full 30 seconds with 2 cores on the deck, and well, this is the last bastion of safety that they have, just playing around that glyph, but there's still creeps right in front of the base in the mid lane, so you're not going to get any reprieve of backdoor protection coming through from this. This is 2 lanes of rounds. It's not like they're low either, so even a big 4-man Sonic Wave from Thug won't be enough. Ended up buying a BKB just straight up.
And I didn't 100% see what happened in that last fight. I think he got clipped by Kizco's control, but yeah, we didn't see the Queen of Pain in that previous fight to defend the base. They're going to try, but Parker, he's potentially baiting with a turnaround with a Satanic Focus, trying to take up the Blade Melt, but that's a massive Rolling Thunder. Crashing into the middle is going to be Chira Jr. He'll do a quick U-turn, just slightly misses Madara. Thug with an aggressive jump in, but you see, it's just not enough. They do not have the damage to be able to even scare Secret. The sustain through everyone, Puppey keeping them at a healthy position. And Parker, he's going to be able to bring himself back up with the life steal from the Satanic, and 20,000 net worth lead now for Secret.
Pretty clinical game so far from them. Haven't made too many mistakes across the board. 20k net worth lead. They would love to see this amp damage rune, which they do. So Chira Jr., he's just going to keep the pressure going. And, well, that's another death for Spartan. Number 7, not 007, 077 instead, but he's kissing the dirt right now.
That he is, and more than likely it's going to be objectives and some heroes that are soon going to kiss it as well. Focus with a jump in.
Panic.
But are you really doing anything to Parker? Like, this guy is so difficult to kill. Satanic's going to be there, Parker. They're able to get him outside the base of the set, but they're trying to chase, though. Doesn't have the damage by himself, though, with the Queen of Pain lacking the ultimate to be able to secure the kill. Sunder's going to be able to keep Parker alive, and now they'll look to go back in. Madara completely out of mana. I mean, this is your last barracks as well. It's about to be Megas. This fight's breaking up, but meanwhile, Secret, their attention is just solely put onto dealing with the objectives, and now they can go back to the heroes as well. Under the tier 4 tower, the Centaur's body will litter the ground. And this is a 3v5, and a hope and a prayer for Greece to be able to defend this game 1.
This is pretty much...
Might be able to get it there, dude.
Okay.
Finally. Is that a first Sonic Wave? Think maybe second? I don't know. Regardless, finally you're able to get the kill into the Gyrocopter. Secret. Maybe even losing more as well if Desire is able to get a glimpse of the Terror Blade. Looks like Mixer is out of danger, but this is good luck defending against Megas at this stage.
Yeah, even just the creeps on their own is going to be challenging for them to have to deal with. And Madara needs to be increasing his net worth. He can't just be fully on defense duty. You can see he's already got the Rapier queued up after the Scouty finishes. He realizes that this is all on him if they're able to get the W, but it's looking bleak at this point. Looking to try and scale a little bit. Be that additional damage source is Desire. Not going into the dead shot damage, wants the plus 55 Gunslinger talent, and looking to try and build into a Maelstrom as well. Just for that little bit extra that might be able to be pumped into the Chen army, into the Terror Blaze. It'll be okay? Okay.
Okay, they'll get their own Tormentor by the looks of it.
Yeah, he's gone
Tried
bad
giving
as
a
well.
Desire.
So many auras.
Who's sorry?
They're just looking to play around Puppey. I was wondering if he's going to go into the Greaves just to make sure that he's not getting silenced by, like, Quap or Muerta. Not caught with the Rod of Atos, but clearly feels like his positioning isn't going to be an issue, so he can just stand on the back lines, be this aura bot.
I really like the Vlads. You have, like, even the Pango, like, let's be real, even Pango with Swashbuckle can get a lot of lifesteal back. You Terrorblade Jar, I really like the Vlad.
Yep. No, I'm totally on board with it as well. I just thought that if they're trying to end the game right now, they might be able to get the Greaves completed first.
Well, one more fight and...
A little bit low.
Is that even a Halberd queued up for Kizco as well? So... And all you got really is the potential Rapier from Dusa, which is still a while away if he's going to commit that route. So Halberd, get rid of the damage, kite her, and look to secure game 1 for the new Secret roster.
Speaking of, Anything you want to comment on this new secret roster? Like, have you been overly impressed? Have you thought that they've been missing out on anything? I know you mentioned like not going the pipe and instead going the diffusal blade. I don't think that was necessarily the wrong choice. It's just that Greece did a great job of dodging that. It looked like the wrong choice. But, you know, if Dusa ended up fighting into her or you found her even just the one time, it probably would have been incredible value just by going that early diffusal.
Yeah, I 100% agree with what you're saying, Fog. I think that me, when my point when I was bringing up the pipe is just that I felt like because they were dodging on Greece, I thought maybe with the pipe you could have forced high ground with the ages, and then maybe we wouldn't have seen them dodge.
Sure.
But then the thing with diffusal, like we've kind of been saying now, is the fact that you scale much more into the late game with the overall secret roster.
Mm-hmm. Puppy's got that Vlad's as well. So I don't think they need to wait for this next Roshan. They just want to try and catch someone that's a little bit too deep right now. Thuggy's just stuck inside of the jungle, just looking to get any little bit of farm that he can. So he's not going to be able to get into his next item anytime soon. Still at least 1,000 gold away from being able to pick up that full Shivers.
And in they go. The potential one last fight here for Secret. It's going to be through the bottom lane. Kizco.
Good position.
Charge, looking for the opening. The jump. It's on Desire. The Wetzer. It's just a quick and easy kill. And it's someone who doesn't have any way to rejoin this game. And now Madara as well. The mana is just gone and the health is gone. And your damage is gone as well. She's got to buy back. Focus as well as slowed out of the base. Might be forced to stampede. Might not even get the stampede off. They can't play this game. Madara will try with a Stone Gaze. Parker's just going to run them down. Decent damage here. Sonic Blade pushed them back, but the sustain, it's just too much. It's just too much. You've got the Chen, you've got Satanic, and when you don't have this available, you've got a Sunder as well to bring you back to full Secret. They're going to be able to take game one in very convincing fashion.
Incredibly convincing fashion as well. Didn't even look close, this one, from start to finish. Laning phase, won every single lane. Pangolier in particular played an amazing game. Chira Jr. really putting in work as that stand-in. Remember, 1, 2, and 3 on Secret right now, all looking as stand-ins. So keen to see if they're able to keep it up, because they never really felt like they were under too much pressure, you know, and it's the same sort of issue that they were never able to initiate because they were just playing from behind from the very beginning.
What do we want to see differently then? Because I really thought that we could see a lot of value out of the Queen of Pain, and I really thought the team fights weren't going to be as devastating with the value out of the Stampede. I thought you were going to be able to avoid a lot of these fights, but it didn't even seem like it mattered because there weren't fights. You were just losing your buildings because of the raw net worth lead that Secret had.
I think you just need to look back to the laning stage, right? Like, you gave up First Blood, then Spartan goes and dies in the top lane, probably going a little bit too deep when he could have just been pulling the wave for Madara to be able to sit back and, you know, get a little bit more of that net worth for himself. Parko was 1v2ing on the bottom side of the map and was living until they brought a third person to kill him, and he still finished the creep wave when it was all happening at the same time. It was just so much space for everyone to be able to make these moves and this action happen. And you just have to look at those damage numbers across the board. Not just damage as well, but the healing component coming through from Puppy. He had drums, he had mech, he had Hand of God, he had pipe, he had Vlad's. Like, what more could you possibly... And Sunder on top of everything else. So it was a really good team performance coming through from Team Secret here.
Yeah, that it was. And that's going to give you a lot of confidence for Secret and their fans as well. The fact that this is just game one, and you're already seeing the connection between them as well. Now, of course, there is definitely a thing with the honeymoon phase with a lot of these teams, so we'll see if this is going to be the case or not, but Secret look really good here up against Team Greece. With that being said, we've got to keep in mind, though, this is upper bracket. I know we started with lower bracket, but this is a series where no team is going to be eliminated just yet, but Secret, they have a game advantage in our second series of the night. We're going to throw to a break first. We've got the highlights as well to see what happened in game one. Then we'll be back with game two. Welcome back. Here we've got game 2 right around the corner for the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota event here for the qualifiers. We've got Western Europe and MENA battling it out. And then there's going to be some exciting stuff. We've seen Secret have a good show in game 1. We'll see if they're going to be able to replicate that. That is the big thing, right? Because we were both saying that this matchup versus Greece is going to be a difficult opponent. We saw Greece do some decent things to be able to stall that game out. But in the end, it was really Secret from start to finish.
It was, and I think you just can't afford to give this many super comfort heroes over to Team Secret, right? Because they're just going to go, especially with this new roster, with stuff that they know how to play, where you can just play it on autopilot, basically. Parker, Grandmaster Gyrocopter, Puppey, Grandmaster Chen. Probably, is he now the most Chen played? I would have to imagine he's like up there, at least top 3. I know Ake was for quite some time, but he's been out of the scene for quite some time as well. So, yeah, just got to prevent them from playing exactly how they want to do as we get the coin toss again, and Team Secret were victorious. They went ahead and chose first pick, and they got the wins, so I got to add the whole situation. So we're at 2 now. It's all I got, so hopefully it's a 2-0, not a 2-1.
Yeah, we got to, what do we do, 2-1, then it changes back, you got to flip it the other way, so...
Actually.
Got to wear the hat inside out or somewhere. I don't know. We'll work that out then. We'll work that out if it does go to a game 3 for Team Greece or not. But in regards to the draft and the style, because Secret, this is Puppey, right? And Puppey likes these kind of drafts, these wonky drafts, and drafts that you're able to control the map early and get a large net worth lead. What do we want to see them do differently from Team Greece? If you know that this is a strategy that we see often from Puppey with his Chen, Enchantress, some of the other heroes as well, do you put importance on the lane and then early game heroes to be able to take these fights instead of avoiding the fights like we saw?
You can look to take fights and avoid fights. I also wouldn't even mind just having more AoE damage. Like, I think something like a Keeper of the Light is going too far in that direction, but that's the sort of mentality that I have, right? If you're going to ball up and go, have something that can respond to it. This is me being biased towards my favorite hero, but Wyvern is great against these ball up lineups, right? Because you just get everything in a giant clump, and it kind of forces them to spread out a little bit and really weakens what is such a core part of their lineup.
Well, when was the last time we saw Wyvern as well? I'm trying to think of when last time I saw that hero. It's been a while.
Snake King played it a little bit.
That's it? Okay. No Chen. So not going to at least have to worry about that. We'll see if there's going to be another, again, similar hero like the Enchantress here for Puppey, or what the other decision is going to be as we get into our game 2 draft. Of course, we saw previously Voka was prioritized in the banning phase. I'm trying to remember some of the other bans as well. I do
DK
actually now.
Went away.
DK, yep.
Something else that can flex between 1 and 2. God, it's slipping. My Alchemist also was removed. So I think, well, something's going to slip on through, and I have to wonder what Secret are going to do with this first overall pick, right? Are they going to pick up an Enchantress, just kind of be that pseudo Chen for Puppey? You know, it's something, again, that he's very comfortable with. But then if I'm Greece, I'm licking my lips, and if I'm Desire, I'm just picking that Nyx Assassin. So that's the sort of thing that I'm looking out for with the bans, for starters. Obviously, Team Greece can't really do anything about it now, so they're going to need to wait for Secret to take their last ban before they respond to it. But if they don't pick the Enchantress and they ban the Nyx Assassin, that would be top 1 on my priority list for them. Just, you got to make sure that you're getting out of the lanes in a decent spot.
Yeah, definitely the big thing. Get out of the lanes in a decent spot. So we'll see there's the Invoker ban once again. And we'll see then how we set ourselves up. What were the... Trying to think of some other heroes we could see for Spartan too, because the Clockwork, not bad, but a couple too many deaths, and I feel like it's unable to see him scale into that late game and be a bit of a threat like we see from some of the other supports.
Sure. I think my main area of concern is that I think his best heroes are ones that fit the Battle Fury mold, and Battle Fury meta just isn't a thing anymore. You know, like you want him to be that ranged hero that can, sit back, not necessarily win the lane, but just secure the lane for his carry. Whereas it feels like these days you kind of need to be that body, and that's just not his style, right? Like a person's success can depend on the meta that it is right now. I think Saksa went on record saying he hates playing all these like melee style Clockwork, Tusk, all those sorts of heroes. He loves the Hoodwink, he loves the Willow, he loves the Rubik, all these sorts of things where you're able to style on them from the backline, and people just play different types of Dota, right? And it's all valid, but some metas just suit some people better than others.
That they're doing. We got our first phase done. So Secret going to pick up the Dragon Eye, which gets let through the pool. And the response from Greece is going to be the Phoenix. So Sunray, of course, very good versus the DK. As a carry DK, pretty decent at honestly being able to deal with the Supernova, I'd say, especially like if you are going Mask of Madness, Armlet, Treads, you already have a decent amount of attack speed from that in itself. So definitely, I think the big thing is the fact that you yourself on Greece already provide a lot of team fight and the Sunray to maybe help deal with the DK issue.
This feels like a buff up Parker game. You know, like I'm seeing the Phoenix. I keep thinking like, all right, are they going to Ogre Magi up against it just to be able to give that Bloodlust away, make it even easier for it to be taken down? Are they going to go at Tusk? Just, again, probably not Drinking Buddies tag team, but you know what I mean, right? Just buff in everything, and with Shadow Demon being banned out, that's something that can just wipe that out immediately. So it really is the avenue that I'm leaning towards, because I gotta say, Phoenix Shadow Demon is not a scary combination for supports if I'm on the enemy team, right? They're very much passive, don't do too much damage in the early game, good amount of control and decent at team fights, but it's it just feels like they're protecting Parker as much as possible.
I know you said earlier that a team yesterday played the Phoenix as a 1, whether it was Winterwear or
it was Tenacity. It was Dart that played
Tenacity. Yep. So I then wanted to ask you overall, how do you feel about this hero in the current state and with the flex potential? Because I know some people are playing it a little bit more as 3. I know there's been some experimentation in the mid lane as well. Do you feel like this hero is undervalued in the sense where you think it should be deserved first phase because it can be flexed so easily?
I think it's like second phase ban worthy in the fact that it's almost never a bad Phoenix game. You know, you can always make it work. You can throw it into a bunch of different lanes. Position 1, I think, is going a little bit too far with it, but I think it's an incredibly viable mid lane. You just get a ton of damage that's kind of hard to deal with. I guess the one team that might be able to, you know, deal with it in a reasonable way would be Team Secret, that kind of have this group up auras strategy, because that's kind of what Phoenix does, especially if you're playing it as a core role, right? You're diving in, you're feeling a little bit tankier than you might otherwise, and you've got the rest of the team to back you up, sure, but something like a pipe, something like a heal, all that damage over time comes pretty slowly. So I could certainly see it kind of biting them in the ass if they do go into the core Phoenix too early into the draft. I don't want to see them committing to it that early on. So probably just picking up a generic support that can go anywhere with their second pick, whether that be, you know, the Clock, the Tusk, even a Marcy. I still think Marcy could work quite well in a lot of different drafts, and I'm kind of surprised that we've seen her drop off as much as she has.
But do you feel like people just have kind of forgotten about the hero, and that's potentially why it's dropped off? Or like, definitely did feel like Marcy to, you were picking up, if you were combining the hero with like a really strong carry, right? Where you were getting like sidekick, like, you know, Marcy Visage, right? You know, there are a lot of other examples as well, but do we feel like maybe just some of the other heroes you want to play Marcy with just aren't strong at the moment, and that could be why?
Could be it. I mean, I think we could still see a Marcy Visage, for example, come out from Team Secret. It's something that Mixer loves to play. It's something that's going to buff up the DK once it gets to the later stages. I think it's very, very viable. And so we do indeed see that Tusk, right, that could still go anywhere. They haven't revealed anything about how the lane setup is going to be for Team Greece just yet. So that's a plus. I think they've ticked off kind of what they need to keep Team Secret. If I'm them, I'm just kind of, I would Marcy Visage or Marcy Muerta right now on Team Secret, just because you're going to have a really good response to the Icarus dive, kind of like, you know, the silencer interaction that Phoenix has, right? If you dive into the calling, you just come right back. Hoodwink's fine as well, right? Just anything that movement is kind of predictable with, you know, the snowball, you can set up a bushwhack, you can end up using the tree bounce trick shot to pretty high effectiveness. So yeah, no issues with the Hoodwink either.
Yep.
10 seconds.
I feel like, is there really a reason to critique the Hoodwink when you see this hero? I feel like it just does so much.
Yep, does everything, and that's why I hate playing against it, because
Yeah.
you dominate the laning stage, you're really hard to kill, you've got a stun, you've got a long range ult, you've got break, you've got a great Aghanim shard, you can scale. What more could you possibly want? It's like that, Willow, and there's one here, Muerta, that I'm missing. Jakiro, okay. Not really expecting that one.
Instant Viper. Pretty goddamn quick. They're going to get the Morphlings right. I want to speak quickly. I haven't seen the drinking buddies a lot, but I did see it a couple times when you're playing against the Jakiro to be able to drag them away from like the stun into Ice Pass. So I wonder if that's something that we could see as a potential.
Okay.
Jakiro has some interesting value versus the Phoenix Egg with the double click, but this is they were kind of ready for this for Greece. Your Viper and Morphling, they really didn't think much about these two heroes.
No, definitely not. I mean, I guess they feel like the lanes are going to go pretty well. I mean, I have to wonder still where exactly this Phoenix is going to go. You've still got the potential for it mid. Maybe a little less so now that you're probably going up against Alina. Obviously, the bane of so many people's time in that mid lane. You could just outrange pretty much anything. But you can also get dived on pretty early. You know, a rotation coming through from the Tusk plus the Phoenix together, you can kill this Lina pretty effectively. So I wonder if that is the avenue that they're still going to commit down. Of course, they've got the last pick of the overall draft, so they can kind of decide how things go. Like this, though, again, the one thing that Greece is really lacking is that form of control, just to lock the fight in place, to get full value out of the Sunray, out of the Supernova, out of, you know, Viper, who not necessarily the most mobile hero, right? You're just this turret that you stick your flag down and say, I want to fight here, and there aren't too many better heroes than Puck to be able to deal with that.
Yep, without a doubt. I do this Lina pick. I don't know. I'm struggling to see a way that Greece fixed the draft for me where I favor them. I feel like this Lina pick is just incredible. Like you
What
can kind of
about
deal with
Sniper?
the egg. Sniper? Okay. Sure, but like I feel like how do you set up like Viper and Sniper are somewhat similar, maybe in this not really. Viper's a little bit more in the middle, a little bit more survivable, but I just feel like how they play Dota is a bit awkward with a Viper Morphling Sniper. But I don't think that's I don't think you're giving a bad suggestion. I just feel like you picked Viper Morphling and then you just got leaned and now it's like crap, like where do I put the Viper?
Yeah, because you can't put Viper mid against the Lina. This is, to me, as a Viper off lane. Again, it is a mix of specialty heroes, so... sorry, no, doesn't actually matter. It's not mixer playing. It would be focus playing it instead. I just think you can't lose the lane as hard as you did in that... all three lanes, actually, as hard as you did in that game number one. And I feel like Sniper is the only solution to potentially fix that. It doesn't solve all of the other issues that I have mentioned, but... what does against this Lina is the better question, right?
Yes, there's not a lot. This hero is a difficult hero to draft into, to play into in regards to the lane. So you're just give me a playmaker. Give me someone who can get in, provide some stuns, protect the egg a little bit, get on top of the Lina. So no Park, no Ember. And we're gonna have our pick as well for Secret.
I'm still going, like, could Marcy still work for Greece? And you just put mid Phoenix and just try and stay at range, use the fiery spirits as much as possible, get ganks coming through from either Tusk or Marcy, and the Lina probably dies.
5 seconds remaining.
I think it could work. Ice Path makes your life very challenging, though, as a Phoenix, right? You can't just dive through onto anything. Tidehunter, okay.
Yeah, I mean, tied into Morphling's very strong, but then tied into Viper plus Phoenix. I think the Viper break and the Phoenix Sunray, but definitely gives yourself a bit of team fight. And we're going to get a Rubik as well. So mid Rubik potentially. Let's see. Desire likes the Rubik a lot though, but yes, it will be mid Rubik. There are some incredible abilities to seal this game. We all know about the Jakiro. Rubik loves sealing that. Anything from the Lina is going to be great as well. I don't mind it. It's creative. I think it's a pretty good Rubik game. Like, you got some good spells to be able to use, but feel like you really need to get lucky with the power runes and then play with Desire early on and just get kills across the map and go crazy.
I feel terrible for Desire this game. Like, you are the front line for your team. Like, he is playing a lone hand this game, and you roll in, you're getting God, what's it? Bushwhacked, you're getting dragon-tailed, you're getting ravaged, you're getting ice-pathed, you're getting light strike arrayed, and you are getting blown the hell up off the map. So it really feels like a difficult game for them to have to play. I feel like this Rubik, yes, it's clever. Yes, there's some good things to be able to steal, and maybe you'll be able to keep it somewhat range away from this Lina, but I don't know. I think it's just going to be a little bit too much for them to deal with.
I agree. Let's see what the Rubik's going to be able to do, though. Thug, I wanted a little bit more from him in the previous game. You know, he looked pretty solid. I think the KDA was fine, but we didn't really see the net worth or the streak that he had get them over the finish line and really make it an even game. Let's see if they're going to be able to fight back and make it a close series like we were really expecting. You know, we thought this heading into it with Secret up against Greece was probably going to be 3 games and at least be some competitive ones. And man, those odds are getting worse. I was a bit surprised, honestly, before the game one. It was like $1 something to like 4 from Greece, and now that it's a 9, I'm still quite surprised. I feel like that is super inflated from the fact that this is a secret organization and they did lose game 1. So let's see. I will say that I think the draft is against them, but Rubik is the X factor.
Yeah, they got out-drafted in game 1, so, you know, I don't really put the gameplay too much past Team Greece, but I just feel like, again, there's so many holes in this draft. Like, you're probably not going to get run over quite as hard in this game just because you don't have the tools to push outside of the Dragon Knight. I guess you get a little bit from the Jakiro, but he's gone the Liquid Frost, so you actually don't have that that tower damage with the Liquid Fire. So it might be a little bit slower, but I feel like you're just going to get at least 2 beastly cores in Chira Jr. on his Lina and Parker on his DK that are just going to be unstoppable.
Well, that's concerning then. That's very concerning. We'll see what they're going to be able to do from Team Greece, though. They will get another. Again, this is upper bracket, and I believe the loser is playing next against Dragon Esports, and then the winner will play versus Avulus later today, which is going to be another difficult series with Puppy.
Yeah, be able to get away. It is another difficult series for sure. Like no guarantees here. Who would we had in the upper bracket then? It would be Secret, Avulus, Mouse, and Nigma. Like those are 4 pretty worthy top 4 teams.
We got a first
Please
blood
don't die
potentially
first again.
Spartan. Well, that might be the case. Puppy's going to be able to get the kill, and now they're going to turn to Desire as well. So it's not just one, but a second that the boys will be able to find. And Parker is going to be the one to take it with the Breathe Fire. So, well, there you go. Secret
Some things don't
start.
change.
Yeah, they don't.
Oh, they tried to do that little body block thing on the bottom side of the map, but Andro with a few blocks of his own to prevent it, so nicely done. They'll be able to get a little bit of harass here into Mixer. That is one of the plus sides as well. He gets hit by the Anchor Smash there, but neither player should really be taking too many of these. Just double range against the Tidehunter feels pretty damn good.
Oh, starting with the tri-lane. Focus. Running down with the Viper. I mean, Kisko will die, but cool. Cool, bro. You get the Hoodwink. Nice life on the Viper. This is a lane dominator. You are weak early on. Secret looking to really slow him down and enable Parker.
Does mean that you suffer a little bit on this Tidehunter, right? He hasn't got a single last hit at this point, so it's worth it just to make sure that the Viper doesn't get out of control, but the counterpoint is that Madara is kind of free farming. 5 and 3 at this point, should look to get another deny off onto the range creep, which they do. It's all about the give and take.
Thug's Grandmaster Ruby as a mid laner? Was he ever he was never a support, right? Was he?
Nope. Must have just been learning Desire.
Man, this guy's played a lot of Ruby games then, if he's never been a support.
It's just the sort of thing like when you're playing with friends and you're forced to play support, it's either Pudge or Rubik. Guaranteed that these people are going to pick.
Yeah, they're definitely the fun ones. When you're cores, you just pull them out. Have a little bit of fun.
You need to make your own
Except that
fun
maybe-
when you're playing support, dude. Like it's all about making the best of a bad situation a lot of the time. No one wants to be a babysitter.
No, and the Rubik and the Pudge are definitely some of the better heroes to make your own fun. Intrigue focus.
Yeah,
Try and do a
nice.
little bit of damage. I don't think this is gonna work though. Puppy's taking a full creep wave with the tag team. Are you really gonna pressure the Viper with just these
Nice
two
body blows.
heroes?
Thought they might get a little bit of damage into Parker, but I think they're realizing just how tanky this this DK is. He's already got the bracer. He got he's involved in 3 kills so far. Didn't end up dying despite such a heavy commitment onto him. So they just want to try and take out Puppy whenever they can.
Looks like Lotus should be able to go the way of Spartan down bottom. More than likely, Grease is going to get the second one up top. Very intrigued on...
Dived a little bit up top here, actually. Focus is diving past the tower. They even use the glyph to make sure the creep wave survives.
That dive should result in a kill. Parker trying to step away, but the pop's going to be there from Focus. Now looking to try and stack up. He's lacking a little bit of mana, though, which is going to be the issue. Could do it the old-fashioned way with the right clicks. And Puppy's going to be able to get out of danger. Importantly, though, we've got another kill that goes the way. This time it's actually going to be onto the Morphling, so both teams will lose their position 1 inside the laning phase.
I'm really surprised. Like, what actually happened to the Morphling there? Was it... Oh, very nicely done. Just predicting the salve, and Kisko hitting that tree bounce trick shot, making sure that Spartan is relatively low and not able to instantly go back into the lane. Must have been another tree bounce, right? I can't really see too many other situations where maybe Madara was morphing down into the Agi and ended up getting punished.
Maybe surprised as well by the Gush minus armor into the Q damage.
Yep, they got the blight.
What is it called again? Why am I forgetting?
Acorn shot, but tree bounce
Acorn,
trick
thank you,
shot.
yep.
Not like our favorite Warpine Raiders with the nut shot ability.
Yes, no, Chiro Jr. A bit of
Being in danger
in a
here.
bit of an awkward position. Gonna need a TP to come through. Chiro Jr. does at least land the stun. Kisko trying to do his best to keep the mid laner alive with the bottle sip and miss. No way. Are you serious? Shard's not going to be enough as well. And Chiro Jr., well, he's low resources, so probably has to go back to base. They want to try and catch up the Desire at least, of course, knowing that
Hurry up. Hurry up.
Dire's courier.
we'll
Alright.
be able to scout out. That's boots from Poppy, so unfortunately this Shakira is not really going to be able to find the tusk on his grand escape. May have to deny
Focus
to the
gonna
Teacher Tower.
continue on to
Focus. It looks like he is.
Are scared.
Dragon Tail's going to be there from Parker. At least he can step into the tree line. They're going to need some more heroes, though. Parker shows himself for a second. Now, they do have the Hoodwink starting to move over. Parker is just playing, dangling his life, just baiting Focus to step a little bit forward. Now, Desire as well shows himself, but now it's an extra kill that the boys on Secret are going to be able to find. All this pressure, they're trying to output onto the DK, but Parker's fine, will sustain up and get a full creep wave onto the tower for free.
I think when you're in the heat of the moment, he just didn't realize that it was about to turn into nighttime. So all of this vision that he thought he had that would enable him to dive onto Parker underneath the tower just vanished in like a blink of an eye. So would have been a huge solo kill if he was able to net that one, but just not meant to be.
Dire's
Not meant to be, and
structures are fortified.
6 kills now for Secret. I mean, you still do have the Morphling on top. So even with that death inside the lane here, Butter is pretty happy. Chiro Jr. pump faking the LSA with a threat of the snowboard to potentially dodge. There's going to be an amp damage room down bottom. So Thug, we'll see if he wants to try and steal a spell and then maybe go to one of the side lanes.
I mean, Light Striker Race has, sorry, Dragon Slave has such a long cast range if he's able to steal that one. There we go, he does indeed.
And he does.
Plenty of ways to nuke the wave as well. So he's able to stay back at a lot safer distance now. Wonder if he's going to go into like an Arcane Boots or if he's just going to rush an Aether Lens. Got a few heroes that
Top
can
lane.
get away with that.
Love to see the Rubik here, but maybe a little bit too far away from the tower for him to show up. Kisko, is he going to tick out? Doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
It's going to be A-okay, but you know what? You're still, I was about to say you're still farming on Focus, but that death really ended up hurting him. He's falling a fair way behind the DK now, and Parker just got like 2 waves underneath the tier 1 tower in complete safety. So it's not the ideal sort of situation. They're still committing 3 heroes up here, and they're going to be mindful of committing in onto Puppy because you've got a big creep wave coming with 3 range creeps, and yeah, Kisko of course and Parker backing him up too.
Do you want Thug to move as well in the room? Like, I feel like with this amp damage and Dragon Slave, like, I want to see this hero getting active early on. I feel like you just have so much nuke potential with Fadebot maxed out in Dragon Slave.
I agree, but I think he needs just something else to be able to play around with, whether that be just the arcane boots to enable his team a little bit more. I've seen a couple of times that Focus has just had to stop right-clicking because he ran out of mana. As Desire is about to feed.
Oh. Well, definitely with the snowball. This already has minimal health for him to be working as well. Chirurgeon is kind of being all the way back inside the tier 1.
This is what we were talking about with like those predictable roles, right? Like you've got so much to be able to set up onto it. Ice Path, Light Strike Array, Bushwhack, everything that you could possibly hope for. So that save coming from Desire might not actually be the savior a lot of the time.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Let's see. Again, how are you going to play around the Tidehunter who's got Ravage ready to go? Nicely done from Kizco, is going to be able to scout out this high ground placement of the ward, but will not be able to find the Deer ward with both supports trying to protect their own safe lane. Kizco still is able to get the kill to the Phoenix, actually. Overwhelming amount of damage. We're not ready to... Mixer should be fine. Gush is going to be there potentially a little bit too late for any way to stop the retreat up the stairs. So Thug, that's it. DD as the last rune, Arcane rune now as well, and we're still yet to see him be able to get value out of the power runes.
Is he just going to farm with this Anchor Smash? It seems like he just wants to stick in the jungle, but he needs to be that playmaker. This was your last overall pick. He's actually doing a pretty good job, slightly ahead of the Lina in terms of net worth, but he's going to need to, like you said, start to get a little bit more active if he's looking to really put his influence onto the game. Just trying to think what that key point is. I mean, we've got Boots of Travel finished up now, so maybe just waiting for a bit of an overplay coming through from Secret. The thing is, though, he revealed himself on the lane, so they know that this possibility is here, and he's actually moving up top to be able to make something happen.
Viper strike out, Focus, chucking everything onto the Dragon Knight. That the response is going to be their Secret. They were ready and waiting. Tira Jr. here in instant, along with Kizco, and they're going to cut down a second. Still yet to see Thug tried to get involved, but it's just that play, they needed more. It felt like they need more. It always feels like they just do not have enough from Greece.
Yep, they don't have the damage, they don't have the control. This is why I was saying poor Desire at the start of this game, right? 0, 4, and 4. He needs to put himself in so many dangerous positions, and you know, if you don't have the follow-up coming, you're going to get punished a lot of the time. And he only stole a level 1 Ice Path as well on Thug, so it's not like this is going to do too much to assist with that situation. And TP down bottom if he wanted to, though, and I kind of feel like he should. Yeah, he's going to be coming now with the Invis rune.
Kizco is nearby. May be able to disrupt this attempt with the Bushwhack, and yet lands onto 3, sidesteps the shards. Thug trying to get in range here to cast some spells and should be able to do so. There we go. Finally, we're able to get this Rubik showing up, using those early levels, and getting a pretty big kill, this Tidehunter. Actually, I thought it was much higher in the net worth. I'm surprised how rough of a time he's had in the laning phase, but they want to go again. Greece, they get 1 kill, looking to chain this into a second.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's actually going to result in anything. Maybe up on the top side, going for a bit of a dive onto Parker, but Kisco's in a good spot to be able to give him a bit of backup.
So what happened last time, it needs to be perfect. The break once again, Supernova, and okay, this time they're going to be able to secure the kill and look to bring it into a second as well. They make sure they make amends from the previous time. They're going to be cautious though. Chira Jr. with a wraparound, looking for the burst. Ravage as well. Mixer just runs straight into the middle. First use of the ultimate. They still have used a lot for these early kills, but it might not matter in the end. Focus, he's getting ran down. Number the Dragon Slave from Chira Jr. and the LSC landing on the face of Desire. Yeah, you got those early kills from Team Greece, but Secret, they still had a lot left in the arsenal to be able to take these fights.
Yeah, just making sure to hold all those TPs. I think that's going to be a main priority coming through from Puppy, just saying, don't TP just for a little bit of convenience, right? You need a way to be able to respond to this aggression that's going to be coming. You know, Viper, Lane Dominator, Rubik, Boots of Travel. It has to be expected.
Even game though. even game that we're getting at the moment. 7-13, yes, the kills are favoring Secret with Morphling top net worth. Everyone's in a pretty good position. Like, no one's really had a bad game.
No, definitely not. And like they could have had a better game for sure, but not bad by any stretch. Not unrecoverable like we've seen many teams throughout the qualifiers so far. As Spartan gone a little bit deep on his Phoenix. No Supernova to be able to give him that extra little bit of a safety net, and he's even dragging the creep wave away. So his movements are going to be found out pretty damn easily. Against these two heroes, you can't even Sunray and go off the side of the map either. You're still going to be able to land that Light Strike Array or Ice Path.
Doesn't it? Structures are fortified.
They actually ping exactly where Madara is. They might have a sense of being able to catch out where exactly this pesky Morphling is farming. Doing a very good job of it though. And yeah, they do see underneath that Observer Ward, so long until the Ravage. 40 seconds. Boots of travel as well on Chira Jr. Might just look to shove the lane out and try and punish Madara while they can.
Meanwhile, though, we do have a bit of a siege happening mid, focused with the Dragonlance being able to siege from out of power range, and Team Greece are even making sure they bring the heroes just in case there's going to be a defense from Secret, which looks like they will give this tower up for free. So it's going to give a bit more map control and at a pretty good timing with the next power rune coming up, which we'll see what Thug is going to be able to play with.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Thing is, all of Parker's kills have kind of come in response to aggression onto him, right? He hasn't made that aggressive move of his own. You mentioned the Basket Bandit's potential coming. It's coming, and he's got the armlet already finished up, as well as plenty of mana regen just to keep himself out there on the map. So,
Chira Jr. farming under the Observer Word. Thug off the back of the haste that they're able to find enables the setup. Desire is going to be in as well, and there we go. You know, now we're getting with the opening of the map, this Rubik's second in net worth, really starting to get involved, play around with the team. Even Spartan's just like inside their triangle and stealing farm as well. So I love this Team Greece lineup that we're seeing and how they're playing the map. Really starting to be much more aggressive in the face of Secret and making sure there's just nothing free or easy for them to farm.
I like Spartan doing it when Lina isn't available to come and just kill him, because I feel like that's the hero that you need to really punish him in a really effective way, right? They don't necessarily have a ton of burst damage outside of him. Yeah, Hoodwink has a little bit, but probably not enough to be able to kill Spartan on his own. Oh, and that Sentry Ward is actually just outside of the range of the Ancient Camp, and Parker, he's pinging it out, saying, got to make sure that you enable me to farm. I dived a lot in the laning stage. I'm picking up my items, but still going to be a little bit until I become this unstoppable beast. By that point, how big is Madara going to be?
That's true. I mean, because he's getting big. This Morphling is getting huge. And is there stuff this game that the Morphling has to be worried about? Like, if this is a free farm Morphling, is this just an auto win? Or how do we see the Morphling this game?
You've got the burst damage to be able to take him out, but again, Lina needs to be there, and it looks like they're going for this smoke wraparound play, trying to get him on the retreat, realizing that he probably doesn't want to use that TP. He's been sitting down on this bottom side of the map, farming relatively uncontested. No Blink Dagger yet on the Tidehunter though, so Ravage isn't going to be...
Or Shard too. Bushwhack's still going to be able to find a connection. It's not easy. They need to use everything, but maybe with the Lina here, just shy. The waveform gets him out of danger, and our Mixer, he ran to the left. He did not run away with the rest of the team, so this Tide, he's going to go down. Ravage shoes, rotation shoes from everyone else. Yes, it'll take you a while to get the kill onto the Tidehunter, but nonetheless, it is a kill to be had from Greece, and Ultimate's wasted.
Yep. You needed that Luna to connect on all of her spells, and honestly, even if she did, I think you still probably live on that Morphling there. Madara just had way too much time to be able to get the Morph off and get away. It really needs to be like that Blink, Ravage, Blink, DK stun while he's in a fair amount of agi, you know? And it's only going to get more and more difficult now that he's starting to pick up more of these items, right? Going into the Butterfly next, so you might have that initial catch, but where's the follow-up damage going to come from?
So before you were saying, like, maybe some of the ways you could address the Morphling this game is going to be from the burst here from Chira Jr. how are we seeing Chiru's game at the moment? Is there items or that he needs to be able to enable this potential burst to bring down with the Morphling?
Yeah, I mean, he's got the Aghanim Scepter queued up, and he's only about 100 gold away from it, so he should have that relatively soon. The Flame Cloak, of course, providing a huge amount of spell amplification. Maybe even just some of these, like, tier 2 neutral items as well might enable him even further. Like the Grove Bow, for example, just try and keep it range from the Viper. Always going to be very effective, gives you an additional way to be able to take care of the egg, and of course the spell amp coming from that too.
Is there even a Hex that could be considered later on for a little bit more control versus the Morphling? Or there's just too many items he needs?
Later on, yes, but I think, like you said, there's a lot of stuff that he needs before he gets to that point. Like, probably want a BKB, probably want, say, even a Blink Dagger, some sort of, like, instant catch to be able to just follow up on your team. See you later, Still 5-1 and 5 on this Lina. He's been involved in 10 out of the 15 kills, so it's not like he's sitting back and nothing's happening. I think just the Thug is putting on a pretty impressive performance from an unorthodox mid hero.
Now, we do say this is the timing where you get the ages and then you have some big objectives soon to be claimed across the map. Tier 2 tower, at least for Radiant. Tier 2 tower down bottom, into Tormentor, and into Wisdom Room. It's only 1,000 net worth lead for Greece. Do you want to see them play this aggressive in Secret's own jungle and contest these? Or do you feel like even with the ages, they're not strong enough?
I mean, I'd be more happy with them doing exactly what they're doing right now. You know, just park yourself down bottom, play around a lot of the vision that you've placed up on the cliff. I don't think you really care about your tier 1 tower top potentially going down. You know you've got the advantage at this point through, you know, ultimates, having slightly superior team fight outside of the Ravage, and we haven't exactly seen the best usages out of that Tidehunter ult just yet.
Mid lane. An attempt onto the Rubik. They're going to dump everything they have between the two heroes. Thug, he's going to make it out. The shield rune holding into the bottle. And this is the advantage that they're playing with currently. Secret, they haven't killed a tower. Meanwhile, bottom, hang on a second. All of a sudden, they go high ground, half the health taken from the tier 3 tower. We look away for a second on the screen, and you see what the Morphling is able to do objective-wise.
I mean, they're just going to hang around. They might even look to try and yoink away this Tormentor. They've got a lot of great Aghanim shards on their team to be able to pick up. The one that they would love the most is Focus, of course, but if you end up getting your 4 or 5, hold on, here's Coat.
Nice ward.
What? Yeah, they're going to be able to jump in.
The Tide's
Ravage.
ready. The Tide's ready. Nice pushback connecting onto 2. Mix is going to be able to throw out the Ravage as well. They got the Tormentor, so steals the Aghanim shard, but now they used a lot. Do they have anything left to be able to kill these heroes? Because the Supernova over the right side, it'll control the area. Protecting Greece, giving them a moment of time to reevaluate how they want to take the team fight. It's Chiro Jr. getting chased away, but he is fine. Dances up to the high ground as Greece just narrowly missed out on getting that kill onto the Lina. And I think all in all, Tusk, Ages, but you do get the shard as well for Secret. So I don't know who that favors, really.
Well worth it, in my opinion. Like, that was the ideal Ravage, and a little bit of a misplay, considering they had been showing off the map for quite some time. They had even a Observer Ward inside the base, placed up prior to that fight by Spartan. So they would have seen them starting to, you know, file over towards the Tormentor area and not putting down the Sentry to be able to cover any potential Observer Ward play. It's a bit of a blunder.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Fortunately, not the target they want. Maybe a little bit of time wasted with a good TPM, but that's not going to be the case. So Tusk kill into
Taunt?
potential Tormentor?
Yeah, why not? Chokizko is saying, come on, Boomerang, it's free.
But this is... or potentially tied. I don't know if he's bought. No, he hasn't got it yet. So this is actually a really big second Tormentor that they're going to get.
Yep.
And yeah, okay, there you go. That's a shard now for the Tidon to something that you already want to be buying. So, you know, we're going to see. You know, maybe this could be something that goes the way of Secret, just having these early Aghanim shards compared to the boys on Team Grease.
I say, though, despite everything that's happening, Martyr is still having a good game, right? Like, he was able to get away with his life at the end of that there. Yeah, sure, he loses the Aegis, but you're taking towers.
Baka stuck around. Baka stuck around for far too long. They've got the Sunray percent damage, going to be able to hold him inside the laser beam. And kind of first big mistake. I don't know if that's a first death, but maybe second, but we haven't seen him at least any big casualties for Secret in a while, but that is definitely the first one.
Yeah, outside of being dived consistently in the laning stage, he's been playing pretty well across the map. Not necessarily getting super active, but, you know, just staying off the map, not revealing his position all that much. But, yeah, that death is certainly going to hurt him. Allows Madara to overtake him once again with that amp damage freshly picked up. So what now? Looks like Akaya and Yasha coming from Shira Jr. next, so really just wants even more of that movement speed, more attack, more, of course, spell amplification, just so that they can pop whoever it is that they want to prioritize.
Looks like a big fight's brewing up top, though. Both sides, everyone ready to go dive. Got some pretty decent vision up on this high ground, but the question is are you going to be able to find the opening?
They aren't dewarding it, and they actually smoke underneath the ward. Blinking back. Just not wanting to even be... Come on, Spartan, don't get that greedy. You don't need this creep, Spartan. Ooh.
Zyra is actually running forward, popping the smoke, gets the snowball down as well onto the tide. They probably weren't expecting that, but okay, no one else is actually nearby. I thought maybe there could be a way to protect him, but everyone actually just looked to cut their losses and run Desire out.
More space for Madara, though. You're only 800 gold away from being able to pick up a full butterfly, which certainly is going to provide him with a lot of defense against the... It's really only against the Dragon Knight, though, right? Like, maybe a little bit of Kizco. That Acorn shot is starting to hurt a fair amount, but... and you can still get blown up by the Lina. That's my main area of concern for him. So as soon as he gets into, I don't know, BKB and stuff along those lines, even just a Blink Dagger, he's actually already got it on Desire. So, you know, Blink Save certainly is a possibility coming through from him, unless the Ice Pass are already on point for Puppey.
Man, who would you favor at the moment with the current status of the game that we have? It seems very even.
It does. I think the fact that it's just barely a Greece net worth lead, and the fact that they've got 3 additional towers still to claim, means that Secret's still in a pretty good spot. It just means that they're not quite ready to fight just yet, you know? You haven't made DK this raid boss quite yet. You haven't got that full combination of movement and teamfight utility on Mixer quite yet. Even the Lina, right? You've just picked up the Kaya. This is actually a pretty decent timing for them if they wanted to make a play around the nighttime, but the downside is they don't really have the most amount of vision. It's really just one defensive ward up on the top side of the map, so while it might be a good timing for, you know, their items and cooldowns, they just don't have the information to be able to make the right sort of play.
Tied on top. Oh, okay. Just run straight past Madara. Will now pop out inside the lane. Looks like maybe Morphling's going to go through the portal, so doesn't even want to reveal himself against the Tide, because we got to get ourselves set up for Roshan. It is going to be a spawn up top, which will favor Secret with the outpost area. We already do see Team Greece, though, starting to bring all their forces to hopefully get some vision set down for an upcoming fight.
I'm sure that's what's being called out by Puppey, though. You know, he knows that going up against a Tusk, going up against this Vladimir's offering especially, you've just got so much damage to be able to deal with it. So they just want to try and make this Roshan attempt that much more obvious by pushing out lanes and forcing them to have to try and respond to something.
Oh, wow. Acropai to deal with the wave, so they're a little bit late. I mean, yeah, they will come in the end, but...
That's not there for another 20 seconds if they did want to make a move right now. Of course, they don't know this. He's farming all the way back in the safety of his triangle. And Roshan is actually a really quick spawn as well. Spartan's going to spot it. So all of Team Greece right now are in a pretty good spot to be able to pick that one up. Yeah, just make an immediate beeline towards it. Why not? Rubik's not really going to help in terms of damage, and they've delayed losing their tier 1 mid tower until 26.5 minutes, so this is a big plus for them. So much more of the map to be able to play around with. Now a Roshan's banner to enable the high ground push a little bit. And there's still plenty of room for Focus to grow as well. I feel like we've forgotten about him a little bit. Yeah. Doesn't even have the Aghanim Shard yet. He's got the Dragon Lance, so he can certainly be a high ground sieger too.
Yep. Without a doubt, there is a lot of room.
I think he's looking to try and make the big plays as well. Still holding onto that Iron Talon. He has a lot of attack speed, sure, but against the Hoodwink, might just be looking to try and...
Bottom lane? Finally, we're gonna get it. No way. How many misses? What? That was... Yeah, alright, luck is on your side with the butterfly misses there from Madara. We've been waiting for the Lina to finally show up and finally get these like mass burst kills. 7-1 and 6 from Chira Jr., but
Chira?
haven't seen them onto some big carries. And
He's dead.
well, now they're going to be able to catch him running inside the river as well. But Chira Jr. will go down and also give the Dragon Slave back over towards the Rubik. So Thug will continue to run around with the Black Dragon.
That's so clowny. The hat's on the side of his head as well, with the Rubik stolen. Oh, well.
Looks so funny. Poppy maybe looking to try and steal the Wisdom Room. Fortunately, Thug is already there. Luckily, Thug runs down to the low ground at a good timing, so they will not get the freebie, which probably would have been the case for the Rubik. But game is starting to get a little bit difficult. Bottom lane, we're going to have a fight. Parker, it's just 2 heroes currently from Secret. Now, they are close at least to some other members that are going to funnel in shortly. Parker, no hesitation, actually wanting to try and force the team fighters mixed with a jump over the top. They're going to try and anchor down with the Morphling, who does have the Aegis, keep in mind, protected as well with the Sun Ray. Break is there, so Ty just has to use the Ravage before he dies, but the ultimate really doesn't do a whole lot, and now Parker, he's on the retreat. Yule's into the Supernova, and they're going to be able to hold him into place. They will not be able to do so, but finally Thug is here with a little bit of control. Parker holding the beacon beat the last second. Chiro Jr. in with the burst. They'll cut away the first life for the Morphling, but that'll probably be all that we see inside this engagement of the remnants of this tier 2 tower down bottom.
We haven't truly seen Secret take that big 5-on-5 engagement, right? Everyone's been just a little bit off, not quite truly connected. Ravage, sure, it connects onto 2, but not all that amazing follow-up coming through there. Parker a little hesitant to go for anything more than just the super simple kills, right? Desire, he is a very important kill, don't get me wrong, but he doesn't want to put his life on the line when he doesn't know that follow-up damage from Chira Jr. is coming as well.
Sparta? They might be baiting the Phoenix. They knew that both the Hoodwink and the Lina were moving over the top, so they set up behind him. The captain brings the forces to protect the Phoenix. Chira looking for the TP out. If they got any stuns, anything, just too late. The LSA was still on cooldown for Thug.
Close, though. Really close for them to be able to confidently start pushing up in this top lane, even up onto the high ground, because he would have maybe not had buyback at the time. He just cleared out a creep wave on the bottom side of the map, Chira Jr., so he has enough now, but imagine if they would have had that Roshan's banner plus the potential of pushing up for a tier 3 tower. This is the sort of series that I was expecting, not the one-sided rollover that it was in game number 1. Team Greece, they've got that cohesion, got an interesting drafting style, and they've got an amazing position 1 in Madara to be able to play around.
And potential kills across the map they're going to be able to find as well. Bushwhack will be able to stop the Sunray and now turn it. So Parker gets a killing spree. Meanwhile, they actually got a glimpse of Chira Jr. inside. Okay, well, who found who? Chira Jr. annihilates Desire, now turns for Thug as well. They're going to need the Tidehunter for the control, and he's going to be able to provide that in quick fashion. Meanwhile, inside the river, another fight is breaking out. This game was even, and now all of a sudden, Secret, they just get 4 kills with ease. I mean, Greece, we were singing their praises, and then all of a sudden, Secret, they're back in this game and probably going to have the lead.
It's all off the back of Spartan just getting caught out a little bit too deep. I mean, you've got your refresher. There's no need to be, diving in that deep, still looking to try and pick up some farm, but, well, they're going to make the most of it. 5k net worth swing, going to be even more once this tier 2 tower goes down. Probably going to be 2 tier 2s, to be honest, with how hard Parker is hitting that mid tier 2.
Yeah, goddamn. Outer Dragon form, unfortunately, is about to expire, but the damage has been dealt. You've gotten some big items. This gold swinging massively into the side of Secret.
The sword should not cleave when you're hitting a tower and it hit creeps. Like, that should not happen.
Oh?
Just using the Flame Cloak
Okay,
with the Shadow Blade. Just looking for a little bit of a freebie. It was a bit ballsy to make that sort of move up onto the high ground to kill Spartan, though, considering,
Ooh.
and they're contesting up into you. It's a hot spot to be able to put a sentry ward, but gotta risk it for the biscuit, I suppose. No real need to go for the full Silver Edge just yet. Stick around with the Shadow Blade. Maybe look to build into, the Scythe of Ice, and then just for an item slot, maybe one more item, and then into the Silver Edge, just to be as efficient as possible. Can't get rid of the corrosive skin, I suppose.
Do we want to see Greece continue to play with confidence? Like, I know they did just lose a lot of the map. Those 4 kills, 2 tier 2 towers. Do we want to see them get back out of the map and pressuring Secret, or do we feel like they actually need to be playing as scared as they are?
I don't think they should necessarily be playing scared. Hold on, 5-man smoke coming in.
Oh,
They've got the high-
Madara. Okay. Oh, man. I thought maybe the Lina was going to scout at the Morphling and the Shadow Blade, but unfortunately Parker ran into him first.
reaction speed, of course, as well, coming through from Madara.
Radiant are scanning.
Nice scam. Goes red and Team Greece. They're going to play around this high ground. They're going to be cautious if they group up, though, because Tide, he's ready to go. Any opportunity he sees with a multi-man Ravage, they will respect that high ground. They're actually going to give that over to Team Greece, looking maybe to push him mid to force Greece out of this power position that they're in.
Yeah, but they don't want to reveal how long is left on the Elder Dragon form, right? They want to try and keep them guessing as much as they can. Parker is kind of forced to move in, though, and
Aaron Chira Jr. They're going to be able to get the sum onto the Lina, but the counter's there. Mixed up. It's a pretty decent Ravage. Parker's going to be in with the control. They'll get rid of the Phoenix, which is a lot of their team fight. And now Parker's trying to bite back as well. One set of control. It's just not enough. Madara slips out of danger. The grasp was there from Secret, but it wasn't firm enough to hold the Morphling in long enough for Parker to get the damage, but it's not enough of an opening as well. Unfortunately, Roche is still not available for them to take, so we will have another 5v5 before this third Roche goes down.
I think someone hasn't been keeping track of it because, it's going to be up top as an absolute guarantee, and they just want to make sure that they're securing that area. Not wanting to give up Roshan number 3. They feel like they're strong enough at this point of the game, with the Daedalus especially on Parker. It just takes so much to be able to burst through him at this point. And the fact that they're killing Spartan at the start of a lot of these engagements is such a key thing, right? You've got that percent damage, you've got the Refresher Orb, you've got, double Supernova. It doesn't have the Aghanim Shard just yet, but would hope that he could look to try and buy that one up soon or get it from the Tormentor. It's a 4-man smoke going up to try and contest a potential Roche. How quick you think it's going to spawn? 1 minute, I'm saying. It is an instant respawn for Roshan. Oof, what a big team fight. They're able to jump in onto Parker. Eliminate him entirely. Forces the buyback as well.
They're looking to try and get inside the middle. Tira Jr.? Alright, should be enough to be able to get rid of the Phoenix, and now they're all out. Parker unable to get them on the teleport away. Couple of buybacks, though, the big one being Parker's buyback.
Dire's top tower
They do,
is
but
under
if
attack.
he's able to secure that Roshan, it's going to be all worth it. Spending the buyback, sure, it's a heavy price to pay, but with all those TPs going back to base, I think they should be feeling pretty confident with this one. Getting a free Aghanim Scepter as well. I wonder who's going to be the one that picks this one up. Maybe Puppy? Just to be able to get that Macro Pyre, control even more of the space.
Bottom lane, Tira Jr. Setting up on Madara. Maybe thought he had enough to get the kill. Was a little bit hesitant, though. Does he still go for it? I think he's got 3,300 health. I saw this is not an easy kill from Tira Jr. Has he got the damage? Are you serious? He still gets in there even with all the misses. That was a Morphling with 3,300 health.
And this is why Lina is first phase banned, because you've still got the potential to make this sort of thing happen. That Scythe of Vice paying dividends. He was doing the right thing on Madara as well. You don't want to be farming full strength. He was, what, about 50-50? So plenty tanky to be able to withstand a lot of offense, but it's not going to be enough. They want to keep pushing forward. They want to run the risk that he doesn't have buyback. We would have seen a fresh Crystallis picked up for him, so be assuming.
Potential another kill. Thug going to be nearby. Is the turnaround there? They baited one, but it's not going to matter. Secret, they were ready with the other heroes backing up the Lina. They're going to have to follow up here to deal with the Rubik. It's up to Viper to be able to provide the damage without the Morphling. Focus just unable to be able to lock onto anyone. They're kiting this Viper, trying to go to Kizco, but the get BTP out. Focus recognizes he cannot do it by himself, but Secret getting so much underneath this Observer Ward.
I mean, Chiro Jr.'s just completely taken over this game. I keep looking at the hats, Aries. It's, especially when you've got that flame cloak popped, you're just up in the air already, and then you've got about 50 different hats on top of you. It's just way too much to have to deal with, and, well, Dara might just be one death too many. It's only 2 up until this point, but you could just put Parker up onto the high ground with that Aegis of the Immortal. Still got the banner, by the way, on his go. Hasn't opted to drop it just yet.
No, they haven't. We got, I believe, how close is Mixer to Refresher?
About 600.
Okay, so very close to the potential of a double Ravage. Still, yet has Spotted used Refresher?
I haven't seen it. Surprised that he would go this before. Like, he's going Aeon Disc next, but wouldn't even be shocked to see a Nullifier come out for someone on Team Secret, just to be able to lock them in place. I mean, it's the sort of thing that a Hoodwink could probably even get at this stage.
Lena's got her own Refresher, so we've already seen Chiro Jr. pretty... Oh, I mean, with little help you needed from Puppey to be able to get that Ice Path control to kill the Madara Morphling. Maybe it's even easier now with double Laguna, double Hex. Chiro 14-2-9. What a stand-in performance here for the mid laner.
I wonder how big of a shield he can get, because he's got Shield Rune right now. He's got level 25 talent, Laguna Blade damage into barrier. I'm not sure if that is like additive when you refresh and Laguna Blade again, because that'd be pretty enormous with the amount of amp damage that he's got at this stage.
Underneath the Observer, where Chiro Jr. just a little bit far away. They do ping it out at the last second.
Parker's level 25.
I want to make a go onto this, but the Phoenix is so vital to the team fight. The Snowball stops the Ravage value. They're still going to be able to cut down one. Egg inside the middle. The DK's trying to turn to bring it down, but Parker's not doing enough. Age is gone. They're committed for it. What's going on? Secret. This team fight's so messy.
They might be able to steal that Ravage.
It's a better second Ravage, but I don't know if it's still going to be the turning fight. They're trying to be back in the Madara finally. Second Supernova gives them full control of the area, and the tip inside the middle of the fight as well. Desire knows what Spartan just did was a massive for their success in this game.
That's what you were waiting for that refresher for, right? Just keeping them locked in place, all of that damage over time. And you just have to have a look at the recap there. The one that did the most damage was actually the Phoenix there. Over 5k on Spartan. That percent damage just went absolutely bonkers, enabling Madara to just stand there and right-click, right? Not quite as worried about
this game over?
Could be. They've got one glyph left. It depends if they choose to go for the melee racks or not. If they just ignore it and go for tier 4s, might be able to just end this one. They do.
Yeah, they're going for it. This game's over. There's nothing they can do. Even with the Tide, okay, maybe. Tide respawn, you got Lina up, posing some threats potentially. They've got some stuns to maybe slow it down. Kizco trying to escape. Nice double force. One's back alive, but I don't know if the building's going to stay alive long enough. Once the Morphling is able to finally deal the damage, it's over. We're going to a game 3 by the looks of it. No way, Spartan. We were saying, like, refresher, have we seen it once? We saw it at the last team fight, and it was massive for them to be able to get the victory.
Yes, it was, and it was massive to see, you know, this team that not a lot of people would have given too many chances to. We saw the odds before the game as well. I think it was 9-1. That people were giving these Greece boys, but showing why they're the world champions, not letting a early game deficit get them down. I think they were as far as like 12k behind, Aegis behind, but they were still able to turn it around and get the W.
Yeah, still able to do that in fashion that we was looking a little bit scary, to be honest. It felt like Secret were bringing a lot of the momentum into their favor, but one team fight at the front of the base, another messy team fight as well. A lot of stuff going on. Your Ravage first one, not good enough with the snowball save. Then we saw the Supernova. The first one wasn't overly the greatest, but then you just have everything else. You're taking fights close to your objective where you're able to build a formation. And Team Greece, this is much better showing from them, and I wonder if we just need to see the Chen removed.
You need to see just fast Dota removed, because they showed that even against that fast Dota, they were still able to manipulate the map. Look at that. You know, you're losing on the kill score. You're losing on damage across the board. Shira Jr. couldn't play too much of a better game, but it just goes to show once you get to like that 35, 40-minute mark, buyback becomes one of the most important assets that you could possibly look to play around. And actually just going to have a quick look as well as to what Spartan's healing might have been in that game as well, because that certainly wasn't an insignificant aspect as well. Okay, he only did like 2k healing, but anyway, he won them the last fight. He won them the game at the end of the day, but what a game. What a big turnaround, and it's crazy that we're going to a game 3 after what was a really dominant game 1 performance from Team Secret.
Yeah, and again, it really felt like that game was starting to get out of control with what we were seeing from Chira Jr. Like, it was just really, the map was all his. It felt like you weren't able to play it from Team Greece. Like, anyone who showed for a second was always a threat of being blown up 4-0. But they're going to be able to even up our series here. And again, we were expecting this to be a very, very competitive series, and it's looking like that might be the case indeed. So I'm sure the odds are going to be changing, going to be a little bit closer heading into game 3. We'll see if there's going to be a response and what Secret can do differently. But first, we're going to send it to a break and watch the highlights. When we come back, we've got a final game of our second series. We are back with the official stream presented by FISSURE for the Playground 1 Dota tournament. It's going to be some exciting stuff kicking off because we have our first game 3 of the day and a series versus some incredible opponents as well, with Secret going the distance here versus the boys from Team Greece. And we'll have to see how they're going to be able to make amends from that previous game, right?
I mean, just having a look at some of the highlights at the very end of that before we went to a break, I mean, even that last fight could have gone incredibly differently if not for many different things, right? Desire, amazing snowball save. The light strike away was like 0.1 seconds off being able to land onto both of them after they came out of the snowball. And then the only one hitting the egg was Parker. You know, you had multiple ranged heroes, including Alina, who's, you know, a machine gun assassin that could have potentially been going for it. And they just didn't. They got off 2 uses of the supernova. You had so much damage coming out from Spartan. And yeah, you just saw the result, right? They were able to blow them up pretty damn easily. Even the break actually came in onto the DK at the very end, so he was a lot squishier towards that Morphling. Didn't have that that Worm's Blood to be able to just withstand quite so easily.
Yeah. So what do we feel like of the adaptations now? Because we've spoken about the Chen, you know, this is, let's just remove this hero. Then you also spoke about like the fast-paced lineup from Team Secret, which of course we didn't see them play in this game. What do we want to see them now fall back on? Are there other strategies that we feel like Poppy can cook up if we want to see this fast-paced lineup?
I mean, that game was going pretty damn well for them, right? It was literally one bad fight that just completely turned it around and they didn't have buyback. So I don't think they could be too discouraged. I think they just need to kind of reset. And I feel like it's been the case of pretty much every losing team so far, not just, you know, teams that lose the series, but even just the individual games. They're kind of doing their own thing in the team fights. There needs to be just one voice calling what to do at these points in the games. And if that's Parker, when it gets to the late stage, if as your position 1 as the one that's been funneled all of this net worth, let it be him. But I really feel like that was probably a case of too many cooks in the kitchen.
I see. All right, well, we'll go let Poppy be the only one that cooks up here for Team Secret. Otherwise, you're going to be playing in a lower bracket series next versus Dragon Esports Club, who you have some pretty scary players as well to go up against. You know, Lil Pleb, I think, definitely someone who I've been very impressed with. I believe was even on that Ancient Tribe stack, which we saw from Mixer, and then XS Vampire, probably the more established player for Dragon Esports. So that is going to be a difficult series as well. That's later today, though. We still have to worry about this third and final game, and we've got a draft ready to go as well.
We do indeed. I just forgot I need to take one of these hats off at least with that that game loss they were able to have. So what else are they going to ban out, right? Again, it just really feels like the fast tempo is what Team Greece are getting rid of, right? The TB, you can run it flex, you can run it as, you know, a pretty significant pusher. Beastmaster, enough said. I wonder if they're just going to go down the avenue of Chen again, because it feels like just take away the comfort from Puppy. That's what happens when you're not immediately in autopilot, right? Everyone was kind of panicking a little bit, it felt like, in that last team fight, and it resulted in a game loss for them. If you just play normal Dota, and if you just play, you know, go down the flowchart of what your hero tends to need to do at each stage of the game, then you're probably going to be all right. But, you know, throwing too many variables into the mix can give issues with regards to that, which is going to be even more prominent when you've got this team that, you know, has this many new players that are playing on a roster that they've never played with some of these teammates before.
So I believe the Batrider, both game 1 and game 2, was first phase banned, and finally we're going to see it picked up. So I believe it was Team Greece that was banning it in both games, trying to prevent Kizco from getting it. Poppy's been playing a lot of the position 5 Batrider, and Team Greece, now they're going to snag it for themselves as well. We'll see what the response is going to be from Secret if you're already looking for a solid way to defend against it, but with a Chen in the pool,
What a surprise.
notice, so that will be what the choice is going to be from them.
And the other benefit, of course, not just being a block pick for the Batrider again, away from Kisco, but you can cut waves as a support a whole lot more effectively, right? You could just get behind, do that a whole lot easier. He was trying to do it as Dark Willow previously. Thug, when his Queen of Pain, was doing a pretty good job as well of just stalling the game out, but it's another one of those position 4 heroes, 3-4 heroes that is just relevant at pretty much every stage of the game, right? You're relevant early on in the lane, strong laner, you can cut waves, you can jungle, you can make stacks very easily, and then of course, Blink Dagger, initiation, later on Ags, double initiation, goes through BKBs, just feels like a solid hero all around, so I like the pickup.
Yep,
remaining.
I agree.
coming next?
So
Are they going to... It really depends if they want to go full in on this like Chen ball up strat, which I kind of feel like you have to if you commit with the Chen, just because you feel very disconnected. I was thinking, like, do you go a Nyx, for example, someone that's able to find a Batrider that might be a little bit weaker, get the guaranteed stun with the Spike Carapace over the Firefly, but then Chen Nyx doesn't really make a lot of sense together. You know, that's my main area of concern.
5
Probably not
seconds
going to do it now,
remaining.
especially with
definitely.
Dawn being banned out, right?
okay. So I feel like you brought up the Chen Nyx. You got the Tusk Chen now, which maybe feels a little bit better in regards to some of the weaknesses that are going to not really be present now with these two.
I'm going to sound like a broken record, Aries, but it's a good Wyvern game going up against the Chen with all of the army against a full-on
5 seconds.
Zoo style, but even just against the Tusk, right? How did they find so many pickoffs in the previous? They found one target, they popped the tag team, they blew them up. What stops that? Cold Embrace. So, you know, it's just something that's able to not only be effective at dealing with the Swarm, both through just Splinter Blast and your ultimate, Winter's Curse, but yeah, you stop your individual targets from getting picked off as well, and hell, even if you're getting an Aghanim Shard, that's an additional Splinter Blast that's just going out into a lot of these team fights. So I really feel like it's a value pick here, as long as you feel confident of staying on the back lines.
Do we know if Spartan is a Wyvern enjoyer?
Let's be honest, I can play it to a pretty reasonable level, so it's not that hard. I think Spartan can do it.
Okay, but sure he can do it, but does he like the hero though? Because you gotta like the hero if you're gonna want to pull it out as well.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, this is another good hero of being able to deal with the Zoo, right? Just a nice AoE form. I wonder if he's going to go into the Sand Shroud, or if he's just going to get the Dust Devil, so it's following him around, so that he can just not be locked into this one small area of the team fight. I would personally, that's a hero that's been banned out first phase in pretty much every game, so I'm excited to see it come through. We've seen a whole lot more Mag in the mid lane, especially just rushing that Aghanim Shard at 15 minutes on the dot, just so that you can be spamming out that shockwave, picking up your farm a whole lot more efficiently, and not necessarily be tied to just the Empower.
5
There's
seconds remaining.
I mean, you got a lot of team fight now for Team Greece. Batrider with the Lasso, Sand King, Bar Strike, Epi, Mag's value as well, Obscure, RP. We're going to have to see, though, this could be something that Team Secret could actually use to their advantage, where they are not particularly cooldown reliant. You can just run down objectives. You know, we're not going to see like the Chen TB like we saw earlier, but there could be another like Aura Sai hero for Mixer to help with the early tempo that could be to their advantage. We're going to get a Slark, in fact.
Yep, I like it. I mean, again, going up against all of this lockdown, the Dark Pact is going to be very good. And as soon as I saw the Sand King, I was like, where's the Monkey King? And it had already been banned out. So clearly this has been a premeditated plan by Team Greece, which tends to be what you do when you've got that first pick anyway, right? So Slark kind of feels like the best of what's left, I guess. And it is a pretty strong laner as well, especially when combined together with a Chen. So we'll see what Parker is able to do with it. He's a fantastic Slark player, so we'll see if they're able to make it work. What else can they look to pair with this, though? Like, my thing is, like you said, they're kind of cooldown reliant, but you've still got ways to be able to deal with the Swarm. You know, you've got the Shockwave, you've got the Firefly, you've got Stinger and just Caustic Finale and everything else. So you're not necessarily tied completely to that epicenter, to that that reverse polarity. Even a support probably to the last pick overall.
So, not a hero that really utilizes the Empower. I mean, yeah, okay, the damage is nice, but
10 seconds remaining.
you're not going to be cleaving at all. And honestly, I don't know how you feel about the Weaver, because I see some concerns of like Secret just grouping up in that second nighttime. If the Slark has a good game, you're just running across the map. You've got the Slark, Pango, Tusk just to be everywhere, and I'm a little bit concerned at that stage that the Weaver's damage output is not going to be enough.
Yes, but you are still someone that's able to hit into the Rolling Thunder, right? You don't necessarily have a multitude of stuns as well, so you can get onto the Chen, find an easy way to the backline. Like, they've all got a lot of mobility right now on Team Greece. I think that's the big plus for them. So you don't even need to be tied to kind of like what they were in Game 1, the Centaur ultimate, to be able to get away. Everyone has their own potential to do it. And I'm still just racking my brain as to what they want to go for this last overall pick. I really feel like Pango is the main issue that they're going to have right now. So Wyvern, still a good hero, but even Bane, would Spartan potentially look to try and Angolier, just get that Fiend's Grip onto the Rolling Thunder. I'm just a little worried that you are a little single target focused. Maybe you can fix it when you get an Aghanim Shard just for that AoE Brain Sap, but yeah, just control the Pango role is the way that I'm looking at this.
Viper Band's a little interesting. Maybe we're actually looking with the Viper Band. I guess to range sleeve with the Tusk pairing.
Is Sniper still in the pool? I really wouldn't hate a Sniper. Just like let him hit the tower. I feel like that's what they were banning the Sniper for. They saw Focus with that Dragon Lance just hitting into their towers with not too much opposition, and they want to prevent that from happening from even greater range. Of course, it doesn't matter if you can like you'll have the buff up probably from the Vlads coming through. You're going to have a drums, so plenty of right click damage. Again, though, if you get gone on, you're kind of screwed. So that's the downside to this.
What do we feel like they're actually needing from Greece? Because they're banning mid laners at the moment, which means who's going to be a support from the Sand King, Mag, and Weaver?
Probably the Mag, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, Weaver, of course, can, but I just don't know how I feel about it. Like, is this, does that solve a lot of the issues? I think the big thing of having this Weaver is just being able to output a huge amount of burst damage before you're able to really respond to it. You know, be elusive as much as possible. Is it really just taking away that early game, huh? The scaling is so far in Team Greece's favor, so it's just about delaying as much as possible.
Wow. I mean, it is a core-to-core matchups. It is a incredible Bloodseeker game versus the Slark and versus the Pango. This is a hero that we have not seen for who knows how long, and does get a lot of value with Empower. So this is interesting. Maybe
I'm just trying.
I mean, Weaver 4, right? Has to be.
Yeah. No, sorry. What a secret
you meant for
response
secret,
to this. Yeah. Because it feels like they've kind of ticked off a lot of the boxes on Team Greece right now. Hard to kill, mobile, Empower target, core-to-core matchup, like you said. They've got backline dive. They've got AoE potential. Feels pretty good to me from Team Greece.
I mean, Enigma is there still, but probably far too greedy. I'm just thinking of another range hero. You're maybe forced to go for a melee. Unfortunately, I don't think Dawnbreaker is available with the... No, there's no Dawn.
Do you just Lina and put the Pango in the off lane? Try and just bully the Sand King, I'm assuming, as much as possible?
Sure, you can. You could, yeah, I mean, sure, just lower the priority of the Pangolier. They're going to go Storm Spirit, so...
Okay. Similar sort of thing, right? But I feel like Sand King should have a pretty decent time in that lane. It's certainly not, like, heavily Storm favored. Yeah, for Magnus.
Offlane Bloodseeker. Honestly, I was not expecting that. I thought it was going to be the support Weaver with the... Rupture bot, potential ATOS bot too this game. If he wants that versus Storm Spirit, we'll see. They're cooking up something which they kind of did last game with the Rubik position too, and it worked out for Team Greece. Do we like it once again for them? We know that this Bloodseeker has a lot of value with the Rupture, but it is a hero coming from the grave. We really do not see it at all. Do we like what they're going for here for Greece, or is it a bit too flashy?
I liked what Greece were able to do, you know, coming up against a very dangerous Team Secret in Game 2 and still being able to pull it out, showing that cohesion. I really like their draft across the board, right? In terms of hero counters, in terms of just being able to counter the overall strategy that Team Secret are trying to go for. It's really just going to be dependent on getting out of the lanes. If they can get out of the lanes even, this is going to be, in my opinion, a pretty decisive victory for Team Greece here.
Oh wow! Okay, so you're really confident for Greece.
I like the boys. You know, the good vibes. Spartan. I want to have a look at him on the cam whenever he's looking to play because it's always loud. You could just sense, even without any audio, that he is going to be going absolutely bananas at every single stage of the game.
Yeah, hopefully we got the camera from him in this game. I know we saw it for Game 1. Game 2 is a big question mark, so hopefully we got the camera for him. And hopefully we get another good game as well, which is the big one. We've got to keep in mind for any new viewers that are tuning in, at least what position we're currently in the bracket. This is just upper bracket round 1. So the loser's going to drop down, play the next series versus Dragon Esports Club, which is no easy feat at all. This is a team that will take games and will take series off you. So that one is not going to be a free road into the second round of the low bracket. And then the winner of this series will play the last one of the day versus Avulus, who are also looking pretty decent at the moment, just have one of their better showings at LAN in Bangkok. So we still have a lot of Dota. These teams still have a lot of Dota to play as well, and we're going to get ourselves underway.
I didn't go the reverse polarity. What a shame. If only, right?
Is it even good? I swear it's a meme. I don't.
It's total garbage.
Who goes for it? Someone does art? No, wait. Who goes for it? I know someone. I think Saber. Does Saber? No. I swear I've been seeing someone do it.
It's a nice way to get yourself a kick.
We don't get in this game, and yeah, like you said, probably for very good reasons. So let us say again, you're all in on Team Greats. So what you said, they got to get out of the lanes, right? If I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, so what are the lanes you're worried about the most for them not going well?
Top lane. I think that's the big one for mine. You know, double melee into a Slark plus a Chen doesn't feel all that great at all. It's not like you have any super reliable ways to be able to land the Blood Right as well. You know, a lot of the times you might be playing back when Bloodseeker was being played regularly as a position 3, you would have like a Rubik or a Hoodwink or someone like that just to be able to lock them in place for the second or two that they need to be able to get that silence, to be able to make sure that damage is coming off, but not so much anymore. So we'll have to see how it goes for them. That's the main area of concern. I think mid lane should go just fine for Thug, and bot lane, Weaver plus Bat Rider, that's a pretty damn scary lane. You can already see Spartan is getting up in Mix's face. Just the Spartan way.
That it is indeed, just the Spartan way. So I'm excited though. This is going to be hopefully another very, very competitive game. And we'll see what Chiro Jr. I feel like Chiro Jr. in all the games we've seen has been on a very comfortable hero here for him as well. So the stand-in, filling in for Ironcrad. We'll see how he's going to be able to perform, because poor Mixer is going up against a very frustrating matchup. And you already see like Kizco doing his best to try and even it up. This is a crazy place for some creeps to be meeting inside the river.
Sure. I mean, Spartan's doing his job as well, not wanting to just even out this creep wave, give him like the triple wave effectively to have to run into. So you're going to just feed these creeps over to Thug, just make sure he gets off to a decent enough start? Sure. 5 as well on the way through. Good vibes. This is what I'm talking about. I think I saw a bit of a grin come through from Thug there on his webcam.
Yeah, like, alright, sure, let's just bring some creeps. Help the poor Sand King. What happened to this hero as well? Like, we were seeing this hero a lot to the mid lane, the off lane, but then he kind of, you know, we stopped seeing the Sand King as much. Do you feel like there's a big reason why?
I mean, they nerfed the Dust Devil a little bit, right? So that's always going to be the main way. And the fact that you could just be this unkillable Bloodstone pop and you survive through every single team fight was kind of ridiculous, and they just nerfed that sort of interaction. So I think that's good. It was a little bit too ridiculous for you to be able to pick it, you know, first phase in every single game. So I'm happy with where it is right now. There is certainly the right games for Sand King, and this, in my opinion, is one of them.
Top lane, focus. Or is it Slark who's in trouble? Hang on. Shockwave from right side. Are they going to be able to get Parker? They do. Desire. I think with the Blood Grenade, honestly, with the impact, secures it. And it's a decent amount of creeps that are going to be pushing. At least the Slark will respawn shortly. But a lane that you were saying is probably your big concern for Team Greece is already off to a good start with First Blood.
For sure. And again, it was a case of Puppy just being a little bit too far away from his core. You know, trying to cheat the lane a little bit, get a little bit of this extra farm, just getting his, prioritizing his own net worth, which is important as a Chen, don't get me wrong, but just getting a little bit too deep there as Desire. He's looking to try and get a skewer going here onto Parker after he just TP'd back into the lane. It's a big creep wave.
That's a massive creep wave. and they're going to be able to get the kill into Puppy, which makes it even more difficult for the Slark to be able to CS all these creeps. He can't be here. Like, maybe Parker can get the experience, but they're going to need to bring some extra heroes, and yet, you see, that's the reason why Kizko's going to TP top, but man, Parker is getting nothing. So much gold, so much experience, just not going the Slark's way. I love how they're playing at top.
Gonna try and commit.
Maybe focus. Is he in trouble though? Bloodbright turnaround? Alright, Parker's going to be able to leap in. They've kept Kizko alive. Snowball actually over to the creeps instead. Maybe feeling like it was required to look for the deny, but he is okay. Importantly, Parker's at least going to get maybe half of those creeps as well under the tower.
And he got the last hit as well, so ends up giving himself the permanent agi from the Essence shift. Nice little boost for him. Still not looking great, though, to be able to start this one out. And despite everything that's happening, the absolute disaster that it was, you've still got Slark ahead of the Magnus and the Bloodseeker on net worth, right? Like, there's certainly not an easy lane to play, even with pretty much everything going perfectly. I want to see Spartan put down one of these observer wards either in the jungle, in this area that Slark might be looking to farm, and that is indeed what he does, or up on that high ground, just to be able to see if there was any rotations that might be coming through for Madara, but it doesn't really feel like they've got
here. Snowball's just going to be able to get it before he gets out of range. And potential another Essence here for Parker. Be able to, they still got the shot, so yeah, without a doubt, Parker's going to be able to go with that one. Maybe now looking for focus as well, but the cooldowns is going to be the limiting factor here.
Just drops the old Greek flag as well. You can know whose territory they're in. Oh, nice use of the glyph there in the mid lane. Making sure that you're not going to get that caustic finale. Just trying to get that full combo going on Thug. Gotta say though, Chira Jr. is having a fantastic time in this lane.
Yep.
This is even with, remember, the extra creep wave that Thug got given by Spartan.
There's still some things that he has to be worried about in regards to the control, but a lot of it, it's ultimates. RP, Lasso. I think even Rupture is pretty frustrating for Storm until you get a lot of mana towards the mid to late game, but I don't know. He's definitely not your Rupture target. It's Pango and Slark, but that is still one thing to mention about the early game. He's not going to enjoy that ultimate onto him.
Is he going to go for a bit of a dive here, though? He's level 6. Will he walk past any sort of vision?
Force. Circus going to dive top, but nice shards, actually.
Yeah, walking underneath that freshly placed observer ward, so Joe Jr.'s rotation isn't going to result in anything. Maybe with the haste rune it might have been different, but that one was claimed up by Kizko.
So
it's a bit of a
all this, yes, it is quieter, but all this action kind of focused around top. We haven't really spoken about bottom a lot at all, and we see the Weaver is probably about 500 net worth over the Pango, which is a lot. I feel like this lane could have been so much worse for the Pango, though. I like against the Weaver, really frustrating for you to play into, especially with a support like Pango can really have a difficult time in that matchup. So importantly, at least he's getting experience, and then we can see that Rolling Thunder be the way back into the early game for him.
That's the important thing, like getting the levels, because the one thing that I would say early on they're lacking pretty heavily in is control.
Desire, pretty decent. Skewer is going to be able to push away the Slark's damage, but Focus will still be chased down. Everyone's going to come for the team fight by the looks of it. Chira Jr. with a zip over the top. Madara, speaking of the Weaver, tries to go for the kill onto Kizko. Will still be able to get it in the end. Time lapse to refill some of the resources here for the Weaver. They want to fight back. It looks like Parker thought he was starting to run down the Weaver, but unfortunately still lacking a little bit of the experience to have the ultimate online here for the Slark, which might cost him in the end. He's getting greedy for it. Parker tries to get the little bit, but it's just not enough. Still without the Shadow Dance to play with. Madara, great rotation out of the Weaver.
We needed an extra 17 XP to be able to get that that extra little bit. So maybe one person soaked an extra creep that they shouldn't have, and that's how close Dota is these days. It's that small of a decision. But even though Parker ends up going down, his net worth isn't suffering in a major way, and I think the important thing is with the amount of time that Madara is spending up on this top side, Mixer is getting complete free farm on the bottom side. So he's level 6 now. He's starting to build into that early-ish use of the Blink Dagger, which of course is going to be very important. You can't just slowly roll up into a team fight because you're just asking to get ruptured. Spartan might be in trouble though.
He will indeed by the looks of it. Focus is actually nearby, but unfortunately without the ultimate from Focus, he's not going to be able to stop the threat of the Rolling Thunder. They'll need another TP to come through. It's going to be up to Madara, which does have a decent amount of damage in the early game. Madara might be able to strike back, but he's going to be careful of the burst, and that'll catch him off guard. Was not ready for the Storm Spirit's magical damage. That's a couple of deaths in a row now we're seeing from the boys on Team Greece, and this is a reason why Secret have this net worth advantage.
I think there was a little bit of a misplay as well there from Madara. He ended up using the wand and then time-lapsed back, so he didn't actually HP as he would have been wanting, right? To save that one for after the time lapse, but just playing with fire whenever you're going up against high mobility heroes. Honestly, both teams have them, so I'm expecting even more chaos to come from these eventual big team fights. We're kind of seeing skirmishes right now, but not those full 5-on-5 engagements. Those will start to happen maybe around the siege creeps, but more likely once Pango especially gets into the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, I was wondering what the build was going to be for the Pango this game. You know, sometimes we see like Blink, Shard, Dual Scepter, just so you can really, mix up. Next TP out, he's going to be okay. You know, the way to address the Rupture, I think you've got Lincolns, of course, which is the obvious, but then a Blink means you can instantly get in the middle, and if you play with Shard, you can often bounce back and not really be forced to move that much, so the Rupture bleeds you down.
Just 9 seconds early on, so you can put yourself in a reasonable position where, like you said, you're not really moving that many units across the map. Of course, the other thing that's going to be coming back the other way is Thug and his Blink Dagger, which he's just been able to afford right now. It's coming out on the Courier. We might see a couple of clashes coming through. He's actually pivoted away from this, going into the Echo Saber, it seems, from Mixer, wanting to take a little bit more of a passive route. Maybe feeling like the Storm Spirit isn't going to hit his timings anytime soon. Maybe feeling like the Slark needs to be a decent way towards his Aghanim Scepter before he really wants to try and get active.
Okay.
See the instant smoke coming out though from Team Greece.
Spartan's only level 4 on Fuanchi. The Batrider is going to move forward to try and give them the vision. Slark not having that information and not ready as well for the Blink jump in. Parker's going to be okay though. Tyrio Jr., Poppy raiding the wings.
I wonder if he misclicked or something like that, but he was like half channeled the epicenter and then just blinked in a little bit earlier. Maybe just because he was revealed underneath the Watcher, because he got just a little bit too close. Anyway, means that Parker is going to be able to live to see another day. Almost has the diffusal, I believe.
Yes, I think it's coming out on the Courier. They're going to go though. Secret. Looking to try and bring their attention onto Focus. It's going to be the Storm Spirit along with the Tusk together, but Focus, good timing for him, makes it back to the safety of his high ground, where Thug is continuing to farm up. Spartan looking to try and soak a little bit of experience as well.
I mean, him getting into his, a few of his items is going to be very important too. Hasn't... Oh, hold on. Upside. Found out the Tusk.
It's going to work out though. This is close to the tier 1 tower though. There will be a response to Tyrio Jr. He's out of mana. Dips straight into the members that Radiant were bringing over. Forced to drop the RP. Let's see what Mix is going to be able to do with the Rupture. They won't even try and play around with the Rolling Thunder. They're not going for him though. Look at Dire protecting their Pengli. Now once the Rupture expires, Mixer, he can consider about using the ultimate. Further down to the south though, Parker Bike himself looking for the solo kills. Not going to be able to get the finishing blow onto Spartan.
Not sure about that decision to try and chase a Weaver though, as opposed to, connecting onto the 3 people that were a lot closer by, but I guess they just felt like the damage was lacking if they were to go in and underneath the tier 1 tower at this stage of the game. It's always a dangerous prospect. Desire, even in that position 4, he's probably going to have like a 15-minute Blink Dagger. So, looking really solid game from him.
Yeah. Overall, how do you feel about the status of this game? Because you were saying the big thing for Team Greece was just the lanes that you were worried about. The fact that being able to get out of the lanes with a very minimal deficit, is this all things lining up to a potential victory from them then?
Oh, for sure. Like, I was really saying if they got out even, they should be very happy. And I feel like that's exactly what they've been able to get for themselves. Although, not going to get a kill onto Puppy all that easily. I'm making the epicenter. The main issue for mine is they don't exactly have the greatest tower sieges. So I think that's really why Madara is being brought up to this top side of the map. He's the one that's going to, open up the map a little bit more, enable these Blink Daggers to really have their full effect, both from Thug as well as Desire, who looks like he's going to be a little bit greedy for the next couple of minutes, maybe take some stats for himself.
Top lane, turn around, Rupture's going to be there onto Parker, but Parker, Shadow Dance is online, is the burst enough? Mix has got it. He, again, is probably not going to catch up to the Weevo, can always play with the time-lapse or the Sakuchi. Now we'll go for someone else. This is a deep attempt out of the tier 1 tower. They're going to have the epicenter as well. Mixon not respecting Radiant. A lot was used, though. Remnant. Oh, it got Witchblade tick, I suppose, was enough there.
Yeah. And Chira Jr. still just hanging around to be able to farm up one of these stacks. So I really feel like when you're going up against a Pango and a Storm Spirit in particular, they can very easily look to take away some of those stacks that you've built up. So the fact that they've just kept them here for so long with Thug having the potential to take it is a bit of a
Speaking of Thug,
mistake, but not
he's going to take the toss for a ride. Snowball goes deep inside Radiant's territory, and it's going to mean they're going to get another kill. I don't know what's going on, my friend, but we are only having action around this top lane. Like, nowhere else. Top, maybe the top rune area, but it is just a lot of brawling at the moment. 19 kills, 15 minutes in.
It just makes it a little harder, if you're taking away this tier 1 tower, it makes it a little more difficult to invade into the enemy triangle, just because, hold on, Desire, he's getting gone on. I was wondering if he might be considering the RP, but no one nearby. He was able to buy the Blink Dagger before his death, though, so didn't end up losing that much gold as a result of it. Next priority is going to be that mid tier 1 tower, because you don't necessarily have an amazing Roche lineup on Team Greece at this point. Might be even something that Secret consider. Tusk, of course.
But this is the nighttime that I thought Secret would be able to completely take over the game. With the Chen, the Tusk running around. Honestly, all 5 heroes are so great at being able to skirmish at this stage of the game. So we'll see if they're going to be able to utilize the nighttime advantage as Thug. But the jump in, if they got the chain control, the damage might be lacking. Thanks to Puppy's Hand of God, they used everything. Epicenter, RP, Lasso as well. Chira Jr., he is out unscathed.
Might have overlapped a few of those spells as well, just in their over-eagerness to try and get that kill onto the Storm Spirit, who's still having the best game of all throughout all of these heroes. So it's going to mean that they're needing to, back up, be a little bit more defensive for the next little bit of time. Like I was saying before, I wonder if that opens up the opportunity for them to be able to take this Roshan, because normally this, like you mentioned, is the time for the Slark to be getting really active, roaming around the map, but he hasn't had the greatest game. Slarks oftentimes would have an Aghanim Scepter around this point, and he's really trying to move around the map, but he's just going to have a Diffusal Blade and probably an Echo Saber and about another 200 gold.
Angling towards a potential skewer back onto Chira Jr., getting close to the Burrow Strike. But they're not going to be able to find that opportunity if he steps a little bit too close. So Tier 1 Tower is going to go down. Tier 2 Tower is getting pressured by Parker as well. So they're really looking to take over the map with these ultimates being on cooldown.
And why not? No one really wants to fight into a Slark.
Longs him in.
He's going to get good vision.
Oh, this is forcing it. Under the Tier 2 Tower, Kisko. What are they going to be able to do to get the Tusk out? Potentially, Parker actually with the long wraparound. They want to try and force the issue. Mixer going to crash into the middle with the Rolling Thunder. That's the damage for one. Madara is a little bit more difficult to hold into place. Got to be cautious about the cooldowns coming up shortly here from Team Greece, because Secret, they are retreating together, clumped up, but still ultimates are lacking, and they will not get the turnaround.
Never feels good to be able to lose your mid-hero, but again, they were lacking in ultimates, right? You've just got RP coming up right now on Desire. He still has potential, to be able to scale once he gets the Aghanim Shard for himself. I feel like you just need to, when you're in this position, be taking fights or, putting your own pressure on areas away from your own objectives that you're not wanting to be losing, right? You're playing into Puppy's hands a little bit by just continuously clumping on the Radiant side of the map.
Sure, Junior's gonna get a glimpse of Madara.
At least he got the Vitality booster delivered before Courier went down. So he is going for that Glypnir, just for that little bit of extra control, both for, honestly, all three heroes it feels pretty solid against, all three cores, that is.
Looks like maybe Secret are gonna try and brute force the tier 1 tower top as well. So with this nighttime advantage,
Maybe?
sure. The only issue is that these ultimates are back up for Team Greece. So would you like to see them try and take this team fight even into the nighttime advantage that Secret are playing with for a little bit?
It'll be a ballsy play if they choose to go for it. I mean, Puppey is not there with the rest of the team, so that mechanism isn't available. Still Hand of God, of course, but this feels like a very deep place to be, away from your captain and your main, survivability source.
What does Puppey got? What's he going for next as well? What are the items?
Pipe is coming on the Courier right now.
Okay.
So he has mech pipe already.
That's a lot that is going to be mitigating. If he gets it off before the Sand King. Parker runs with Madara. Is there actually going to be some turn? Pounces there. Mixer. Not going to try and play with the ultimate, of course. Madara always a-okay.
There's a little bit of a concern that they haven't been able to make the most of their ults, though, on Team Greece. I keep trying to call them Ad Venom because it's just my brain goes there constantly.
Yeah.
But maybe just wanting the Bloodstone for Thug, I think, is the main dent in that plan. He's got it now. Just needs to go past the secret shop. What have they lost, though? I mean, no Tormentor now. Instant yoink away of the Rumble Hide, not the Thunder Hide, from Puppey.
Not a bad nighttime though, all things considered. I think it was about 1,000 lead that Secret were playing with, and they pushed up to about 4 to 5k. So all tier 1 towers, Tormentor along with tier 2 down bottom. And now this is giving them a lot of gold where you have these items. BKB on the Storm Spirit, Pipe on Puppey. They are in fighting shape.
Even just bottom lane being pushed in and no one immediately replying to it means you've got Madara able to back off in time, though. Are they going to be able to catch up Parker? No, he's just roaming around with this Observer Ward, trying to get every little bit of...
Desire? Really? Is that RP going to be able to get you out? No mana on Chiro Jr. This is the Swashbuckle, and the Link should be back up shortly, so... RP gets him out, I suppose, but this is a long cooldown now.
Right in front of Roche as well. Does Kisco have much vision? He's got an Observer Ward that he could just look to place down, and yeah, with that tag team, with no RP, and with the Magnus TPing all the way back to base, you would have to say this is pretty much a freebie. And this is the sort of time that you want to be taking Roshan, right? Like, nighttime, you've got that map vision advantage. You want to make sure that you're roaming, getting kills, putting yourself in dangerous positions. Daytime, pretty much the opposite of that, right? Group up as a team, take these bigger objectives that don't necessarily rely going for kills. Just be a little careful though on Barker.
Aegis advantage given over to the Storm Spirit. Second life to work with. Importantly, you do have BKB now for focus. So going to be more confident for him to run into the middle of the team fights and play with the Bloodseeker, because you do have a multi-core lineup for the boys on Team Greece.
Is Mjolnir the choice, though, for an offlaner, is my real question. Like, that's what he's got queued up next. He's got, the classic, what Bloodseeker needs to really be online. Phase Boots, Wand, Maelstrom, BKB. He's got all of that. But Mjolnir might just be a step too far for mine. You need a little bit more control on Greece that aren't just coming from the support in your mid laner.
Well, the Smoke Room Secret's going to be off the mark at the triangle, but they will continue forward because they see Thug still farming out of the far west side of the map. And Thug's going to go down. Meanwhile, Parker, he's okay though, especially with Puppey playing behind him and really not a lot of threat. I think it was just the Bat Rider +1, so 40 seconds with a 4v5 in this T2 tower. Should be a bit of a freebie. They are doing a pretty good job to wrap for the Weaver. It's going to be a decent amount of damage into the Tier 3 tower.
This is, the sort of area that we were saying he needed to play in, right? Just force him to potentially have to make a move back.
They got a freebie spotted. offers himself on a silver platter here. Now, this furthers the opening that Secret have. Now, again, it's 30 seconds with a 4v5.
I'm not sure what's with Spartan's item choices. He's going a Yule Scepter into a Force Staff. No Blink Dagger on this Bat Rider. And I feel like, you know, when you're playing up against this Slark, when you're playing up against the Storm Spirit, any chance where they're jumping in, I'm playing on the back lines and instantly looking to punish them when they do go that little bit too deep and try and commit into the middle of things, because Chira Jr. is good enough that he's going to be able to avoid like a Blink RP. You know, he'll zip out in time. You can't really avoid a Blink Lasso.
No, you can't indeed. Unfortunate use of the first BKB. Meanwhile, Desire, they're going to try and protect him with the RP. Thug solely used onto Kizco. Meanwhile, Mixer as well was trying to catch up the Desire, but unfortunately with the Rolling Thunder, Tibiati should be...
Oh.
Desire so close.
He could have done it. I think they just want to make sure that they can make a play right now off the back of that, knowing that the Rolling Thunder isn't available. So before it gets into nighttime, let's at least get to Tier 1 tower. It's not going to happen, though, if Spartan gets picked off again. So
more stacks going over the way of the Storm Spirit. He's got the Aegis to work with, and Puppy coming on over as well. Chira Jr., nice zip away just before the skew. Now the reinforcements have arrived. He's not even going to lose the Aegis at the moment, because Parker, he will push Grease back towards their triangle, back towards the safety of the base. Of course.
Doesn't even need to bottle it up. Just keep the aggression going. Puppy.
Did they?
Yeah, yoink that one away from Parker.
Did they see the Bloodseeker? I think they did, yeah. Chira Jr., look how aggressive he's playing. Onto focus, they got a glimpse of him with the Observer that killed Thug previously at the Far West Ancients, and Chira Jr. gets another kill. This Storm Spirit is getting completely out of control.
And they're just going to keep that action going. We were saying that they were trying to get something happening on Team Greece while it was still daytime before this threat from the Slark. Well, because of some of that movement, they didn't even get the Tier 1 tower when they had the numbers advantage, and they're going to lose another hero.
They are not done. Thug tries to play around with the Bloodstorm. The lifesteal's actually decent. Thug stays alive longer than they were expecting. It's going to help get a return kill. Chira Jr. probably going to lose the Aegis by the looks of it.
Maybe not. Maybe you just look to avoid him as much as possible, realizing that he doesn't have a lot of mana to be able to play around with. And if you can get a kill onto Puppy, I'd say that's a pretty decent value. Looks like he might just be playing the lane cut game, though. Playing behind the tower. Never mind. He's just going to say, screw it, I'll do it myself. Tier 1 tower being assaulted by Madara. It forces a bit of a response from Mixer. Winds up the Rolling Thunder, but doesn't let it go.
Meanwhile, Parker is maybe trying to get a glimpse of the Mag. Backing off towards their high ground. Will not see anyone, unfortunately.
Such a dangerous place to be playing in, though. Backs off just in time. Just again,
cut the Weaver off?
Maybe.
Gonna try. Punch into the chain control. It needs to be perfect. Unfortunately, it's not. Madara time-lapse. He's still going to be in some danger here with Parker offering the control. It should be enough to net them a kill. I believe second death potentially for Madara. They actually still want to take the fight. Oh, it's a massive combo. RP, everything used, but the damage is not enough.
Aegis is gone.
It's just not enough to pipe survivability. They're going to be able to finally deal with Parker. You don't have your Weaver, but it might not matter in the end. Focus trying to chase him down. The Bloodstone from Thug keeping him healthy, but Chira Jr., this Storm Spirit stand-in, he's just doing so much for Secret. This guy goes untouched. 11, 1, and 6. This guy is popping off this game.
Working towards that Scythe of Vice as well off the back of that really successful team fight. So you talk about those ways to be able to engage onto these heroes before they're able to pop the BKB, the Bloodstone, the time-lapse, all this sort of stuff. And, well, that's the exact tool that he's going to need because he is not lacking in damage, dealing 5.4k in that last fight. And you have to imagine how could that have been different if, you know, that smoke attempt to try and save Madara actually paid off and he was even there for a couple of seconds in that team fight.
Yeah, unfortunately, because really first time we've seen these big alternates from Greece be something that could be scary for Secret, something that need to be concerned about. Mixer gonna be fine. Lotus off a little bit of the control. We're gonna get the Bloodseeker into play with a Rupture. Sidesteps the Burrow Strike. a very messy fight on Radiant side of the map. Is there going to be no casualties?
Doesn't seem like
Okay,
it.
what's going on in the back line? Parker's actually been able to isolate the Magnus. Now Chiro Jr. with the zip and has got the double damage rune. They are just picking them apart. Secret finding opportunities when Greece don't have all their numbers to play together as a unit.
It's just so rough when you've got this good of a start, right? With the Storm Spirit last overall pick, I was thinking, you know what, Sand King's going to have a good enough time, but you just compare the impact coming from the 18 out of the 25 kills, and Sand King, we've seen maybe 2 decent ultimates come out from him, but it's just now that you're getting into this stage where BKBs are starting to become a factor.
No way, if they're going to have the damage actually onto the Weaver, they're going to try and dump everything. Shira Jr., he's got a Hex now as well, but the remnants of the double damage was enough to be able to get rid of the Weaver. And now how are you going to be able to play the game? An extra little bit of control added on top with this item.
Sad thing is, he's not going to be able to get any killing sprees stolen to get more hats. He's already got plenty that are just flopping around on his head right now, but I don't really think he needs any more. He's already having an incredibly solid game. Maybe shoving it in OneWin's face a little bit, just saying, really wanted to put me on the inactive list? I don't know about that.
He's now got an opportunity to prove himself, and we are without a doubt seeing him prove himself this series.
Mm-hmm. Don't know how I feel. Like maybe with the Mjolnir it's okay, but Aghanim Shard purchase on the Bloodseeker, nowhere near as much value as it used to be. Just that flat 35 pure damage. Just you compare that to the percent that it used to be, really just doesn't feel all that impactful. I would have much rather him either go into like a refresher potentially, or even just rush the Ags. Chira Jr., he's a menace.
Again. Anywhere on the map, looking to give them the high ground vision. Important in case the Team Greece are looking to try and force the fight there, and well, he will see no one now, so they are perfectly fine to get the finishing kill onto Spartan. Mixer, oh, okay, Desire actually thinks otherwise.
Parker might coming through the twin gate there, trying to go for the backstab.
Focus runs to the right side instead.
AB.
And now they're going to be in. Chiro Jr. Quick and easy kill into the Bloodseeker. Doesn't even get the rupture off before his death. And now there's going to be the glimpse onto the Weaver. We are just never seeing them being able to play as 5. It's always one person dead. And then Secret will capitalize with that advantage and continue to get more kills across the map. And this time it's going to be onto the Weaver. Team Secret, it's just everything for the taking for these boys.
Even just the spell usage, right? Making sure that even if he uses the time lapse, it's going to be right there on the spot, not allowing him to, you know, get back into relative safety closer towards the base. It's just a really good, solid combination of spells that they're using, and struggling to find a way for Team Greece to be able to get back into this one. They've got all the ultimates to be able to make it happen, but that perfect wombo combo just isn't coming. And Thug, he is so deep. Why? Why?
Oh,
no
the pump
boys
faking.
were around you.
The pump faking into death is crazy. Oh man, Spartan's going to be chased down onto the tower.
Oh, they
miss on the skewer. It's just, oh, nothing, my friend, is working for them. This has to be so frustrating.
That's like a 7-10 split in bowling right there. They just missed absolutely all the pins and ends up getting a death for his troubles. Chira Jr. beyond godlike now.
31 stacks? Did I see that right?
Yep, 31 stacks of Galvanized, 9.6 mana regen that he's got from that. And it's enough to be able to buy the Parasma as well. It's going to be coming out to him on the courier as we speak. An Octarine, goddamn.
He's got a... Yeah, okay. Oh, Parker. Alright.
He only knows
what are you
one
gonna
speed,
do?
and it's full throttle.
Is Weaver teaming back? Finally, well, they want to try to address the Bloodseeker. That will be able to enable the Pinkley inside the team fights. RP onto 2. Is there going to be any extra follow-up? Where's the epicenter? Finally, Thug tries to jump in the middle, but they've got no damage. They just don't have enough. The sustain from Dire, it's too much. You can use your spells, you can play with your ultimates, but you just don't have enough to be able to go through the health from Secret. And they're going to be forced to tap out. This new roster, led by Poppy, will be moving over to the upper bracket round 2 to face Avulus, and Team Greece will be knocked down to the lower bracket.
A little anticlimactic, that one. I mean, it really felt like it was set up to have this huge fight with wombo combos and everything going here, there, and everywhere, but just never came. You know, there were a couple of nice RPs coming through there from Desire. I thought he got a really nice timing on his Blink Dagger as well, but just way too many times Focus and Thug caught out completely away from the rest of the team, not quite having the damage needed to be able to confirm a lot of the kills. And I think Focus ended the game 1-8-5 on that Bloodseeker, which, you know, pretty reasonable last pick overall for the draft that they had, but I saw very few ruptures into that Rolling Thunder or the Slark, and it just felt like they had free games.
Yeah, this can often happen though when you're playing against a Slark, right? And like this style of lineup where there's always one kill, and then finally Team Grace, all right, we have everyone back alive. Let's go. Let's try and make a play, but then the lanes aren't in a good position. Then you've got to shove out the lanes, and then someone dies shoving out the lanes, and then all of a sudden you're back playing with a numbers disadvantage, and then you could just never take a full 5-on-5 fight. And I don't think we ever saw it really from Team Greece.
No, and off top of everything else, of course, Puppey just doing Puppey things, 11.5k healing on top of everything else that he was able to provide. He was, you know, part of 25 out of the 37 kills as well. On top of that, you got the pipe as well, so not quite as concerned about the damage coming through from the Sand King. Wasn't getting full value out of the Bloodstone because it was just going into that absorption rather than doing damage. So it's the perfect storm really came through, but I was just a little bit disappointed with how ineffective a lot of this ult cohesion was coming through from Team Greece. The good thing is they're going to be able to dust themselves off in that lower bracket and be able to hope for a nice run into the later stages. But for Team Secret, they're already part of, what, the top 6, I guess, as a part of that win?
I think so. We'll see. Still, the matchup later on today is going to be very difficult versus Abulus. So we saw them have... honestly, like game 1 and game 3 looked very good for Secret, and game 2 was quite close as well. So I think there's good signs from this new roster at the moment. We'll see if Chiro Jr. is going to be able to continue to have a really good day, because his series today was quite impressive. But for Greece, it's like you said, can they dust themselves off and come back looking strong enough to be able to compete in this next lower bracket series?
We will have to wait and see. I mean, they've got time to be able to, you know, rest up a little bit and repeat, but yeah, it's certainly hard coming back from that one, especially considering, you know, what a morale boosting victory it was in game number 2. But for now, that's going to be it for me. You're staying on, considering you didn't cast it all yesterday, but I'll be getting some much needed sleep and letting you cover those last 2 series of the day. They're looking like being bangers, so hope you guys stick around, continue to watch them. How long is it going to be? It's pretty much in like 15 minutes, right? I think we've run pretty much to time, so not too long of a wait. Stick around and you will get more Dota action coming very soon. Good night from me, but stick here for more Dota.
We are back with the official broadcast of the closed qualifiers for the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota event. There's going to be some exciting stuff because we have our third series of the night and we're going to be moving down to the lower bracket now. So another opportunity to see some teams eliminated and a bit of a change as well. Denno gone, Harry Freak brought in. First, my friend, how are we doing today?
Oh, doing pretty well. I don't know if you want to be joining in on the lobby areas, but you probably should if you're out of it. But either way, I'm doing great. I know that you are having a long day, but Panda, he pushed through yesterday. I'm pretty sure you're just as tough.
Yeah, I got this one. I got this one in the bag. You know, 4 series of Dota action. I'm always excited for it. Always excited to be able to see. And the last series was very close, very competitive. We got 3 games. I will say some of those games, though, weren't maybe as close. Game 1, Game 3, very, very convincing for Secret as we get to take a look at the bracket and how it's looking. So lower bracket round 2 is where I want to bring everyone's attention. Dragon Esports versus Team Greece. I maybe should even start with the upper bracket where they played their first matches. We'll start, of course, earlier today where we saw just then Secret versus Greece. And now, of course, yesterday where we saw Dragon Esports lose to Avilos. Did you cover that series as well? Were you on that series?
Yeah, I was. I mean, it was just a stomp through and through, as expected. Dragon Esports, you know, they're the 8th seed, and Avilos are the 1st seed. So you would expect that there is a big discrepancy between the 2 teams, and yes, there was. So it was quite an easy victory for Avilos.
Okay. Were there anything that you saw there from Dragon Esports that maybe gave you some signs of life or something that you would like to see them build on, maybe in regards to strategies or heroes that you saw them prioritize in that series, even though you were saying it was a pretty convincing victory for Avilos? But is there anything that you want to see more of from them in this series now?
So that was a rough one because they really got stomped, right? Didn't get a chance to play. It was just like 30 minutes of constantly being destroyed. But what I am seeing is a little bit of, you know, those melee position 4s and XS Vampire, you know, skilled based heroes. He played the Nyx and Muerta yesterday, but overall I'm expecting something like that from him. He is, me and Panda talked about it yesterday, known as the Kazakhstani Jerak, so I'm kind of hoping that maybe we see the Earth Spirit, because that is definitely one of his best heroes. But overall, the way that they approached it is always having a little bit of burst on their side, and because of that we were always looking at them as having the potential to get a kill, right, in the game, and hoping that maybe on the back of that they're going to be able to do something. But overall, no such luck. Yesterday's games for them were they were not close. Versus Team Greece, they're gonna have maybe a better shot, but it's still gonna be a rough one.
Well, would you agree with the odds currently that it's actually favoring Dragon Esports, or do you feel like this is just completely wrong? Like you would really give the advantage to Team Greece?
Maybe initially I would think that Team Greece weren't, you know, the best team. The reason I think that they're invited is because recently on the IESF, which is basically only national teams playing, they won, right? So that's why they were invited. That's why they're looked at as this very strong team. But the thing is that the Greeks were always had like 5 really strong players. The other national teams were always lacking 1 or 2 players, and then that was the problem. Of course, not to take it away from them. So yeah, without the previous series versus Secret, I would probably be thinking 50-50, but I think Team Greece have shown that they know what's up, right? That they still got it, that the synergy between these players is still there. Of course, it is still a bit of a different lineup than the previous ad Finna, mainly looking at their off lane. But overall, these guys have been playing together for quite some time in various teams, level up here in Serbia as well, right? So somehow, some way they're in on home turf in some way. So I'm because of what I saw in the previous series, I'm kind of leaning towards them. But I might be biased because Dragon Esports probably faced off versus the top or the top 2 teams in the qualifier, and well, it went really badly for them.
Mm-hmm. I think coming into it, I like when I see this Dragon Esports lineup, I feel like this is a team that I feel like can be very competitive and take games and series off some teams that you wouldn't expect. Like Lil Pleb, I think there were even, I heard there was some stream that was going on. I believe it was Poppy and Yapsor that were speaking about it. Maybe some TI, the last one potentially, the one before that. Puppy was actually really praising Lil Pleb and saying that this was like a person that people were going to be looking at. That was, I think, after his stint with Ancient Tribe when we saw like DPC and he was really having some good performances online in those teams. So I've always kind of had my eyes out on Lil Pleb. Haven't really seen him put his foot forward into some more competitive teams as well. So hopefully this could be one where he can continue to grow and go from there. And then you look at the position 4, right? Probably, I mean, you just said like the version of Jerax from his own country. And I think XS Vampire, without a doubt, is the most experienced on this team. He's had so much gameplay. We haven't seen him in a while play at some lands, but really was for a while one of the better position 4s in the region and honestly against the world. Like he had some lands where he was very competitive. So probably looking for him to lead, and Mary on the position 5. We've seen him, I believe, even played for. And who was him? Did he play for PuckChamp? Mary? There was some decent Eastern European teams, right?
He played. Let me check real quick. He played for Bait for a very long time, and I think that's probably where you know him from.
Okay.
So that's the. He played for Hydra. Yeah, that was the. That was on, but that was very like short-lived, so not really a big team. But yeah, probably the place where people have seen him the most was Bait, and in Bait he was really good, right? During that time was kind of the peak of his career. But yeah, you mentioned that some of the top players in the world were praising Lil Pleb. I think Dragon Esports, they most definitely have extremely talented players that never broke through. For one reason or another, we can never know. That is something that, or we could, but we need to analyze every single game that they played, a lot of their pubs, and individually going in there. But yeah, the talent was there. They just never made it in the scene. And who knows? Maybe this is their big breakthrough when they're finally gonna be figuring some things out, figuring where they were wrong, at least some of these players, and then making their big boom on the scene. But we'll find out. First they need to beat Greece.
Yes. First they need to beat Greece, and then need to make a really long run through the lower bracket. What you have 4 series until you even make it into the grand final, which is going to be a best of 5. Not easy at all. I mean, we have some incredible teams at the moment here battling out in the Western European and MENA qualifiers. So this is, and really, I feel like a lot of the teams in the lower bracket could take a series and upset probably the top 4, which would say is like Avulus, Secret, Nigma, and Mouse. But I feel like any of those teams like rivaling them in the lower bracket could definitely be competitive and have an upset. But heading into these qualifiers, did you have like, let's say, what was your top 2 heading into? Were there teams you were expecting, or did you feel like it was very close and a bit too difficult to call?
I think there's no other way to put it than Avulus and Nigma. I mean, with their performances on the international stage lately, they were undoubtedly the main ones. I recently cast a tournament of Secret, though they had 4-3 and Seimei instead of the Parker and Mixa duo that joined for this qualifier, and they didn't look too good. So with this addition of these 2 players, I thought maybe they're the dark horse, and I've been a little bit of biased towards Zero Tenacity because they are from my country, right? LeBron is also their coach, their manager, Grisine. I don't know how many people remember him from the Dota 1 days. That was one of the more popular mid laners in the world, who's their manager, right? So I'm invested into that team. I wanted to see them perform well, but so far, at least they took a game off Nigma. We'll see if they can make their dark horse run. But overall, I would be extremely surprised if Avulus and Nigma Galaxy aren't gonna be in the grand finals of this qualifier.
Yep, I would agree, and I think maybe it's not as much of a dark horse, but I'm excited to see how Mao's perform with this like completely new roster. So excited to see how this team can go fly. Of course, hasn't been playing for a couple of months now, so to see him back. So we'll see. Actually, hasn't been that long since Now's stopped their organization and their team. So still good to see him back, and then we'll see how they can perform. But of course, that is a series for a later day. We are into game 1. Greece, they're going to get rid of the Magnus, which we saw them just play recently with the desired position for Magnus. Looked pretty decent, and then I don't know what happened. That game looked very weird as well after the lane, so no one's going to pick that up. They'll remove that.
I was listening to you two boys from Australia, and I heard you like being disrespectful to the RRP. I couldn't believe it. I mean, the 20-second cooldown reduction is a big deal, and a lot of people are actually playing it as a position 4. As a core, nobody is taking the RRP, obviously, because you want to do some damage. But as a support, it's more common than you would think.
Have you seen anyone? Because I was trying to remember who I'd seen do it, and I think Ari is on
Ari,
competitive games.
Ari, Eki, then 9 class has done it as well. I mean, there's that's who comes to mind first, but probably if you would go through games, you would find even more examples.
Sure. Okay. Well, I'm down to see it. I am down to see it. I just still haven't seen enough and still looks like a bit of a meme. But when I start seeing some games, like maybe it's like hidden broken, and then all of a sudden we're gonna see everyone going for the RRP.
I mean, the RP is definitely better, but the 20-second cooldown is what makes it appealing, right? So I didn't mind it when I saw it in a couple of games. It really is a huge save when you push people away from, let's say, one of your cores. It really can make a difference, but obviously not going to be happening in this game. But yeah, I got kind of sad when you didn't trust in the RP. Though I don't want to say anything. I didn't trust in it either until I saw some people using it in action.
Well, let's see how the bans are going to continue. So really no surprises. Maybe the clockwork, honestly, is one you could be like, does it deserve a first phase ban? But we know Spartan is very comfortable in it. Desire even doesn't mind playing it on a position 4 too. But this is, I suppose, just potentially go for a very stable support. And then that can help enable the heroes for Madara if he wants like some ranged carries.
Maybe they want their Nyx assassin, right? That has been the hero that they ban if they want the Nyx. They want to leave the Dawnbreaker in, pick up a Nyx, and then see if in that one ban the Team Greece do have left are going to be banning the Dawnbreaker, or they're going to be getting their hands of both of them. That could be the way to go, because yesterday Dragon Esports, they ban out the... oh, okay, nope. They're going to ban out the Dawnbreaker themselves and decide to go for a Beastmaster, so completely different route. But yesterday they banned out the clock, and then they picked up the Nyx in the second phase. That was kind of their approach to the draft.
Okay. Well, now we're going to get the Beastmaster into the response of the toss. So a little bit of a save versus the Roar, of course, very committal, single target, snowball save. It's pretty solid. Like, you can't really say much more against it. Gives you some more options, opens up Roshan, pretty solid Roma as well to be able to put pressure on the mid lane, secure power runes, and can be played as a 5 or a 4 too. So that is another thing which can kind of free up like where your supports and what role they're going to be.
I think that's the biggest of deals, because both the Desire and Spartan play a lot of Tusk. So usually when you would see a Tusk in a team, you would kind of know where it's going to be played. Here, you have no idea, right? Because both of them are great. Obviously, once you do see the cores, position 1 and a position 3, then you're going to assume where the Tusk is the best going to be laned at. But overall, a good response.
And we're going to get the Bristol back band out as well. So this is earlier today. I believe it was the first game of the day that we saw Nefret with the offlane Bristol back, and he just completely took over. And since then, we have not seen the Bristol. It's been banned out pretty regularly. So, of course, could be very scary to be able to pair with the Tusk, and also a decent way to deal with the Beastmaster. We're even going to ban out the Centaur as well, which is something that we saw in Game 1 versus Secret. I really did not like the Centaur that game. I think focus was like 11 deaths or something on the hero. I'm quite surprised they even banned it, because I feel like this hero, we only really see the Centaur right if like all the other offlaners aren't available.
I think they're targeting him, right? Because Focus is a carry player. He has been a carry player for a very long time, and then you go to his Dota 2 Pro Tracker and you go through his heroes. The Doom is banned out, the Bristleback is banned out, and the Centaur as well. You could go for a Terrorblade here. That is a good flex between a 1 and a 3 that both Madara and Focus would be able to play. But nope. So far only supports. This is Desire's most played hero recently, so it makes sense.
And takes away a lot of the supports as well from Dragon Esports, right? No Tusk, no Willow, no Moeta, no Clockwork. I feel like picking Pugna into Moeta It's a little bit awkward. You can do it, but definitely there are going to be some weaknesses. It's not as big of a deal of a support counters as another support, but you are going down the line of what supports are available. Phoenix is a potential another one that we could see.
Phoenix, Shadow Demon, those are the ones that are in play for sure. Lich is also there, but there's the Shadow Demon. It makes more sense if you look at the Grease. Sure, the tag team is gonna be there, but the Shadow Demon save is a little bit better than the shield in this one, because if you had shown a Lich right now, you would get a lot of magical damage in your face. So this is a smarter approach for sure.
You like the Ogre? You've been happy with this hero at the moment? I feel like it's looked pretty solid recently.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was only a matter of time before he was gonna break through the meta, and I think he started like 2-3 months ago. And there's the Terrorblade 2-3 months ago when people were just, it was let's buff the carry, right? Is it the empower? Is it the alacrity from the invoker? And then it was time to implement the ogre. I mean, I was surprised he wasn't even played a bit more, but I think people didn't know how to properly implement all of the heroes with him. They were just pairing up a carry with him, and that's about it. But you need to make sure that the others are going to be benefiting from at least the movement speed, not only the attack speed.
Can you dive a little bit deeper into the Terrorblade, which is something that you called a while ago before I think we even saw the Shadow Demon and the Ogre? So what was it that you were wanting or seeing from the Terrorblade for Team Grease?
So two of your cores do play it. It is flexible between both safe lane and the offlane. I mean, you saw it secret play today. I think it was game 1 where they played an offlane Terrorblade. If it is a safe lane Terrorblade, which is one of Madara's best heroes, the Beastmaster doesn't generally do that great versus you, right? Because you can take away his aura. I guess it's not that big of a deal as it used to be back in the day, but still, you have the tag team, you have a lot of armor in the laning phase from the sticks, so if he's spamming the axis or creating boars and hawks, you're going to be getting a lot of sticks. You're pretty low HP, so there's a multitude of reasons to go for a Terrorblade here, but I'd say that comfort and flex are probably at the top of the list.
And you got to say this is a comfort pick for Puck, especially in this position. Getting the 18th pick Puck against the Invoker. We are seeing a lot of teams who are like first phasing Invoker, they'll ban the Puck in the first phase to protect it as well. I don't think the Invoker, I don't think it's a bad matchup. Like, you're going to be fine in the lane, but it just seems like what the Puck can do against you in the game, like, you are really slippery, and it can be very awkward, like with the coil through the early game to mid game, and it's a goddamn good Puck game. Like, the only thing you're worried about is the Muerta, right? Like, we have seen this hero is very good against like the mobile mid laners with the dead shot into the silence, or even the ATOS potentially as well, if you can get that connection. So besides the Muerta, I think it's a very good Puck game.
To be honest, it's not going to be the easiest Puck game though, right? You're mentioning the Muerta, but it's also the Invoker into the Muerta. The silence connects on you before you land, so you cannot phase shift. So if you put the calling on top of the tornado, the Puck is going to be in trouble. The only problem I have with Team Grease is that they don't really have that much burst to finish off the Puck, even if that does happen. So I would maybe like for their carry or offlaner to contribute in that department. That's why the Morphling was banned out, because he would be one of the heroes that would utilize that silence, potentially even turn into the Puck and get another silence on top of him and just burst him down from 100 to 0.
Okay, with that being mentioned, then again, we still yet to know where the Terrorblade's going. Do you have a preference now seeing more of the draft, if you would like the TB to be the 1 or the 3?
Ooh, it's actually very hard to say. You're kind of lowish on push. I'd be fine with the 1 Terrorblade, not gonna lie. In the meta currently, is being played more as an offlaner, but it also will come down to what Dragon Esports picks, right? If they pick a carry who relies solely on physical damage, then you send the Terrorblade there and you're golden, because the Ogre plus that one just won't be able to do anything to him.
We're gonna get a TA. So there's the Viper Band kind of coming into play, of course, with being able to deal with the refraction, and now you have that physical damage dealing carry.
Okay, so you could now send the Terrorblade into the offlane. That actually sounds pretty decent. But then I'm looking through Madara's heroes, and I'm not sure. Okay,
We got a Clinks.
it is going to be a Madara Lynx. Okay, that's fine. I didn't see that he's been playing it recently, so I was assuming he's not going to be doing it. But there are players at the moment who do run it. I think Miracle does play a decent amount of Clinks lately, especially in competitive matches.
Yes, he does. Yeah, he's been playing the Clink. So we'll say, how do you feel about this hero though? Have you been running into it in some of your games? Do you feel like this hero is undervalued at the moment?
I think it's breaking out, so I'm not really sure how to gauge his strength. I think the main strength of this hero comes at the moment from people not really being used to it all that much, right? It's appearing in pubs from time to time, it's appearing in competitive games, but you don't really know what to expect. People are going to have different approaches to the builds. They're going to have different approaches on how you want to play this hero, so it is definitely going to be fun to see how Madara is going to be going for it, because this guy has been off the scene for such a long time, and now he's playing something that's a little bit out there, trying to be innovative, which I like. It is most definitely a interesting approach that they're going to be gunning for here.
And what is the playstyle currently for the Clink? You're saying like the playstyle is potentially catching a lot of people off guard, maybe the item build as well. What can we expect from the Madara Clinks in this game?
I've seen the Dragonlance, the classic I'm gonna be tanky approach. That is what I think I saw Miracle go for, and he's the one that has been playing it the most. I'm even gonna check his recent items on this hero just to make sure that that is what he has been going for. So you're gonna allow me some time, but yeah, that is basically the gist of it.
Yeah, I think I don't honestly. I saw one game that he was playing it, so I don't exactly remember what the item build was. But you are right. He definitely has been playing it a lot in some of the tournament games too. Have you pulled that one up? Have we?
Yeah, the Dragonlance, the Gleipnir, and then Orchid right into Bloodthorn. That is what you do.
Okay.
So it's bursting people down that you want to go for.
Okay, well, let's see if he's going to be able to find those kills and play onto the map. Of course, a lot of damage. Alacrity him up. Tag team as well for the Tusk, which is the facet that he did end up going through. And we'll see. Is there a draft though that you're favoring heading to this game one? Do we feel like it's kind of even between the two teams?
Okay, let's analyze it first. The lanes, it should be pretty decent for Greece, right? Slightly ahead there. Then pushing power, Roach taking potential definitely on the side of Dragon Esports at the moment. But pickoffs, I'd say Greece. So it is a rough one, not an easy one to call. The main point here, I think, is going to be, can you prevent them from getting Roche? And I think you can. So maybe like 55 for Greece would be my call, because you do have ways to annoy them in the pit, and it's probably the second Roche that is going to be the more important one. The first one is fine if you give it away.
Mm-hmm. The classic block in the Dire off lane, Radiant safe flame. See what the ping is unfortunately going to be for. Oh, that's right. He changed his name from Lil Pleb. The classic name change.
He's Muha now.
Muha.
Oh. Which means a fly. So.
Oh, it means fly? Okay.
Yeah. So it's,
I feel like some people change their name and it doesn't. They get worse after the name change. We'll see if he's going to be better from his name change or not.
Infernal is going to be in trouble. He hasn't been changing no names.
One more. They got him. All right, Madara. Sandy's been playing a lot of the Clinks, and this is a great way to start with an early kill. Getting that bonus gold. It's going to be a pretty early Falcon Blade for the Clinks inside the lane.
Yep, one thing that this hero needs definitely is a little bit of extra mana, because you're spamming the Tar Bomb, you're gonna be spamming your Death Pact, right? Even though your spells aren't, you don't need that much mana for it, you are still gonna be spamming quite a lot of them.
It seems like already we're seeing bottom lane is going to be a very heavy brawling lane between these two. So if there's going to be any time for XX Vampire to go back and make some stacks, it's going to be important for the Beast Class. So top lane, Muha, they're going to be able to secure the kill. Focus and Desire, okay. I mean, they were confident picking Muha's hero, something that he is really good on. Bottom now as well, Madara Looks like it's going to be fire. The potential
gonna fight.
turnaround would be there with the tag team. He tries to do his best to get the damage up before his death. It's going to be a 1-for-1. I'm not sure what the resources were like for the Kling, so maybe it was okay with just getting the reset.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not ideal, but you were shoving the wave into the enemy tower. You're trying to apply pressure. The problem is that he didn't get any denies there. So if he had gotten denies underneath the enemy tower, then that situation where he puts himself out of position would have been better. But still is quite okay there in the bottom lane.
Are you overall a fan of Templar Assassin at the moment, and even in the carry role too? We really have not seen this hero for a little bit.
She's coming back, and the thing about the TA is that, you know, with the Luna out of the way, you need your Drows and your TAs to be available, and she's fine. She does go well hand in hand in the we're gonna buff you meta, and the second Roche is the most important thing in the world type of meta. So the hero definitely fits at the moment. The only problem with it is that the hero is very, very predictable.
Bottom lane, Spartan continuing to stack the poison. Probably going to need a 5th here with only the level 1. Looks like he's going to be fine. I believe 8 the Lotus.
Muerta is dying.
So, okay, Muerta's dying on the opposite side of the map though. Moha finds an easy one. And Mary? What's this man up to? Just a cheeky deny.
Yep. He will give the gold to focus. He was debating with himself, am I gonna deny myself to the ancient creeps and be dead for 26 seconds, or am I gonna go and die to the tower? And in the end, not enough time passed, so focus gets a freebie.
Danger? Oh, they're actually gonna go in
That's
with the
too deep.
snowball, so it's a pretty heavy committal. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, Spartan fighting off a little bit more than he could chew, and now Madara 3 poison, another axe. He's got a lot of 1 charges though.
Yep, they were overly aggressive on the bottom lane, and now it's coming to bite him, especially this Tusk dying a couple of times. Now let's see how much damage you do to a Terrorblade with a TA. It seems that 0 is going to be the answer.
Are you wanting a particular build out of the Terrorblade this game? We saw earlier it was the Diffusal Blade from Mixer because of the Medusa in that game. We've been getting a lot of the pipe, of course. Is this a pipe game, or is this another item that you're looking to rush?
I would be fine with him not going for auras in this one. I might be okay with him going for the classic Dragonlance Assassin. Why? Considering that you don't have overwhelming damage on any side here. You have a lot of physical and a lot of and some magical on Dragon Esports, so you can get away with being greedy for sure.
Okay. Is then, if the Terrorblade is greedy, do we feel like there could be a window of where Dragon Esports maybe through the 20 minutes of this game, 25 minutes, where they can capitalize on a little bit more of the greed from Team Greece?
For sure, that's the goal, right? Your Dragon Esports here, you want the first Roche, you want the second Roche, you want your Beastmaster and TA to be pushing while the puck is kind of forcing out rotations around the map and potentially getting some kills. That is what their lineup is built to do, so we'll see how Greece responds to it. Maybe because of that aggression, you go for a pipe so that you can defend towers, but overall, you could try to get away with the greed, and on the other side, Dragon Esports are most definitely going to try to punish it.
The action is continuing down bottom. They will actually TP Muerta. So, but the assistance from Desire, they should be able to fight back. They'll put all their attention onto Infernal, get the more impactful kill, and then look for the Shadow Demon X. Unfortunately,
Just leaves the Terrorblade alone.
Top lane though, Terrorblade, yeah, getting dived. Mulhard's going to find a free opportunity to be able to continue to hunt down Focus. This is, you're striking back. We saw the Terrorblade early on get a kill onto the Templar Assassin, but Mulhard is definitely caught back up.
Yeah, big deal for sure, because it was looking really, really good for the Terrorblade, but when you start making these rotations, you still need to be able to communicate properly with your team and understand what you can get away with. Usually as a Terrorblade, you feel like the TA cannot do enough damage to you, but when you're already half HP, there's an Ogre to slow you down enough, you will eventually die. So Focus there, definitely not respecting Dragon Esports enough.
Infernal bottom lane, nice shards. They're gonna try to do their best. Excess for Vampire.
Here's the puck.
Be cautious now with the rotation coming through. Panda, TPN actually will not even threaten anything. I guess pushing them back, but Panda's rotation a little bit wasted, unfortunately.
had a coil. I'm kind of surprised that he didn't try to do it. He had a lot of spells to spam on both the Beastmaster and the Shadow Demon. So, okay, just wanting to save his buddy, nothing more.
He does that job, looks to get away. Seen a lot of fighting down bottom, a little bit up top. Not a lot of contention around the mid lane though. So we'll see if that's going to continue to be the case, because we do have the power runes up in about 30 seconds. Speaking of runes as well, both wisdoms went either way, so it will be 1-1 apiece.
Yeah, level 6s on the supports here are not the biggest of deals, so even if they had gotten stolen, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, right? You have the Walrus Punch, fine. It's not the biggest of deals. Excess is looking very much dead.
That he is. 4 heroes from Team Greece required to get it. Thug going to be able to offer some assistance. Let's see, they should be able to make it. Actually, they might be a bit too late to try and contest the power room. Panda is going to intercept Inferno up on the high ground, has the level 6 thanks to clearing the Ancients as well, with the roll coming into play straight away. Thug still feels like there's an opportunity to strike back, but by himself, he doesn't have enough. Maybe now with the extra tag team bonus damage, Spartan wanting to go for Mary next. Mary, he'll take the brunt of the force, but the core turnaround. Panda gets the break onto 2. They're going to have the detection as well. So a big opportunity. They went way too far thinking that there was a free Ogre kill. Thug is still okay though. Thug, he's fine, stands strong, double Wraithbane and the treads. He's pretty survivable, more than they were expecting, but Infernal up on the high ground. They're going to be able to catch up to the Invoker. Now they'll look for the Clinks next as well. This is a massive fight here for Dragon Esports, getting some big core kills.
Oh, it all started with bad shards from Spartan. What he did there, he could have blocked in the Ogre a lot closer to them, and they would have killed him in a second, but he used it very high on the high ground just to get a little bit of vision of what was going back there, and that allowed the Ogre to live longer, to get to the high ground himself, and pulled in both him and the Invoker deeper into enemy territory. The rest is history. The rest is then Dragon Esports just utilizing their enemies being out of position to get everything they need.
Spartan run straight into them. They are grouped up, and Thug might be able to lay down a little bit of AoE spells, but the Invoker's levels is still going to stop them from getting that much damage out. Mary will end up dying, but what's the consequence though? Is anyone gonna... Oh, I really thought someone was going to die from Team Greece, but somehow Tusk is able to slip away minimal amount of health from him, but they are okay on Spartan.
This is a very fast smoke from Dragon Esports. The question is, are they going to be able to catch the Terrorblade off guard? I would say most definitely. This is one that you never expect. This is just very hard to read.
Going to be difficult for him to play out of it, and yeah, no way. Silence into the burst, not requiring the coil, and may now be able to have it for a potential fight for the power, and Puck's actually going to look to try and TP into the lane. Potentially go for that, especially with Infernal here, Roar at the ready, but nothing to be had. So 10-9, a lot of action going on. Again, it's another game today where we're getting a lot of kills inside the qualifiers.
Okay, I'm taking it back. Dragon Esports are good. It's just that Avilus are way too good, right? Because this smoke and the way that they're reacting and then making a move of their own, the way that they are immediately getting back on the map after a play, it is a showing of a great team that they're constantly communicating and trying to find plays to make on the map. And also their spell usage, their targeting has been quite decent as well throughout this game.
Do you feel like that needs to change though as the game goes on in regards to who they prioritize inside the fights for Dragon Esports?
Not necessarily. You ideally want to find the Tusk because he's going to be the save for the other side. But what Dragon Esports do want to have is longer fights until the TA comes. When the TA comes, then it's all about just bursting the target that you commit onto. That is just the thing. Dragon Esports have to be sure that once they're committing on somebody, they're going to burst him down. Because if... Team Greece do survive with that one hero and then turn it around with tornadoes and all the spells that they have, it is going to be very hard for Dragon Esports to run away. The only one who's kind of capable of that is the Puck.
They're going to be able to get the T1 tower first and now look to mount a defense bottom.
Beautiful.
It's a decent combo onto the Beastmaster. And yeah, Mary, there's no running away, my friend. They have already locked you in with the pincer. Even Mutter is going to come back down to bottom as well. So really nicely done from Team Greece. They get the tower first and then also mount a successful defense on their own objective.
Both of the teams are playing really fast. The down sides of both of the teams have been that they are unable to read what the enemies are doing when they're making those fast moves. So I guess reacting to the speedy gameplay is not the forte of either of its teams, but overall, pretty decent performance thus far. Every single time that any of these teams are presented with an opportunity to strike fast, they do make it happen. This time around, it was Greece.
It's a big stack they're wanting to take away from Team Greece, but unfortunately, they don't really have a stack taker that was with them to contest. So instead, they're going to try and force a fight down bottom of Dragons. Esports, they're ready for this. Ready to try and take the issue to them. Unfortunately, Excess Vampire pops his smoke onto the Invoker, and it gets a little bit messy, but the shards blocks him into the EMP. A lot of mana is going to be drained away, but the coil holds to it to place. Can they close the distance on the Thug? But the Purge is going to be there. It will slow down Thug. A massive kill for Dragon Esports to find it. They're already looking for more. Look at that. Puck along with Infernal running past the Invoker, hoping that there is a straggler nearby, which there is by the looks of it. The Clinks over the right side. Oh, he blocked. Okay, slips out. Tried his best from XX Vampire to make sure Madara wasn't able to find a way out.
Didn't have any more vision. They utilized everything to go for the Invoker, place the sentries, use the dusts, and then it was lacking. This is one of those situations where you're telling your core's Puck is probably gonna be the one that needs to have the dust, right? There's a Clinks and an Invoker. You cannot allow that at least some core who goes deep into behind enemy lines doesn't have it, because that was an easy core kill if you just invested a little bit of gold.
Top lane, speaking of cores, Inferno's going to be raiding down, and they're going to bring so many members. 4 heroes from Team Greece, so nice read from them. Really slowing down Inferno. This Beastmaster is struggling in this game. Lowest net worth out of the cores, and we are going to see his items be a bit more delayed than what he would be hoping.
Yeah, we talked about the potential greed of Greece, and they're going that way. Focus is going to go Orchid and then into a Manta, so we're going to be seeing a very, very strong Terrorblade in the later portions of it. But with them delaying the Beastmaster, even though he's not the one that is going to be carrying the game, he's the one that should be carrying the early mid game. He's the one that should be tanky. That's just not going to be the case with him dying this many times.
And
they found him.
Into them. There's the Orchid reveal.
He's gone.
They're going to have to damage her with the Shield Rune activated. Oh yeah, they go through him with ease. And now Spartan is going to look for Excess Vampire as well. So Shield Rune, who cares? Madara is even potentially looking to wrap around and find another one. It's actually
Dragon Esports.
Right. He got a glimpse of Muha. I mean, they are just crumbling, losing multiple members. These are some big kills as well. Greece hit a massive timing, and they will not stop anytime soon. Muha? Step back in. Okay.
Very nice charge from Spartan. I can't believe that they didn't run from that one. Oh,
Wow.
Muha going in.
Muha. Nice freebie.
Yep. Didn't expect that to happen, but he already has a blink. He went for the Dragonlance blink, so wants to get somewhat active. Then it's going to be Deso in the shard. That shard for a TA is possibly going to be the big timing for Dragon Esports. At that point, they're going to have the Ags on Infernal if he stops dying.
Looks like he's okay. Maybe
For now.
if Thug is actually able to run into him.
That Ogre is in trouble. They're expecting there to be more heroes in Greece. If they had the info, they just would have killed that Ogre immediately. But with him TPing to the outpost like that, you're just thinking he's not that crazy, that he's just going to be doing it on his own.
You've been mentioning multiple times about Dragon Esports and the importance of Roshan. Does it matter if Radiant take away first Rosh, or it's really the second Rosh that you feel like the TA needs?
The second one is the most important one, right? But you get the first one so that you gear up for the second, basically. So taking either one of them would be a win. The second one, a huge win for Greece. Of Dragon Esports, it is expected.
Because they definitely could look to take it if you want to. I mean, you have the tag team to potentially go for it, Alacrity to buff you up. I feel like this is something that we really could see them prioritize if you want to from Team Greece.
It's still dangerous for you to walk into the pit, right? There's going to be traps. There's going to be a Puck spamming his spells. There is ways for the enemies to find you. And getting clumped up and Dragon Esports having a better position, it is going to be a problem for you. We talked about it. Dragon Esports, if they see a target and they get on top of it, you need to burst it down. And it's pretty much easy to do so if you know exactly where your enemies are at.
One of those enemies is the Ogre, so quick and easy freebie. We are sweeping across the
They
map.
found them again.
Infernal. Just the two heroes by the looks of it with the assistance of the Sunstrike globally. Team Greece starting to get a big advantage in regards to the kills. 18 to 12. I know it's not resulting in the net worth, but maybe if you continue to find these kills, it can open up some of the objectives across the map. That big one being Roche, where you're worried if there's a full fight that happens, but if you have a numbers advantage, maybe Dragon Esports won't feel like they can actually contest.
It doesn't matter because you kept the right hero down, right? You kept the Beastmaster pretty low in terms of net worth, and he should be the enemy frontliner. He's the one that should be giving vision for the puck to go in, create chaos and stuff like that. With him being so low, it is going to be a problem. So 2k gold lead probably feels a little bit more for them at the moment.
Gold lead should drop now off the back of the kill onto Spartan. Muha gets a Deso charge, but bottom lane is getting shoved in. So we see, this is a very even game though, nonetheless. We'll have to see how concerning that's going to be from Dragon Esports with the fact like you have this scaling for Team Greece and they are getting away with it.
Yep, it's a problem. But the timing of Dragon Esports is only now coming, right? So once they do get that timing, which is the Roche, which is the Shard and the TA, Aghanim Scepter and the Beastmaster, that is when we're really going to see how much lead they can take from Greece and how much pressure they can put on them for being a little bit on the greedier side.
Do you want to? Are we looking for them to go? How close is the Beast actually to Scepter? I can't see.
He has it. I think he has it. Yep, it's being delivered at the moment, right? So there it is. Yeah, it's time to go. It's time to start applying pressure. The thing is that Greece, what they did right now is shove in the lanes, and this is what you want to do. It's all about shoving in the lanes. If you can get away with it, you're fine. He's going in.
I guess Excess Vampire is going to pop out of the trees and protect it with the banishment, but this is the Aegis carry that micro down for free. Muha pulling incredibly low. Finally, Panda's going to be able to make a move over. Coil onto two, holding two of the most valuable heroes into place. Meanwhile, the side blades are just spilling. All of Radiant clumped up together. That's a massive deafening blast. So maybe it's going to give you the space to retreat away, but the poison stacks are there. Excess Vampire continuing to spellcast from afar. Nothing they can do against it. Shadow Demon Spartan's going to be chased down as well. You even lose Desire on the other side. Spartan, it's a cute attempt with the snowball blink away. He might actually be able to escape under the cover of the night, but man, that side blade spill from Muha in the middle around that secret shot was devastating.
Everything there was clutch, right? The TA surviving for so long, not losing the Aegis. Team Greece being baited in like, oh, we can take the Aegis immediately. But no, this is what Dragon Esports wanted, and I cannot believe that they played into their hand. Then the Shadow Demon sniping the Clinks that he didn't even see. He was so low, the Demonic Purge ended, did damage to him. He survived on a sliver of an HP, and just with a Shadow Poison from afar, Excess Vampire gets him. So a lot of clutch things for Dragon Esports to get them to finally somewhat of a comfortable lead, comfortable place in this game.
Now you get the Ag Shard for Excess Vampire too. Now Radiant are looking to strike back, but in fact, it's Muha. This guy, Shard, like you were mentioning, finding a solo kill onto Thug. They will run into Puck by the looks of it inside the jungle. They're going to have the control though. Panda tries to get the jaunt away, but he will not escape. Massive kill. Team Greece, they strike back.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about. The Puck, when he's on the aggressive in this game, he's not going to get caught because there's no instant stuns to keep him in place. But if he gets seen, then it's actually not that hard for Team Greece to take him down. And we've seen it multiple times.
Pretty even game though nonetheless. 3,000 net worth lead. Infernal is also getting a little bit of time. This is Blink Dagger now along with the Wisdom Room, so it's going to get him close towards his level 15 talent. Probability is currently favoring Team Greece though, even with the net worth disadvantage.
Yep, it's a Terrorblade and a Clinks versus a TA, right? So at some point your physical damage is just not going to be that big of a deal. Big deal though for Dragon Esports that both of their supports have Ghost Scepters, so we can expect a Nullifier on the Clinks fairly soon, maybe even after his spike is finished immediately. Making a move.
Esports posturing. Yeah, looking to try and make something happen across the map with the smoke.
Are scanning.
Let's see if they're going to be correct.
They scan the info.
Nice scan up on the high ground.
They need vision.
Be able to get him. Raw, it's there. Buhara as well. No hesitation with the jump onto the tier 2 tower. Seeing that opportunity that Infernal provided him. Multiple deaths in a row for Thug, who looked pretty solid in the early game with this Invoker.
Bonus in the mid lane.
He's now bottom net worth in our mid lane as well. Excess Vampire already setting up for another kill. This snowball, they're going to drag the illusions away. He tries, no way, is he actually going to get the blink TP out? Do they see where he is? Spartan, well done, another escape.
Yep, and that was almost perfectly placed Shadow Poison to stop his blink. But if you do everything right, if you blink to the direction that you're facing, you are gonna be able to get out of it. And you can see that finally Dragon Esports they have dusts on their cores. Buck has one. The Beastmaster had 3 earlier. He already used one to kill the Invoker. This is what I like. And now
I got the clinks. Wait, actually, who found who?
Found who?
Is charging them down. Panda Man, the physical damage, the raw output that they currently have. Shadow Demon is just gone as well in an instant.
that was dangerous for the Buck as well. I mean, during those couple of seconds that you don't have the phase shift, he almost died because they silenced up the Shadow Demon as soon as they saw the Ghost Scepter switch targets. So very good communication on the side of Team Greece.
They're pushing aggressively down bottom, maybe seeing an opportunity to deal with the Park. Your Scepter getting rid of the silence. Panda falling low, but hang on as well. Nice
Beautiful
focus protecting Madara. Has Muha gone a little bit too far? Have they baited the life of the Templar Assassin?
He is strong.
Are back. Not really the main damage output. Templar Assassin will go down to all the AoE illusions, but it's not going to matter. Yeah, you lose your carry, but at what cost? Because Panda, he's got a free fight, and Team Greece, they lose 4 at the front of the base from Dragon Esports.
Yeah, what Dragon did there is that they saw the Invoker, right? They saw him on the other side of the map. They knew that he couldn't connect. So what you're doing right now is then just without hesitation going in, even if it means your death, you know that you're going to be keeping him in place. And that is twice in this game that on the bottom lane, Greece are just being baited by the TA kill. Last time around, they didn't even get the kill. They just got the Aegis. Now they got the kill, but every single time, it's coming at a huge cost.
I would take a look at the replay back as well. How difficult it was, almost finding the puck, trying for the control. Nice Sunder at the end from Focus to help Madara with the turn, but this was everything used to try and deal with Muha. And we saw, I mean, he's just tanking so much. It means that everyone else from Dragon Esports was able to have a relatively free team fight where they really were not concerned about a whole lot.
Yep, that was also a beautiful Hurricane Pike. It looked for a second like DA is going to die faster, and that has been the name of the game. Greece doesn't really have burst damage on their side. They need to have overwhelming physical damage to be able to burst somebody down, and it's just not going to happen in the
Bottom lane.
near future.
Jump attempt onto Inferno. Inferno trying to play around with the BKB, but this is all physical damage. Roar is there, pushing the Terrorblade away, and he gets out and gets the kill as well. Infernal is still
being
getting
hunted.
hunted though. Madara, can he find him inside the tree line? Does he guess correctly? He's going to go down the stairs, and Madara will find him. Excess Vampire trying to do whatever he can, but it's not enough by himself with the banishment. Not there.
He's coming.
Shadow Demon. Oh, he's coming indeed though. Muha looking for the clinks inside the tree line, but very slippery is this Invis here. Now Muha is committed to the low ground. What is the call from Team Greece though? You do not have.
They're going
Thug
to
here for the
traps.
fight. Do they really want to take it?
Yeah.
Scary stuff. Focus. Oh, they jump at the back line. Silence onto 2. I don't know if he saw
He's a
multiple.
Sunder.
It looks like he did at the last second. Mimo Focus trying to find the Sunder. It's the Sideblade spill. Focus, can he find anyone? Desperately hoping for a Sunder. Doesn't get it. And now you're even going to be able to get the Your Scepter, cancelling the TP out. The Sideblade spill just making it so scary for them. Finally, Thug's going to get involved, but the control potentially good for one. Puck's able to slip out of danger. Doesn't tick out to the Orchid. Muha once again having another free fight. Puck actually jumped in.
How is he still
Taunted
alive?
almost to his death. What is going on? Multiple fights breaking out. Thug stuck on the far eastern side of the map, looking to play around with the Hurricane Pike, but you just cannot get cute enough to escape. This was I don't even know. This was a chaotic fight down bottom, but Dragon Esports will come out on top once again.
Dragon Esports are doing a better job at shoving out the lanes, so the Invoker consistently needs to be in his base trying to shove them out. And I think that is where focus. I understand that your illusions aren't that great at split pushing no longer, but they are still solid, right? And you're not going to be committing anything for it, not going to be putting your life at risk. So he needs to control these lanes better so that his invoker actually does have a chance to join in on the fights in time. Because when he gets late into it, it really doesn't change anything. This is a big one for Dragon Esports. They have a huge lead. The second Roche is coming. This is a perfect position for them to get it and secure this game.
Orchid mid lane, just a random one onto the puck by the looks of it. And
Yep.
importantly, that Roche is going to be top though, right? So it's going to be a dire favored Roche where you have all these traps set up and vision and outposts to be able to take the fight.
Especially because there's no auto towers on the top lane for Greece. They've lost all of them. Maybe if they had a tier 2, you would have somewhat of an access point. This way, you don't have an outpost, you don't have a tier 2, and then there's the second outpost, right? That is also in always going to be in control of Dragon Esports.
They're going to invade and take away the Wisdom Rune as well. So looks like they'll get both across the map. You already have Excess Vampire set up to get their own Wisdom Rune. So a lot of experience going the way of Daya. Muha far on top. Let me take a look. All the runes favor them. Large lead in the gold from the bounty, and large lead in the experience as well.
So Madara changed his mind. He wanted the nullifier, but he quickly understood that it's gonna take too long and that he needs to get stronger now. So now he buys the Crystalist and is hoping for a Hex. That Hex might actually allow them to get that first kill, right? Either on the puck or, more importantly, even on the Shadow Demon. Take somebody out of the fight.
Maybe that someone could be Excess Vampire.
You know,
It's a bit messy though.
that's too deep
It's
already.
gonna be fine. Ghost Scepter. Yeah, like this is crazy. This feels so forced from them. Thug, he's not going to be able to get away. This Invoker's game, the Shadow Demon is almost ahead of the Invoker's net worth.
This is weird. So whenever Greece shove out the waves, then they feel like they're forced to go for plays. But the thing is that you can be greedy in this game and maybe just force a rotation, go back. But they are just really, really trying to kill some of these heroes. And at this moment, they can't.
Okay, the rest of the team is starting to move over. Infernal with a Hail Mary Roar to try his best to protect his support. And
Nice Sunder.
we'll get the Sunder off for the last second, but it does nothing. The damage from Dragon Esports, it's just far too much. You can get a cool Sunder, but it does not matter in the end. They'll kill all the Skellies and look for the ever so important second Roshan.
The story of this game has been the same. Dragon Esports baiting Greece to die every single time. They have itemized in a way so that they cannot get bursted down. The Eels on the puck, the double Ghost Scepters on the supports. Beastmaster is naturally tanky and the TA as well. And then you are just running in. And if Greece takes the bait, then you bring enough of the heroes. They're never super close to each other inside of Dragon Esports, but they're close enough knowing that they're gonna survive at least a couple of seconds for their team to connect. And they do have a pretty mobile team, right? All of their heroes are mobile, and then you have Bloodlust to make them even more so.
And the items are just continuing to be accumulated. I mean, Hex on the Beastmaster, solo kill potential on pretty much everyone. And this is a high ground which is going to be very difficult to defend.
Yeah, it's we need to split push, we need to make something happen on different sides of the map type of situation.
But they're definitely forcing a lot here. Trying to get some reactions out with the PSD Veil. That's about to expire shortly. And okay, not going to get the kill. Never mind.
Greece is trying to trade. This is what they're doing, but the thing is there's a banner, so you cannot deal with creeps, and Spartan just gave his life away for nothing.
Bottom lane?
They
Career
got it,
Roar
yes,
as well on the opposite side of the map. It looks like they will be able to find the kill onto Thug. Now seeing a couple hero TP bot, maybe they feel like they're strong to take the fight, but that's just not the case. Oh, they can't go up against anyone. Oh, with a side blade spill as well. This guy's Templar Assassin is goddamn good.
Yeah, that pike was amazing, right? The hit was going towards the Terrorblade. I thought he was gonna survive either way, but in the end he needed the hope for the high ground miss. All three of the cores do have buybacks, but the gold lead is already in kind of insurmountable territory. With buybacks, it's going to be even more so.
Yeah, cool, you get the buyback, yeah, but what is that really going to be able to do for you? Coil inside the base and almost losing the Moetsu as well. Once again, got to be careful. The Sideblade skills on the Skellies.
It's just looking way too easy.
Waning Rift, drag back, comp them all up for the Sideblades. Focus might die. Oh, they got him, dude. Die back. Out of focus.
Even with the Solar Crest, I thought he was going to survive when I saw that one coming, but nope. Damage from the TA too high.
One more fight potentially. But that's a fight into the Aegis advantage, and maybe not even a Clinks as well. Raw, nice snowball. At least going to protect him momentarily. They're able to deal with the Aegis as well, but Infernal still has the Hex to work with. They're going to hold Madara into place. And meanwhile, Muha doesn't even care about the heroes, was beating into the throne. And this is going to be G's chord. Team Greece, they're going to be forced to tap out Dragon Esports. You were saying, like, they had some rocky games versus Team Abulus, but in this game in particular, they look very clean.
No. It is a night and day difference for sure. And I think it just comes down to Abulus playing too well and then me underestimating Dragon Esports Club. I know that recently they did manage to beat 0-10 in a different tournament. They lost to them in the open qualifier here, but they still took a game of them, and this was 0-10 that took a game of Nigma Galaxy. So you know, this team I've definitely underestimated, and they just met a unbeatable opponent. But some of the other teams here, like Team Greece, are most definitely a target that they can take down.
Yeah, without a doubt. So this is a good choice from Dragon Esports, and now this is for Team Greece. This is 4 games you played today, and you are 1-3. And honestly, the losses, they haven't really looked the greatest. The early game, I thought we were going to see a different Team Greece. Like I liked what I was getting out of Thug. You know, we saw what Madara was able to do on the Clinks as well, but something fell apart. What do you feel like it was for them that fell apart from Team Greece? Because it happened really quickly.
I think they're crazy, right? This is the thing. I've met most of them, and how they play Dota sometimes is the hype, right? But that was how you played and won 2015, 2016. Right now, if you don't keep it together, if you don't think about every single move inside of a fight, instead just be like, let's go, let's kill this guy. Oh, what is he doing? Let's kill him as well. It's gonna come to bite you. And I think they just made way too many of those moves of just being carried by the hype of potentially getting a big kill, that they forgot about the potential turnaround on the other side. And when that happens 3, 4, 5, 6 times in a game, you just instantly lose. It goes downhill really quickly.
And we get to see one player in particular, his stats on Muha for an incredible performance as well from him. 17, 2, and 12, 39k damage. This guy is an absolute beast. And Lil Pleb, we were kind of speaking about him before we got into this series, saying that a lot of people have sung his praises and has been someone who hasn't really been able to crack into the scene and get that big opportunity, someone who is talented. And we saw that be the case in this game. 73% kill participation from a carry Temple Assassin was incredibly impressive. And this is something you were mentioning though, right, Harry? Like you said that the second Roche was ever so important. The Aghanim side, you listed everything that they needed to be able to get this victory, and we saw that be the case for Dragon Esports. So this is going to give them a lot of momentum heading into the upcoming game, which is backs against the wall for Team Greece. This is a potential elimination game. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. First a break. See you guys soon. Welcome back to the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota event presented by FISSURE. We've got our upcoming game. We'll see if we're going to get a bit of a different look out of the boys from Team Greece, because that game one, not something that they would like to replicate. However, Dragon Esports, a lot of momentum now. This team looking solid, like you said. Bit of a different performance from what we saw them on Avios. Maybe this is just singing the praises from Avios that we need to with how dominant they looked versus the boys from Dragon Esports yesterday, because they looked really good. I mean, led by Muha, we saw at the end 17-2. Everyone else felt like they played a really big factor as well, like XS Vampire on the Shadow team, and really solid performance from him. Feel like you can single out everyone that they played their role. But for you, Harry, when we look into this upcoming game, what do you want to see a bit differently from Team Greece?
Oh, I would always want them to be a little bit less crazy. I don't know if you've ever been in their presence. They're a rowdy bunch, and it transfers to their Dota game. I don't think necessarily that you need to change much in your heroes, but Greece is always trying to maximize everything, right? If they see a kill, they're gonna go for it. If they see an opportunity to hold the spell a little bit longer, they're gonna do it. And we have seen it come to bite them multiple times in the previous game when trying to go for a kill. In if you remember versus Secret, when Spartan was playing the Phoenix, just how many times he died before getting the egg off for no apparent reason, right? He can press that R button, but he decides, so, oh, maybe I can bait them a bit more so that we can kill all of them, and then you get punished. They need to understand that they cannot outplay their opponents that much. So that is mainly what I would like to change, but that is not something that changes in just one game.
It's hard, right? It's really hard if that is your playstyle, and that has been their playstyle since they've been really hit the scene competitively. Like, this has always been old Ad Venom, old Spartan, anything. Their playstyle has not changed when Dota has evolved and kind of became a different game. Is that like, should that be a critique? Should that be a criticism? The fact that like Dota is evolving a lot. The map is bigger. There's far more camps. We see the supports are able to get a lot more gold. Does it eventually need to get to the stage where like they kind of need to adapt to the Dota that we're seeing currently? Or should we be like, this is very cool to see that they really have a strong belief in how Dota should be played?
I think it is worthy of praise because they are staying true to having fun, right? The Greeks mostly started off as friends, and I kind of am sad when I see just only Spartan without any of the Greeks in a team. But then, you know, focus comes over, desire comes over from time to time. They get together, and that is how they play, right? So it is still a game. They're still having fun. Getting into this qualifier, I don't think they believe that they can make it to the LAN anyways, right? So I'd say that they're having fun, and that is worthy of praise for sure.
Okay. Well, we'll see. Hopefully the fun can transition into a victory and potentially a game 3 for Team Greece. They would like to continue playing together and for their road not to be cut short in the first round of the lower bracket, which definitely could be the case here as we look into it. And I'm not going to lie, it is a little bit concerning if I see all this reserve time already used for your first ban. I don't know if there's a pause going on. Okay, so not a pause, but I don't know if there's some disconnect going on, but we do get the Beastmaster. Whenever I see, like, usually in a break, you kind of discuss, you really have a good idea of what the first phase bans are, what the first picks are going to look like, but Beastmaster, Alchemist, DK, all removed, nothing too crazy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was all about. Sometimes you see teams like, let's say, Secret, in this second ban take a long time because they're seeing what their opponents are banning and thus getting an idea of how the draft should go. But when it comes to the first ban and using that much reserve time, yeah, definitely not common and not something that you want to see.
Beastmaster, Ogre, both removed, so we're going to get some different heroes as a whole as we're heading to this one. Again, Dragon Esports, priority on the clockwork. So, you know, like we spoke about, Team Greece, they have the capability to play it in a couple of different roles and really looking to minimize what the hero pool could be from the supports and then also kind of minimize what the carry could be if you don't have the clock 5.
All of these bans, man, are pointing towards the Knicks. If I'm Greece, I'm snatching it away. I know that they might be wanting to open up with the Phoenix. That has been something that they tend to do from time to time. But I'm seeing this hero. I'm picking a Knicks. The enemies can get the Dawnbreaker, and then they have to ban it, right? I'd love if Greece would go that route.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on why you feel like these bans are signaling that the Knicks is something that they're looking for?
Okay, so Clockwork is like laning stage wise and roaming wise. Nyx is Achilles heel. You cannot do anything versus him. The Nyx likes to take some damage, get out. Clockwork is a hero who allows for you to die from 100 to 0. Same is with the Tusk, but the Tusk is sometimes even worse because if you use the Spike Airpace, the Snowball connects. Thus, the Spike Airpace is cancelled out, but the Tusk doesn't get stunned, so he can immediately screw you over. And plus, having the tag team from 100 to 0 is quite possible. In the laning stage, he out-roams you as well. So, you know, it's why these two are so good versus the hero. And it's not so much about the Nyx, it's about the Dawnbreaker as well, right? Because that hero, if you pick a Nyx, you are taking away the potential Dawn from the enemies just because of how good it is versus the hero.
Okay, so we get the Gyrocopter, which we saw earlier in the day. Was Team Secret that picked it for a little bit of the flex, where they had the Terrorblade and the Gyrocopter in their draft. So Team Greece now have this potential, both Desire and Spartan, if they want to play it, and of course Madara on the carry as well. I'm kind of intrigued about the Invoker ban. I mean, well, not intrigued, more just the sense that
went for it.
We saw Thug really struggled with the Invoker, and they're looking to get rid of it on Dragon Esports. Were you expecting the Morphling? I mean, definitely a Muha staple.
I was thinking they probably wouldn't want to get it because of the flex potential of the gyro, and you know, if you're playing a 5 or a 4 gyro, you can try to skip the flat cannon or leave it level 1. So I was thinking, are they gonna do it? Because the number 1 hero of Lil Pleb or Muha is the gyro, and then the second one is the Morphling. This is what he wants to play. So you might get spooked that you're not gonna be able to get the heroes that you would want. So I was thinking about it. I'm not sure if I was expecting them to go that route.
Is there? I mean, the only current person that I was seeing flex the morph, I think we were actually covering that event, right? Wasn't it the 1-win event where we're seeing 9-class Paravision play the morph a lot of success? Have you been seeing some other people attempt this, or is this pretty much your one?
There have been attempts, but overall, none of them worth mentioning, right? Usually the position 4 Morphling falls flat because the laning phase doesn't go well. And Paravision are a team that have been able to make it happen because of crazy rotations from 9 class that you wouldn't expect. So yeah, it's mostly a one. And on Dragon Esports, I'm not sure. I know Mary wouldn't want to play it. Excess Vampire is the type of player that could go for it, right? He's big on the Rubik, so Morphling would suit him, I guess.
Of course, have to see the Doom just to, like you're saying, more than likely it is going to be Muha playing it, but now at least makes it much easier to put it in the carry role, considering Doom, I don't say impossible, but definitely a hero that is you're always looking to remove when you are playing this hero. So it's just going to make the game a little bit easier, and we get the Muerta as well in another game.
Yeah, they're just picking Nyx or Muerta for Excess Vampire lately. This is what I've been seeing for him, and I think it's mostly Muerta gets banned out, then they're reverting back to the Nyx mostly, because Muerta is and has been now for quite some time one of the best position 4s, right? Maybe even the best. As you're getting more of these cores that are actually doing burst damage, you don't need your Hoodwinks and maybe Dark Willows to be able to finish people off. Then the Muerta is most definitely the next best thing. I, in a billion years, wouldn't have expected that.
What's going on, dude? There's a Night Stalker early in the second phase. I mean, sure, I guess. Like, how do we feel about this? Is this actually even a strong lane with the nighttime starting at level 1 with the Hoodwink? Is this something that you feel like could be difficult for the Morph to play into?
It depends on his support, right? And you don't have an ogre, you don't have these two melee ones. So I'm thinking what Mary could get to alleviate that pressure. Phoenix or a Lich, I guess, are the ones that come to mind. Maybe an Elder Titan, but yeah, he's just gonna go for the Phoenix. You, other than the gyro, you don't have great heroes to deal with the egg, and it's kind of annoying when the egg gets used and you're a Night Stalker in a fight. But still, this is fine, right? If Greece, they're not gonna change their approach to the game in terms of gameplay, then you can make a draft so that you're gonna have the extra vision to allow you to be a little bit more aggressive than you naturally would be.
Okay. There's the Mars to protect the Phoenix a little bit as well. Can be nice against the Flak Cannon. I was going to say, like, at least something for the Gyrocopter if it is going to be played as a... I mean, surely you can't actually play the Gyrocopter. It doesn't matter even if there's Flak Cannon value versus the Phoenix. I mean, just the Morphling is too much value with the Replicate. So regardless, Mars Phoenix, of course, a combo that we've seen for a long time now.
Spartan plays both the Snapfire and the Marcy, so that could be a way to approach this Phoenix. I definitely wouldn't mind it, but they're gonna go for the puck right now. I also thought about the potential Elder Titan versus a Morphling, but Spartan hasn't been known to play a lot of that.
Well, we saw previous game Panda have a really good performance on the puck. We've seen the puck multiple times so far today. Wonder what you're going to remove, though. Spirits, I mean, definitely the Void Spirit, I don't think you're concerned about with the Night Stalker and the Hoodwink. Tiny probably is one that could be looked at. I like the Monkey Band as well.
So you're not afraid of the Sniper. You're fine with that. So Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, and the Tiny. Yeah, those three, I'd guess, are a big deal. Also, Tiny would be great, not only for dealing with the puck, but also you see a Night Stalker, you jump in, Avatos him, and he is then half HP. So he doesn't feel confident running in and finding your support. So having somebody who's going to jump in first is great. But there's one thing to think about. If you are inferior in terms of vision, playing the Tiny can be challenging because you might never find an opportunity to jump in.
Okay, so like, is there any potential for a Templar Assassin then this game? This is a old classic versus the puck. I know maybe it's a little bit greedy with the Morph TA, but it does give you vision with the traps against the Hoodwink and the Night Stalker as well. Is there a world where you look at that for Dragon Esports?
Do you see this fly on my microphone? Do you see it just moving around?
I don't see it.
Okay, wait. You're just pay attention a little bit. It's gonna be moving around a bit. I cannot believe it's there, and I'm not gonna be able to swat it down because I might break something here. Yeah, yeah, there it is. Yeah, you see it. Muha is here with me. He's playing from my office, it seems.
Yeah, we learned earlier. Again, I didn't know Muhwa stood for fly, so he's with you in the office, chilling around, doing his own thing. Hopefully not distracting me too much.
Annoying me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna Heisenberg this guy for sure.
What do we got heading to the last phase? So Ursa Drought actually looking to ban out some carries here, feeling like the Gyrocopter is not going to be played as the one against the Morphling. And more than likely, again, another mid laner like we spoke about to protect the puck.
So if you would not play the Gyro, what would you even play on your position 1? You know what he has done? A Dawnbreaker, right? Is something that he does play on Madra, which isn't that great for this game, but I guess it is something that he might go for. Is there something that deals with the egg well? No, I'm still leaning on Spartan just getting a Muerta or a Snapfire, sorry, the Snapfire or the Marcy, one of those two.
Mm-hmm. Which then again has to be mentioned that the Gyrocopter is going to be playing into the Morphling, so we will see how much of a factor that is going to be. We're going to get an anti-mage, so really not was I expecting. I don't know if this is a good lane versus Mars Moeta. I'm quite intrigued. I'm honestly quite intrigued.
Mars has good stats in a sense. He has good damage, so even if he loses his mana, he's fine to fight you. So I'm I'm thinking it's not going to be the greatest one, right? It comes down to the gyro, how well Spartan will be able to secure that lane for you.
So what are we looking for? I think this further takes the Void Spirit off the table. Ember can be a bit frustrating before the Manta on the Anti-Mage. I think Tiny is still potentially something you're looking at, but the Magic Burst is not really there versus the Anti-Mage, of course, with the Magic Resistance. Are there any other heroes that now come to mind when you see the Anti-Mage?
Maybe a mid TA. I wouldn't mind that. You have you would be lacking a little bit in the lockdown department though, so that could be the dangerous part. But they go for it.
So I think often you would see it's going to be a mid.
Oh, it's mid.
Actually.
Yep. Yeah, that kind of makes sense, right? Because you have a puck in the anti-mage to turn into. Imagine the mobility that you're gonna have with this guy.
Okay. So, well, I'm not sure. I don't know if Panda is a Templar Assassin player. We know Muha is a Templar Assassin player. We also know he's a Morphling player. Like, he's a very good Morphling. But I'm just intrigued on why they're not putting the TA into the puck mid lane, because that has been traditionally a very good matchup for the Templar Assassin. I have not seen it much recently. I don't know if things have changed with the Facet is the big one for the puck in particular. I don't know if it's any different, but again, really for a long time, it was like you pick TA into puck. So maybe just Panda is not entirely comfortable on the hero.
I think currently mostly carries are playing it, so it might be the case. But the idea is that they feel like this Morphling can do well, right? Playing the flow Morphling in the mid lane versus a puck can be problematic for the puck, to say the least. And TA, you want to focus on her being your position 1 rather than on being a position 2. Position 2 TA can be problematic right now just because of the amount of greed that you need with this hero. So maybe they feel like a TA and a Morphling, with both of them being greedy cores, would be too much, and they would get punished by the other side.
I see. So what is the playstyle and the item build that we get now out of a mid Morphling that is going to be a bit different to the carry Morphling? Is there any really big things that come to mind then for Panda this game that we're expecting?
I mean, considering that you're going to be playing a flow Morphling, so it's going to be a completely different approach. I'm not sure which items you're going to go for, but maybe something like an Orchid could work in this game. We'll see. Manta is not half bad either, but it's gonna be fun to see how he plays. Usually, if you're looking at the flow Morphling, it's more of how he's using spells rather than on how he's itemizing.
All right, let's get ourselves underway here. Dragon Esports, can they do it in 2-0 fashion and move over to another round of the lower bracket? We did see the anti-mage earlier on, and that was against the Sand King, and it did not look good at all. So I hope we're going to get a little bit more convincing of an anti-mage game, but I have a worrying sign that it may not be. We've seen this hero, and the Night Stalker is another one that can really fall flat and not do it in good fashion. So I have some concerns. Maybe it's more PTSD, where I've seen like these two heroes really just have no net worth and get run over. So hopefully it's going to be a different story though for Team Greece.
Laning stage for Greece, and that transition of the puck into the side lanes is going to be the most important thing. And focus. No. That is the double meld.
Oh, not good. Excess Vampire finds first blood. Infernal is getting rent down, but it's really not going to, maybe with the body blocks. I mean, are you really going to get this kill anyway? Infernal doesn't have any resources, which is the big thing, so it's going to be a little bit low for the lane.
Yep, they do push him back, so that's actually quite nice. A good start for the anti-mage. Until you get a salve, it's not going to be easy for you to do much there.
Very intrigued on how this bottom lane is going to go, though. Like I was saying inside the draft, I'm not entirely sure if this is going to be really tough for the anti-mage, but with that start, at least we'll see. And honestly, eyes on this mid matchup too. I mean, we were speaking about the potential early in the draft of this Morphling to be played as a support. We get to see a mid Morphling. So he's master tier Morph on Panda, so he's got to be pretty comfortable. I'm just not sure how much he has played this type of Morphling.
Yeah, I would assume because he's a mid laner that quite a lot, right? If we see a Morphling nowadays, it's in the mid lane. It's basically a flow Morphling. So I would guess that we are in for a treat.
We again saw very recently with 9 class a different tournament do some wild stuff. We are watching the Morphling miss a lot of creeps in the mid lane, unfortunately for him, but that's okay. That's okay. We'll see if he can have a bit better of a showing coming up shortly. But overall, I mean, Antimate's sort of struggling in regards to the last. It's only 3 currently. Mars has got too many, but I imagine he's going to be brawling pretty heavily. Speaking up bottom though, trying their best to chase down excess Vampire. Inferno's going to chuck out a stray spear along with the God's Rebuke to say no, no, no. Stay away from my fall.
Ooh, that is an aggressive blink from Adara. He just wants to keep Infernal's mana non-existent. You have to do it. If the Mars has mana, you're in trouble. But generally, Mars is a hero that does have mana issues, so this shouldn't be too big of a deal.
So we're seeing the action continue to break out. We're seeing top lane, there was a little bit of fight back onto Muha's Templar Assassin. Wonder, is there any different item build that we see out of the carry TA? Or like seeing this game, is there something you want to see a little bit differently from Muha? Or is it really just your stock standard build that doesn't change that often?
It is the standard one, right?
Speaking of Muha,
Yep.
tries to protect himself with the Mel, but they've got the sentry there, focused, looking for the dive, but he will not be able to continue with how low Desire is.
They want to go for him, but 7-1 charges is still hard to dive forward. Focus? Going a bit too hard here, but still quite fine. Night Stalker has pretty high armor, and when you have the Night Rain in these early stages of the laning phase, you really can get away with a lot of it.
But maybe there is an opening now with the one charges being used for Muha. Potential next round of spells could burst him when he's not ready. He's holding the refraction, but we'll see if they're going to be able to secure the kill or not. Maybe even with Spartan actually coming through the portal. You're leaving Anti-Mage solo though, which is going to be the big issue, but you need to get a kill off the back of this Spartan.
You're not
trying to run Muha down, but Focus had desired they were not ready for this. So maybe Spartan going a little bit too early, or everyone else not close enough to utilize that extra rotation for the gyro.
He needs to go back now to allow the Anti-Mage to farm, because the Battle Fury timing of the Anti-Mage, it's everything. You get it at 13, 14 minutes, you're golden. You get it at like 17, it really will slow down your game. The entirety of Team Greece's game.
Nicely done from Thugs, able to pick up one of the water runes and deny the other. Bottom lane, Infernal almost been able to blow up Madara. They're still going to be able to chase him down though, and this will continue to be scary. The damage potential with just the raw stats that Infernal has and the extra control from the Muerta, it's really going to be difficult for him to now play this bottom lane.
It is a catastrophic start for him. Not gonna lie, this is a problem. This Morphling is gonna have to do some heavy lifting, turning into the puck and making sure that the game goes their way, because the side lanes aren't perfect.
Infernal is going to be able to fight back. They're going to give him over the Lotus, and that's enough mana to chase down Spartan. Is it? No way. Okay, the mana break slow, gets Spartan out, slither of health, dies actually, denies the neutral, so he's going to come back in 20.
It's gonna take some time, but survives. That is the most important thing. That healing Lotus, the communication of Dragon Esports, is very good, right? For him to instantly use the spell when he gets it, because usually Anti-Mage might hit you and you lose all of the mana that you gain. So very nicely done. Unfortunately for them, it doesn't result in a kill.
Were you expecting this Anti-Mage lane to go as poorly as it is? I mean, he's lower net worth than the Muerta.
No, this is too much. This is too much. I could see it going not great, but considering that you have a Gyro should be a good support to secure it for you. Just running in. Did he? Oh, he went for the secondary strikes. I thought here you just go for the afterburner and you run him down, but he did go for the I'm gonna do more damage later on type of build, and maybe that's why they're just not doing that great.
Let's see. Well, let's hope that damage is going to pay off as the game goes on. Spartan's Gyrocopter. Because this is something, if you compare position 5s, the Phoenix and the Gyro, you will have a lot of value out of the Phoenix. You mentioned in the draft the Supernova against the Night Stalker. Sunray is always something that has a lot of value. It's not going to be easy for them to kill the egg as well. Spartan runs into Mary. Looks like both supports going to be able to help get a kill. And they've got some pretty big ultimates. Importantly, just I think the Gyrocopter getting levels in the Rocket Barrage. So not bad to get that experience for them.
Yeah, pretty huge, pretty nice kill, right? You get it there. He thought he was gonna be getting away with the Icarus dive, but with the Gyro's damage output, you're that's just never gonna happen. Wisdom rune time. No steals.
1-1, nothing crazy. Both fours going to be able to find that. Not sure how the stacking game is being going as well. Honestly, both sides, it's really just the Templar Assassin, I would say, that is able to farm the stacks.
Okay, he's level 6.
Yeah, playing around with the puck, almost Panda. Looking for the kill. Thug's not going to be able to jaunt away. They'll attempt the coil.
He dodged it.
Yes.
No, he dodged it with the phase shift and he decoiled it.
Oh, did he? Okay, well.
Yeah.
Dude, what's going on?
Well, he's showing them how it's done. When you have no cooldowns on the puck spells, this is what happens.
Oh, that's so cool, actually. The phase shift to be able to get the resources back as well.
Yep.
Okay. Diddy, unfortunately, not going to be snagged here from the Morphling. Speaking of him, is starting to run Desire down. What is the branch going to do? What is the branch going to do to stop?
Well, you know, he is gonna be able to make sure he doesn't have vision. I mean, it's an attempt. You try to save yourself any way you can. But the Morphling is starting to gain traction. This is not looking good for Team Greece. Your anti-mage is having the worst game ever, and the enemy Morphling is crushing it. So the puck is still having a decent time, so him and the Night Stalker might be able to create space, but already Madara's game is going to be problematic. When you see an anti-mage rushing the Battle Fury without boots, it signals a huge problem.
Yeah. Okay, so what do you do for Greece now? Because you said like the puck and the Night Stalker might be able to play together. Do you want to see them maybe even give the mid lane to potentially the Hoodwink so we can see a decent timing out of the Sharpshooter, and maybe we could see then a fight break out with that ultimate and with the puck?
Usually with the puck, you're trying to get a turnaround fight. That is when you shine, is when your teammates are getting dough. But I don't think Dragon Esports are gonna do that. So, yeah, Spartan and Thug smoking towards top. And then, I guess Desire taking over the mid lane. Those are the kind of plays that you would possibly want to go for. Is he stuck?
Yeah, okay. I wasn't. I was so confused if it was stuck or not. It's like it's fine. I've got to mention, of course, Mary going down top lane, so they do get a nice free kill. Keeping the net worth relatively close. Got to run into Muha. Rocket Barrage should be able to deal with the refraction charges. He does have a big one. Team starting to tip into the tower. Muha is not going to be able to stay alive. Pops the coil actually to last second, so maybe helping out with the actual little
bonuses
damage.
are coming.
It's nighttime as well, so focus. They're bringing the Night Stalker over. Thug's able to get a double kill with the puck backline assassination. Deals with a second. Looks like maybe going to have a difficult time to get up to Mary though, but some signs of life for Greece. Are they actually? Oh, they're going to get
found him.
Okay. Phoenix popped out. His head just close to the tower. Yeah, Panda is going to have the assistance of Infernal. Spear from the south. Waveform up. Next round of the spells pretty shortly as well. Panda is going to be able to find a double kill. But this Morphling, he is showcasing what he's going to be able to do this game.
So unnecessary for Greece. This is this is what we expected. Mary's kill, definitely not worth your Night Stalker dying, but Panda now getting something in return there for his team. Still, a sign of life, as you mentioned. They found an opening on the TA, and then Dragon Esports made a couple of mistakes going in one by one, giving away some heroes. Unfortunately for Greece, they did overextend just slightly.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know if Madara can play the lane. I guess he does have this high ground ward. that is protecting him. Even Focus is actually coming through as well, anticipating there to be a fight down bottom, but Focus by himself, he's begging for the boys, but no one is here ready to play with the Night Stalker.
No, he's just trying to give some vision. Maybe Greece are going to be mounting up. They do have the call. They're coming over.
Jaunts over to the right side. Ko's going to be able to connect onto multiple heroes. Madara even offering up the potential Mana Void if he sees the opening. As Jaunt left, actually starts to run to the right for Thug. Now it isolates the Mars. The rest of the team actually went to the Jaunt location, so Infernal didn't have everyone else staying with him, and with the vision from Focus, they were able to read that. Like, yes, Focus throws down, but the Radiant are playing pretty well. I mean, with this deficit they have early on, getting a couple kills and getting Thug involved too.
Yep, so you would have expected Dragon Esports at that point to want to apply a little bit more pressure to the Anti-Mage because he's going to be getting closer to his Battle Fury and you want to slow down the timing even more. So this was a really nice read from Greece as they were ready beforehand. It's not like they were waiting for the Anti-Mage to get dove and then TP in. No, they were there from the beginning, understanding like what might actually come their way. The problem is that all these movements are just allowing the TA to hit their timings, and the TA versus an underfarmed Anti-Mage is going to be a problem.
Another kill onto a support. Looks like Spartan's going to try and make him work for it with the call down, but it's not going to matter. They can tank through the spells. And what? I don't think he's in trouble. They're pinging the Morphling.
They want to go.
He's going to hold him in.
He's
got the strength, but they're going to be able to bring him down through all the health. Thug 5 times killing streak that the Puck's going to be able to claim. So this hero is now all of a sudden top net worth.
That's actually huge. Morphling was the one making all the plays. He was the one finishing people off for Dragon Esports Club. So it is becoming apparent that you're going to be needing your TA sooner rather than later. And that's why Muhai is approaching his Blink Dagger. It is going to happen.
Love what I'm seeing out of Team Greece, though. Continuing to hunt like this nighttime, they've brought this game back. Very close to having an even net worth. Anti-Mage has been able to pretty much get this Battle Fury. And you're even posturing around the mid lane as well. They do want to defend it, though. Dragon Esports, we see bringing multiple members, even Muha as well around the mid lane, just to ensure they don't lose this tower. It's actually bottom where the action will continue. It attempted to TP out. Will he make it? He will indeed.
Morphling. He feels like he can fight. Doesn't have his ulti for 5, so Dragon Esports, until they get that, they're not gonna be attempting to go in.
What's the cooldown level 1 on the replica?
It's 140. It's actually quite high.
Really? Oh my lord, I didn't know it was that high on the Morph ulti.
Yep.
Alright, let's see. Team Greece. Looking to move top, so you do have Thug inside the smoke. 1300 gold here for the Puck, but they want Muha. I mean, that would be the big target. Only 1 death at the moment for the Templar Assassin. Top net worth. They would love to slow him down, but the lane's shoved out, so maybe making it a little bit difficult for them to connect with this move.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, let's see if they're gonna be able to make it happen on the side of Greece. They don't see him, and he's actually prepared for them if somebody comes up that high ground to just smash them to pieces.
Yeah. It looks like Dragon are even bringing the extra numbers as well required to mount the defense. Muha's going to lead the charge. Ready to jump in as well with the blink, trying to force the Jaunt to wait. Maybe they're going to stick around with the turnaround bushwhack. Lot of AoE damage, and importantly, deal with the fraction and deal with the life of Muha. They might lose the Puck though. Deadshot excess Vampire snipes him inside the trees, and Infernal. Not enough damage. The raindrop actually protecting Spartan there in the end. But they should be able to get Desire. Arena, if required. Infernal shouldn't be needed. Panda going to be able to jaunt over the top. But the Morphling always looking to play with the Puck replicate, and we see what he's able to do with this low cooldown spam of the spells.
He is doing an awesome job, and now going for focus as well.
Another round of spells, back up, waveform, adaptive strike, continue to spam. Looking for the right clicks now, but it's not going to matter in the end. His Morph pretty high in the strength. Madara maybe looking for the Mana Void. Nice silence, excess Vampire. stops the anti-mage's TP in, which could have potentially put the life of the Morphling under threat.
He gets out in time. Still, the anti-mage does have a Battle Fury and he's approaching Treads. When you have Treads plus Battle Fury, then your farm is really going to skyrocket. I'm just afraid that he's way too far behind. The Dragon Esports, again, with the TA are going to be hitting all their timings. They haven't lost a single tower. The TA is at the top of the network chart. The time will come when her silences are going to be a problem for the fuck. And
nice arena, Infernal. Well done. Gets the spear into the arena combination, and the Morphling was in a great position to follow up with that burst that we're needing to bring down Thug.
Got him. That is a big deal, right? Because now you do have multiple ways to actually find the puck and take him out. You don't have to rely solely on your Morphling doing the dirty work, because now you have a blink on the Mars.
And eventually going to have the Aghanim Shard out of the Templar Assassin Muha, going Deso by the looks of it. And of course the Muerta control as well. So 5,000 net worth lead. And it was the nighttime, right? Your Team Greece, it was the 10 to 15 minutes where they were able to claw the game back. But recently Dragon Esports are making full usage out of this daytime.
They are doing a great job side of Dragon Esports, and 2 more minutes. Oh, he missed on the puck. Didn't even have the arena, so probably wouldn't have resulted in a kill anyways.
Comes over actually, looking to try and force the fight. Ko's going to connect onto 2. Mary's in a pretty decent position with the Sunray, and they drop the egg as well. Nothing really to stop Team Greece from actually disengaging. Maybe thought there was a threat of them from jumping over to the low
Dark Ascension.
Dark Ascension was used from Focus. Going to try and take the shield rune out of the hands of the Morphling. Once again, they've got the Sunray protecting him. Is the damage going to be there? It's close. It's gone down. Push with the waveform. Last second actually gets out. Morphling's still alive. They blew up Muha out of nowhere. Templar Assassin loses his life. Infernal scored as well. And you still have the Mana Void as well. Madara can chase down Excess Vampire. Tries to protect himself with the Pierce the Veil. But you are not running away from this one, my friend. Madara, much needed double kill. He now pole vaults himself up in a pretty respectable position to the net worth.
Huge deal here.
Oh, puck.
We get him.
Okay.
Got him.
Yep.
They just cannot fight without Panda. That's the thing. They might not have killed the Morphling, but they got him low enough that he can't do anything, right? But you know what? He's back. Oh, what a play from Spartan. Get outplayed, son. That's what that is.
Yeah, okay. No arena? Getting a kill like that? Onto Focus? I mean, 515 gold. That's a nice little injection here for the offlane Mars.
Grease did slow it down, but that God Rebuke cancelled out the spear. But the timing of the TA is coming. The Deso will be there. That opens up Roche potential. That opens up just bursting down every single one of Team Greece heroes. If you look at them, they're all very squishy in the armor department. The Night Stalker and the Anti-Mage have the most, but both of these heroes are gonna get cut down quite easily as well. So yeah, it is coming. The Deso is done.
I really like what we're starting to see out of the supports from Dragon Esports, continuing to play around with the Morphling Focus, feeling like there's an opportunity to go for the Muerta, but that's not the case. Another maybe unnecessary egg, but it is what it is. You keep everyone alive. This has got to be go time now for Team Greece. Like, egg on cooldown, nighttime, you're going to have your Gyrocopter back up. You're going to have these 5 heroes. I'd love to see them try and force the issue and claw this game back.
Let's see. In Esports, they are ready to go. They have a smoke. The problem is they don't have that egg. That'd be huge for them.
They're gonna go for Muha. Trying to drop everything here for the Templar Assassin. Meanwhile, over the other side, they get the speed connection with the Silence Panda. He's going to be able to find the park, and now Muha has a free fight, assassinating another member out of Team Greece. And Infernal's past couple of minutes has been great. This Mars with the early blink, really doing an incredible job. Silence is just off the mark from Panda, from maybe opening up another opportunity to deal with Madara. But man, this was what I was thinking was going to be a big opportunity for Team Greece with the nighttime, with the egg on cooldown. But Dragon Esports execute a great fight.
This is the second game in a row where Greece are looking at their opponents who get to a perfect timing for themselves, right? This is the time for Dragon Esports to fight. And they're like, oh, it is a time for Dragon Esports to fight. Let's give them that fight. That has been their go-to in the series. And they lost game one because of it. Now they lost a pretty crucial fight, the crucial part of the game because of it as well. You need to be more respectful of the TA timings. And you know what's the worst part? Is that TA timings are very easy to read. So you know that this is when Dragon Esports should go. So definitely a mistake from Greece that Dragon Esports are always ready to punish.
You take a look as well. I mean, we're seeing the imagery, but the levels is the big one for me. Mary's level 12 on the Phoenix. So 2-point Supernova are going to make it even more difficult for him to die inside these team fights, inside the egg. Doesn't have the shard just yet, unfortunately. But if you're Dragon Esports right now, you see you have this net worth lead, you must feel the advantage that you have. Do you want to see them force Roche, even knowing that this is nighttime, or is that too aggressive? Look to play the map, not really give a big opportunity for Team Greece to take a fight, and then once daytime is up, then you go for Roche.
So here's the deal. They have their tier 1 on the top lane. They can easily go for Roche, right? Because they have such a good access point to the Roche pit. So if they want to, if they see that as a potential, they can do it. The only thing that you have to have is an egg. So before you get that off cooldown, you're not going to do it. It's another 48 seconds. So if you think that is the way to go, you can start preparing for it by shoving out the waves and warding around that part.
Cooking eggs. A little bit quick snack, quick protein here for the Phoenix.
Why not?
Men's been cooking up.
If considering that Phoenixes do lay eggs, I mean, we have seen it in this tournament. It's kind of cannibalism, so I'm not sure if I support it 100%.
Yeah, it's a bit messed up, honestly.
Anything for the gains, right? Is that how it goes?
Exactly, my friend. It is anything for the gains. We're all about the gains out here. You gotta go cook some eggs mid competitive game. That's right. It is. The other team will understand, right? Like Team Greece, they know. They get it. Desire's a soccer player. He gets it. You gotta get the protein in whenever.
You mean a football player?
Oh my god. All right. Yeah. Yes, you are right. How dare I?
Oh, no problem. I mean, we are advertising to the European audience right now, so I don't.
True.
I don't want to get murdered. So.
Spartan? Looks like he's okay. Maybe there was opportunity for Dragon Esports, who are a little bit separated, to be honest. You got Muhad down bottom, Phoenix deep behind the tier 1 tower. Looks like no one's going to be caught out. They're actually looking to go through the portal. Was there a trap there? I didn't see if there was a trap, if they're aware of this or not.
Mary is level 12.
Mary running a little bit too far forward, though. Bushwhacker to their train control. Okay, there is a trap at there's a trap at both of the portals, but he just ran forward.
Yep. Mary being a little bit careless. Dragon Esports have to be careful. This Phoenix is probably the biggest part of their team fight. It is what gets them all together, right? What makes the arena super strong, what makes the burst potential of the movement base them.
And they're gonna solo kill the puck? Is he actually gonna be able to? Wow, Panda. Oh my god, dude. 11, 1, and 4. The mid morphling now bottom as well. Spartan. This is a position 5 gyrocopter. Right clicking a tier 1 tower. Nice jump over as well. Muha sidesteps the bushwhacker. Now is closing the distance onto the hoodwink. Desire almost out of danger. Potentially got to run into Inferno. It does see him taking the Watcher.
Why did he do that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, okay, he obviously wanted to get some TPs there, but it is nighttime. You should be stronger rather than weaker, and then you just, instead of trying to find a fight, you just give away a kill, give time for your enemies to get to a point where it's going to be daytime when they're going to be the stronger ones.
Well, the last nighttime is not repeating itself in this nighttime. We saw previously it was Team Greece that were actually able to claw this game back and take some really good fights. Dragon Esports are continuing to grow the net worth lead, up to 8,000 now. Maybe looking for the tempt onto the Morphling inside the mid lane, and going for the illusion bait.
And how he's getting in
aggressively in, but they're ready. They are ready and waiting with the Mana Void. It's not big enough, and now Infernal. Arena onto 3. Mary walking into the middle, but the silence for Focus is going to be able to stop the Supernova. Doesn't get the egg off. Still, it's a 1-for-1. You lose Thug for the position 5, but Dara's going to try and get on top of the Mars as well. Mars pushes him away with the spear. Where are the rest of the calls on Dragon Esports? Where is the Templar Assassin? He's taking a fight away from the team. And now Muha, they're actually thinking about chasing him down. Forstaff gets him out, but still the call down will continue to chase him. Oh, what is going on, Dragon Esports? I thought there was a bit of an opportunity here for them. Arena looked great, but it didn't pop the Supernova, and then we didn't see Muha play with the rest of the team as well. There was another fight breaking out, and Team Greece, they will call this game back.
We already saw a fight like this in this game once. It's the only fight that Greece really did win convincingly before this one, and that is when the Morphling got low as well, right? It seems that is the way to go forward. Panda is just creating so much chaos in this fight that you need him out of it. Dead or pushed out, it doesn't matter. Just make sure that it does happen. And then Dragon Esports, another big thing is that Mary just didn't want to go for the egg. You need to be a little bit more happy go on the trigger.
And no, not again. Nice double force stop. This time triple force stop. Okay, Panda. Like, why not? Protect the man as best as you can because Inferno is here ready to pounce. Spear onto Thug. Man, that triple force stop from Dragon Esports. That was a big opportunity to deal with Panda. Would have been a massive one to once again send a big blow into the hearts of Dragon Esports, but they get him out. That's a second death in a row onto Thug's park.
They have 4 staffs on the side of Dragon Esports. One of them is a bike on the TA, but both of the supports and the Morphling do have theirs, and pretty much the reason why he survived there. And you understand it. You're versus a Night Stalker. You need to be able to get yourself away from him.
Looks like it's Roche time as well. The Templar Assassin inside the pit, getting to work. Everyone
Only the first Roche.
Happy to oblige. Yes, yeah, exactly right. When this first Roche 26 minutes in, you definitely would have expected this Roche to go down earlier in the game. I think we saw... Was it actually the previous game? The second Roche died, like around this stage?
Yeah, pretty much.
But luck once again, they're going to have the control they do, and the burst is there as well. Another... 3 deaths now. I mean, the puck's net worth is lower than the Night Stalkers.
Well, you're playing pretty much versus permanent silence. If he connects on you with the Waning Rift and then the Muerta Calling connects on you, he's gonna have another Waning Rift.
The daytime vision.
He has a BKB.
Focus wasn't able to see Infernal. He's gonna have to use it, I suppose. Or will not use it, so...
Yep. He saw the TA coming. He knew that he was dead either way, so made a conscious decision not to use his 8-second charge, and I think that's actually very, very smart from his side.
Look at this. My mid laner holding detection. My mid laner going a little bit too far. Waveform last second thanks to Infernal's counter initiation.
How is he alive?
Stunned for a decent amount of time. Is the cooldown damage enough? The Strength Wolf, it's going to get him out. Panda will stay alive. Desire, that's a Hail Mary play. Thinking he has the damage to touch this Morphling. Monster kill streak for Panda. I want to see this guy play another Morphling. He is just absolutely destroying them. 13-1-7. What a performance from him, dude.
He's soloing them. He is literally soloing this game on the Morphling. If his performance was not that high, they wouldn't be ahead at all. Sure, the TA is ahead of the Anti-Mage, but imagine if he dies once, twice. Those fights, they don't go their way. He has been, even when they lose fights, then he is catching people off guard. He's killing the puck over and over again. This is just a masterclass in terms of how you should play this hero. But a big item for the Anti-Mage has come out. The Aghanim Scepter. This allows you to play. Even... No, wait. Oh, the axe is now different. Oh, yeah, you don't have the blink fragment any longer. Okay. Okay, I thought he was going to be able to keep himself out of the fight, but it is a completely different axe nowadays.
Now that you look at the axe, how do we feel about it this game?
I'm guessing that it just helps you with bursting people down when you jump in. So the idea is to be able to kill the Morphling super quickly. I think you will be able to do it.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, let us see. I've only seen I saw it once recently. I also didn't know that it changed, and then I saw a game where it was against a Medusa, and I'm like, oh damn, this looks like a pretty good item and way to deal with that hero. But I'm intrigued to see how if it's going to have a similar impact in this game. Dire looking to recontrol their triangle because anti-mage far pushed out. They're trying to guess which illusion is which. And what are the Madara is actually able to run out of danger. Infernal trying to separate the team fight. The arena doesn't hold on anyone into place, but it kind of stops Team Grease from moving on over and connecting with the Gyrocopter. Nonetheless, it is an ultimate on cooldown, and Focus trying to get over towards the Phoenix. You'll be able to get the kill to the support, but Focus, is he going to be able to live to tell the tale? Flies over to the high ground, but Puck stuck at the secret shot. Your Scepter dropped back into the silence from the Shard. And they somehow got a glimpse that Focus was still here. Did they go for the... Oh, no way, dude.
Nice guess. Not good enough. Again, Mary's not getting the egg off. Today, I've seen so many position 5s just not going for the egg. I guess he feels like he's baiting the enemies in more, even if he dies without using it. And in this game, it's kind of working out, but I would still be fine with him using it and then Team Grease trying to run away. Because with the Mars Morphling and a lot of the traps, you might just be able to run them down.
Sharpshooter's going to be able to stop Infernal's Blink, who may have had an opportunity to jump and get the catch onto the Hoodwink. And Age is going to expire in a minute 10. Maybe this will be enough for them to find this tier 2 tower down bottom, with Muha already setting up for the siege. Everyone else is posturing very aggressively around the mid lane.
Why wouldn't they?
Are they going high ground?
It does look like they're gonna poke. I mean, it was the late first Aegis, so you probably feel like this is still your timing to be able to knock on the door of your enemy's base.
And Inferno's ready. The base observer ward, hoping that someone steps a little bit too far. Of course, that prime target's going to be the Puck. We've seen Inferno previously land the Spear Arena combination. His ping in the mid lane tries to go for it, but nicely done from Thug. Baits it out. Arena now not available if a fight does occur. Dragon Esports, do you respect Grease now, knowing that this ultimate's on cooldown?
Well, there is still an egg, and this time around, if it gets used, it can be a zoning one to allow Dragon Esports to escape. I'm kind of surprised that Greece didn't at least try to get something out of this, but they knew that their anti-mage was split pushing, so they relied on him doing some structural damage on the other side of the map. Didn't really do too much though.
Did they say focus?
Dire's top tower
Try and
is
chase him down. Blink the last second. Always play around with the BKB. TP out. There is your BKB, and there is your TP. So once again, unfortunately for Focus, having to use this very defensively instead of inside one of the team fights. Okay, they give the Arcane to Thug. Lovely.
That is a huge deal. The problem is that even with an Arcane Rune, the Morphling spells are way lower cooldown than your own, so he might just get blown up anyways. Still, Grease, they're only 8k gold behind. Sure, your enemy's got a lane of rags, but you're still in this game. The anti-mage can become an issue, especially now with the butterfly that is going to be ready. TA does have one as well, but this does finally allow the anti-mage to jump into a fight without being afraid that you're instantly gonna get bursted down by the TA.
How close to the Hex are we for the Mars? I know he's had it queued up for a while.
He's far away, pretty much. Only halfway there.
Speaking of Mars, Spears in the mid lane. Attempts to be there with the damage. Is it enough? Yes, it is. Snipe from afar. Infernal's going to be able to hold back some of the other supports as well. Doing God's work here is the Mars. They've recognized, he can just minimize some of the effectiveness from the backline supports to maybe help the Night Stalker escape. And he's having a really solid showing here with the offlane Mars.
Yeah, both Infernal and Panda, the least experienced players on Dragon Esports are crushing it in this game. Muha is playing pretty well, but it is to be expected for what he's doing on a TA. These two. What?
That's okay. You know, he can't use it inside team fights, so he's like, I'll use this one now. It's alright. It secures tier 3 tower. Cool.
Yeah, if you say so. I'm pretty sure that tier 3 was dead anyways, but yeah, okay. So he finally used it now. It did create a situation where you know that Greece is definitely not going to be trying to go for you, but still unnecessary. You are now just hoping, if you're Dragon Esports, that it's not going to be an early Roche respawn, right? Because if Team Greece takes down one of your heroes or even just walks into the Roche pit right now without the egg, it is a potential fight that they can win.
Yeah. This has to be the fight. This has to be the fight to bring them back in. You just got the nullify completed on the Night Stalker. That should help
It's easy to read, though.
Lock down one, and they're reading it. Infernal inside the lane. Do you really want to jump the Mars? He's not an easy kill. Can play around with the BKB. It's just too close to the base, so BKB run away. And our Spartans on the low ground, they might not fight back on Dragon Esports, but this is now going to be daytime surely, and you were hoping for something more from Team Greece with this nullify reveal, and unfortunately, they will not get more out of it.
And look at the waves, right? The waves got shoved out by the Morphling. You have super creeps on the bottom. Mid lane is very easy to shove out, so Team Greece didn't really get anything out of this smoke, and that is just it. It was a desperation smoke. Desperation smokes, they're very, very easy to read. Oh, now the Octarine on the Morphling. That's gonna be some spell spamming in the fight.
That and the extra control now with the Hex being delivered for the Mars. So we will see how difficult it is going to be for them. I'm still waiting to see what this anti-mage can do as well. Like, KDA looks great. Second in net worth, I believe, is 3-1 and 2, but really hoping for some more.
Well, let's see. Dragon Esports, they are in the smoke. They're trying to make something happen. You get a victory in a fight right now, get another lane of racks and secure the positioning for the next Roche. That is pretty much game, and Focus is a really good target to take down.
And a target they're going to be able to jump. I mean, the damage, couple of right clicks. Muha, they're even looking for the +1 as well. Infernal, a little bit too late there with the arena combo.
Ooh.
Won't be able to hold anyone down at the high ground, but this is 45 seconds with a 5v4, and Panther knows it. No fear from him or Muha. They would directly charge up the high ground.
No glyph. That is Elena Rax
Rocket is
now.
a T2, but
The only thing that remains is Roche.
they go T4s. What's the call?
Unnecessary risk. That seems to be the call.
The backline, Madara. Moving forward with the anti-mage illusion, maybe not expecting this. Now we'll get a read of where the real anti-mage is. Madara playing on the edge here, trying to just see if there is that slight 1% chance for him to jump in and show the impact that we've been waiting
What's
for.
happening?
The anti-mage.
He's just spamming homing missiles there. They're going one after the other, just towards the side of Team Greece, being extra annoying towards them. Whichever hero he turns into, it is insane. It's so easy for him to play.
Oh, sick. He's got an amp damage rune now. See if that spell damage is going to be a factor. They are coming out the base. They feel like they need to force the issue here, but unfortunately there are traps already down. They're going to be able to scout out the anti-mage, and probably shortly we'll see the rest of the heroes as well under the trap. I mean, the vision game, it's just huge for them. Infernal Hex into the spear. They should have the damage with Muhan nearby. The silence as well, making sure there is no opportunity. Almost slipped out, almost was able to escape, but that extra control from Muha, enough to get rid of the anti-mage. He's down for 80 seconds. There is no buyback for him. You're so close to Roche. You may as well just complete it. You might even be able to get a kill onto the puck, but does get the jaunt away before the trap silence. Infernal is hunting, but unfortunately, it's just Infernal. No one else is here. Maybe hoping to cancel a TP. Does he go for the random spear? Once again, it's going to be off the mark. Guess is right instead of left, but nonetheless, the damage has been dealt. No anti-mage, and Roche for free for Dragon Esports.
Up there, they're gonna get it. Once the Roche dies, now you just move towards the top lane and go into the game. And considering how Dragon Esports have been playing, they might even decide to just go straight up through the mid lane and end this one. But of course, the Uh, the safest play would be just to slowly approach the top, and I'm not really sure that Team Greece have enough in their pockets to fight this. You have taken away one of the biggest strengths of the anti-mage, and that is split pushing versus two lanes of super creeps. It's just not an option.
Maybe feeling desperate to take a fight around this high ground ward, but still 10 seconds without the anti-mage. And this outpost getting claimed is going to take a little bit too long for Spartan as well, so all of a sudden, you're going to have an extra member not available for the potential last team fight. Infernal won't hold the puck down inside the arena, but at least does get a support. Both these heroes don't have buyback, so 3v5 for 50 seconds.
Yep, 2 supports gone. You still have the egg. You can push aggressively, just get that glyph. And I mean, look at what Panda is doing. He just has no cooldowns on the spells.
Oh, they got him. Okay.
It's over.
His puck is so stupid. That's the ball thing. Anti-mage doing whatever he can. A last-ditch attempt. Thug trying to help out as well, but the speed, Infernal. The two players, like you said, the least experience from Dragon Esports will get them over the finish line in this second game, knocking out Team Greece in the qualifiers for the Fissure Playground 1 Dota LAN event.
Do we now not really have a lot of faith in Secrets versus Avilus later on the day? Because Team Greece did take a game off of them. They almost won that series, and now they looked like fodder in game 2, especially versus Dragon Esports Club. I really cannot pinpoint a time in this game, maybe even in this series, where it looked like Team Greece could take a game. They just looked. They looked outclassed, and especially in the second one. I mean, Panda, with his performance on the Morphling, sure, Mars is commendable, but the way that he was using his spells and how cool it looked to have a puck who was constantly inside of a phase shift, constantly silencing you and doing insane amounts of damage, it was beautiful to watch. I think the viewers enjoyed it as much as we did.
Honestly, I'm sorry to say this for Team Greece, but I'm kind of glad Dragon Esports were able to move forward, because I want to see more of this mid Morphling. It was really cool. It was really cool from them. We know that Muha likes playing the Morphling, so you first phase it a response to the Gyrocopter, making sure like this hero cannot be played as a carry, because then you've got to put the Morphling as a carry. So then Spartan has to play it, and then they see just how free of a Templar Assassin game it is. And Muha, like, he was that person in the previous game. You know, he was where we're seeing Panda at the moment. I believe he was 17-2 last game, but this game he could take more of a backseat. He could let the other people do it. The Morphling, the Mars, everyone else. Really solid performance from these boys.
Yeah, in this game, he pretty much did his job on Muha, right? You're a TA, you take Roche, you push towers. You burst down some heroes if you get the opportunity. That is what you do. But it was the Morphling and the Mars, as you mentioned, that were making all of the plays. I mean, this guy, the MVP, 100%, no doubt about it. And it's not so much about how cool it looked him using his spells. It's the way and the hero that he was keeping down being the puck on the other side. That was supposed to be the hero that gets you kills, that gets you over the finish line, allows your anti-mage to split push and get later on into those fights stronger than the opponents. But you can't do that when your mid lane counterpart is consistently outplaying you and killing you.
Yeah, that they was indeed consistently outplaying, and everyone else looking incredibly solid. So Dragon Esports, they will live to see another day. They're going to move forward in the lower bracket. Unfortunately, condolences to Team Greece. These 5 men that we've seen often, they will not be continuing on. So for us, it's third series done. Another break this time, another long break as well. But when we come back, we've got an exciting series. It's going to be Avilus taking on Team Secret. We'll see you guys shortly for some more qualifier action here for the Playground Fissure 1 event. we are back for our final series of the night for the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota Western Europe and MENA qualifiers. We got the big series, the big one to close it out. We've seen Secret earlier today. They're able to get that victory in the upper bracket, which put them in this position up against Team Greece. And then we saw Avulus, of course, being able to take down Dragon Esports Club. And now we are in this position with an upper bracket semifinals where one team will move forward and play Enigma tomorrow in the upper bracket finals. How we feel about this area? You saw yesterday, you saw Avulus be able to play, and you saw them absolutely beat down Dragon Esports very convincingly. And then earlier today, we saw Secret look pretty decent with the new roster. So what are some of the expectations heading into this one?
Okay, let's put it this way. So Secret lost the game to Greece. They almost lost another game to Greece, so almost got dropped to the lower bracket. And Dragon Esports, no diff to Greece, right? So with the amount of stomp that Avulus did bring to Dragon Esports Club in every possible way, laning stage, early mid-game, movement, speed, everything was draft, everything was in their favor. I think that Secret are outmatched, right? If it was any other team with any other captain playing, right, the same as Secret, I think we would be looking at the series as like they have no chance. But we see the Secret logo, we see Puppy, and we give them a shot. And I think that that might be the wrong approach, but we can't shake it off, right, Aries? Because this team has done so much for the scene. But I do think that they are match.
I respect it. I honestly respect the position you're taking, where you're so confident in saying like, "Yo, this is," even though it's Secret and Poppy, like, come on, we've got to be real here and say this is a pretty difficult opponent for Secret. They are going to be on Radiant. We've got Avulus with the first pick advantage as well. But this time it's not just like any Secret like you saw recently at the LAN event. This is a different one. This is a Park Secret. This is a Chira Junior Secret as well. I'm not sure. Maybe you were able to watch a little bit of the games early on. Chira Junior looked really good, really good.
Yep.
We know he's a good player, right? We know he's a good player. We've seen him have success with one win, of course. Second place at that Elite League tournament where Liquid won in 5th game and then won TI afterwards. We saw one would have a pretty good showing at that TI as well. We know this guy is a good player. So, and Mixer coming in, looked pretty solid overall. So this is a Secret that could upset. I think it could go 3 games, but I definitely do agree Avulus should definitely be the favorites heading to this, and it looks like the odds are also showing that to be the case too.
Two reasons I'm glad for Secret here is first of all, Chira, as you mentioned, the last couple of months on one win he wasn't looking that great. That's why he got replaced as well, right? So I'm glad that he is stepping it up. That is awesome. And then we got Mixa. Man, this guy, I've known him ever since I think his first LAN ever in Serbia, and he was definitely not the most talented player. Maybe even, you know, from that generation, we have a couple of players that you obviously aren't going to know about. Maybe the least talented one. And he has grinded so hard. He started off as a mid laner. He played Visage mostly and not at all something over that one. In those lands, you would ban a Visage. He wouldn't do well. He has grinded so hard to this point. Now he's top 20 on the leaderboards. He's picked up by Secret to play this qualifier, and he's doing really well in his teams lately, right? So I'm so happy for him. What's happening right now? I still believe that they might be outmatched, but I think that my heart is with Secret.
All right. Well, we'll see if the heart is and the passion is going to be enough for Secret to get over the finish line here. We do have our draft underway, so we'll see what differences we have shaping up. It's going to be the LDK Monkey, the Terrorblade, and the Gyrocopter. The Terrorblade ban and the Gyro, again, what we saw earlier today in the same draft from Team Secret, where we saw Mixer playing the Terrorblade, Parker playing the Gyrocopter, so looking to protect a little bit of flex. One key thing to mention is that Secret in their victories, it was all with a Poppy Chen, and we have not seen it banned out. Potentially Avulus can look to get rid of it. I mean, I know Tsuneko plays a mean Chen too, so there is the potential if they want to go for it themselves, but we'll see maybe if they're happy with leaving in the pool and trying to counter it instead.
I'm kind of surprised that he went for the Chen. So recently, Secret with a different lineup played a LAN in Mongolia. Okay, this is gonna be out. Is to pick up a Chen, and they asked Puppy specifically in an interview about the Chen and the Enchantress, right? And he's like, yeah, I'm all Enchantress. I don't like at the moment. I don't think she's strong, and Chen I'm never getting, right? That was his answer. And then you have Team Grease that allow him to have it a couple of times. Avalus, they're not going to be making the same mistake.
So now let's see how they respond to the Chen though, and we're going to get the Nyx Assassin. So this is your way to be able to deal with the creeps. We have seen like the Chen can just like send the creep to the lane that the Nyx Assassin isn't playing in. So just send, like, if you do go for the Sador, just send it mid or whatever opposite side. Do we like this, like, as a response? I know, like, in the previous series, you were saying, like, some of the bans are protecting the Nyx. We didn't get the Nyx Assassin. We finally get it now. But do you actually like, on paper, like, sure, it makes sense with being able to kill the Chen creeps, but does it actually work out in-game?
So, laning stage-wise, it's fine, as you mentioned. But as the game progresses, Nyx isn't the greatest hero versus a Chen. Chen lineups tend to be together, you tend to have a lot of sustain, and you tend to not get bursted down, which is what Nyxes are all about nowadays. So I'm not sure about it. If they do get something that's gonna allow them to open up the map for this Nyx to run around, so a little bit of split push, a little bit of tower push on Team Secret, it could work, but more often than not, I see the Nyxes versus Chens not really do too well.
So, what do you think is the reasoning then? Like, surely is it, if you're saying this, if it is really just enough to pick it for the lane? Like, I feel like that cannot be enough.
Yeah, you're thinking that you're gonna be able to play around it, right? You think that you're gonna be able to spread around the map. You think that you're gonna be able to separate the enemies. One thing that Secret does do well, which they did do well in the LAN in Mongolia, I've been talking about, is understanding when they need to fight. Because either way, you might not be looking that great as a team right now, but you still have Puppy, and this guy was always regarded in the Dota scene as somebody who knew which fights are good to take and which are not, right? I'm just afraid that in this game you are not gonna have a choice, because look at the speed at which Avalus are going to be playing. They're going to win mid, they're going to have a Tusk to go for kills, it is a good hero to outroam the Nyx, and they're going to have the Chen for the push and the sustain. It's already looking problematic for you. So Team Secret, you're gonna be needing to either crush one lane or have some split push potential on your heroes right now, so that the Nyx can perform.
And the thing is, though, like, now you need a position 5 for Puppy that can also rotate to mid, because like you're saying, like, you will play with the sniper. We see this very often. This mid hero needs to be enabled. He looks the best when he does have supports roaming and diving under the tower. You've got the Tuscan Chen to be able to do that. The Nyx Assassin, like, not really the greatest. So we're going to need to see something out of Puppy. Maybe you don't even do that. Maybe, unfortunately, you sack the Invoker and then just look to try and really have a strong side lane with the position 5 to help Parker out, because you will know that these supports are going to rotate to play with the sniper, and if they do that, maybe you just look to really shut down the offlaner of Avilas.
So I'm thinking maybe you can go for a Pugna here. Open up the map. It does seem like the Nyx Assassin will be allowed to roam. That's probably why they picked the Timber Saw overall, right? To have somebody to leave in the lane so that the Nyx Assassin can move around, so that you do not have to do it with your 5. And then with your 5, you just secure a decent lane and tower push. Okay, he's gonna secure a decent lane. Tower push, not so much. You do have saves, but I think they just wanted a little bit more in terms of one, killing creeps, right? Because the Sinister Gaze helps you with that as well, but also some physical damage reduction.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay. Here that we're kind of seeing a little bit, right? Like, pop up here and there. What is your opinion about the Lich show? Another question, like, do you feel like this underrated, overrated, or it's in a pretty good position at the moment?
It's in a pretty good position at the moment. He is a strong hero and people are acknowledging it. When he first came out, people didn't know what to do with him with his mana problems in lane. Now they've gotten better at it, and the Lich is a great addition to pretty much any lineup. But plus, we're seeing a resurgence of some of the melee cores who in the lane are struggling. Lich is one of those heroes who makes you have a decent lane more often than not.
So I wonder if we get the Smiling Knight here, if we get the Jibe here in the off lane. Do you have a preference?
Wait, so how many heroes have been banned out? I guess a lot of carries have been removed, so maybe it's just better to get Smiling Knight's hero right now. Let me check. What is he? He's been playing. Morphling is in the pool, right? That could be a way to go.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see if this is the route they want to go down. I know Smiling Knight very comfortable on that hero. Your potential, it could be nice because you have a little bit of magic damage with the Kanda, so you're not as concerned about the Frost Shield. Replicate into the Timber can feel quite nice as well. We're going to get a Beastmaster, so feeling like maybe the carry pool is a little bit more open, and Smiling Knight's going to have a couple more options compared to what Jibe would actually have in the offlane. So going down the Beast is, I suppose, like doubling down on summons when you already have the Nyx and the Lich to be able to kill the summons. I'm not sure if that is too much of an issue, but how do you feel about it? Is that really a concern?
You have no saves on the side of Team Secret other than the Frost Shield, and the thing is that whoever gets roared is most likely going to die. And this is one of Zibe's best heroes, so I'm guessing that's one of the reasons why you did go that route.
Okay, so now the carries again. You brought up the Morphling. Is there anything that Smiling Knight's playing in the pubs? If you got the tracker up, is there anything that?
Yeah. I mean, Morphling is there, the Medusa, and I'm guessing, could you get away with the Spectre in this one? You probably don't want that one. Bristleback is there, but they'll get rid of the Morphling. I guess Bristle wouldn't be half bad. Maybe you're a little bit afraid of the Timber Saw, but inside of the laning stage, sometimes it can go well for you.
The Nyx Bennett burns still, right? On the Heat on the Vendetta? Or am I forgetting?
If you go for that facet, I think. Let's check.
So potential with that and the EMP could be a little bit annoying. I don't know if that is honestly enough of a deterrent for you to shy away from someone like the Bristleback, where you could just go for like a non-traditional carry to maybe enable Stormstormer. I'm not honestly sure what Stormstormer's build has been lately on the snipers. I know some are a little bit different on if they like kind of the magic style build or if they do still try and scale.
Yeah, I think only if they go for the Medusa will he consider the mana burn facet. Okay, so they took away something that you might want to play on Parker. And today we saw a Bloodseeker. This is a hell of a Bloodseeker game. That hero lanes well versus the Beastmaster, is a counter to the Slark. The Storms hates when he gets into his face. That would be cool if Parker would pull it out.
Definitely would be some weaknesses on how you take objectives in regards to Team Secret, but it's like you said, very good for the game. Like this is looking like a very good Rupture game. Trying to see what else is the potential with the matchup.
Magnus isn't banned out. That is interesting. They could go that route. You have the Alacrity. You're gonna have a little bit of ways to get them all clumped up together. Some team fight might be needed to defend the towers because the push from the Chen and the Beastmaster is coming. I wouldn't hate that.
Man, if there was like no Beastmaster, I would maybe think about suggesting a Faceless Void. Well, that hero is dead firstly, but if this was a different patch and no Beastmaster, you know, maybe that's a hero that we could be considering. But I don't remember the last time I saw that hero. It just seems unplayable.
And he played a Naga carrier lately in a pub. Actually, wouldn't be half bad. Having a little bit of split push isn't bad at all. But they're just gonna be a little bit safer with the Weaver. And other than the roar, this Weaver is not afraid of anything, so that's definitely going to be helpful.
How we feel? How do we feel about this? Like the 24th pick for Parker, trying to make sure he gets that gotcha pick, but a lot of the carries were banned out. That hero pool was getting quite limited. Has to go something maybe further down the plan than what they were really wanting. Do we see what Team Secret are going for? Because it kind of feels like heading into this series as a whole, you really were favoring Avulus, and it probably felt like you needed Secret to have a big draft advantage to potentially get over the finish line. So do we feel like they have what it takes to be able to get this game 1 victory?
Okay, so that they definitely don't have a big draft advantage on the side of Secret. What they do have is speed with which they can play. For that speed to kick off, their lanes need to go well. The laning setup isn't favorable for Secret. So, especially the mid lane. Side lanes, they could go either way because you have to think about the supports as well. But generally, it is Avulus who should be coming ahead in those lanes. Even so, right? Secret need at least a decent laning stage and then run around the map. This is what you need. You need a lot of kills. You need Parker to join the fights early on. You need to punish any kind of overextension coming out from Avulus, especially because Avulus are going to be playing fast as well. So you cannot allow them to overwhelm you. I think that might be the reason that they went for the Weaver on Team Secret. So yeah, I can understand where this is coming from. I still have my problems with it, right? You have no tower pushers. You are only reliant on fighting. You don't have big team fights to defend your towers when the push from Avulus does come, when they're 5-manning as well. It is not going to be easy. Secret need to create chaos.
Chaos. All right, let's see if they can do that. Who is the main man for the chaos? Who's the guy we're going to be looking for to get off to a good start? I know you've already said mid is probably going to be pretty difficult here with the sniper matchup and the invoker. Who's the chaos maker though that needs to have a good lane and a good early game to be able to make this game messy and wonky and to give Secret a way in?
I think both of the side lane cores, right? The Timbersaw to go in and to get a lot of hate towards himself, and then the Weaver to come over and to finish them off. I think that's the idea on how it needs to go. Both of the side lane cores need to be very aggressive, and Invoker needs to be there as a backup every single time. So it just comes down to how fast Secret can get together, disperse in this game, because that's how it's going to be. And side lanes are even more important because the best way to cover the most amount of map is to control the twin gates.
We'll have to see. Looks like we're potentially going to have a fight for the bounty rune as well. 3 for 3. Either side putting some emphasis to try and secure this. Smiling Knight's a little bit stuck inside the river. It's going to reveal that he's leveled up the essence. Nice shards from Eki, but that he's not going to slow Mixer down. First blood here for the Timbersaw, and this is something that you were mentioning, like these lanes got to go well for them, the side lanes in particular, and a first blood will help out.
Yep, that is perfect for sure. So I'd be very happy if I were Secret right now, because Slark lane can sometimes overwhelm a Timbersaw. With the first blood start and him, I guess, understanding what he needs to do, maxing out the Timber chain in that lane, it's gonna be better.
Kind of excited to see how the Slark's going to go as well. This is a hero that we are not really getting a whole lot at the moment, is it?
Yeah. The thing is that he's gonna be getting in more and more. The meta in terms of heroes that the Slark is gonna be playing against is favorable for him for the longest of time, but the laning phase has been an issue because no supports that really help you all that much in the laning stage have been popular. But now with the resurgence of the liches, of the chance, of these heroes that are actually gonna heal you in the lane, Slark is getting more and more popular.
Oh, this is... What is the Nexus asset after? Kisko just dragging waves, being an absolute nuisance, I suppose?
Yep, he's being very, very annoying, and we'll see if Mixa can get close to the... Because what you do in this situation, you also pull the wave behind your tier 1, and then you deny it. So the question is, can Mixa get close to leech onto that experience?
Meanwhile, the other side lane, of course, we saw the addition earlier today. Parker looking pretty decent. So we see the Weaver 6-0. Jibe, like you said, on a very comfort hero there for the Beastmaster. So he's off to a good time in mid lane. 8 and 7 already for Chira Jr. So a lot
Just
of
crushing
denies
it.
actually against the sniper. Yeah.
He's doing really well. Usually the sniper is the one that is doing the denying, doing the pressuring, but not this time around. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of surprised about this. But the biggest problem for me is Mixa, man. He is at the moment suffering, but I guess now finally he's gonna be getting a little bit of that CS.
Is it supposed to be this bad though?
Yeah, because the Nyx doesn't really provide anything early on, and Lich provides heal and attack speed to the Slark, right? You use the penitence, or later on you have the divine favor. It is not easy for them to fight two melee heroes versus a Slark. Neither of them have insane burst, at least not early on. He's gonna get way too many stacks.
Oh, they're just gonna go the way of the Smiling Knight. Bottom lane. Looks like they should be able to get the kill into Zibe, potentially just able to step out of range. They might turn now towards Eki instead. Parker's going to be a little bit cautious about another round of the axes, but with that still on cooldown, he's able to secure the kill with the Sakuchi and still get the Lotus with a lot of one charges as well. So Parker should still be able to freshen up in the resources to continue to play the lane.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of wand charges on both sides on that bottom lane, and finally the sniper is starting to get ahead. Stormer understands that he needs to do better. It's starting to work out.
And it should continue then to be that way here from Sniper with those Wraith Bands and all the stats. And we'll have to see eventually what the supports are going to look to do as well to influence the mid lane. Top lane, in fact, Seneko getting dived with the tower. They're going to be cautious though. Smiling Knight's getting a lot of essence, up to 12, and now first perma Agi as well. So, yeah, cool mix-up. You get the kill into Seneko, but you give a free one back to Smiling Knight.
Okay, so here's the a little bit of wisdom for you Aries and for our viewers. When you are playing versus Ursa, Slark, or Monkey King heroes that need hits to actually become stronger, just the second sniper is going to be in trouble. He's very
It's a massive rotation, dude. That is a huge rotation. A lane that should heavily be favoring the sniper, expecting him to also get supports to rotate over the next minute or so, but they are actually the first ones to move on Seeker.
Okay, so the wisdom continues. When you're playing versus those three heroes, in the lane, you do not target their support. Unless that support is completely isolated. If you're next to a Slark and you're going for his support, he's gonna get so many Essence Shift stacks that he will get a return kill 100%. And he would trade his support's life for that, like, every single time, any day of the week. So you just don't do it. You just harass the Slark, farm, and go back. That is what you do. And because they didn't, now this Lark is having a hell of a game.
That he is indeed, which is going to be scary to see if they can deal with Smiling Knight. Considering some of his matchups this game as well. He's a Grandmaster on the hero. Seneko very comfortable on the Chen. We were speaking about the Poppy Chen, but this man, he's got a lot of experience. He's played this hero multiple times throughout his career. Speaking of Seneko, though, Kisko's going to run him down inside the jungle. Yoinks the kill. Oh, I mean, okay, maybe early Dagon.
Look at the task. He wants to go.
No, but they're ready for this puppy.
Yep, perfect.
They were waiting for that jump in, and now they're going to be able to drag them back. Eki caught inside the river. Puppy's actually just going to not even hesitate to run in with the frost shield, recognizing Chira Jr. cannot provide that on the Invoker. So I'll put my body on the line. And once again, Kisko, he's going to snipe it. So the Nyx Assassin actually higher net worth than his mid lane Invoker.
Chaos is happening right now in the on the map, and I think Secret are gonna be happy with it very soon. Maybe we might even see Parker rotate to that mid lane. They have cracked this the sniper. To be honest, the Invoker might be doing bad in terms of net worth, but the sniper is not that farther ahead, and that is pretty much a huge deal.
Top lane attempted the Mixer. Doesn't get
He missed
the chains once again. Mixer. Couple of misses we've seen from him this game, but still able to get out of the dodge there. Very close to being a costly mistake.
I think he just didn't see that the tree there was cut down, that it was nighttime, and just wasn't Just wasn't in his vision, unfortunately. It still was a mistake, but didn't cost him his life, so it's still fine.
Well, gotta say though, this was a concern of yours, right? Or at least something I should say that you said needed to go well for Secret. The side lanes, and they have. I mean, Weaver second in net worth, Musa third in net worth. Yes, the Slark is 500 ahead, but they're going to be able to play Dota. And Chira
rotation.
himself back into this game with the rotation down to bottom. They want to slow down Jibe's Beastmaster, and they will be able to do just that. I love what I'm seeing from Secret in this game one.
Yeah, they're really, really fast. They understand how they need to play their lineup. They understand how they need to slow down the Avilis lineup. My main concern is that their gold lead isn't really increasing all that much, right? So with these many kills, you would expect to be a little bit farther ahead.
Smiling Knight. Gonna be able to land the pounds down from the low ground. Mix is fine though. Not enough control to hold the Timber into place, but the Assassinate will fly out. Kizco, they're gonna be able to get the kill. A big streak given over towards Stormer and a 1-for-1. Smiling Knight's actually considering about charging back up.
It's nighttime.
Opportunity. He's got a lot of essence stolen as well, but quick fingers from Chira Jr. is able to slip out of danger with the cover of the Ghost Walk.
He's already super strong on the Slark, and he's going for an Orchid. Okay, this is an old build for a Slark. Didn't expect it, but Nyx Assassin, Timbersaw, Weaver, even the Invoker, all of these heroes hate playing versus an Orchid, and they're not going to be buying anything to deal with it early on.
That's cool. It's very cool. I mean, we've seen sometimes the classic Diffusal Echo. It's not like Diffusal has that much value this game, so feeling like he needs a bit of a different role here from Smiling Knight. And I mean, again, Grandmaster on the Slark, so he's going to know the item builds and when it's required to go for what.
I was thinking Diffusal Mage Slayer in this game, you know, the classic one, because there's going to be a lot of spell damage flying your way, but he decides to go for an Orchid. I guess it's just going to be hunting.
Might be in trouble. Eki can protect him here with a turnaround if they got the damage. So Storm is going to try and come through with the shrapnel, but Parker, he's fine. Gets out with the time lapse. Even Chira Jr. was here just in case Avilis continued in that pursuit.
Poppy doing a great job there, keeping his position and protecting his carry, right? You just needed to keep him alive long enough to get out of those stuns, and then Parker will be able to save himself. So overall, so far, solid for Secret, but you can see what I was talking about. They just didn't get the lead from all of those kills, and now Avilis are gonna be taking over a bit.
Is that a concern though? Because again, we were a little bit worried on how the side lanes were going to go for Secret. So like the fact like we have an even game, how do both sides then compete if this is such an even game? If we get towards the early to the mid game.
At the moment, it's solid, right? But I still would want Secret to overtake a little bit in terms of net worth. They're leading in experience. That's good, I guess, because the push from the other side is going to be coming. Yeah, you need to continue getting those kills. And now, finally, the gold lead, it is going to start to accumulate.
And another big thing, right, which is something you mentioned is a weakness for Secret, is how you open up the map in regard to objectives, because you need that for the next assassin. Like, sure, this hero can slip through the towers and find little ways, but it helps when you have other people be able to connect, like the Invoker, maybe like the Timbersaw as well. So this tower going down could be nice. It's going to potentially open up a way to slip into the triangle, maybe even a way into the far eastern ancient area, and potentially even steal the Wisdom Rune as well. So I like that Secret, I believe, with the Catapult Wave of being able to get some damage into the tower.
Okay, so this tower that they're taking away right now, it's not so much about them invading. It is about them slowing down Avilis, right? They got a perfect moment. They're probably going to be able to take it down. What happens? You have a Beastmaster and a Channel lineup, which is the easiest tower to take in the game. It is the enemy safe lane tower, but that is because you have an access point at your tier 1. This one gets taken away. It delays the Avilis initial push. It delays the Beastmaster taking over your big jungle, and potentially at some point when he finds an opening, rotating to the mid lane and opening up that part of the map as well. So Secret, this is going to be a huge blow they're going to deal to Avilis if they do take that tower. And by the looks of it, I'm not seeing Avilis having any movements towards there. So it's gone, and this is a huge deal.
any TPs as a potential for Avius? I mean, you got the Beastmaster up in a couple of seconds with Raw as well up in 2.
They do have them. I would wanted them to defend this tower, but it doesn't seem like the call is being made.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're slowly running Eki down to bottom, or maybe he's going to stack the Ancients.
Radiant's top
So
tower
this
is
will
under
be,
attack.
again, a long tower take
Dire's
from
bottom
Secret,
tower
but one that they
has
will get nonetheless. And so they're the first team to get an objective across the map.
Slark has an Orchid, so Smiling Knight is gonna be getting into the fray. The problem is that now it's daytime, so you don't have the extra
Yeah.
vision from the sniper and the Slark, so it's not gonna be the easiest for him to make something happen. He's still hiding what's coming his way, so that's actually quite nice. When you see the Oblivion staff, you're thinking, oh, Mage Slayer, right? That he might be able to surprise somebody.
They're looking to charge up the high ground mixer. Both supports moving to top where they have Parker currently set up. So feeling like there's a bit of strength in the early game from Seeker, but this Orchid might catch them
Dire's
off
structures
guard
are
though.
fortified.
Smiling Knight continuing not to farm for the Slark.
Yep, this is a lot of time wasted. It is allowing Secret to get away with a lot.
Oh, it's a
Shield
shield
rune.
What do you got to worry about? Mixer, he can go for it. Play behind the timber, let this boy tank up the spells. Seneco's gone and they're already looking for more. Kizko scouting at the back climb, gets the stun, Mixer in with a full-up burst. This is looking good from Secret early on.
It's looking perfect at the moment for Secret. If they open up this tower, we talked about it. Their lineup sucks at pushing down towers, and they're gonna be getting 2 of them down. Mainly the bottom and the mid lane. Top one isn't really all that important for them at all, because the next assassin wants the mid lane to be open, so that enemies need to use so many sentries to track him down, and the bottom tower just to dissuade Avilus from pushing by taking away that access point to the pushes of their own. They've destroyed Avilus in this early game. It doesn't get much better than this.
No, this is incredible for them. I'm really intrigued about this Orchid pick. Like, I don't mind it, but going at first item, we're still seeing how difficult it is for him to look to utilize it with daytime. Like, he's just hoping that someone shows in the lane, but Slark not farming. This has been a long time now where he really hasn't been hitting creeps.
Yep, and while he's not hitting creeps, Parker is just being greedy. So the Weaver overtaking a Slark, even though Weaver doesn't really have any farming spells on himself, Slark should be able to accumulate more farm. Not in the past couple of minutes, it hasn't worked that way.
And I know you brought up the Mage Slayer before, but now to go back to it, like, this Mage Slayer might have been the thing that actually stopped you from getting blown up 4-0 against the Nyx assassin, who has Dagon now from Kizko. Like, this is a really farm Nyx. 4-1 and 3.
Dire's top tower
He is ready to start hunting across the map with the potential threat of a low Exort Sunstrike as well for a little bit extra damage.
It's not easy to kill a Slark though, right? If you see him while he's farming a camp, sure. But if you see him in the jungle or whatever, it's his innate ability is just gonna get cancelled out, and then suddenly he knows that you're in the vicinity. So it's not the easiest hero to grab in the end.
Do you like the build from Stormstormer? We are seeing the Maelstrom, I believe, into the Mjolnir that he has queued up. Hold that thought. Bottom lane, Kizko scouting out Jibbe.
Got him.
And Eki's nearby, but is still a little bit too far away to stop some of the
It's just gonna be a
target
bonus.
damage. And they are trying to tip in Smiling Knight, looking to try and force the team fight with the Snowball, drag them a little bit further away with the
silence.
tank control. Orchid finally, Smiling Knight is able to get some value out of that first item. And they got a glimpse of Chiro Jr. away from the team, but mixed it with a wraparound. But the Timbersaw shows his presence in a big way. Smiling Knight still keeping tabs on the Slark, looking to try and dress
Orchid back
Kizko.
in 2.
That is going to be a big one for him to find. Now Puppy's next as well. Smiling Knight. Round of spells. Is he going to be able to find the pounds? It is
Nighttime.
nighttime. He's got this bonus advantage here. Smiling Knight can help chase down the Lich, but he's going to dance in and out of the trees, trying to play with the fog. They have retreated as a team, importantly, from Secret, so there are no easy kills from them.
Oh, he sees Mixa.
Close.
Ooh. I don't think they're done. He still wants to go forward. Now, this, from 15 to 20 minutes right now, this is the time for Avilus, right? This is what they itemized for. Their early game didn't go that well. it needs to go well now. You need to be getting a lot of kills with this Orchid.
Well, let's see if they can open up the map then from Avulus. Bottom tower, they're starting to group 3 heroes together. Unfortunately, Jibe not having Helm Dom or Helm of the Overlord, so it's going to be up to maybe Seneko to help out with a little bit of the push. They've got a catapult wave at least. We'll see if Secret want to defend the tower. A couple of heroes set up.
Maybe they want to try for the burst. Smiling Knight is not crazy, right? But also Secret, remember previous game where we saw Greece just go for fights when it was the timing for the opposing team? At the moment, Secret has no reason to stop Avulus from this push. You have delayed this push enough. You've already won at that part of the game. Let it go and play for the next timings that you're going to have.
And it looks like they will let it go, so...
Yep.
First
Smart.
objective for Avulus. And back continuing to farm. Parker, top net worth. You're getting some catch-up, importantly, for the Invoker as well, who was okay versus the Sniper, but still has been bottom net worth for a long portion of this game.
Lich has a 4-staff already. That is a perfect item. And next assassin is thinking about a Ghost Scepter. I still think the another 4-staff would be superior. You need multiple ways to be saving the Sweeper, and you can see that even Parker is building one for himself with the Pike.
I mean, there's just very minimal control as well from Abulus, right? Eki top lane. Oh, he's got a... Okay, Sentry, yeah. Bit difficult. Now, Smiling Knight's also here. They got the burst onto Eki. Stormstorm is actually going to teep into the outpost, find a quick and easy kill with a 1-for-1 exchange. They're coming through the portal, actually. Secret.
Smoke is coming.
Stormstorm is kind of stuck here. Chira Jr. is he going to be able to catch up to him, though? Gets a glimpse of the sniper. Tornado will connect. Avulus, if they got the heroes nearby to protect Stormstormer, in some danger with a cold snap, locking him down. Raw's going to be there on the right side from Jibe. In combination with Smiling Knight, they'll turn to Mix and X as well, with the Tempest able to get some separation. Chains duck into the trees with Smiling Knight. He's not done with his prey just yet. Does need to respect some of the AoE damage, but Jibe will be there with the finishing blows. Avulus do a really good job to bring their numbers to continue taking these fights around.
He's chasing.
Advantage.
Silence? Got it.
Oh,
I don't
very far away for the pounce, though.
Didn't even have it. Still applying pressure. This Lark is becoming an issue, right? You dealt with the early push of Avulus, but this Orchid Lark, maybe he even made the decision to go that way when he saw the offlane not doing well and them losing a tower. So like, okay guys, the initial plan is gone out the window. It's gonna be me that is gonna be punishing these guys right now, and Slark is doing a hell of a job.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stormstorm. Okay, they put a sentry down. Oh, they're so ready for it. Does it matter in the end? Okay, with the Sunstrike damage, unfortunately, not enough.
That was scary. That was scary for Stormstormer.
Oh, Stormstormer placed the sentry, dude. What a read from him.
He knows there's gonna be this a-hole that is gonna be trying to kill him over and over again. And when you have the help of the Invoker Sunstrike, you can pretty much kill anybody on the enemy side.
There's still a net worth lead that's favoring Secret at the moment, but we've seen Avulus be able to put themselves in a great position off the back of that nighttime. Gotten some big items that are now getting worked on. Yes, it is coming to an end though. So do we want to see Secret once again be the ones playing proactively?
Yes, they need speed once again, because right now when daytime does come, Avulus are gonna try to get themselves together, and in a 5 versus 5 it's gonna be very hard for you to win the fight. Maybe when Mixa has his Aghanim Scepter, but even then it's dangerous, right? You don't get to use it sometimes, you get silenced and you could die. So right now, if you are Secret, you need more chaos to be created on the map, and we're probably gonna be expecting that in the next couple of minutes.
Well, it's one of the few times today where we are going to see around this 20-minute mark with the Tormentor along with Wisdom Rune objectives when no one is actually going to be with a big advantage and sealing it away from the other side. So Secret will get theirs. Kizco now has the Shard, and we'll see when Avulus want to go for theirs. In fact, they want Roshan. You've got Scepter at the ready from Jibe. You've got Seneko in with the summons as well. This, by the looks of it, is going to be free Roche.
Yep, and you want that Aegis on the Beastmaster, because you need to open up the map. Right now, it is a late timing for him with his Aghanim Scepter, but with an Aegis, he's still going to be strong enough to posture himself aggressively. This not having the Aegis on the Slark, though, you have to be still have to be very, very careful on the Smiling Knight side.
Pops a smoke. I guess Smiling Knight is going to be able to get a stack. He's up to 8 perma for Smiling Knight. 5-1 and 5. It's been a great showing from him.
And it's a problem, you don't really have ways to deal with the Slark in this game. Maybe if he's not careful, he gets bursted down by the Timber Saw sometimes. You have that AoE damage, but overall, stunning him, it's impossible for Team Secret. You can only burst him down if you surprise him with an X in the Timber.
Jibe? No, wait, Chiro Jr.?
He knows.
But Mix is actually nearby. Maybe it could be a bit awkward now for Jibe. Thought he could get the solo kill. And this is your Aegis, which may die a second time. Raw to give him the bonus movement speed with the Tornado off the mark.
Here.
Maybe looking to snipe him from the low ground, but he's not going to live to tell the tale. Secret, they want to force the fight, though. They will not. Puppey was thinking about going for the Chain Frost ulti, but not seeing an opportunity now. Jibe, again, posturing very aggressively for the Beastmaster, trying to give them the information to take the fight. Smiling Knight, 1 pounce at the ready. Hoping for the second. Unfortunately, that one is still on cooldown, so Secret will slip out of danger, but it's going to be a 4v5 for the next 10 seconds, so T1 Tau probably will go down mid.
Very good disengage. But you could see that Avilus, what they were trying to do, I think they knew that they weren't going to get a kill. The idea was push them back so that we have an angle towards their mid lane tower that they cannot mount up a defense. Because Secret, with the Saginaw Scepter and the Timber Saw next to a tower, they can always fight.
Secret want to try and defend their high ground. Seneko is going to run blindly. Makes her at the ready with the Chain Frost flying through as well. A quick and easy kill onto the Chen. Can they get more out of it though from Secret? You put a lot of heroes here to defend your high ground. Maybe you're just happy with that to slow down some of the map that would go Avulus's way.
No, you're fine with that for sure, right? Because now Avilus, they have to move towards the bottom lane. There's a wave of creeps coming that's going to be pushing in, and then it's going to be an opportunity for Secret to do something, because Parker is already dealing with the top lane, and you are going to have time to disperse and go hunting if you're Secret.
Yeah, that's a lot of hats.
Yep, so he's super happy.
Let's see where they look to go now with the smoke. Ekin, Slark.
Scan connected.
Weaver. What's he got himself? Hurricane Pike may get away, but they've got the vision, and they're going to be able to get the jump as well. But the damage isn't there in time through the chain control. It's looking close, and he'll tick out to the Orchid. Great use of the high ground Observer Ward from Avulus.
I'm not sure. I think he maybe could have lived 4 magic wands and treads were on agility. He was waiting for the last possible moment to use his Hurricane Pike. I guess he just wanted to dodge the second bounce of the Slark, but I think if played a little bit better, Parker could have gotten out of that one alive. But from what I've heard, he is playing from South America, so maybe it is a ping issue.
Is that Secret's gem they just lost, or did Avulus buy their own as well? Oh no, they just lost that gem. Dude, Puppey just bought it.
No, that is Seneco's gem.
It is? Okay, where is Secret's gem? Why can't I see it in the UI? Might be it's inside the base. Puppey?
They didn't buy
running Storm it down, but dude, he's just a BKB and standing strong. Stormstormer does not actually give a damn. He's going to try and TP up, but now it's kind of left everyone else. Like, Stormstormer's like peace, but everyone else, they still stuck around. You're going to lose Jibe, and Seneko will not make it out too.
So, a secret gem did not exist. It just seems that it was on the side for a second. Yeah, I'm guessing that might be the more probable thing. You've now confused me as well.
I swear I saw, because what I was going to say, like,
I believe
really
you.
like
I believe you.
From Puppey. I know, dude. I was going to say, dude, I like this gem from Puppey because Slark is like taking over the map, de-warding, so I like that they're going gem to try and control the vision, but I don't know. I don't see the gem.
Multiverse is messing with us. That's going to be... that's the only possible solution here.
Lane. Nice attempt. Make sure actually wants to jump in. Awkward's going to mess around with him a little bit. Kisko should be able to offer the burst potential. Importantly, Stormstormer is back alive, so you got the sniper in the midst, but it's still a 4v5 favoring Secret.
It's finally nighttime, so back to the other side. We are literally here back and forth with nighttime being a time where Avilus is going to be doing well. But big thing for Secrets is that they started off the fight before the nighttime came, killed the Tusk, and delayed this nighttime problem for at least a minute. That is a huge deal.
Because now when you respawn, you've got to deal with your waves. Mid's pushed in, top's pushed in. Going to be difficult for yourselves to get in a position to then actually finally get onto Secret's side of the map, which could waste a couple of minutes of that advantage that you're playing with. You're even going to lose a tower as well, so tier 2 even goes the way of Secret.
Yep, this opens up even more chaos, but chaos creating potential for the Secret side. They are, it says 1k gold, but I'd say Secret did a lot of things right in this game. And at this point in time, Avilus should be the ones ahead in terms of map control, slightly in terms of gold, in terms of levels, but in every single metric, Secret are currently ahead. So they should be very, very happy with their performance thus far.
Let's see. Kisko is hunting on the Nyx Assassin, but Avilus are finally starting to group up to make it a bit more difficult for this Nyx and Sunstrike combo to be able to find kills. The sniper is hitting the objective. Maybe they're going to go for it? Oh, snowball aggressive. Eki. The Chainfront's going to bounce back on the neutrals. Eki didn't have everyone else there. Thought that the rest of the team was closer. Stormstorm. Okay. Juve's also going to be able to TP out. I don't know if the Sunstrike would have been enough to kill the sniper. I don't know how many points in X what he has currently, but that was a bit of a miss on the Sunstrike.
Yeah. He won't be able to get... I don't even know... Does the Sunstrike work through BKB? Let me check.
Unless it's
debuff
changed.
immunity. Yes. Yes, okay. Because when the debuff immunity was added, pure damage is 0 through debuff immunity, right? So it's the only thing that kind of zeroes out completely. So I thought maybe the Sunstrike doesn't pierce debuff immunity, but it does.
Stormstorm ran down to the low ground. Stormstormer, they're going to start with the stun. And he's going to be going full to 0. Meanwhile, outside the base as well, Seneko just gets through the gate.
Depth Shroud.
So does he want to pursue for this, though? It's pretty deep into Avilus's territory. And nice shards. They're out there. Secret, 21 kills, 2,000 net worth lead is what I meant to say. Even high ground may be under threat with the Alacrity Weaver.
Yeah, that is going to be a lot of damage done into it. You force out a glyph, maybe you can reset. You have most definitely won throughout this part of the game. This is just beautiful gameplay coming out from Team Secret. The amount of chaos that they created in this game is exactly what they needed. They're just letting it go, it seems. Avilus are not fighting.
Advantage. Stormstorm no buyback, so it would be a 4v5. And Kisko, okay, Sentry dropped dust at the last second. Is at least able to get the Spike Carapace before the Roar comes out, but still they're going to try and drop everything to kill off the Nyx. And Stormstorm is back alive shortly. You need to respect this if you're Secret. Parker's going to get caught inside the base with a Hurricane Pike. Gets him down to the low ground, just misses out on the pounce. Smiling Knights still looking for the opportunity. BKB activated. They're lacking some of the control, but Secret disengaging as a team. Smiling Knight's got another round of the protection here with the Depth Shroud used. He can freely right-click onto Mixer. The shards for the vision. Puppy's TP out will just make it before the Hawk is able to latch.
And they did manage to protect their melee rack. So Secret got a little bit greedy there. They wanted both of them, so they went for the range ones first, so there is no glyph. And because they used a lot of hits on that range one, they couldn't finish off this one. It almost cost them the life of their Weaver when the Slark jumped on him, because he was doing his best to just finish them out. But without the Alacrity, the amount of push that the Weaver does is really not that high.
Damn, 73% win probability for Secret.
Yep. I mean, they've taken away everything that Avilus was supposed to do. The only reason that it's going okay for Avilus is because he changed his build-up with the Slark and then went for some of these pickoffs, and it's working out really well for Smiling Knight. So if he does get up to his Nullifier and cancels out his these spikes and Force Staffs, he might just be able to carry this game. Nullifier is such a good item in this game. There's so many things that you want to remove.
What is Timber got queued up next? I was wondering if there's some Hex potential for him against the Slark.
He wants the Shivas, slowing down the heals from both the Slark and the Beastmaster and the Chen. It is gonna be making a difference, a huge difference inside of team fights for sure. And it will, Smiling Knight wants to go in and out of the fights, and it's gonna slow down him coming back into it. So it gives you time to slaughter his teammates while he's on the sides healing.
Actually walking up high ground, Parker.
Live.
Look at the jump in, Lincoln's pop the roar as well. If they got the damage, BKB's protecting them from any stuns to stop the right clicks, and Smiling Knight now looking for more as well. Eki jumping over to offer the control. They're going to be able to duck into the trees and actually juke to the north. So Avlis did not read this escape and actually flying it as well. They want to take a 4v5 without their Weaver. Is this really the decision for them? I mean, they know the BKBs were used. And Mixer, he's so separated from the team. Kisko now looking to enter onto Chen. Is this the person you want to prioritize? Seneko sustains through the damage. Now they're onto Tiro Jr. Invoker showing himself for a second. He's okay for the moment, but like you're saying, this Slark, he is the big issue inside the team fight. Smiling Knight, he's going to be dealing so much damage once he's able to lock onto his target with the pounds back up. The Fury is going to disrupt them momentarily, as once that expires, there's going to be no escape for Mixer. Beautiful shards from Eki. Holds Poppy down into place as well. This is free food for Smiling Knight. So many stacks for him.
Yeah, at least they did get 2 of the supports there, but I'm not sure what Secret were doing or what Mixa was doing, because the rest of Secret, they went to the side there. They hid themselves from the Slark, and then Mixa just timber chains forward like, I'm here. And he was just isolated all alone. Slark got to 50 stacks. And right now, if you're the Slark, you want to go for the Roche because you have so much damage. You can open it up. No. He cannot break the link in the silence. So he doesn't have to fight him.
Okay, but the Tempest or...
He got it.
Hang on, Tempest gone. No way to get rid of the silence. Usually we haven't seen Mixer the one controlled with the Orchid, and more stacks for Smiling Knight, 55.
Boy, I hyped him up, and he made 2 mistakes in quick succession there on Mixa. It is he might have survived in the previous fight. He was the lone survivor, but he was also the one responsible for the death of 3 of his teammates.
And I'm a little bit concerned because this is now a lot of time for Jibe, who we haven't even seen, I feel like, have the impact that we could see out of the Beastmaster. Like you were saying inside the draft, they have no saves versus a Beastmaster Raw. And when you get these items on this hero, you can solo kill people inside a team fight. And we're only waiting for that to happen. Like Jibe's net worth is continuing to grow. I feel like he's almost a ticking time bomb in itself with what he can do in these upcoming fights.
Yeah, for sure. And you're not even going to be thinking about him all that much, because Secret in their minds, it always is like that in the game of Dota. You feel like you've shut down the Beastmaster, you've dealt with the problem, but the problem will come back at some point because you allowed him to grow, and well, the time has come. He is going to be an issue. He's going to go for Shivas, then possibly for a Refresher Orb. After that one, it is going to be a hard hero to deal with as well, despite him having a pretty rough game.
Smoke up. Looks like Eki and Jibe in combination together will sweep through the river. Have a haste now to beeline to top. I don't know if they got a glimpse of Chiro Jr. with the Observer. I'm not sure if there is a sentry nearby as well. Ooh, very close.
That was close. Slark is in the vicinity with the gem. They saw him.
But he revealed with the Sunstrike. So Chiro Jr. now has to pop the beacon because Smiling Knight was so close to him. Now Chiro Jr., he's begging for some assistance, but the Raw's going to stop him before he enters the low ground. And now Mixer potentially put himself on a silver platter as well. Kisko's going to do whatever he can. I mean, importantly, we need to watch Parker inside this team fight as well, but the Weaver trying to output some of the damage, but he's going to be cautious of himself. So able to get the disengage with the time lapse. They also sniped the Tusk as well, but Smiling Knight is still wanting to go.
It's nighttime now.
Nighttime vision advantage. Kids go with the jump in if they got the burst. Smiling Knight just gets it off. Last second, Shadow Dance, second leap into the river. Smiling Knight almost being brought down.
He needs a stat item right now as a Slark. The time has come, right? And he's queuing up the SNY. He understands that the time has come where he can be taken down from 100 to 0, and even one of his deaths can create a chain reaction in which his team loses. So you have to be very, very careful in how you play the Slark right now, because that burst, it is coming.
I don't know if you're gonna. Okay, it looks like he somehow saw Poppy, but Poppy goes to the east instead of the west.
You have a general idea of where they are, so he didn't know exactly, didn't see Poppy in the last 10 seconds, but he knew he was close.
Got some big items close. Shiva's almost for the Beast. Daedalus as well, almost for the Sniper. Meanwhile, Kisko and Parker looking for the kill onto Eki. Nice blink away. He's got to be cautious about the TP to the outpost, Parker. Not respecting this, and Lucky was honestly just the Sniper instead of anyone else.
The Slark is coming. He still has the gem. He's gonna be going forward here to see everybody in front. You have the Aegis on the Sniper, so you can most definitely go for a push. This tier 2 is where you want to go. And I don't know if Secret should fight this. They don't necessarily have to.
Invoker's not here at the moment. You still have the Age of Tron of the minute 10 as well. They're going to try and jump everything for the first life. Meanwhile, Lich as well. Caught over the right side, but maybe Puppy's okay with that. You waste the BKB, waste the Raw. Now with the turn back, the Chain Frost is making this disengage messy. Jippe going to keep the Beastmaster. Stormstorm is still putting in so much work with the Deafening Blast
Impale.
on his dying breath. Invoker is out! Invoker didn't even die. This is the fight they were waiting for on Secret. Mixed it with the burst. They'll get it with the buzzer. Smiling Knight with the TP. He will live to tell the tale, but Secret, what a fight from them.
Yeah, they knew how they wanted to approach it. They had a couple of buybacks that we didn't look at, and they're like, guys, we are making our stand here. And they just did everything right. They the Chain Frost, also probably the game-winning spell there, and the Impale of Kisko at the end. The supports of Secret, their spell usage there was impeccable, and the main reason why they were able to push back Avalus. In a lot of situations, that kind of a defense could lose you the game. Not if you have good preparation and an idea of what you need to do in the fight for it to work out.
This could be a lot of objective damage, man. I mean, you got Glyph as well, but still this is a little bit of time. Yeah, bottom, they're actually not going to... I'm kind of surprised they're not getting bottom. Maybe the full set, maybe they're happy with that and looking to try and get at least another advantage in a different lane. And they will. Smiling Knight wanting to try and poke a little bit, recognizing there will be an eventual fight to occur and wants as much essence as he can get.
Nope, they will disengage on Secret. Once again, during nighttime, they have found a crack in Avilus's armor. This time around, they do get the Baylor Axe. They're not going to be greedy to try to get both of them and then not get the big one, the important one. So 2 lanes are now going to be pushing in, and Avilus, they have to go for a smoke. It's going to be nighttime only for another minute, and you need to utilize this time. You need to get a good fight and get yourself back into this game.
Secret, let's see if they read how aggressive Avis are playing. Like, they are instantly back, starting to invade into Secret territory.
Yep, you see the side lanes, how pushed they are, and nobody's showing. This is very, very easy to read.
Scan went red, they know Puck is here. Lincoln's, it's not going to be enough. BKB for the last second with a roar from Jibe. Avulus, they had the read. The scan was there, the control was there. And a dead Parker, 80 seconds without the Weaver.
Oh my god, Parker, that should just never happen. It was so obvious that they were coming.